Life. What is life? This is a question many people probably wonder about. In a vast dark space, a young man wanders alone, searching for the meaning of life. Life is like an egg. He is in a black cloak with blue hair, trying to walk with one leg pierced by an arrow through the ankle. Unable to walk further, the young man collapses, falling flat on the ground. A boiled egg. His eyes are contemplative. What does that mean? It means, in the sky, the full moon shines brightly. The young man is in majestic armor, a quiver full of arrows on his back, holding a sharp sword. Whatever you've done, an old man with wide eyes says, search him. It's all meaningless. Soldiers search Manak as he collapses. One says, I found a holy relic. It's an object shaped like a bronze goblet, shining with brilliant golden rays. In the center of the goblet is a red gem. The old man raises his sword, about to strike Manak, who is collapsed on the ground. Manak, under the Grim Reaper's scythe, thinks, I fought until all tricks were exhausted. In the end, a shout rings out. Kill! Manak says, don't be angry, Our Lady of Depravity. The kill order is still given, echoing, kill. Dying here once is essential. Manak's hand clutches the ground. The kill order hasn't stopped. From afar, someone approaches the main character, constantly chanting, kill, kill. Manak says, if you are worried about the divinity of the holy relic. He keeps shouting, kill. His hand grabs the main character's head. Manak says, didn't you consider that I already took it? That's why there's no need for these stalkers following my heels. The space still echoes with desperate screams. Kill, Manak says. However, the sound of kill still fills the entire space. Suddenly, Manak raises his hand to touch his face, laughing. I really have lost a bit of money. A hand approaches, intending to strangle him, saying, kill. In the schoolyard, Manak is carrying a school bag, hand raised to his mouth to cover a wide yawn. He says, my life when I reached my 20s made me too busy and tired to play games. That's why I always compromised with reality. On the screen, options for his game session are displayed. There are 3 choices: infinite HP, infinite megapixel, infinite items. The mouse cursor clicks on infinite megapixel, he says, by using editing software. I don't even remember the name of the game clearly, or why I bought it, but I still keep playing. Behind him, a long-haired female demon with only her 2 blue eyes visible wraps around the main character's shoulders. He says, to be able to play in the role of a depraved priest. Manak's hand is moving the computer mouse for the noisy game he's playing, murmuring, what is a depraved priest? The screen displays 3 images from the game: the hardest role to develop, the hardest role to play, the worst performing role. Manak says, but what should I do when my heart always beats so fast playing this game? Around the time I lost all items for profession development and completed all profession quests. He sits in front of the screen wondering, I became a depraved priest. An endless vortex pulls him into the game. He says, and fell into this game. Back to the initial reality, a hand is still clutching his chest, its mouth still continuously shouting, kill, kill. He says the thing that keeps screaming like a metal singer is the goddess I serve, Our Lady of Depravity. Flashing back to the past, Manak recounts, everything started 5 years ago when I began serving Our Lady of Depravity. When I woke up in the game, I only had exactly 2 things. One was a rope from the Depravity Guild, and the hand of Our Lady of Depravity lying on my chest. Because of the immense presence I could feel through the connection with the hand, I was able to easily accept that I had fallen into this game world quite quickly. He recalls the image of the depraved priest, bare-chested, hanging suspended, dozens of arrows piercing his body. He says, according to the game description, the depraved priest is a human genetically modified with drugs. A large foot stomps heavily on the ground. He says, meaning I have the ability to enhance physical strength, heightened senses. That person swings their sword, about to strike the main character. He says, and a body that can only be killed by divinity. He thinks pensively, and it seems there's also something wrong with my brain. Image of a beast's mouth with sharp teeth growling. Manak says, but I can't stand blood. Amidst the freezing mist and snow, the figure of a person still stands imposingly in the distance before him. A bear approaches and sniffs his body. He says, even watching horrific scenes like this doesn't affect me at all. The only problem is... His face brightens again. He says, I want to eat fried pork with kimchi. My body cannot feel or even taste food, anything at all. In a temple, 2 people are standing. One person walks up the corridor steps and says, this is your identification paper, Priest Manak. This is your identification paper, Priest Manak. In another office, Manak stands before a girl's desk and says, hey, is there any job I can take right now? His question makes the girl wonder, not knowing what he means. Then the girl replies with a gentle expression, wait a moment, please. Then while flipping through a file, she says, we surely have work for a priest serving a guardian goddess like you. Manak smiles heroically and says to himself, in this place, after entering the northern city of Ghee, I decided to take the identity of a member of the Guardian Gods Guild. A god with a black body, long white hair, 1.5 times his height, sits on a precious yellow object, emitting a brilliant aura. Manak says, if I were in a guild, The moment I take the identity of a member in another guild, my god would become extremely angry and mark me. A bright red seal of indeterminate shape. At the very top is a shape like a sharp blade. Manak says, a seal of punishment. The hand placed on Manak's chest is still there. Somewhere the sound of kill echoes incessantly. Manak says, however, our mother goddess is merciful towards such acts of claiming identity. Image of the mother goddess standing under the light of the seal. Manak says, the depravity guild is the enemy of all Hasi, and I, the one hated by all. The mother goddess raises her hand to lift Manak's chin. Manak says, am the sole believer of Our Lady of Depravity. The pretty red-haired girl smiles and calls, oh, here it is, this one, Priest Manak. Manak takes the slip the girl offers. The girl says, I'm very happy to work with you. On the slip, information is written, notice route robbers or hunting monsters nearby recently. The number of farmers missing while traveling to Ghee city is gradually increasing. Anyone who can find the reason for this disappearance and eliminate it will receive 30 silver coins per head. Even if you don't eliminate anything, you will also receive 1 silver coin from the Lord of Ghee. Manak says, most other adventurers would ask me to read it all for them. Then he laughs triumphantly again, saying, this isn't any special skill. The moment I arrived in this world, I could already understand, read and write in the language of this world. After reading, Manak suddenly pauses, which makes the girl unsure of his meaning. Before doing anything, Manak proposes, can I receive a portion of the reward in advance right now? The girl is surprised. Although she heard clearly, she still asks again, what was that? At the ice mountain, a group of people with horse carts is moving. In total, there are 7 people and 2 carts loaded with firewood. Manak again murmurs to himself, she really likes to talk a lot. My lady. Then the girl crosses her arms sternly. I'm only doing this for you. Even for you, you still have to pay an extra fee if you submit it late tomorrow. The sound kill, Kuljan, shows no sign of stopping. Manak says seriously, I'm not falling in love, my lady. If you keep talking like that, I'll get very angry with you. Manak is walking beside the cart when someone calls out, Priest Manak. The bright-eyed young man smiles and asks the main character, hey there, I'm sure you're from somewhere other than Ghee city. Can you tell me where you're from? Oh, by the way, if we keep following this road, we'll reach my village soon. I hope my parents are still well. Manak turns back and wonders, he just introduced himself as Pierre, didn't he? Pierre continues non-stop in a long ramble. Of course I know my parents will be able to get through the winter, thanks to the great help of Captain Gallet. But why do I still worry about them so much? Also, did you know, Priest? There's a rumor that the thing kidnapping farmers on this road isn't a monster, but ghosts. Manak walks alongside, listening to him ramble on endlessly, getting a headache and telling himself he talks too much. Someone calls Pierre. Pierre hears the call and quickly runs ahead, turns his head back, smiles brightly, and tells the main character, looks like I need to go ahead, and doesn't forget to promise, I'll be back soon. In Manak's head, the mother goddess's voice still echoes, kill. Manak asks wonderingly, why do you keep telling me to kill everyone? If everyone dies, it'll be a problem for me. The mother goddess still says, kill. Manak says, you didn't say anything when I returned to Ghee, did you? Your child really needs those 29 silver coins. I want to spend my winter in warmth. Thank you. Kill. Then he freezes. Very quickly, Manak regains his cheerful mood, telling the mother goddess, looks like I might have been a bit harsh. No need to be sad like that. The mother goddess's hand still extends, kill. Manak asks, by the way, how many fingers do you rate people? The mother goddess holds up 2 fingers for Pierre, 3 fingers for the person walking next to him. Manak says, looks like no one special. Manak thinks contemplatively, if I could kill them and offer them to Our Lady of Depravity, I could receive divinity based on the number of fingers they are rated. 1 finger is 10 divinity, 2 fingers are 100 divinity, 3 fingers are 1,000 divinity, 4 fingers are 10,000 ounce divinity, 5 fingers are 100,000 ounce divinity. And if I can get 10,000 divinity, I can receive a special privilege. Thanks to the system, I can absorb the divinity of holy relics, and I received a special privilege. The people ahead are arguing. Manak rationalizes to himself, now there are only 12 holy relics left. The mother goddess told me that if I can collect enough divinity from the holy relics, all my wishes will be granted. Then Manak licks his lips with satisfaction. First I'll restore my sense of taste. Someone's voice says, the captain told me not to bother you too much. While Manak still doesn't know what the other person said, his face is full of wonder. Turns out it's Pierre's voice, he continues. If you keep talking like that since early morning, it'll be very annoying. He said that. Manak smiles and says, I'm fine. Don't worry about me too much, okay? Suddenly his eyes focus on something. Everyone turns back to look. Dozens of arrows are heading towards the group, piercing the cart, and one person is heavily hit by an arrow. A hand grabs Pierre's shoulder. He's surprised. Huh? After that, Manak swings his sword, slashing several enemies. Arrows continue flying relentlessly. Manak is hit by 2 arrows in pain. Pierre collapses, reaching out and calling, "Sir." The robbers' faces covered, moving in a group, are still hiding in the bushes, continuing to attack the main character's group. Manak, hit by an arrow, collapses to the ground, motionless. The mother goddess continues to remind, "Kill." Manak says, "Must be robbers. Kill." Manak says to the mother goddess, "Looks like you want me to play dead, then absorb their divinity when I get the chance, huh? Kill, that's the easiest thing to do right now." His hand grips the ground tightly as he says, "But do you know?" Manak collapses, speaking to the mother goddess, while a sword is held right before his eyes. "Even so, you know." He grabs the sword, saying, "From the very beginning, I..." Then he jumps up, swings the sword, rushing forward, saying, "Have already done so." The ambushers are still hiding in the bushes, aiming their bows towards Manak. Kah! The sword plunges straight into Manak. He commits suicide. This action leaves the robbers hiding behind the bushes, confused and surprised. One annoyed grinds his teeth and curses, "Tsk, damn it." Then he says, "Leave the priest to me. The others help me after I finish off the rest." Manak's eyes show cunning. He has some strategy. Then he holds his sword and charges forward to fight Manak. Manak also jumps up. The 2 swords clash under the strength of the 2 men. The strong impact makes the swords spark from the metal friction. The former robber grits his teeth, trying his best to defeat Manak. Manak is also resolute, fighting with all his might. A powerful blow from Manak sends the robber flying far away. He gets up and continues towards Manak. Manak grips the sword tightly. He asks, "Fingers, what category do you place him in?" The robber is angry, shouting loudly at Manak, "What the hell are you talking about?" Next he swings his sword. At the same time, Manak also swings his sword to block. The 2 swords, under strong force from their owners, again spark with light from the metal collision. Chaotic space objects flying everywhere due to the battle's impact. Manak observes the hand. He's surprised by the situation, says 2.5 fingers. Then Manak looks at the robber, saying disdainfully, "Just a robber, but on the same level as the cavalryman who slit my throat." This game is really unbalanced. Manak stands up, swinging his sword. The robber shouts, "Ha ha!" loudly making Manak not understand what the heck is going on. "Kill." A sword plunges straight into the ground. He curses again, "Damn it!" The robber laughs loudly, "Ha ha ha ha! That's why I use Starfrost Bone." "The sword is broken," Manak says contemptuously. "Ha, what a useless weapon, huh?" The other guy says to Manak, "Since you don't seem special at all, I'll let you go." Manak bewildered, thinking, could this guy really be looking down on me? The robber says, "Anyway, I've calculated for the final job to leave that place. That's why." Manak says, "Why don't we..." Yada consider the debt settled and leave with a smile. Manak stands before the robber to negotiate. He tells the robber, "Let me make another offer. Quit robbing and leave here immediately." His offer leaves the robber bewildered, not understanding why he made this offer. Manak smiles gently, speaking to the robber as if to a child, "That way I'll treat you more gently." The robber frowns and retorts to Manak, "Seriously, do you really think we can just say okay and leave?" Manak says, "That's not..." An arrow suddenly appears from behind and pierces Manak's head. The robber says, "You're too late, you damn bastard." Then he turns and says to someone, "I thought he was about to kill me." The remaining men argue loudly. One tells the robber, "Don't interfere with us. I saw you split the priest's sword in 2. The robber says, "I calculated quite precisely to cut that blade cleanly." Another one mocks, "Yeah, you're the best." They discuss animatedly. One says, "Anyway, did you kill the others?" Another says, "I definitely wiped them out, not one left." Somewhere an unidentifiable voice says, "Really that clean, huh?" The robbers gape towards the source of the sound. A pitch-black face reveals only 2 round white eyes. Again, a voice rings out, "You guys, what are you surprised about?" One robber says, "A survivor." Manak stands up, imposingly pulls the arrow from the back of his head with his hand. Manak tells them, after taking a whole arrow to the head. Manak pulls the arrow out, stares intently at the group and says, "First time seeing this, huh?" Those guys are terrified, sweating, probably unsure if he's human or ghost. The leader says, "I thought that was..." He clenches his fists together and says, "I gave you a chance. But you guys..." "Oh, answered. Oh, with an arrow straight to my head." The robbers are scared. The former robber orders his subordinates urgently, "Shoot, aim straight at him." A barrage of arrows once again heads towards Manak. Blood splatters everywhere. Manak clasps his hands tightly together, praying to the mother goddess, "Our Lady of Depravity, your son is in danger. I am too astonished and scared to know what to do. If you are with me, witness this." The robbers are amazed as Manak is hit by a barrage of arrows, but remains unharmed. One says, "Impossible." Another also says, "Is he a monster?" Manak says to the mother goddess, "Isn't this the right time for you to save me?" Seeing this, the 3 subordinates quickly decide to flee together. Retreat, run quickly. They abandon the robber leader. He shouts furiously, "You bastards!" Manak gains a protection. The robbers flee but unsuccessfully. "I can't go any further." An invisible wall has been erected. Manak stares intently at them and says, a barrier that life cannot pass through. The entire space is covered by a giant invisible wall. Manak says, it's an authority that the depraved priest performs before displaying power. The robbers scream loudly in hopelessness and fear. Help! What is this? Manak continues. It prevents opponents from escaping and conceals depraved divinity. In an endless vortex of vast, wide space, Manak again clasps his hands, tightly expressing gratitude to the Mother Goddess. He seems very satisfied, smiling and saying, I really like this authority, O Mother Goddess. The robbers are trying to break the wall to escape. The former robber says, I have no choice, draws his sword. The former robber is still determined to escape the encirclement of the erected wall. He says, if only I can cut through the barrier. Before finishing the sentence, he is attacked. Seeing this, the soldiers shout in unison, Captain! The robber leader is surrounded within the invisible wall. The ice surface shatters. Everyone asks, what is this? It's a giant monster from the wall, no eyes or nose visible, only a set of teeth and a raised hand. One frightened robber says, monster, a monster. The monster advances, causing them to scream desperately in fear. Tears and snot everywhere, they wail, save us. They look at Manak, pleading earnestly, please let us live. We'll never rob again. Manak orders the monster, except for their heads. Do whatever you want. Facing the giant monster, they scream in fear. A foot steps powerfully on the ice surface. Kill. Manak stands up, holding the long, intact sword, standing before the robbers. Manak says, want to gather divinity, huh? Kill. One person in Manak's group, hit by an arrow, lies collapsed on the ground, saying, if you take divinity from their bodies, will they disappear? Another says, if you do, that guild members will come investigate. Think carefully before you act. Manak stands thinking about something. Pierre is hit by an arrow, right in the heart. In the space, the sound, haha, kill, still echoes. Manak says, I'll wrap things up so you can rest in peace now. Kill. Manak says to the Mother Goddess, I'll try my best to save this guy. It'll be good for my reputation. The person Manak wants to save is Pierre. He pleads with the Mother Goddess, so I need your help, Mother Goddess. In the space, the Mother Goddess's voice is heard, heal his wounds. A hand is holding the holy relic, that is Saintess Summon Fire. That person says, what happened with the achievement thief? A young man answers, I heard now they were beheaded. What about the bodies? There was nothing they could take. They had no choice but to return with the achievement. Someone stands outside the doorway and calls to a long-haired figure standing with their back turned inside priest. You may return. Saintess Summonfire looks at the holy relic and says, looking from here, I feel even more inclined to embark on the Holy Land pilgrimage. That person is surprised by Saintess Lamhoa's intention, asking again, pilgrimage, so suddenly? Don't tell me, it's the prophecy. Saintess Lamhoa says yes, because of the prophecy, and someone I need to meet. The person Saintess Lamhoa mentioned is none other than Manak. She recounts, 10 years ago, all religions received a prophecy. The apocalypse will wear the guise of life and bring the world to the brink of destruction. Someone calls Manak priest Manak. You may return now. She is surprised as Manak pulls Pierre along. The girl smiles brightly at Manak and says, how can he carry someone as heavy as himself with one hand? I got permission from the guards. She looks at Manak with full admiration, saying, I never judge anything by appearance. But you seem much stronger than expected. Manak is shy and humble, laughing and saying, I think it's just decent. The girl continues, oh, and also, the head in AVN's hand. I heard it's the source of the problem. Rather than keep going back and forth with it, I think you should let us handle it from here. After hearing the girl speak, Manak says, all right then. The girl is still very concerned about Manak asking suggestively, by the way, do you have a place to sleep yet? Manak also says confidently, you think there isn't a place for me in this city? I'm still looking. The red-haired girl says, you don't need to look, if you're okay with it. Before finishing the sentence, a hand reaches out to cover her mouth. The sound, kill, rings out once more. The girl suggests to Manak, how about staying at my place temporarily? Continuously, Manak hears the sound, kill, 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 kill. He embraces the Mother Goddess's hand on his chest, reassuringly, saying, I already knew beforehand. He lies on the bed, embracing the Mother Goddess's hand. I knew very well. That's precisely why I accepted Mum. The Mother Goddess continues to say, kill. He gently tells the Mother Goddess, I don't have any bad intentions towards that kind red-haired girl. Manak recalls the red-haired girl's whisper in his ear. All she said was she'd let me sleep in the living room for the guild's mercenaries. There's a knock on the room door. Manak wonders who it could be. A familiar voice sounds out. It's the red-haired girl coming to find Manak. Hello, priest. I want you to rest as long as possible, but there are still a few things I need to ask you. Manak steps down from the bed, slips on his sandals, and goes to the door. Don't worry. Opening the door and seeing the red-haired girl, he scratches his head shyly and asks, is there a problem? The red-haired girl says, it seems the Lord wants to see you. Manak goes out, but leaves the Mother Goddess's hand on the bed. After hearing the red-haired girl say that, Manak asks in surprise, "The Lord, do you know why he summoned me?" The red-haired girl is shy. Well, Captain Gallat from the mercenary group, the one who passed away, was actually the Lord's adopted brother. In a castle where the Lord lives very grand and magnificent, the Lord's subordinate leads Manak before him, reporting, "My lord, the priest has arrived." Meanwhile, Manak is still confused, not knowing why he was summoned here. The Lord tells the subordinate, "Withdraw." The young man respectfully, "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man with a weathered face glances at Manak. He is Lord Ghee Chiden Filian. He asks Manak, "So you're the one who witnessed my brother's final moments. Would you like some tea?" He remembers, when Mother first saw the Lord, she drew a mark of 10. His face becomes even more discolored and unsightly. He wonders, how is that, living a life pretending to be human? The man calls, "You demon?" Manak says, "When Mother is hiding in my pouch, there's only one reason why she drew a large mark of 10 on the Lord when she saw him. From the Mother Goddess's guidance, he deduces it's because he is not a living creature. And among them, only one species can disguise itself as human. He thinks he is a demon with a large repulsive body and 2 red eyes burning like flames. He continues to deduce image of a prehistoric lord. While demons are stronger than all other species, they are evil creatures but cannot do anything on their own to interfere with the human world. And to be a part of this world, they have no choice but to make covenants, pacts with entities within this world. That's why demons really like living creatures. However, the gods, they utterly detest demons. The gods finally declared to their flock along with all living creatures, from now on such species will be called demons, and all of them represent evil things. And that's when it began the priest's demon hunt. Manak smiles contentedly, telling himself, thinking back now, the false covenant demon human is an extremely difficult profession, and many people even try to avoid it. He recalls the image of the demon human. "I remember because the false covenant demon human was the second profession I played." The Lord is staring intently at something on the table. He seems to be wondering about something. Then he said, "Wow. Thanks to the deceased Gallat, I was able to meet an important guest. Furthermore, seeing that you can see through my disguise like this, I don't think you're really a priest under the guardian goddess, you know. You could say I'm just lying here waiting." Manak replies to the Lord with a proud expression, "I am a priest serving under Mother Depravity. You can call me Manak." The Lord is surprised, says, "Oh, I thought they were extinct. Can't believe there's still a child of depravity." After talking for a while, Manak is still standing. The Lord says to Manak, "Please sit down. Anyway, we're the only ones here." Manak hears the invitation and sits down on the chair opposite the Lord. He continues, "To be honest, I didn't summon you for any specific reason." Manak bewildered, question mark. What's wrong with him? He speaks to Manak as if confiding, "Gallat, the captain of the mercenary group, with you. Then can you tell me exactly how he died? I will definitely compensate you." Hearing the offer, Manak thinks about his intentions. He also smiles. "All right, it's fine." Manak recalls the battle and tells the Lord, "It was an unfortunate chain of events this winter. After complaining about having no work, the Lord tried giving him a few jobs to do. Who would have thought he'd die in the process of working?" The Lord stands up, looks out the window and says, "That's what people call life. It's quite difficult." The Mother Goddess's voice reminds, "Kill." Manak offers a few gold coins. He smiles, walking out of the Lord's castle, telling the Mother Goddess, "The Lord didn't bribe me with this gold, okay? This gold just symbolizes that he really wants to know the truth of the matter." The Mother Goddess still says, "Kill." Manak walks and talks. "I'm not a gold-greedy priest." "Mom, you're going too far with that." The Mother Goddess still reminds, "Kill." Manak continues the conversation. "By the way, Mom, did you know gold doesn't decompose?" Kill interrupted while telling the story. Manak gently holds the Mother Goddess's hand, saying, "Mum, please listen to everything I intend to say before getting angry. Most importantly, listen from beginning to end." Manak walks, holding the Mother Goddess's hand. The Mother Goddess shows curiosity about the story Manak is about to tell. Manak continues his story. "There's something else that doesn't rot over time and endures long like gold. Do you know what that is, Mom? Kill, that is the love I have for you." "Mom." Manak embraces the Mother Goddess's hand. The Mother Goddess continuously says, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." Manak holds the hand to his chest and says, "To me, you will always be the most important. That's why you don't need to worry about things like that. Kill, 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 kill." Seeing Manak return, the girl smiles and greets him. "You're back, Priest Manak. Kill." The girl continues, "Why don't you say hello to the other priests from the church serving the teaching God?" Manak wonders, "The church for the teaching God, huh? I don't want to talk to those crazy heretics right now." Manak's eyes focus on something. Someone is attacking from behind. Manak's face changes color, gritting his teeth. One of them, those are the people Manak met when he arrived here. He thinks these people have someone carrying a holy relic. A large foot steps forward. That person says, "Devotion to a righteous life." Manak stares blankly, thinking. He says, "I never thought I'd see a protection priest here." The man among those Manak met his face, having several horizontal and vertical scars, places his hand on his chest, and tells Manak, I am the one who bears the burden on the scales of vengeance. You can call me Ovis. Ovis has a large appearance, steadfast eyes. He must also be quite something. Ovis continues introducing the person with his group, the white-haired man, with a chest like fur, sideburns reaching his neck. Notably, this person has a horn in the middle of his forehead, like a rhino's horn. Ovis looks at this man and says, the large man over there is Konu, and the last person introduced is a girl, a petite girl with a gentle appearance, hair tied in a ponytail. Ovis points to the small girl and says, and this person is Patina. The common point of everyone is placing their hand on their chest and bowing politely for introductions. Manak does the same, placing his hand on his chest. He bows his head in greeting, very pleased to meet you all. I am a priest serving the protection goddess. My name is Manak. He remembers the words the red-haired girl told him earlier. It seems the priests of the Teaching God's Church are also here today. Just like you, Priest Manak. Manak smiles relieved. He sighs, feeling lighter. That means I don't even have to act right now. His eyes shine brightly with triumph. I still have quite a few chances to steal their holy relics. He suddenly transforms into a demon, revealing only 2 blue eyes and blue hands emitting wisps of smoke. The hand seems to want to grab something. He says, the only problem is when I absorb holy power from the relics. Some depraved holy power will surely leak out. Just now Manak transformed into a child amidst the snow. He clasps his hands together, eyes wide and clear mouth puckered in a light smile, like an innocent child. He also says innocently, do I have to steal again? I don't resemble a depraved priest, more like a depraved robber. Ovis says to Manak, we need to pay our respects to the Lord for a bit, making him quite puzzled for a moment. Ovis continues, we can talk more at our next meeting. With that said, Ovis, Konu and Patina turn and leave. Manak watches them wondering, pay respects to the Lord, huh? Manak stands before the red-haired girl. The girl says, our guild usually provides lodging for priests at a cheap price. What the girl says once again confuses Manak. Then he asks again, so does that mean you'll make me pay for yesterday? The red-haired girl says cheerfully, why would I do that? You think I let you stay here because I'm interested in you? I let you stay here because you're also a priest. Manak says shyly, of course not. However, seeing this, the red-haired girl teases Manak even more, saying, I also had the spontaneous intention from myself, wanting to help you. He blushes crimson and asks again, what? The red-haired girl approaches Manak and says, if possible, to prevent the food from spoiling. Then leans close to his ear and whispers, I wonder if you could cast a protection spell on the food. Manak suddenly shouts in panic, why did you whisper in my ear just to talk about that kill? The red-haired girl strokes her chin with satisfaction, then rests her chin on her hand sadly and asks, I wonder why? The mother goddess still continuously says, kill. Someone enters and sees Manak and the red-haired girl chatting. That person says, looks like you two get along quite well, huh? Manak turns around, surprised, asks, huh? Manak asks that person, aren't you going with the other guy? That's Priest Konu. Priest Konu says, I have no other choice. Because of my origin, many lords from the north don't have a very good impression of me. I'm just showing my respect. After hearing Konu speak, the red-haired girl tells him, I don't think Lord Chiden cares about things like that. Both Konu and Manak are surprised by the red-haired girl's opinion. The red-haired girl laughs and continues, although he acts cold towards others. He is extremely skilled in his work. He clearly separates his work and personal life. It's because many people support him here in Ghee. I suggest you don't speak disrespectfully to the Lord, because it will be very dangerous for you. He clearly separates his work and personal life. It's because many people support him here in Ghee. I suggest you don't speak disrespectfully to the Lord, because it will be very dangerous for you. Konu, after hearing the red-haired girl, replies, I'll remember that. By the way, could you tell us more about the Lord? Konu is very curious about what kind of person the Lord is. He wants to know more through the red-haired girl. Hearing Konu ask, the red-haired girl laughs loudly. Manak also smiles. The three stand together in the library. He says, however, Konu asks Manak and the red-haired girl, why did you decide to meet the Lord first? Actually, following the prophecy we received 10 years ago. Priest Ovis thinks the apocalypse is hiding behind the veil of life, will wear the veil of life and descend upon this world, meaning it refers to a demon. Manak asks Konu, so you're all here because you think the Lord is a demon? Konu replies, of course not. Lord Ovis is just checking for himself, because his ability is to check if someone is a demon or not, by using his holy relic, a sharp-toothed mouth full of fire. Manak and Konu both turn back to look. A building is being burned down by the demon. That demon is fearsome large and can breathe fire running rampant. He and Konu are standing staring towards it. Konu swings the scales powerfully, shouting, oh, scales of punishment, die! Then a blow strikes straight onto the monster's head. You stupid monster! Die, evil demon! Konu says to Manak, that's the punishing hammer of priest Ovis. Looks like they're fighting demons. I must go help them quickly. Konu just finished speaking. Manak quickly ran off saying, I'm going ahead. Ra was saying Theon's race. I'll be there right away. The mother goddess's hand reaches out as if trying to hold him back, calling Erin. The red-haired girl sees him open the door and rush in, hastily calling out in fear, Priest Manak, what's happening? He approaches and asks, where, huh? Then Manak picks up the red-haired girl and asks loudly with great anxiety, where is the medical center where Pierre is being treated? Tell me, where do I find him? The demon is still rampaging in the deep pit. It's gradually advancing into the city. He carries the red-haired girl flying out of the building. Manak runs hastily, creating whirlwinds wherever he goes. Behind him, the monster is chasing. The red-haired girl in Manak's arms is terrified. Kaya, help. The giant monster has appeared on the building. A frightened man runs while shouting, get out of the way! In a critical moment, a rock blocks the way. He angrily curses even the innocent, inanimate rock. Don't block my way. Get lost. The frightened red-haired girl tells Manak, Priest, the monsters. The monsters are advancing into the city center. The giant monster looks like it wants to swallow the whole city. But that's not what Manak cares about most. He snaps at the red-haired girl. Forget about that. Tell me, where is Pierre? The red-haired girl points in one direction and says, over there, he's over there. He calls Pierre. Manak carries the red-haired girl into the room where Pierre is receiving treatment. Seeing Pierre lying unconscious, his face having a few scratches covered with bandages, the red-haired girl finally dares to relax. What a relief. Manak tells the red-haired girl, his mood also gradually stabilizing upon seeing Pierre lying there, struggled so hard to save him. I can't let him die in this tragedy. Then Manak picks up Pierre, throwing him over his shoulder to carry him somewhere. Then Manak turns and tells the red-haired girl, hold on tight, I can't carry you with both hands anymore. The red-haired girl obediently wraps her arms around his neck and replies, okay. Manak's steps are powerful as he carries 2 people on his shoulders. With each step hitting the ground, the entire area cracks. He tries to run as fast as possible. The red-haired girl on his back is also scared. Then the red-haired girl tells Manak, Priest, I know a secret passage. Manak asks where. The red-haired girl says, we have to go that way. That house has a secret passage leading to the outskirts of Ghee, but the door is locked. Manak carries the 2 people rushing out of the dangerous place. Suddenly, the red-haired girl smiles brightly. They have arrived somewhere. The red-haired girl says, really? You are really strong. Upon reaching the safe room, Manak puts everyone down and instructs the red-haired girl, if the situation worsens, run through that secret passage. Hearing this, the red-haired girl asks him worriedly, what about you? Then Manak turns away and says, I need to go back. The red-haired girl watches Manak's retreating back and calls after him, Priest! He has run out of the room and runs faster and faster. The red-haired girl still calls, Priest, priest. Manak runs up to a body lying motionless on the ground. He sadly says, unable to form words, That's Pastor Konu. He's beaten to a pulp body, devastated, covered in scratches. Leaning over, Konu calls loudly, Pastor Konu. Fire! Pastor Konu hears Manak's call, struggles to open his eyes, and asks, is that you? Priest Manak? He looks worriedly at Konu's wounds. His wounds are so deep. I can't do anything. He thinks if he leaves him like this, then he asks Konu loudly, where are the other priests who were with you? Pastor Konu struggles to call the name Patina. Then he remembers the final image of Patina, her body beaten pulp covered in wounds. Pastor Konu says sadly, dead. Hearing this, Manak is both grieved and angry. He asks Konu, is there a way to defeat the demon? Pastor Konu says, the holy relic we carried. Bakaris Yifo, the white silver sword, which priest Ovis stabbed into the demon's head. If you can get that sword and stab it deep into its brain, Pastor Konu struggles to say each word with waning strength, the demon, will die. Then Konu gradually fades away. Manak watches helplessly. He pleads with the mother goddess, O mother of depravity, I ask to take the holy power from this man. Amidst the blue sky, an announcement appears. You have received 100 holy power. Ovis shouts loudly, Oh, scales of punishment. The giant monster stands before Ovis. Comparing volume, Ovis is only a few times larger than one of its teeth. Ovis is standing on its head, holding the scales of punishment, he says. The chance has come. Then Ovis swings his sword straight at its head. The sword hits the target. Ovis is satisfied. Perfect. All that's needed is for this white silver sword to... Manak is also holding the sword, wondering what's happening. The monster hit is in pain, screams, He turns around. Don't tell me. Death roll. He is thrown off. The mother goddess reminds again, kill. Manak is thrown off, landing flat on the ground. The mother goddess continuously says, kill, kill. Manak reassures the mother goddess, I'm fine, Mum. Kill. Then he lies stretched out arms, spread looking up at the sky. Yes. Mom also said that blessings come with disasters. Kill. He is deep in thought. Beside him are the scales of punishment. He says this is truly an interesting event. Manak grips it tightly. The mother goddess says again, kill. He hugs it to his chest and says, Mom, I offer you another holy relic. Please grant me a new authority. Manak holds the relic to his chest, along with the mother goddess's hand. He says, please release your seal, mother. The holy relic glows brightly. Manak's body floats, suspended in mid-air. Manak thinks, it seems every holy relic has enough holy power for one authority. Holy power 11.7.23. Thanks to the relic's activation, Manak says another seal has been removed. He asks the mother goddess, can you tell me how it's different from before, Mom? The mother goddess still says kill. Manak asks, is that so? The mother goddess continues, kill, kill, kill. The mother goddess's hand flies far from Manak. He looks at the hand from afar and says, I'm glad you can support me from afar like that. But don't you think removing one seal with one relic like that is a bit small? The mother goddess's hand clutches a rock outcrop on the ground. Kill, haha. Seeing this, Manak quickly backpedals. I'm just happy about your development. Just kidding, don't be mad. He takes the hand back, places it on his chest and says, since I'm not in the best situation right now, I'll stop joking around for a bit. O mother of depravity, I offer you 10,000 holy power. Please grant me another new authority. Manak stands still to focus on something. He stands in the center of the authority circle. He says, so this is it, huh? The sigil of depravity. Manak thinks the effect of this authority is simple yet powerful. The moment the sigil of depravity is activated, metaphysical blue-black tattoos will appear all over my body, and it will help amplify my power. When the authority has penetrated his body, Manak feels it. He tells the mother goddess, a new authority isn't bad. Mum, the mother goddess continues, kill. Manak feels the power of authority coursing through his body. It seems very useful to him. He says, it's extremely useful in this situation. Manak stumbles as he walks. He says, looks like my cursed leg has been healed too. Then he looks far away at something, eyes full of wonder. That is Priest Ovis. At this moment, Priest Ovis is injured, lying on the ground, his body covered everywhere with wounds. Manak remembers the image of the man being thrown far away. He thinks it seems, we fell at the same time. Priest Ovis is now deceased. Manak sadly tells him in vain, please rest in peace, O mother of depravity. Manak again pleads to take strength from the deceased. I ask to take the holy power from this man. The giant monster appears again. It continues to destroy the city, creating an extremely large crater. Seeing this scene, Manak exclaims, strange. The mother goddess continues, kill. Ovis and Patina said the ones who angered the demon were the priests of the teaching church. But even when all the priests were dead, the demon still rampaged for some reason. Manak has now obtained holy power from Ovis. The system announces, you have received 1,000 holy power. Manak clenches his fist and tells the mother goddess, I thought demons weren't creatures acting on instinct like beasts. Mother, kill. Manak is deep in thought. He takes the mother goddess's hand, gently calling, Mom, kill. The road will be a bit bumpy. Please hold on tight inside my pouch. Manak holds the mother goddess's hand and runs to where the monster is rampaging. Wherever he steps, the ground cracks beneath his feet. The demon's eyes are now solely focused on Manak. It growls even more fiercely. It continues to attack again. Its tail whips Manak from behind. Manak saw something. He says, there it is. It's a white silver sword. Manak looks at the monster. He sees it arching its body. Manak thinks to himself, looks like I'll have to experience a few more rolls today. But this is exactly what I want. Manak is whipped by the monster. Standing before the monster, Manak is nothing compared to its giant body. Identical things. Won't work on me twice. The monster continues using the old trick to attack Manak. The whole city is damaged by the battle. Debris from buildings shatters and flies everywhere. Shattered window glass fragments fly out. Manak is injured. Blood flows from his mouth. The sudden attack and injury leave Manak unable to react in time. He says, looks like the progress is faster than I thought. The monster continues to advance and attack Manak. Using the sigil of depravity while fighting the monster, Manak's body is affected. He tells himself, when I use the sigil of depravity, my body also starts to rot from the inside. If the demon keeps this up, the collapse will spread outwards from my body, and then I won't be able to do anything anymore. But quickly he reminds himself there's no time. Manak flies up, reaching for the sword ahead. He grips the sword tightly. Manak remembers Priest Konu's instruction, take the sword that Priest Ovis stabbed into the demon's head. The white silver sword that Priest Ovis stabbed into the demon's head. If you can get that sword and stab it deep into its brain, the demon will die. The sword is right before his eyes. Manak quickly seizes the opportunity to defeat the demon. Awaken. Manak sees someone, Lord Chiden, a blurry figure in his eyes. The demon is gradually disintegrating. Blinding light emits. Everyone looking is stunned. Even the red-haired girl beside him caring for Pierre is the same. The red-haired girl looks towards the door where the blinding light comes from within the city. Manak looks at the injured man lying on the ground. His clothes are torn, revealing patches of flesh. Manak bends down and asks the man, "Are you awake yet?" The man replies happily, "Honestly, meeting you is truly the greatest blessing I've received." He laughs shyly and points to the sword. "No need for that. It's all because this sword has power beyond your thoughts." Manak extends his hand to help the man up. He adds, "So what do you think about the value of giving away 2 gold coins?" The man sits up. Once helped up by Manak's hand, he says, "It's definitely worth much more." Saintess Hoalam spreads her palm. Inside is a blue essence stone. She drops it onto the ground. Since that object fell to the ground, that area of land begins to change. A different phenomenon occurs. A blue stream rises. The man looks at it and says, "I knew it." Beneath where the essence stone fell, a tree begins to sprout. The old man continues, "Every time I see it, it's another time I must marvel at this wonderful power. But there's no one here. I'm sure I slit that kid's throat here." He recalls the moment he used his sword to deliver a fatal blow to the other guy. It must have been too long ago, so probably some monster or beast ate its corpse. Saintess Hoalam speculates she also agrees with the man's thought. Well, it's possible. Saintess Hoalam tells the man, "Thank you for bringing me here. However, I want to ask you one last thing. The nearby cities. Can you tell me their names?" The ground is full of cracks, the desolate remnants of the recent battle. Manak walks with a young man. Arriving at a house, someone politely opens the door, bows and invites Manak inside. Manak enters the room with a very gentle expression. The man sits in the room. He can only see out of one eye, the other side covered by a cloth wrapped around his head. He shouts joyfully, "Welcome, young priest." Manak is shy before the man's overly enthusiastic welcome as he continues, "Why does it feel like you're much more handsome than the last time we met? Ha 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 ha." Manak also replies politely, "Thank you for the compliment." The man continues, "Mr. Demon Slayer, I don't know how to fully express my respect for you, Priest Manak, but aren't demons still living and breathing there?" The man says, "Demons like me also need to live. I also don't believe any creature is born to die." Right. Manak tells him, "Not wrong," but thinks to himself after everything was resolved. Chetan told the people that he was the one who defeated the demon and that he was also the one who saved him. As a result, although it didn't quite fit, they called me by the name Demon Slayer. And perhaps also because Erin liked that name a bit too much, she kept calling me Mr. Demon Slayer whenever we were outside, drawing everyone's attention. Manak thought while imagining a scene as if he were the main character, all eyes focused only on him. Around him, old and young men and women looked at him with eyes full of admiration and praise. He chuckled, imagining the nice gossip lifting him to the clouds. For example, "Isn't that the famous priest Demon Slayer? I heard he's quite strong. Even though his appearance doesn't seem like it, he even beheaded 7 robbers all by himself. He even defeated demons. What are 7 robbers? But I still can't. I'm afraid another monster like that will appear again." Manak was now sitting opposite the one-eyed man to talk, seeing his wooden arm. He said, "Also seeing your prosthetic arm and leg move so smoothly, it feels strangely weird." The one-eyed man said, "I can only do this for your eyes. I wouldn't dare if someone else was here. Besides, to move naturally like this. Oh, I also have to pay a price, a very expensive one at that." Seeing the man just answer his face-changing expression, Manak asked, "What price are you talking about?" The man lifted the teacup to his mouth and said, "More than too late." He also humorously said that, "Then all my hair will be like leaves swept by the wind, falling scattered like yellow leaves on an autumn day. And if you meet me in a few months, what greets you will be a bald head." Manak had anticipated this situation. He murmured, "I accidentally imagined it." Then he said to the man again, "We can talk about that later." The man asked Manak, "Do you have about a week?" Manak was joyful, "Plenty, plenty." Hearing the answer, the man was satisfied. He sat with his hands clasped, leaning back in his chair, and told Manak, "Perfect. There's a job I just received, and the client is specifically asking about you." Manak asked, again puzzled, "They want me?" The man said again, "It seems they think you'll be the perfect choice for this job after hearing those stories about the Demon Slayer. It seems it's related to the holy relics in the ancient kingdom. The reward will be 5 pieces of pure gold. It will be paid in advance too, and if they acknowledge your great help in exploring the ruins. They said they'll give you one of the discovered holy relics." Manak remembered the mother goddess's words. He said to himself, just like Mom said, "Seeing is believing, right?" Then Manak cheerfully said to the man, "I accept the job." The mother goddess's hand spoke again, "Kill." Manak said inwardly, "Once upon a time, there was an ancient empire. They ended the era of mad mages and unified the continent. And in the present era, their technologies have been recreated. Holy relics are considered priceless treasures containing powerful abilities. In other words, most items considered high level in this world are holy relics from the ancient kingdom." Manak approached a group of people. He introduced himself. "I am a priest under the goddess of protection. My name is Manak." One of them replied, "Pleased to meet you, priest." He introduced, "I am the one who requested this task, Carmen Valtus." Manak shook his hand and asked, Valtus. Valtus said, you guessed right. Anthony Valtus of Darkwolf is my father. Valtus added, just in case you misunderstand, I am his illegitimate child. Manak, surprised again, asked back, illegitimate child? That conservative, rigid man actually has an illegitimate child, and I thought he'd be lonely alone after losing his wife. It seems rumours and reality are quite different. But digging deeper into this matter is a bit inappropriate. Manak asked Valtus about the identity of the two accompanying people. I wonder who the two people behind you are. Valtus turned to the two and introduced, this is... The mage wearing the hooded cloak over there is Tunissa. She is the one who will lead us to the ancient holy relics. And this is Suku's. As you can see, he is of the Horned tribe. He's quite good. You can count on... Suku shook Marnak's hand and said, pleased to meet you. Marnak Demon Slayer, Marnak replied shyly. That nickname is actually a bit embarrassing. Just call me Marnak is fine. Suku said, the name is recognition for what you have achieved. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Valtus said, all right, now that we're done with introductions, let's go, shall we? It will take about 2 days walking to get there. We'll talk as we walk. 2 days later, everyone is resting in a forest. A large fire is burning. Valtus saw Marnak still sitting cross-armed, not sleeping, asked, aren't you sleeping? Sleeping for a while would be better. Marnak said, I've slept enough, so it's fine. Hearing that Valtus sighed, young people really are different, huh? The other man wasn't sleeping either, sat chatting with Marnak. He said, there's still plenty of time until sunrise. Do you have any interesting stories? I bet someone like you must have met a suitable woman already, right? Hearing that Marnak looked bewildered. I'm still just a budding shoot. Hearing that Valtus couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, that's surprising. So is there any type of person you like? Marnak was annoyed as he kept asking nonsensical things he didn't want to answer. But he still replied politely, I think I like the type of woman who wants to be with me. That's right. Every time I wake up and see my woman sleeping peacefully beside me, there's truly nothing better. The person Marnak is talking about is probably the mother goddess, who always follows him closely on every journey. Then Valtus said, personally I believe that a woman's heart is the most important thing. The mother goddess's hand raised its index finger, as if signaling okay, and said, kill, kill. Valtus said, although this sounds obvious. Because your heart is in your chest, for your heart to be welcomed, your chest must also be wide enough to accept it. Priest Marnak said, I really like women with big breasts. Kill. Having a clear view of what you like isn't bad. I think it will help you a lot on your journey. However, if I were to give you one piece of advice, I advise you not to talk about this in front of women. Valtus said, I don't go around talking about these things. I only dare tell you. Whenever I talk to you, I feel like I'm talking to an old friend. Kill. Marnak laughed and said, me too. Kill. The two laughed loudly amidst the quiet forest. Kill, 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 kill. Marnak laughed inwardly, thinking, I still remember Mom told me I must choose my friends wisely. Kill. But now I like this guy. Kill. It was morning. Everyone arrived and said, Tunisa, here it is. Now I will open the gate to the ruins, Tunisa said. Tunisa said, now then. I will widen the path leading to the ruins. Tunisa held a glowing lamp, leading everyone into the ruins. There were many small-sized castles here. Entering the ruins of the ancient empire was quite easy. The key was the first objective the group needed to find. First we had to find the key. After finding the key, the group would move according to the direction indicated on the key. Then move to the recorded coordinates. Next, we read the ancient script written on the key. And finally insert the key clockwise or counterclockwise. But the key wasn't as easy to use as regular keys. Turning the key, however, because only mages could read the ancient script on the key. The role of a mage in explorations like this is irreplaceable. The only exception to this is players. Manak said to himself, that's right, as a player, I can read the ancient script. But of course I will hide the fact that I can read ancient script. Valtus told everyone, let's go inside. Manak thought again. However, in a world where I have no one reliable enough to lean on, the key is too difficult to obtain alone. Standing before the giant ruins, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Wow, Valtus said admiringly. Compared to all the ruins I've been to, this place is the best preserved. Why don't we start exploring? Manak said, satisfied. I'm pretty sure there will be quite a few holy relics around here. Outwardly so inwardly, Manak couldn't help but feel happy. Can't believe I have the chance to be able to see ruins that previously could only be experienced through pictures. He clutched his left chest, perhaps saying, due to excessive happiness, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. Tunisa seemed to disapprove of Marnak's action. She sneered. Everyone started entering the ruins with the torch leading the way. Suku's carried a very large blade. The four stood before a giant object with strange inscriptions. Manak said, here the inscription implies, prove you possess the blood of the empire. It's a line of ancient script. Manak said, blood. Tunisa said sternly, if we don't possess blood of the imperial lineage, then it's best to prepare for battle. The door opened. Inside were bizarre shapes. Everyone was attacked by the monsters inside. Sukus held his blade to resist. A swarm of monsters flew in. Each person used their weapon to fight back against them. Tunisia chanted some spell. The ground cracked, revealing rays of light through the fissures. The defeated monsters lay flat on the ground, but their numbers were vast. They kept advancing. Manak beat them to pieces. The monsters were split in two. The mother goddess's hand was knocked away. Manak turned back, hearing the cry, "Kill!" Manak's sword clashed with another sword, sparking from metal friction. That fearsome monster was attacking Manak. Manak told himself, "Looks like there's still one more. Best to kill this one before finishing the sentence, the monster was suddenly hit by an arrow. Seeing that, Manak was very satisfied. The monster was completely defeated. That was thanks to Valtus saving him. Manak's hand was covered in blood splattered from the monster. He turned back to look at Valtus and said, "Thanks." Valtus asked Tunisia, "Why do you keep pushing the enemy into the middle of our battle line, Manak, or I could get hurt?" Tunisia replied, "That's the fastest way to eliminate our enemies. And anyway, we managed to take them all down, so if you could stop complaining for me, that would be good." Sukus said, What did you say?" If you want to say something, seeing the tense situation of his comrades, Valtus quickly intervened. "Stop right there, Sukus, Tunisia." Sukus ground his teeth in anger. Sukus sat flat on the ground, face growling. Valtus told Manak, "But honestly, Priest Manak, your nickname Demon Slayer isn't just an empty title." Manak said shyly, "I'm really embarrassed to show everyone such an unholy sight as a priest." Valtus said, "I'll admit you're not wrong saying that, but this is wartime." Manak didn't forget to praise Valtus's talent. "Anyway, your archery skill just now was really top-notch." Valtus replied, "I've been used to using a bow since I was young." Valtus remembered how hard he worked when he was young. He told Manak, "I practiced archery as much as possible." Manak asked, "So when can we leave for the next place?" Tunisia said, "I feel fine moving right now. I still have quite a bit of mana left." Sukus asked angrily, "Why do you keep rushing to move on when we haven't rested at all? I don't know anything about people who constantly chatter spells like you, but people who need to use physical strength and always move like me and Manak. We need rest." Tunisia still insisted, "But I believe everyone here agrees with me now, because besides Sukus, everyone else is fine. Wouldn't it be better if we reached the center of these ruins as quickly as possible, instead of wasting time here? Honestly, at this point, I think you're just messing around, nothing else." Sukus became even angrier at Tunisia's sarcastic remark. "What did you say?" To ease the tense atmosphere between the two, Valtus said, "Let's rest a bit before moving on." The conversation ended here. Manak laughed loudly. "Ha. In this world, people with the mage profession usually have sky-high egos, and most are scoundrels. Here becoming a mage is very easy, and that's through being born with talent predestined for this profession. Chosen as a mage from birth, although there are some differences between individuals, but for those born with mana already in their bodies, it will awaken when they reach a certain age, and when that happens, knowledge of ancient languages will flood their minds. And because they don't have to pay any price to do, so they learn ancient magic. Using mana grants the ability to bend, even break the laws of this world. Then they are reborn as a mage. However, due to the vast amount of knowledge flooding their minds, they, as a natural consequence, hate learning new things. As a result, most mages become stubborn, ignorant fools. Most of them have thoughts revolving only around themselves and don't care about those around them. She's exactly like the other mages I've met. Manak is referring to Tunisia. But to be honest, among mages, she's actually considered one of the most well-behaved. Valtus said, "Now that we've rested enough, let's head to the next area, shall we?" Something made everyone wonder. The endlessly deep corridor with no visible end. There's an explosion ahead. Everyone cannot exit this way. Valtus worried, "Impossible." The door closed behind us. Everyone turned to look. A giant monster with a body patched together with stone. It was gradually advancing to attack the group. Speaking, its mouth spewed blue energy. Manak thought, "I knew something was wrong here. The enemies we encountered before were too weak for ruins like this. It seems like this monster is the real deal here." At this moment, Sukus looked tense and got into a fighting stance. Tunisia stood beside sternly and said, "Get out of the way." Then, standing before the giant stone monster, Tunisia raised her scepter. She recited an ancient mythical spell, and suddenly the tiles around her cracked and flew upwards. Tunisia pointed her scepter towards the giant monster, and the large stones she had summoned earlier gradually gathered into a large rock mass above the monster's head. Suddenly the monster's eyes lit up. Calm and startled with fearful eyes. Then he quickly turned back and shouted loudly, "Tunisia, it's dangerous. Quickly cast a spell and get out of there." A light radiated out, making everything blurry. Tunisia's technique glowed, making the monster focus on it. While the monster was staring intently at the glowing light, suddenly a large rock flew straight towards its face. The collision created a large explosion. The three men gasped in fear. A large explosion occurred, but Tunisia stood stunned there, motionless. She worriedly slowly raised her eyes upwards. Before her eyes was the giant stone monster preparing to attack her. In an instant, not understanding what happened, red syrup splattered everywhere. Sukus witnessed everything and couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there stunned. Later, the angry monster approached Sukus. Manak sensed trouble and shouted a warning, "Sukus, get down!" But the monster was too fast and attacked Sukus. Another large explosion occurred, and there was a tragic scream, "Sukus!" Sukus unfortunately turned to stone, and like Tunisia, his red syrup splattered tragically. The monster stood before the two survivors. Manak calmly asked, "Do you want to live?" Carmen replied, "Huh." Manak repeated the previous question. "I asked if you want to live." Carmen stammered in reply. "Yes." Manak clenched his fist and said, "Then be quiet." Carmen didn't understand and asked, "What?" Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere. Consciousness gradually faded from his eyes. Manak had knocked Carmen unconscious. Then he said, "I also happen to have a giant. Mom, I need it urgently, so there's no time for prayer." Before finishing, suddenly another monster appeared above. "I need you to send it down to me right away, Mom." The stone monster also looked surprised upon seeing it. The monster's two hands clasped together. The newly summoned monster attacked the stone monster's head with a powerful blow. Taking advantage of the two monsters challenging each other, Manak carried the other man and fled. Running, Manak said smugly, "He's always reliable. Mom thinks so too, right?" Suddenly there was a voice, "Kill." Suddenly a stream of blue energy escaped from the scepter, and the notification board appeared, "You have received 1,000 holy power." Later it was the blade's turn, and a similar notification board appeared, "You have received 100 holy power." Meanwhile, Manak and Carmen had fled quite far. Carmen also showed signs of waking up. Manak stood observing the surroundings and suddenly said, "Damn it!" Seeing the two monsters fighting evenly, matched, Manak assessed, "Looks like it will take quite some time for them to finish this battle." Suddenly a strange hand with the earlier voice exclaimed, "Kill." Manak's expression changed as he replied, "As you command, mother." Manak's body changed and he quickly said, "Stop playing around." Manak stomped his foot, once then continued, "And lend a hand, shall we?" The monster Manak summoned was surprised to hear him say, "My target now is..." Manak rushed into the fight between the two monsters while saying, "The white metal giant, more accurately the thing on its head." He attacked the metal monster, lapis lazuli. The monster along with Manak supported each other to destroy the giant metal monster. Manak jumped from below onto the monster he summoned earlier. He realized, because only that part is different, so if I destroy it... His eyes were very determined to defeat the monster. "I'm sure something will definitely happen." Having run close to the monster, Manak jumped high. Then he rushed towards the blue orb on the monster's body, shouting loudly, "I'm here!" In an instant, the blue orb shattered into hundreds of small fragments under Manak's sword. After shattering the orb, Manak landed safely on the ground. The metal monster suddenly stopped moving, and the monster summoned by Manak let out a loud roar. Manak said cheerfully, "Thanks for the help." But suddenly a hand pointed in one direction and said, "Kill!" Manak, confused, asked again, "What's wrong, Mom?" From the high sky, suddenly many monsters appeared descending like the metal monster from before. Seeing this, Manak was extremely panicked, not knowing how to react. Now not just one appeared, but several giant monsters. They stood imposing, ready to attack, making Manak and his monster sweat in fear. Manak's face turned pale as he said, "Just how many of them are there?" A voice like the initial one suddenly exclaimed, "Kill." Carmen woke up and asked, "Sukus and Tunisia are dead?" Manak replied quietly, "Yes, unfortunately so." He added regretfully, "If I had the chance, I really wanted to save them too, but everything happened too fast, so I couldn't do that." Carmen sadly blamed himself the moment the metal giant appeared from the sky. "We should have activated the key. Those two were just people I recently met because they were hired not long ago, but both were killed by my greed." Manak immediately replied, "They were both hired for a purpose." Manak thought of Sukus and Tunisia, then continued, "Surely those two also knew beforehand that this could happen. Don't blame yourself too much." Carmen then asked Manak, "Where exactly is that place?" Manak didn't hide it and answered immediately, "Outside the black door." Carmen startled, unbelieving, "But how is that possible?" He closed his eyes, trying to remember. Carmen remembered when the battle was happening. "It probably wouldn't be polite if I asked about what happened while you knocked me out to prevent me from witnessing it. Anyway, you're the one who saved my life, right? Right, Priest Manak." He smiled and said, "In the name of Valtis, I will definitely repay this debt." Manak laughed joyfully in reply, "I will definitely wait for you." Carmen laughed loudly along and said, "You really don't miss any opportunity, huh? Ha ha." Manak said excitedly back, "It's just that I don't have the habit of refusing others' offers. If you feel better now, I think we should start moving. I haven't defeated those metal giants, I just ran away from them." Carmen walked with Manak. "Okay, let's go." Manak thought silently, "It's not like I'm lying." After defeating one metal giant with the help of the depraved giant, he remembered when 3 other monsters appeared. 3 others appeared from above, and His face suddenly became cowardly as he revealed, left the depraved giant behind as a punching bag for them to beat up. Manak tried to open the door. After a long time, almost unable to open the door, I kicked Carmen into the room. While the giant was beaten bruised, Manak was leisurely. I told the depraved giant to just return when the mission was done, so he'll probably be back soon. Hope he's not angry with me. While walking suddenly, a stone bounced back towards Manak's feet. He looked up with an excited face. Looks like a large door appeared right before their eyes, and Manak said, "We've reached the end of the ruins." Seeing his companion looking left and right, Manak said, "Feel free to look around." The door slowly opened. Inside, a strange sword was kept along with a necklace. Standing before the two treasures, Carmen spoke, "The stories written in the books are true." He told Manak, "Priest Manak, I know I have no right to ask, but may I ask for a favor?" Carmen pointed to the necklace and said, "Could you let me have this necklace? In return, I will definitely reward you generously." Manak forced a smile and replied, "Haha, but what exactly is this necklace first?" Carmen explained to Manak, "It's called the false bloodline seeker. If you drop a bit of blood onto this necklace and think about a specific bloodline you're searching for, or it will use your blood as the price to point towards the direction of the bloodline you're thinking of." Manak understood the issue. He thought silently, "He talks about bloodlines, huh? I roughly understand now." Carmen bowed his head and said, "I'm sure you also know about my plans. Right now, I'm still searching for my mother. The mother I've never met." Manak replied, so surprising Carmen. Manak immediately made an offer. "Is it okay if I take this sword?" The flame flared up. Carmen laughed happily. From now on, in the desolate forest, the two sat together by the fire. Carmen continued, "I think I should probably avoid all those giant metal masses." Manak replied, "Me too." They remembered the scene of the monster charging in when they were in the room. "If we had been delayed even by a second, then we would have met misfortune." Carmen said while putting on the necklace, "I thought we were definitely dead." Then he called, "Priest Manak." Manak looked up seemingly confused. Carmen held out the necklace and sincerely said, "Could you bless me?" Manak smiled brightly and said, "Of course." Carmen closed his eyes tightly. Then he took the needle, pricked his hand until it bled and said, "Thank you. May the protection goddess bless you." From somewhere a sound appeared, "Kill." Blood from Carmen's hand slowly dripped onto the necklace's surface. One drop of blood fell. Suddenly, strange lightning bolts escaped, surrounding Carmen. Carmen rejoiced. "Oh." Carmen emotionally looked at the pendant and said, "Mom, I know you're still alive." Manak sighed in relief and said, "I'm glad the necklace works as we expected." Carmen put on the necklace and then said, "It's all thanks to you. I don't know how I can ever repay this debt." Manak smiled gently in reply, "You can repay me any time. As long as you're sincere, I'm always ready to accept." Carmen held up the pendant and said seriously, "Priest Manak, could you listen to one final request of mine?" Manak replied innocently, "Of course." He then said, "I want to cooperate with you longer, Priest Manak, just until I find my mother." He stood up and seriously proposed to Manak, "Since you're heading west anyway, we can stop by the capital, and there I will reward you for this mission." Then he concluded with a sentence, "Of course I will definitely cover all travel expenses." Manak laughed silently. Carmen added, "I have more than enough to pay for that." Manak smirked slyly, then thought silently, "Although I quite like this offer, I can't let him see through my intentions right away." The flame still flickered there. Carmen pointed to himself and smiled. The firelight was gradually burning brighter than ever. Carmen suddenly turned pale and said, Priest." Manak smirked sinisterly, thinking to himself, "If I do this, he won't be able to see me as a shallow person anymore." Another voice echoed from somewhere, "Kill." Then Manak hurriedly took Carmen's hand and said, "If you're okay with letting me help search for your mother," Manak added with a shy smile, "then I will certainly strive to support you on this journey." Seeing Manak agree, Carmen happily replied, "Thank you." A quiet late night gradually passed. Early in the morning, a proud, red-haired girl said, "So you intend to leave now just like that, after everything I've done for you?" The girl suddenly looked angry at Manak. "I can't believe it." A familiar sound echoed again. "Kill." She said, "Let me see your hand." Manak, not understanding, replied, "Excuse me." The red-haired girl insisted, "Just hold out your hand." After Manak held out his hand, the girl placed her hand on his and slowly said, "I don't usually deliver this kind of thing so quickly. I did everything I could to get it in time. Do you understand?" Of course, at this moment, Manak didn't understand what was happening. A moment later, seeing a glow appear on his hand, he was surprised. "This is..." The girl explained, "This is a silver mercenary tag, let me repeat. I did everything I could to prepare it as soon as possible. I'm sure you know what you should say to me, right?" In Manak's hand was a sparkling object that looked quite fancy. Manak put the tag away and joked with a smile, "Thank you, huh?" The red-haired girl snapped irritably, "No, see you again? Something like a promise to come back and visit me?" But then she changed to a lower tone. "That's what you should say." The familiar voice echoed again, "Kill." Manak calmly closed his eyes and thought, "I'm sorry, Erin." Standing before Erin, he couldn't say it out loud, only daring to think it, "Because I'm living the life of a wanderer. That promise is something I can hardly fulfill." Erin sighed and calmly said, "Priest Manak, if you keep living like this, you won't be able to date anyone and will die alone." Then she said softly, "That's why I'll be the one to tell you this." Manak was put in a confusing situation. Erin boldly said, "See you again." Her words made Manak exclaim in shock. "What?" Erin repeated what she just said. "Let's meet again if we have the chance." After hearing this, Manak had a pile of question marks in his head. She slowly continued, "We have to admit that opportunities come much faster than we imagine." Priest Manak, huh? A statement that made Manak ask again clearly, "What do you mean?" Erin boldly placed her hand on Manak's lips and said, "You don't need to know, just think about it." Then she looked sinister and said, "This is the last thing I'm giving you a punishment." Later, Manak dazedly exclaimed, "These side effects! It seems the duration of effect has gotten much faster." Suddenly something shiny appeared along with a loud laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha! Not everyone is born with hair, right?" A bald old man laughed loudly and said, "I have truly reached the natural form of humanity." Then he seriously asked Manak, "Back to the main topic, I hear you're planning to go to the capital. I've prepared everything after hearing the news." He handed him a letter, making him wonder, "This is..." The old man quickly replied, "A letter of recommendation." Then he awkwardly took out his pouch and said, "Although I wanted to repay you with cash, you see, I used all my assets to repair the damaged things. So now I don't have a single coin left." The letter was something he reserved for Manak, and he added, "And that's the reason. Since you're going to the capital, I wrote a letter of recommendation for you. If anything happens, I'm sure my friend will help you." But he also warned him, "However, because they are quite difficult to deal with, I recommend you only go see them when absolutely necessary." Ha ha ha. Receiving the letter, Manak smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for the gift." The old man also smiled and said, "Consider it thanks from a friend of yours." Looking affectionately at Manak, he said, "I hope you will have a beautiful life. After all, life is inherently very short." Back to reality, as both Manak and Carmen traversed a cold land. Carmen said, "It's been a few days since we left Ghee." Carmen, still cheerful, said, "It seems like another half day and we'll reach the next town, the town of Kenton." For some reason, a strange voice kept echoing, "Kill." Manak thought to himself, "It seems Mother still doesn't like Carmen very much. However, the only reason Mother allows me to travel with him, Ichi is because Carmen is rated 3.5 fingers. If I can subdue him, I'll gain 10,000 holy power, equivalent to a divine power. He has the potential to develop into someone worth 4 fingers. Manak smiled and thought to himself, "Well, as for my personal thoughts, I quite like his cheerful manner, and I really want to keep him alive." Suddenly he was startled. Then he summoned the sword he had taken from that old house, surprising Carmen. Carmen was worried but forced a smile, saying, "What's wrong, priest? You're worrying me." Manak replied, "Blood." Carmen repeated, "Excuse me." Manak got ready in a serious fighting stance and said, "It's very close." Then he swung his blade out and shouted, "Charging straight towards us." Carmen was thrown far back by a large explosion. A giant spider appeared in the air. It looked incredibly terrifying. Carmen stood stunned and asked, "Is that it?" He stood before the giant spider and said, "A snow spider." The monster suddenly got injured. It turned out Carmen had shot an arrow into its body. Manak took the opportunity to jump up and slash the spider with his sharp sword. In the end, the beast couldn't withstand it and disintegrated. Suddenly something erupted from under the snow. Manak smiled smugly. "Next time I'll use this sword." Strange black marks appeared on his body. "I have to choose a suitable location before striking." Then a different, incredibly terrifying form of Manak appeared. He charged to attack the monster because it's making too much of a mess. At the end of the fight, Manak smiled and said, "Blood flesh." Inside the house, a voice suddenly rang out, "Thank you for visiting Ghee." The old man who spoke with Manak earlier said, "Allow me to apologize that we have to talk in the office like this. However, it's unavoidable because the reception room was destroyed, and given my current state." Saintess Lam Hoa calmly replied, "No need to worry about me." The old man then smiled and said, "So what wind brought you here? Never did I imagine that I would have the honor of welcoming Azure Flame of the Harmonious Giant Sect on a pilgrimage like this." The Saintess presented a piece of paper and said, "Look at this." Seeing the old man look at it for a moment, Saintess Lam Hoa asked, "The man in the drawing, have you ever met him?" It was a drawing of Manak, but quite poorly done. However, his appearance was still recognizable. The old man, surprised, thought to himself, "The priest." Although he knew Manak's identity, the old man pretended not to know, and asked hesitantly, "May I venture to ask who is he that Saintess Lam Hoa herself must search for him?" The Saintess replied, "That's a personal matter." The old man nodded. "Is that so?" The old man said seriously, "Sorry, but I don't recall meeting this person. If that's all, I advise you to return." Then, without letting the Saintess speak, he added, "I really don't have much time at moments like these." Saintess Lam Hoa calmly replied, "Of course." Later she left. Watching the Saintess leave, the old man thought, "It seems she's looking for him for no good reason. I'm sure he'll still be all right." Carmen was busy doing something making Manak very curious. Manak approached with a bright smile and asked, "What are you doing?" Carmen enthusiastically replied, "Extracting the venom sac from the snow spider." Manak, not understanding, wondered, "Venom sac?" Carmen began to explain to him its paralyzing ability is extremely useful in many different situations. After getting the giant spider's venom sac, Carmen continued, "We can apply it to arrowheads or just sell it for money." Manak gently replied, "Haha, you seem knowledgeable about these things." But deep down he thought, quite unusual for a young master. Carmen smiled proudly and said, "I've been on many monster hunts. What better teacher is there?" Suddenly the sack broke open. Practical experience, right? Seeing the blood splatter, Manak felt quite uncomfortable, but still managed to say, "It's messier than I thought. Anyway, I'm already covered in blood. Let me help, just show me where the venom sac is." Carmen replied, "We're only half a day's walk from Kenton. Let me show you how to extract it. If we both do it, it'll be done in no time." The clear blue sky was gradually passing. Carmen continued, "Then we can enter the city and wash up later." Manak said with satisfaction, "Sounds great." Later someone suddenly pointed into the distance with a very panicked face. Manak and Carmen emerged from the forest, looking very disheveled, covered in mud. Suddenly the man from earlier ran out. He stared incredulously and said, "You guys, how did you get here?" Manak forced a smile and said, "We just walked." Carmen, also confused, scratched his head and said, "What do you mean?" The frightened man explained, "Kenton has been blocked for the past 3 days. It's all because of those monsters." Manak asked seriously, "Can you elaborate?" The man recounted the situation to them. "As I just said lately, monster attacks have become more frequent. However, when we went to investigate the attack area, forget corpses, not even a fragment remained." Carmen frowned sorrowfully and said, "You're talking about the bodies of victims attacked by snow spiders, right? If so, that's quite unusual." The man described the extremely horrifying things the monsters did. Snow spiders attack their prey by sucking their blood, so usually they leave quite a lot behind. Suddenly he said, "You two." Another man ran up and hurriedly said, "Lord Sten requests to meet you both." Then he added, "Let me lead the way for you." Arriving at the Lord's mansion, hearing this, Manak and Carmen looked at each other and chuckled inwardly. A long while later, a very elegantly dressed man appeared. With tears welling up, he said, "You are the demon slayer priest Manak, right? You don't know how happy I was when I heard you had visited this city." Manak, sitting at the dining table opposite him, replied, "I've already heard about the current monster situation from your soldiers." At that moment, Lord Sten said, "That's right, it relates to the reason I summoned you both here." The Lord continued, "I'm sure you're aware, but our current situation isn't simply caused by the monsters." Manak and Carmen were extremely tense. He said gravely, "It's a plan organized by a worshipper of evil spirits." Manak thought for a moment, then said, "But if that's the case, isn't blockading an entire city?" "Oh, a bit much for just one worshipper." The Lord tearfully said, "Well, according to what the priests said, there are at least 4 cults involved in this incident." Manak, confused, reiterated, "All those factions are cooperating to completely isolate Kenton from other cities. No one had touched the delicious food on the table, only thinking about what was happening. No matter how you look at it, Kenton is still a rather ordinary city. There's nothing outstanding about it. I really don't understand why something like this happened right after I was appointed Lord." Lord Sten suddenly burst into tears. "If my father were still alive, I'm sure he would immediately find a solution to save us from this situation. At least we still have relatively enough food supplies to hold out." But while the flag fluttered, the Lord's heart was heavy. The soldiers' morale is also good, so things aren't entirely terrible, but because we were cut off from other cities so suddenly, no one in the outside world knows about this incident. Finally, he said, "That's why we need someone to get past the monsters and relay this information to the surrounding cities." Manak was startled hearing the Lord say, "A suicide squad, basically." Lord Sten silently looked towards Manak. Manak closed his eyes silently, thinking about everything that was happening. Then he opened his mouth and said, "This matter." He agreed, replying, "I will do what I can." Suddenly, a hand slammed down loudly, saying, "Kill." Manak wondered, "Should have just left him." "What do you mean, mother? You've gone a bit too far." That voice still echoed, "Kill." Manak ignored it and said cheerfully, "Haha, at least we received this from them." Suddenly, a mysterious pool of water appeared. Manak said, "Since it's an item only found in the western desert, I'm quite surprised we managed to get one here." The voice kept echoing, "Kill." Manak paid no attention and looked at the item just received. "Now I don't have to worry about cleaning up after using the slaughter tool." His mother still said, "Kill." A sword slowly rose from the water. It was Mother who said it would be sharper if put in like this. Then he used his power to make the item fly into the air and said, "Well then." He clapped his hands together. "Isn't living a carefree life the best thing a person can do?" Suddenly a strange arm draped over his shoulder with the familiar voice, "Kill." Manak smiled faintly and said, "I was just rambling. Don't mind me, Mother." Manak silently recalled the Lord's appearance and thought, "The reason why I accepted the Lord's offer isn't because I like him or anything. It's because I thought this was a sign that the main quest part was about to begin. The reason I came to this conclusion is just one. It's because those 4 cults are cooperating. Although the label Evil Spirit Worshipper sounds a bit scary, in this game it actually doesn't mean much. A hand pointed straight in front of him. It's merely a title the main gods assign to other gods to give them a bad reputation, accompanied by suppression. However, one thing is certain, among the worshippers of evil spirits. But different people appeared looking incredibly terrifying. Almost none of them have normal minds. Therefore, unlike the cults worshipping the main gods who cooperate to deal with evil spirits, the cults worshipping evil spirits almost never coordinate with each other. That's why I had a feeling something was going on for the evil cults to cooperate and surround Kenton. Manak rode off somewhere in the quiet late night. This doesn't make sense at all. Carmen followed behind, but didn't know what Manak intended to do. While running, Manak was startled when two large spiders appeared behind him. He smirked smugly, thinking, it's time. Manak said to Carmen, I'll draw their attention. Carmen replied worriedly, Huh, what the hell are you talking about? Then the two ran and talked. Even if it's you, there are still too many of them. Manak said seriously, if we continue like this, they'll catch up to us. At this speed, no way. Can we run faster than them? Reinforcements. Carmen stared confused. Manak let go of the rope and said, remember to bring them here. Manak fell off his horse, leaving only Carmen running away. Carmen shouted in fear, Priest Manak! Manak wasn't scared at all and joked with a bright smile. Kill. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. Carmen had run very far, but was still panicked about the explosion. Everyone turned back together to see what was happening. Terrifying monsters gradually appeared in greater numbers. Along with the spiders came many other types of crawling insects. Manak appeared with a strange look. I can't believe Mother said that, Mother. Kill. He smirked sinisterly and said, my performance is very interesting. What do you mean, Mother? Then he summoned his sword. Well, then I'll take it as a compliment. Manak said confidently, why don't we start looking for them? Gee, the cowardly evil spirit worshippers hiding around here. The monsters charged one after another. Manak charged forward alone to fight them. He held the sword firmly in his hand. Swinging the blade rendered the monsters unable to fight. One by one they lost their lives. But as soon as one died, another came to replace it. In the end, the one who won against them all was Manak. Manak, covered in mud, smiled brightly and said, if every day is like this, I might have to bring a bathtub along. Kill. He stood, stunned. Figure it out later. Manak walked along saying smugly, they know I'm here, but these guys don't even come out to greet me. Holding two swords, he said, wow, why am I being treated like this? A wheel lay abandoned in a corner. The desolate scenery made the air feel colder. Manak walked while observing his surroundings. He said, I remember they said the attacked carriage was empty, nothing inside. Maybe the monsters looted everything. Kill. Suddenly he stopped in front of a dried hand. Manak looked down hesitantly and said, It was a dried up corpse, a corpse sucked dry by the snow spiders. Kill. Manak said, I can understand them eating and drinking. Then he continued, but leaving leftovers as decorations. Honestly, I find their aesthetic a bit ugly. Kill. But Manak quickly reassured, Mother, don't worry. You don't have to worry about me being complacent. He walked and thought, but countless egg sacs appeared above Manak, so he speculated, Mother, how many people do you think they've eaten? Kill. In 3 days, they couldn't have eaten this many corpses. Are they laying more eggs? While walking, Manak was surprised. He came to a large tunnel, making him exclaim, this tunnel is really wide. It's like a place where many giants live together. And also, Manak smiled smugly, holy power is constantly watching me. Suddenly red gems appeared. Why don't you come out? Manak stood before a vast space with countless eyes staring intently at him. Seeing the giant spider, Manak said, I know you're here. As the spider lunged down, he quickly grabbed his sword, while a familiar voice echoed, kill. A large beam of light shot up, causing the solid ground to explode. At this moment, Manak said seriously, Mother, can you draw the corruption line for me? A blue beam shot out, causing the ground to gradually crack. Suddenly, a strange plume of smoke flew towards him. Manak smiled as if everything was going according to his plan. He stood before the giant monster without flinching. I need your power, Mother. As he spoke, he summoned a monster of his own. Tonight I will make a sacrifice. The monster jumped down onto the spider. The head of that man-eating spider is for you, Mother. The two beasts now charged at each other, causing the ground to erupt. Manak watched from afar with a serious expression. His beast was relentlessly attacked by the giant spider. It used its sharp legs to pierce the beast's body. At this moment, Manak charged forward, but he thought, its size seems to be about double that of a giant. The spider charged angrily. With a determined look, he said, I have to find some way to help it. Manak slashed at the spider. Then followed a series of consecutive slashes. Kill. After the spider was slashed to pieces, Manak said, I can feel the energy accumulated in the queen spider's body. While attacking the spider, he thought, that's why I didn't injure it. Kill. Manak realized, perhaps it has a weak spot somewhere. When the spider jumped up, he saw the underside of its body. Then suddenly blood splattered everywhere. Manak had sliced its body in half. He smiled and thought, found it. Manak got into a ready fighting stance. The holy power in its body. I just need to cut off all its legs. While the beast held the spider's legs, Manak charged. Suddenly there was a loud shout, "Charge forward!" Manak's beast was surprised, not understanding what was happening. Then Manak gripped the rope tightly and said, "I'll cover you." As he swung, he shouted loudly, making it stop moving. His beast let out a roar. Then it clamped onto the giant spider's pincer. It held tight and pulled hard. The spider roared in anger. Then Manak charged quickly. He thought to himself, no matter how big it is, it's still just a spider. I just need to slash the thinnest part of its body. The speed of the strike from Manak was very fast. The severed monster shrieked in pain. It stared wide-eyed in panic. Manak didn't waste the opportunity and delivered the decisive blow. He slashed forcefully at the giant spider. The slashes made the surrounding space tremble more violently. Finally, the spider was completely destroyed. Manak had severed the thinnest part of the spider's body. His beast also gritted its teeth, trying hard to hold on. He swooped down quickly with his sharp blade. The support and perfect coordination of both caused the spider to vanish. The beast firmly gripped the spider's pincer, then threw it forcefully onto the ground. Manak landed safely, but he was afraid as his beast stood behind him. Manak quickly forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry for running away." The beast roared angrily. Suddenly there was a voice, "Damn it!" A strange woman appeared and said, "Damn it!" She under the spider's body said, "Damn it!" Manak smiled, knew it was a person. The woman cursed angrily, "Bastard!" As she crawled out, she cursed, "Who do you think you are ruining my plans like this? Damn you, you're also a follower of an evil god like me. Do you know how long it took me to control this queen spider?" "Huh," Manak asked with a smile. "Why did you surround Kenton?" The woman yelled, "Why should I tell a bastard like you?" Manak thrust his sword straight at her. "That hurts you, bastard." He lowered his voice seriously and said, "Tell me the reason you surrounded Kenton." The woman shouted loudly, "Damn bastard!" She screamed, "It hurts like hell." Manak kept asking, "What's the reason you surrounded Kenton?" She smirked sinisterly, then said smugly, "Even if I die, I won't tell you." "So what are you going to do?" Manak whispered, "I understand." She stared in surprise. He decided not to hold back and took her down immediately. Manak decisively pulled out his sword. She slowly disappeared and a notification appeared. "You have received 1,000 holy power." Manak sheathed his sword. "I wonder how many followers will tell the truth behind everything, Cray. Kill." He smiled. "Mother said more than 3, huh? Well then," Manak said with a terrifying expression, "I'll bet 4. Footsteps approached. Manak's face full of anger. The city was engulfed in flames. Manak exclaimed, "Heavens, they've caught me." Lord Sten didn't know what happened but passed away painfully. "This pig runs away really fast. Is it a rabbit pig or something?" Surrounded by flames, a corpse lay on the ground. Bana said, "Just because he's the Lord, those bastards trying to protect him wasted so much of my time." A man in a suit looking powerful said, "What about the god's incarnation?" Bana said, "Unstable. Extracting holy power from the living isn't that easy." A woman stood beside them and said, "Also, although I don't want to say it, but we also lost a few rats because of someone." Bana angrily shouted, "What? Not only do we have to proceed with the plan now, but the success rate is also lower." Suddenly she raised her middle finger and said, "Do you think I did it on purpose or something? I didn't want to either." The strangely dressed girl stood before the other two and said, "But those 2 muscle-bound bastards, and that meddlesome god just kept bothering me. Wasn't it that bitch Layla who sent some spiders to me? And that damn archer bastard who escaped at the end? I could have caught him." Carmen mounted his horse and galloped away, quickly escaping death. A woman said, "Just noticed now, Layla hasn't even arrived yet. Is this the first time that bitch wasted time playing with spiders? And even if she did bring spiders, she'd just play with the pile of corpses." The man said in a low voice, "That's enough. Arguing constantly won't achieve anything. And since that guy escaped, they will definitely send troops to hunt us down." The man also said, "Don't forget how many years we spent executing this plan." Bana pointed and said, "Did you forget I also spent 3 years of my life on it? And why do you keep acting like you're the leader? I'll never let you yell at me." Bana furious yelled, "Do you think I wanted to let him go? I don't understand why you keep yelling at me, because that rat escaped." A woman also unable to bear the anger said, "And why does this one seem so annoyed today? Didn't you two have some late-night activity last night? Lately you two seemed very close." The woman left annoyed, saying owing out to check the situation. Bana, unable to control her anger, said, "Do you think we can't work without you?" The man said, "Stop it, Bana. Layla will take responsibility for that rat escaping." Bana smiled smugly. Then she said, "If that's the case, I can stay quiet for as long as you want." Before the man's eyes was the woman's head separated from her body. A familiar figure with a swift sword strike surprised them. He raised his sword. The blonde man looked worried but didn't dodge. Next he split the other man in 2 before the man could even understand what was happening. Bana, terrified and sweating tremblingly, said, "What?" Seeing Manak's terrifying appearance, she said, "What is it?" She stepped back. Manak said, "Kill the 3rd one without asking anything. Mother has a point. It's a bit unfair indeed." "I know, Mother. Kill." Manak smiled and said, "But these guys can manipulate holy power. They can hurt me, mother. Kill. I'm sure you don't want me hurt just to win a bet, right, mother? Bana's face changed color as she thought, why is this guy talking to himself? Manak said nonchalantly, ah. Bana, still stunned, said, ah. He smiled smugly. She said worriedly, you, a follower of an evil spirit, huh? He gave a friendly smile and asked her, what's the reason you surrounded Kenton? Manak's face was cold as he said, impressive. Bana said, of course. We spent 3 whole years of our lives planning this. She boasted to Manak, why would we spend so much time if not to achieve this level? He thought to himself, ah, this woman answered my question immediately, as if she was waiting for me. She confessed everything she knew. It's very simple. They want to sacrifice everyone in the city, to create a sphere of holy power called the God's Incarnation. To execute this plan, they hid in the city for 3 years, although they still needed 5 more days to prepare. But they had no choice but to accelerate the progress, leading to recent events, because they couldn't catch Carmen. He drew his sword, preparing for the execution. She trembled in fear and said, what are you doing? Manak spoke his final words to her. What do you think I have to kill that flesh-eating, blood-drinking monster before it awakens, right? Bana pleaded fearfully. Don't! She cried out in despair. Don't! Manak repeatedly slashed the grotesque mass with his sword and shouted loudly. He said, if that thing is in danger, it will awaken in an unstable state. The grotesque mass screamed in agony. It hurts! Its eyes suddenly bulged out. It hurts! That grotesque mass was being forced to transform into a ferocious monster with immense power. Kill! He also began to break his own arm to break his limits. I know there's a holy relic in that monster, mother. Kill. Manak felt excited. I'll use the new power. He crushed the other arm and said, and sacrifice that lump of flesh to you, mother. Bana was stunned and surprised by Manak's actions and said, what are you doing? She said fearfully, it won't work. As soon as she finished speaking, her head was sent flying with a single slash. With a murderous expression, he said, this is your punishment, Bana. System notification. You have received 1,000 holy power. He thought to himself, adding this much my total holy power is 8592, silently thinking, excluding the evil spirit followers. I also extracted the Lord's holy power. To obtain the new power, Manak sneered in front of the angry and bloodthirsty monster. Even if I use the slaughter tool to slash it, it will just heal right away. But if I keep getting attacked by it, I'll lose soon enough. And since it's just a lump of flesh, it doesn't have a clear weak spot like the Spider Queen. Then I only have one option left. Manak gripped his sword tightly. As he prepared to run forward and fight, a voice said, kill. He immediately ran away, confusing the monster, running away. The monster stared wide-eyed. Ah! The ferocious monster hadn't recovered from Manak's last attack, causing it to exclaim, it hurts! The system continuously displayed status updates. You have received 1 holy power. Manak turned back and thought, I just need a little more holy power for the next power. System notification. You have received 1 holy power. 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 He thought, I'll run until I have enough holy power. That monster chased him, but it continuously cried out, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much. Manak stubbornly challenged, let's see if that thing catches me first. Just right if I... Max, get the new power first. Let's see who wins. Manak was trying to increase his power for a direct confrontation with the monster. The monster pursued Manak, roaring fiercely in pain. Manak's piercing blue eyes fled before it at kilometers per hour speed. The monster covered in tentacles stood in the battlefield, roaring, looking at Manak. Grrr! Manak painfully covered his aching ears and lamented, even the sound is this terrible. Truly a mobile disaster. This time the monster's eyes turned red as it shot out long tentacles to attack Manak. Manak glared hatefully towards it. A growl echoed kill. The tentacles slammed hard onto the ground, making everything around chaotic, like hell on earth. Manak nimbly dodged its attack. Manak jumped up in anger, cursing, Mother, save me! At this moment, a deep pit appeared. The monster, seemingly controlled, roared in pain. Pain! Hidden within its large eyes, a figure appeared, writhing and groaning like a zombie. Immediately, a giant hand clenched tightly like crushing an orange. A beam of blue light shot straight from the monster's head down to the ground. Then a resounding explosion echoed. Looking towards the chaotic life-and-death monster, the corner of Manak's mouth unconsciously curled up. I knew it. Now looking at the monster in black and white, it resembled a mobile skeleton. Suddenly a large tentacle stabbed hard into its eye, causing red fluid to flow down. Looking at the scene before him, Manak thought tensely, one corrupted giant is not enough. Manak panted, glancing forward. Manak whispered, don't push too hard, I'll be back later. As soon as he finished speaking, Manak troubled and sad turned his face away. Running headfirst towards the fire, Manak thought, need more bodies. Must be bodies of transcendent soldiers, or at least knights. Running towards the fire ahead, a deformed skull appeared in the fire. Its hands constantly wreaked havoc, burning everything. From the fire roars echoed kill. Standing before so many bodies in the fire, Manak said softly, "I know it takes a long time for Mother to absorb this pile of corpses." Then Manak carefully prepared his attire. Manak shouted, "If I had known, I would have taken their holy power," while searching for the evil spirit followers. Manak ran headfirst into the fire to lure the body-absorbing monster, the sound of the monster clinging to Manak's back. Kill. Having run for a while, accumulating holy power, Manak judged, "The holy power I've accumulated so far is 9237. Just a little more." Thinking this, Manak tried harder to run forward, each step fearless. Manak ran deeper and deeper inside. While running, Manak constantly thought a little more. Sweat drenched Manak's hair. Manak unconsciously looked helplessly at the monster. A loud explosion sounded. What followed was a sorrowful, anguished scream. Manak gritted his teeth, holding the blade, trying to hold on ahead. Thousands of saw blades pointed upwards. The monster's tentacles became increasingly uncontrollable. They tried to charge forward, like headless snakes. Manak seemed to freeze, watching the tentacles brush past him. Fear appeared in Manak's eyes. Immediately, Manak's blade collided with the tentacles, flashing brightly. Manak used all his strength to counterattack each of the monster's tentacles repeatedly. Counterattacked by Manak, the monster roared fiercely. Pain! It hatefully clenched its fist, cornering Manak, accumulating hateful karma. Its rage surged, causing the nearby earth and rocks to shatter. The monster's power made Manak lose balance and step back. Its foot enlarged rapidly, its blood vessels visible to the naked eye. Hidden beneath the half-human, half-beast mask, it tried to manipulate Manak's mind. Pain. Seeing its reaction, Manak responded with a unique smirk. Manak's blade flared with green, angry energy. Manak said softly, "Looks like..." Looking under its black-painted toenails, Manak expressed, "You've grown up." A giant monster with a deformed 10-pack abs. Manak thought, when fighting the corrupted giants, it's still kill. In the vast space, Manak faced the corrupted giant one-on-one. It smugly reached its giant hand towards Manak, accompanied by a demonic smile. Sharp teeth appeared before it. Immediately, the corrupted giant unleashed thousands of tentacles straight at Manak. Its cries were full of groans, pain. Looking at its tentacles, Manak's eyes were cold. Manak bluntly severed a tentacle with one slash, causing red fluid to flow down. With his current advantage, Manak continuously severed the remaining tentacles, making the scene bloody red. The corrupted giant stood frozen, watching its tentacles gradually break off, stunned. It saw Manak's figure dancing with his sword in front of it. A cry echoed from its body, pain. Immediately after, Manak seemed to falter. The corrupted giant clenched its fist tightly. Its eye widened. Manak was quickly subdued by it. The tentacles tightened around Manak, suspending him in the air. The corrupted giant, like a fish in water, strained upwards. Then it forcefully controlled its tentacles with its hands. Manak was thrown into disarray by it in despair. It quickly slammed Manak hard onto the ground and roared, "Kill!" This time the crack on the nearby wall grew larger. Dust and smoke billowed up. Manak lay sprawled like a stranded fish. It roared fiercely, "Kill!" Manak smiled. Manak's voice whispered, "I'm still okay, Mother. I'm truly lucky. Kill!" Immediately after, Manak regained his composure. Manak repeated, "Do you remember what the evil spirit follower said?" Memories flooded back. Manak recalled, just because he was considered the Lord, those bastards protecting this pig just wasted our precious time. A blade stabbed hard into the ground. Manak expressed, "I think that place." The bodies lay motionless around him. Manak's figure steadied on the blade. Thinking this, Manak whispered, "It's here. Kill." The corrupted giant stubbornly stomped hard. Its hands clenched tightly, revealing pitch-black fingernails. Manak stood below, watching the deformed figure gradually transform. Manak gave a grotesque smile. Manak manipulated minds, full of illusions. "Mother, take them." Immediately, blue spiritual power appeared. It was holy power growing stronger. Manak was gradually surrounded by holy power. The system continuously announced Holy Power 357, Holy Power 467, Holy Power 9488, Holy Power 9639, Holy Power 9897, and finally, Holy Power 1001. Manak seemed to have leveled up in power. His piercing blue eyes, cold-blooded, emerged. The corrupted giant shrieked piercingly, groaning pain. Standing amidst the abundant holy power, Manak acknowledged and shouted loudly, "Mother, it's your son," but the echo back was "Kill." Regardless of what the monster said, Manak didn't care. Manak gave a light smile. "I should offer Mother 10,000 talent holy power." Manak placed his hand on his chest and pleaded, "Please grant me a new power." Pain suddenly, the corrupted giant choked back. It seemed controlled. Manak stood in the darkness silently praying. Immediately after, the corrupted giant's eye turned red. It tightly gritted its teeth and cried out, "Pain!" It silently watched Manak's figure approaching. Manak's eyes gleamed smugly, smirking at the monster before him. The echoing cry returned. A gleaming blade appeared in the darkness. Manak's eyes shone with a smile. Manak reminded. You will suffer pain and agony 100,000 times more than I am now. Manak coldly pointed his sword towards it. His sharp, threatening voice echoed, Listen closely, you damn monster. From the monster's side, the eerie sound still echoed pain. Manak's eyes were piercing blue-black, full of darkness. Manak's voice echoed this new power, pit of corruption. A nearly white body appeared. Manak threatened, It can decompose all living creatures. Step in. But Manak knew that of course he wasn't an exception either. Its eyes turned red with a mocking smile. Pain, Manak without hesitation said resentfully, I can use the corruption character. Manak glanced towards it. Manak planned, to choose the parts I don't need to use in battle to decompose first. At this moment the corrupted giant's arm gradually decomposed. Its arm fell off severed. It exclaimed in confusion, Ah! Manak looked at it without hesitation and challenged, Let's see your regeneration. Manak continued, Or the decomposition speed of this pit. The corrupted giant growled angrily, Pain faster. Manak seemed crazed, raising the blade in his hand, continuously attacking it. After sharp slashes in the darkness, the giant covered in red fluid collapsed. Its body continuously emitted sounds, pain stop. At this moment its body had decomposed further. Manak's sword pierced its body, immobilizing it. Manak panted heavily and said softly, Mother, I did it. Then Manak decisively pulled the blade down hard. Manak held the large orb, a holy relic, emitting spiritual energy. From the small hand, a chilling sound echoed, Kill. Manak said softly, This is the body's holy relic. The holy relic flared brightly. Manak expressed, I offer this holy relic to you, Mother. At this moment Manak requested, Please remove the shell, Mother. Kill. Then the holy relic shone brightly over the area filled with holy spirits. A while later outside the air was fresh. Manak, dirty and withered, stepped outside. His gaze didn't leave the holy relic in his hand. Manak's voice trembled slightly. Mother. Suddenly Manak's eyes turned cold. Manak saw a little girl standing before him. The sound of death continuously echoed in Manak's ears. Kill, kill, kill! Suddenly Manak's expression changed color. A smile gradually revealed itself. Kill! Could it be? Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Manak unconsciously called out silently, Mother! Manak stood still watching the little girl approach him. His hand gently touched the girl's chubby face. The sound echoed in Manak's ear. Kill! Manak smiled unconsciously. I knew it was you, Mother. Kill! Suddenly the little girl lost her balance and swayed before Manak. Manak chuckled and reached out to catch her. But why are you asking me the reason you're in a child's body, Mother? Didn't you already know? Looking into the girl's deep eyes, Manak said softly, Can I ask you something now, Mother? Looking at the giant corrupted body before him, Manak recounted, There's holy power from another god existing in that dead incarnation. Is there any way to absorb it? Suddenly death energy gradually escaped. Manak without hesitation pointed the girl towards that body. Manak reminded, It's truly a waste to just leave it like that. Manipulated by Manak, the little girl reached out to absorb its divine energy. The little girl immediately got to work, exerting all her strength. The deadly sound echoed, Kill. The sound increased, Kill, misadintique, making Manak's mind turn purple like spoiled noodles. At this moment the little girl burst into tears. Manak said worriedly, Mother, if you can't, you don't have to try. Just leaving it there is fine. Immediately the little girl ran and hugged Manak tightly. The sound echoed, Kill. Manak smiled and explained, Because the holy powers have mixed together. It seems getting it out now is impossible. Manak gently patted the girl's head and continued, It's a waste, but there's nothing we can do. At this moment a frightening thought appeared in the girl's eyes. Kill. Holding the green gem full of demonic energy, Manak said softly, Now we've removed Mother's seal with this holy relic. With tens of thousands of holy power. Manak hugged the little girl tightly and pointed the holy relic towards the creature. Manak's voice echoed, Mother, please grant me. At this moment the little girl's eyes turned blue. Manak continued, A new power. Then from the heavens a brilliant stream of power descended. Thousands of spiritual energies were absorbed by the holy relic. Its power grew stronger, transforming into a giant holy relic orb. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy from the holy relic, Manak curiously asked, Mother, what is the power you've granted me this time? The little girl silently made hand signs, trying with determined eyes, Kill. Manak guessed, What do you mean, Mother? Use as much as I like. Manak was confused. Isn't that too powerful? Yeah. Kill. Saying that the two turned their backs and left. At this moment Manak couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, the corruption curse I just received. Looking at the blue spiritual energies obtained, Manak thought, It's a power very close to the power of a demon. With this curse, all living creatures within its range of influence, about the size of a small city, will gradually be corroded and decay. Manak unconsciously stood behind, watching the little girl play. Manak thought, If it's only criminals or people near death, I feel okay. But killing innocent people to obtain holy power, that's not something I want to do. At this moment, the orb on the ground broke in two. Manak reassured himself. Anyway, why was the holy relic with your sealed divine power inside that incarnation? Then this beautiful radiant girl appeared again, confusing Manak. Isn't that a coincidence? If Mother's holy power... Later, the remaining fragments of the body vanished. Manak whispered, "Is the catalyst to create that thing then what?" Instantly, sweat poured down Manak's face. Manak's head throbbed as he said worriedly, "Thinking about it gives me such a headache." Manak expressed, "There's a bigger problem right now." Manak's body became limp. Manak lost balance and fell in front of the little girl. Unconsciously, Manak thought, "I've received too much attacks containing a lot of holy power." Then Manak lay motionless on the ground. Looking at the tear-streaked face screaming his name, Manak realized, "Therefore my body has..." Manak's eyes became lifeless. Manak gradually closed his eyes, reached the limit. Time passed. Manak startled awake, eyes wide with confusion. Seeing Manak awake, Carmen spoke cheerfully. "Ah, you're awake!" Manak stiffly put his hand over his heart. Instantly, Manak sat bolt upright, screaming and searching. "Where are my things?" Seeing Manak frantically searching for his things, without regard for his health, made Carmen sweat. Carmen spoke reassuringly. "Please calm down. Priest Manak, I'll explain. Where are my things?" Manak seemed to lose control mentally. Manak insisted, shouting loudly, "Immediately kill." Manak's complexion darkened. "Kill." Looking at the person before him, Carmen could only sigh. Carmen handed the items to Manak. Manak held them in his hand, the sound echoing in his ear. "Kill." Seeing the items, Manak breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Manak lowered his voice repentantly. "I thought I lost it," Carmen said sympathetically. "I thought it had some deep meaning for you." Looking at the carefully wrapped hand, Carmen thought, "Others said this is something you shouldn't carry," and intended to throw it away, but I kept it. Manak happily hugged it tightly, smiling. "Thank you so much, I don't know what else to say." Seeing Manak's happy expression, Carmen unconsciously smiled shyly. "It's nothing." Carmen spoke softly. "If not for your sacrifice, I would have died before leaving Kenton." Having found the important item, Manak finally noticed his surroundings. "But where are we?" Carmen replied, "It's the place where I lived. We're still in Kenton." Manak asked curiously, "How long was I unconscious?" Carmen spoke, 10 days. Thinking about Kenton, Manak wondered, "Is anyone else alive?" Suddenly, Carmen's voice lowered. "The only one, still breathing in the center of Kenton," Carmen emphasized, "is you." At this moment outside, the blade stabbed straight into something ahead. The small fry fled frantically, his desperate cries for help echoing, "Ah!" The small fry was stabbed in the leg, causing him to fall headfirst onto the ground, like a dried frog. Footsteps gradually approached. The subordinates gathered. Everyone's face was covered in cold sweat. The priest holding the blade swept past the knights. The small fry's voice pleaded, "Please!" The priest, cold as ice face, expressionless, approached closer. The small fry screamed in fear, "Spare me!" Stabbed in the leg by the sword, but sealed, the small fry begged, "Please!" The priest spoke with a threatening voice, "You won't be able to walk anymore." The small fry sat helplessly, like a knife to his throat. I won't try to run away anymore." The small fry sweated profusely like rain. His fearful eyes pleaded, "Please don't kill." The priest, unmoved, sent him to the afterlife with one strike. After finishing him off, the priest closed his eyes and recited the ritual, "O sacred flame, burn away." The small fry's body was gradually engulfed in flames. Watching his body turn to ash and blow away with the wind, the priest continued, "The sins of this person." The cavalry witnessed it firsthand and couldn't help but tremble, breaking into a sweat. Then the priest coldly glanced at the bandits. The priest said softly, "Go." The bandits left one by one. Everyone's face was sad, as if preparing for the end. The atmosphere became gloomy. The priest, sword in hand, stood behind, watching the bandits leave. At this moment, thick fog and snow covered the entire sky. A while later, a confused soldier asked, "These bandits, you're really handing them over to us?" The lead bandit sobbed and pleaded, "We are the White Bear Bandit Gang." Finishing his words, the lead bandit bowed his head, tears streaming down. "I beg you." Then the lead bandit shouted loudly, "Please put us in jail." As soon as he finished, the priest glanced over, his cold voice echoing, "They want it that way. All right." The soldier still hesitated with some doubt, asking, "But the Lord of Kenton, the one who offered the reward?" The soldier nervously reported, "Asdian was killed by the followers of the evil spirit. I think it will take you about 11 days to receive the reward." The priest asked curiously, "What happened there?" The soldier recounted, including the monsters the followers created, but priest Manak killed them all. Recounting Manak's battle with the corrupted giant, the soldier recounted, he slept for about 10 days after the battle, but he just woke up this morning. Hearing this, the priest smiled, "Manak, the demon slayer of Ghee." The priest couldn't help but curiously repeat, making the soldier bewildered, "The priest Manak you just mentioned." At that time, Manak was eating at the inn. The priest mentioned, Must be a sworn enemy of the evil spirit followers. The priest's eyes shone brightly with spiritual energy. The priest's voice growled interrogatively. May I know if he is still in Kenton? Following the news, the priest sought out the lair of the evil spirit followers. The priest entered, speaking up, attracting their attention. By the way, this evil spirit follower, do you know where Priest Manak is right now? As soon as Manak's name was mentioned, a beer mug slammed hard onto the table. Shouts erupted. Manak! The evil spirit followers looked excited, cheering and drinking beer. Dizu Dizu! They relentlessly chanted the name Manak Manak. Seeing their reaction, the priest paused. The sworn enemy of the evil spirits, Manak. The sound of boisterous eating and drinking echoed outside. Dizo! At the same time, the sound of galloping horse hooves approached. It was Manak and Carmen. Carmen's voice echoed in his ear. Priest Manak, I have something I want to tell you. Carmen recalled the conversation with the bald man earlier. The bald man had mentioned that priestess with the characteristic blue hair of the Sacred Fire faction. The bald man continued, She's still looking for you now. Hearing this, Manak said confusedly, Does she know I'm still alive yet? The bald man replied, From what I can see, it seems she's not quite sure. Suddenly, the bald man became serious. And of course, the bald man tensely reminded softly, Once it's about searching for you, she definitely has no intention of giving up. Manak laughed out loud at the bald man's words. Back to the present, Manak heard the familiar sound, kill. Manak whispered, I noticed, mother. At this moment, Manak couldn't hold back his anger and cursed inwardly. Only a madman would want to stay in Kenton. Manak thought, I should have realized. Manak added, that among all the people I've known, that woman is the strongest. The one mother rated a full 4.5 fingers. Unable to hesitate, Manak immediately set off. Manak spoke, Thank you for agreeing to come along even though I gave such short notice. Carmen smiled, looked over and replied, It's nothing. Compared to staying here and attracting the whole city's attention, I'd rather leave whenever possible. Having a companion along, Manak smiled. Manak couldn't help but praise, I really like this guy. In contrast, his mother's voice remained the same, kill. 2 weeks later, Carmen and Manak walked on a snow-covered road. Carmen called softly Manak. Pointing towards the distance, Carmen was a bit confused. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that plume on the helmet seems to belong to the Irimel family. At the same time, a delegation appeared ahead. Manak watched curiously. Irimel. Manak looked to confirm, You mean the Irimel family, the southern lords, right? Observing their moving carriage, Carmen deduced, The white camellia seal is the symbol of the Irimel family. Manak spoke up, They're coming towards us. Should we greet them? Carmen smiled and asked back, Should we? Because I don't see the Lord's flag-bearing entourage. Carmen continued, So I'm pretty sure the person in the carriage is either his child or relative. Let's just quietly wait for them to pass. Then the two pretended to be strangers just passing by. They tried to act uninterested in the delegation. Suddenly, Manak's expression changed. Manak moved closer to Carmen, startling him. Manak whispered in his ear, In the carriage. Someone is tied up. Just then, soldiers silently ambushed the two of them. Discovered by them, the leader holding an axe smirked and said, Tsk, tsk, If you had just pretended to be blind and deaf, we would have let you go. Then he roared out the order, Everyone, hearing the order, kill them. Groups of soldiers charged forward to attack Manak and Carmen. Then a chaotic battle ensued, shaking the heavens. Suddenly a head covered in red fluid appeared. The head was pierced by an arrow from behind. The soldiers seemed frozen stiff like salted fish. The leader looked back in confusion. What? Manak's cursing voice. How dare you still swing your blade and talk big? We know you're kidnappers now. Manak gently reminded his companion beside him, 8 left. Hung up like that by the two, made the leader curse angrily. Shit! The leader stood behind, roaring fiercely. What the hell are you guys doing? Hurry up and finish it. The leader, axe in hand, roared from behind. Just 2 guys, and you're this scared. I don't have any more time. Hurry up. Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly charged forward to attack. Seeing this, the bald leader widened his eyes and yelled with all his might, Die! As soon as he finished, an arrow pierced the bald leader's head. He only had time to exclaim, Ugh! Then fell headfirst onto the ground. A blah sound echoed. Carmen curiously turned back to look. At this moment, Manak was patting the back of a girl who was vomiting disgustingly beside him. Ugh, Carmen spoke up. Did you get her name yet? Manak's face darkened as he said shyly, Well, you see, in this situation, how could I ask anything? Seeing Dakia Iramel's miserable state, Carmen was speechless and said, I don't know if they drugged her or something, but she still can't walk steadily. At this moment, the bandits had turned gold and lay in pools of blood. Carmen's voice echoed, Her eyes are yellow. Manak acknowledged, That's right, perhaps she's the young lady of the Irimel family. Over here, being patted on the back by Manak made the nausea worse. Dakia Irimel angrily yelled, Stop patting my back. The more you pat, the more nauseous I feel. A moment later, Dakia Irimel turned around. Looking at the girl before him, Carmen couldn't help but exclaim, My. Dakia Irimel spoke, "Thank you both for saving my life. I am the daughter of young master Culto Irimel." Dakia Irimel introduced, "My name is Dakia Irimel." Four suspicious gazes turned towards Dakia Irimel. Carmen pondered, if she really is Dakia the young master's daughter, then she must be a mage. In contrast, hearing Dakia Irimel's title Manak couldn't help but be intrigued, noble and a mage too. Manak made a preliminary assessment, 100% sure she speaks extremely rudely. At this moment Carmen gave a strange smile, expressing, "Anyway, let's deal with that later." Carmen turned and whispered quietly to Manak, "Hey, she seems surprisingly kind, huh?" Manak, seeing this, joined in, agreed. At this moment the deadly sound echoed again, "Kill." Watching the two men whispering in front of her, Dakia Irimel couldn't stand it and spoke hoarsely. Dakia Irimel expressed, "May I ask your name?" "The one who saved me, though based on your attire, I'm pretty sure you're a priest." Hearing this, Manak acknowledged, "I am a priest serving the guardian goddess. You can just call me Manak." Dakia Irimel laughed. "Manak, huh? What an easy-to-listen-to name." Suddenly Dakia Irimel stopped and stammered, "By the way, Dakia Irimel made a proposal. The situation is, it's not very convenient for me to walk right now, so could I ask you two to support me for a while?" As soon as she finished, Dakia Irimel's body trembled unsteadily. Dakia Irimel explained, "The paralyzing gas I was forced to inhale hasn't worn off yet." At this moment Carmen offered help to the passerby. "Lady Dakia, let me help you. I'm the son of Enthis Valtus, Carmen Valtus." Dakia Irimel paused. "Valtus, are you sure you want to help me?" Dakia Irimel reasoned, "What if someone sees divinity mindset, the black wolf of the Valtus family, supporting me so intimately? Signorinanna, and if unfortunately that rumor spreads all the way to the capital." Dakia Irimel added, "Then you will definitely face difficulties in the capital. So I think I should at least appear more cautious towards you." Then Dakia glanced at Manak, as if wanting him to help her this time. Dakia Irimel said softly, "Isn't that right? How am Priest Manak?" This time the two men were spun around by Dakia like tops. Manak didn't expect she's a noble, also a mage. Looking at that appearance before him, Manak didn't expect, yet she knows how to think considerately for others like that. Rejected by Dakia, Carmen quickly spoke up to salvage his pride. Let's change the subject. Could we ask you why you got involved with these kidnappers?" Dakia Irimel replied, "Although there's no concrete evidence about the culprit, but I have a feeling." Manak held his breath listening to the information from Dakia Irimel. Dakia Irimel looked serious, weighing each word this time. "No, it's certain that in this kidnapping, the mastermind is my brother, who has always despised me." That subject appeared in Dakia Irimel's mind. Dakia Irimel pondered, then spoke, "An act planned by Derso Irimel." Hearing Dakia Irimel say the person behind it was her younger brother, Carmen exclaimed indignantly, "Your younger brother?" Dakia Irimel gave the reason, "I just received a marriage proposal from the Dragon Kingdom. Because I am the next heir to the position of family head, he wants to use that proposal to deal with me." At this moment Manak stood beside, pondering, "Deal with her. That might also be a reason." Manak curiously observed Dakia Irimel, "But among nobles, mages." Manak thought of a reason, "are not welcomed." Manak deduced, nobles usually hate mages. More precisely, noble families hate giving birth to mages. The first obvious reason is the characteristic of mages. It's very difficult to teach mages basic etiquette. They are also very arrogant. The powers they possess as nobles could lead to serious incidents. The second reason mages shouldn't hold power is because of an old folktale. This story began even before the ancient empire, a story passed down through generations about the chaotic age of mages. Because they believe this story, most creatures in the world do not let mages hold power. That's why when she said, Ruajin Jina, she wants to reach one of the 4 archlord positions of the Northern Kingdom. Unless she intends to kill her brother herself to seize that position. I'm very curious how she plans to achieve such an impossible feat. Manak whispered, "Of course." Suddenly caught by Dakia Irimel's gaze, Manak laughed and dodged. "Haha, that would be my thought if she only told this story once." At this moment Dakia Irimel sighed, "Honestly, you two, are you paying attention to my story?" Then while grilling meat, Carmen concocted thousands of reasons under the sun. "Let's see, using the marriage proposal as a reason, you suspect the people around you want to sell you to the Dragon Kingdom, right?" Dakia Irimel seriously acknowledged. "That's right." Manak, sitting beside, spoke up. "We've tried our best to listen to your story. But you've told it 3 times already. So I hope you understand if we're not very focused." Saying this, Manak felt a bit embarrassed. Manak forced a smile, and while you were busy telling the story, the meat got burnt. Holding up the meat skewer, Manak pretended, "Eat this one, I'll eat the burnt part." Kidnapped and starved for a long time looking at the meat before her, Dakia Irimel couldn't hold back and cried out, "Thank you." Handing the skewer to Dakia Irimel, Manak didn't forget to encourage, "Next time you'll grill meat better." Manak quickly defended, of course, only better if you talk less while cooking. Being chided by Manak, Dakia Irimel pouted. The moon was high, the fire burned brightly. At this moment, Dakia Irimel spoke up. If possible, could I suggest this? Hearing Dakia Irimel begin to speak, Manak silently thanked heavens. Finally suggested it. Dakia Irimel expressed, please take me to Betis, located within the Irimel family territory. Hearing Dakia wanted to go to Betis, Manak delightedly took a delicious gulp of water, just as I thought. Dakia Irimel spoke, if you can do it, I will pay. Dakia Irimel boldly offered generously, gold equal to your weight. Hearing this, Manak's eyes shone like car headlights. Manak immediately flashed his signature 32-tooth smile for Dakia Irimel to admire. In his heart, Manak was overjoyed. Knew the Archlord family would be different, so generous. But reality pulled Manak back. But my current client is Carmen. Looking at Carmen's pained, longing expression, looking at the object reminding him of his mother, Manak hesitated. To escort this girl, his journey to find his mother will be postponed. Thinking back, Manak decided he saved mother's hand from being burned. If he chooses to continue west, I'll respect that decision and give up the gold. At this moment, the deadly sound echoed, kill. Manak smirked, clutching his heart, muttering, I can't believe it. Mother told me to eat more and gain weight. What does that mean? Weighing the trade-off of weight for gold, Manak acknowledged, I know mother likes gold, but would you let your son become obese? Suddenly, a hand clenched into a fist. Carmen's voice echoed, I understand. Manak sighed in relief, joined in. Carmen continued, then we will take responsibility to the end. Only that is worthy of the Vultus name. Time passed. The sound of bustling footsteps echoed. Manak excitedly spoke. There's a village over there. Dakia Irimel behind swaying in the wind said, really? Looking towards the village ahead, Manak silently hoped, hope we can take a warm bath. At the village gate was a sign shaped like a beer mug. The three of them went inside. They put down their belongings. Manak asked worriedly, heavy? Dakia Irimel, maintaining her pride, said not too heavy. Then Carmen came over to report, our room is at the end of the 3rd floor. I also asked them to prepare bath water. Carmen reminded the two, quickly go bathe, then eat. At this moment, a loud cry came from the house. What? On the table were spread all sorts of delicacies. Dakia Irimel drooled, drooling. Looks so delicious, the cooking here is really good. Manak shed tears. Times like these, I wish I still had my sense of taste. Kill. At the dining table, regretful sounds echoed. Kaya, please don't do that. Your hands are too soft. Manak looked towards the other table. A frightened girl said, I have to serve other customers too. That guy shouted loudly, wait a minute, why don't you sit here for a bit? The manager quickly ran out to intervene. Sir, please don't cause trouble here. The bald man said irritably, what causing trouble? The bald man added, did I humiliate her or something? I just told her to pour wine and listen to us talk. Is that too much to ask? Over here, Carmen gossiped. Looks like a fight is about to break out. Should we intervene? Manak chuckled softly. It's already started. Manak continued, probably should. Then the bald man received a punch that deformed his face. Dakia Irimel couldn't hold back and stepped in like a hero saving a beauty. Then Dakia Irimel barehandedly threw the thug flying far away. Witnessing their boss thrown like an industrial chicken, the mushroom-headed guy screamed, damn it, what was that? The fish-mouthed guy yelled, she-devil. The fish-mouthed guy wondered, who is this girl? As soon as he finished, Manak grabbed his head. Manak forcefully slammed his head onto the table with a thud. At this moment, the fish-mouthed guy's face was bleeding. Losing several front teeth ensured he'd be eating porridge for the rest of the year. Then Manak calmly dropped his head like trash. Watching the thugs dealt with by the three, the manager and the girl applauded in praise. Dakia Irimel spoke, thank you. Manak replied, no need to be polite. At this moment, Carmen carried the mushroom-headed guy, like carrying a chicken by the neck. Carmen reminded, you should at least tell us before acting. Then Carmen let him drop. Carmen spoke, we're a team. Mentioning the word team, Dakia Irimel said shyly, since I was little, whenever something happens, I can't control myself. Manak silently observed Dakia Irimel. Looking behind Dakia Irimel, Manak deduced, she's not unable to control her anger, but unable to control her sense of justice. Kill. Carmen rummaged through their pockets, then took out a money pouch. Carmen spoke, Manak, take it. Manak took the money pouch from Carmen. Then Manak handed it back to the manager saying, you can use this to repair and replace the damaged items. Thank you for helping us. From the house, loud laughter echoed, it's all money from those idiots anyway. Night fell. Outside, someone knocked on the door. Dakia Irimel asked, who is it? It's me. Dakia Irimel excitedly opened the door to welcome Manak. Oh, what is it? Suddenly, Dakia Irimel's mouth was covered tightly. Dakia Irimel only had time to cry out, Mph! Manak angrily slammed a knife hard into the wall beside her as a threat. Manak's voice whispered in her ear, from now on I want you to listen and be quiet, to avoid waking Carmen. Manak's eyes glowed blue. Manak raised his voice, repeating, understand? You said you couldn't turn a blind eye when encountering injustice, right? But next time you have to turn a blind eye because we're being pursued. We must avoid attracting attention. If you do this again, I'll have no choice but to hurt you and hand you over to those pursuers. Wouldn't that be very sad? I believe that from now on, you will always discuss with me first, and behave wisely. If you understand, then slowly nod. Well then, good night. Kill. I understand Mother thinks I'm being too hasty. Kill. But I have to do this before something big happens. And now we'll find out whether Dakia Irimo, really has an obsession with justice or not. You couldn't catch Dakia. I don't know how to say it, but there were many unexpected variables. I think to complete this mission, we need more money. What more money? I've already given you a lot. Come here. National Secret Organization E-Lech manages the Western region, Hilden. Crystal Palace, referring to Huden, explain in detail why you need more money. If you dare say it's because the damage was too great, you're dead for sure. If I don't get through this, I'll die. Because my wife and kids are waiting for me at home. The priest serving the guardian goddess. It's because of that Manak guy. What? A priest? Just because of one priest? Please listen to me, sir. Manak isn't an ordinary priest. Rumor has it he defeated a giant monster transformed from a demon in Ghee with just one sword. And not long ago in Kenton, he killed the monster created by the evil spirit Apostle by sacrificing everyone there. He did it alone and earned the title Sworn Enemy of the Evil Spirits. So that priest and the Valtus family's son. We are holding Dakia correct. Alright, I'll pay more. But next time you must succeed. Third Prince of the Dragon Kingdom Vatis Draco. Success. Honey kids, my little bunnies. Thinking back, I regret it so much. Kill. Should I have been gentler? She seemed easy to talk to. Kill. What do you mean, Mother? Why should I be wary of her? She's still my client. Who is it? It's me. Dakia, come in. Okay. You're eating late, huh? Yeah, I'm a bit hungry. May I sit? I have something I want to talk to you about. The reason you warned me was because... You say I'm a mage. Yeah, I knew it. The way you looked at me. I'm very familiar with that look. Most people who have been hurt by mages all look at me with eyes like that. But this is still the first time? Your eyes were full of hatred for me, but the words you spoke were that I have to do better because from now on, we are companions. Most people who look at me like that want to harm me. Honestly, if I see another injustice, I don't think I can easily turn a blind eye to it. But from now on, I will definitely discuss with you first. As you said, because we are companions. I came here to tell you that. Well then I'll go now. Sleep well, Priest Manak. Hey, I was a bit harsh. And rude too. This is the first time you've looked straight at me. I'm very happy. Is that so... So we're even no more anger? Yeah, I wasn't angry. I'm really looking forward to traveling with you. In the end, I guess mages are people too. Mother's foolish son. Finally facing the truth you always avoided. Kill. Enough talk about that. Let me feed you more, Mother. That bastard Manak is here, right? Bring him out here now. Otherwise I'll kill all of you. Sajita held a piece of paper with lines requiring Google Translate to read, saying annoyedly, signed, so troublesome. He pondered while talking to himself because no ghost was there with him, ignoring the mission to capture a young lady from the Irimel family. The one with silver hair and golden eyes. He wondered, what's the problem with this priest? Sajita looked at Manak's portrait, the evil soul of the corrupted goddess. He continued to wonder, so he's Priest Manak, huh? Suddenly someone called his name, startling him while he was contemplating Manak's picture. Sajita, the man with a very fitting beret covering his name, ran over, speaking with buck teeth that made the guys swoon. The priest is here, but I don't see the woman beside him. Sajita, hearing the intel, ignored the other guy's cuteness and angrily asked again about Manak. Where is he? He didn't come to fight, did he? Suddenly, a noise outside made both turn their heads curiously, like golden deer. Let me go. Turning to gossip, they saw Manak barehandedly gently touching the neck of a guy, twice his size, making the guy's face turn pale as he repeatedly said, I said let me go. Manak's action went too far, angering Sajita. Sajita immediately gave the order upon seeing his underlings empty-handed, swords ready for close combat immediately. Hey you guys, drop your weapons. He thought to himself, damn it. Sajita, seeing his words ignored, veins popping on his forehead, said again, drop your weapons now. The underlings scolded twice, put away their weapons, not having wooden ears, but each one looked very resentful. Sajita angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, didn't expect them to lower their guard while I was thinking about the mission. He immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. We're in trouble. Seeing Sajita's strange actions, Manak had a slight question mark. Sajita, facing Manak face to face, started sweating bullets, mother and child sweat. His lips pursed tightly, not daring to speak forcefully. Sajita made a move that stunned everyone. His attitude did a 360-degree turn as he spoke friendly. Excuse me, could you possibly be Manak, sir? Manak only replied very coldly, yeah. Manak still held the other guy up in the air with one hand until he was motionless, foaming at the mouth while happily watching Sajita explain. Sir Priest Manak, that thing you're holding in your hand, could you put it down, please? Hearing Sajita speak so politely, Manak also conveniently let go, causing the other guy to fall flat on the ground. He spoke nonchalantly, while the unlucky guy had already kicked the bucket in his prime 20s. You said, looks like you're the leader of this mercenary group. Seeing Manak ask Sajita, could only answer respectfully. Ah, yes. He stood before hundreds of tiny underlings like ants and introduced himself. Leader of the Red Bear mercenary group, honored to serve you. My name is Sajita. Scene changed to inside a seemingly cozier room. Food and drinks were fully prepared. Thank you. I greatly appreciate your hospitality. But I must decline as I don't drink alcohol. Is that so? Sajita raised his glass while thinking, me too. I just hoped the conversation would be easier. He rudely slammed the glass straight down on the table. Looks like I have no choice but to give up. Manak maintained his calm demeanor. Priest, not father. He smiled sinisterly and spoke, but as you can see, I've heard some things from my comrades. He recounted the earlier incident, the one who came looking for me early this morning. He continued making Sajita want to spray glue because his comrades reported too much. He said you wanted to meet us. Well, although Manak seemed to have grasped Sajita's weakness, he deliberately cast a net to catch fish, asking, can you explain the brawl that happened yesterday? Haha. Sajita, seeing this life as basically ruined, could only smile outwardly while his heart was a sea. What should I do? Should I get straight to the point or probe a little more? He constantly racked his brain thinking of an escape route, implying his target was the young lady with silver hair and golden eyes. That we did it because of a curse from the ILEH organization. Seeing Manak radiating killing intent from who knows when Sajita was scared, stiff, even sweating profusely under his arms. This priest, according to rumors, is very formidable. Having to fight him, I don't want to think about it at all. Sajita still couldn't open his mouth to say anything else and continued his internal monologue. Above all this is the fault of vice leader Piawin. Idiot. Oh, the man with a passion for sparse Korean bangs, pink cheeks, like an 18-year-old girl said, vice leader Piawin. Yeah, I feel terrible. He strode forward, pushing the stylish guard 10 meters away, and asked, you guys said the priest came here alone? Yes, he wanted to die. While questioning Sajita, someone came up familiarly surprising Manak. Hey there, brother priest. That Piawin stood imposing before Manak and gently asked, you're Manak, huh? That's right. Is there any silver-haired, golden-eyed bitch in your group? Manak replied, you're also right about that. Great. Listen here, brother priest. Every word Piawin spoke made Sajita tremble. Hand that woman over to us and disappear, unless you brother priest. He finished with a line that made Sajita want to close the books. I fight wick. Really want to die. Careful. Suddenly, a hand flew up into the air with countless trails of blood, making the other guys stare as if admiring a strange object. Huh. That arm fell to the ground with a thud. Fluid splattered from it, along with a piercing scream that could shatter glass. Manak, face full of killing intent, said, interesting. I see something very strange. Sajita listened fearfully to every word he said. I don't remember telling you my name. He spoke annoyedly like a superior, but you guys talk as if you're very familiar. Pelwin, who was aggressive just moments ago, now struggles to speak like a dog with its tail cut off. Save me. Manak's eyes seem to have lights fitted in them. The dark-skinned person cosplaying the killer in the reed speaks out, who is human? Every word he utters makes Saita almost pee his pants. Wants to catch us, bastard. The other underlings immediately run off to report the shocking news. Pelwin's arm was just chopped off. Hearing the extremely hot news predicting it'll hit the hot search, they scrambled to run. Everyone gather at Sajita's tent immediately. Manak's actions cause the crowd to rise up in revolt. This priest, he doesn't understand the consequences of his actions. One of them says, tear him apart, but immediately after he gets silenced, killed, instantly sent to meet his ancestors in the afterlife. The others stare blankly, then curse, damn it, what the hell is happening? Manak swings his weapon cleanly, chewing them up, without leaving scraps, shocking everyone. Kill him before he can do anything, this dog. The unlucky guy being held up by him struggles to call out the captain's name, who is still standing dumbfounded. Cap, Sajita. He collapses on the ground saying, save me. Manak continues preparing to teach Pelwin another lesson. Save me, Sajita. Despite the plea, Sajita doesn't say a word, making Manak think to himself, looks like he has no intention of answering my question. Then he decides, if that's the case, there's no need to spare his life. Pelwin shouts loudly, Sajita. Before Manak's saw blade touches Pelwin, something blocks it. Manak turns his expression not particularly surprised. That's surprising. I didn't think you would interfere. Sajita replies in his usual gentle voice, you see, sir, I didn't want to interfere, but our relationship means I can't just abandon him like this. He calmly knocks away Manak's favorite chainsaw and continues, we've known each other for 15 years. Kill. Countless thrusts from the spear stab continuously forward. He doesn't back down and counterattacks. The battle is incredibly fierce. Suddenly, the battle ends with a 1-0 score in Manak's favor. Sajita is still stunned as his weapon breaks into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Sajita throws the broken staff away. His hand grips the tent set up nearby. Sajita plays a slightly cowardly trick, pulling down the temporary tent, leaving Manak utterly confused. He sees through Sajita's childish trick, his gaze becoming like bullets aimed straight at his opponent. Sajita dashes out with rocket speed, shouting, "Everyone run!" Seeing those guys still standing dumbfounded, he has to turn back and say it again. "I said run now." But the underlings just stand there blankly like lost sheep. Before they can understand the situation, countless saw slashes so fast they seem invisible pass through them. One by one, they gradually fall down to watch chickens bare naked, only managing a few cries, "Ugh." The scene is utter chaos, blood splattering everywhere. The underlings scream in pain from Manak's lightning-fast attacks. "Ugh, ah!" Sajita clutches the staff in his hand. His eyes helplessly watch the scene of death and desolation, only able to grit his teeth and say, "Damn it." A voice echoes in his head, "Kill." Sajita also replies, "I know, mother, I will at any cost." The place that was crowded moments ago now only has 2 people left, Manak and Sajita. "I will bring people." Manak remains like a ruthless assassin standing in the shadows, hunting down the entire mercenary band. "They put a bounty on us. Come out into the light." Sajita, with eyes that couldn't be less friendly, swings his spear, preparing to throw it straight. His spear flies like a rocket through the air, shooting forward. Manak quickly grabs a heavily injured man to use as a shield for himself. Then, not wanting to back down either, he starts his chainsaw to prepare to face Sajita. Sajita sees this and feels a bit intimidated by his disadvantage. He attacks coldly and forcefully without a second thought. Sajita and Manak play a game of chase one, running one pursuing, looking incredibly innocent. Sajita manages to get another spear in his hand. Without hesitation, he attacks Manak, who is putting pressure on him. A battle where everyone knows the outcome unfolds with sparking fire effects and everything looking very dramatic. Sajita puts all his strength into every attack. Sajita, gripping the spear tightly, suddenly speaks deliriously. Pelwin is in the tent. He keeps stabbing relentlessly while saying, "While I'm dealing with the priest." Manak gently deflects Sajita's spear, pinning it to the ground, and replies, "Then go treat him." He attacks decisively with every blow, with an incredibly fierce attitude, not yielding an inch. This leaves Sajita helpless, frozen on the spot, stuck like glue, as he keeps losing. This time Manak doesn't use the chainsaw, but switches to using powerful fists to beat Sajita senseless, turn him into pulp. Sajita doesn't easily surrender, either using his body to block the powerful punch. The two collide, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Dust and smoke fly everywhere in utter chaos. Sajita takes a defensive stance, his eyes full of determination not to give up looking at his opponent. Manak also smiles, showing interest, finding Sajita intriguing. He punches Sajita's outer armor until it's dented, then remarks, "It's been quite a while." The two evenly matched opponents stand motionless, holding their poses. "Since I found someone at this level," Sajita seems to have been significantly injured, gritting his teeth. Suddenly he shouts loudly, "Shoot, kill!" This makes the cool-headed Manak suddenly become wary. "Archers, huh?" Hearing that, he jumps back, no longer staying close to Sajita. He thinks, "It would be bad if an arrow hit one of my joints." The two men say no more words to each other, silently looking at each other with hidden meanings. The whole sky is freezing cold from the winter chill. Snow covers everything white. Countless bodies lie stretched out in the snow, their blood staining the white ground red. Kill. Sajita can no longer keep his composure, veins bulge on his fierce face. Seeing the men he considered comrades running away cowardly, Sajita can only roar loudly to vent his anger. "You damn bastards!" While he's fuming and needs to cool down, Manak speaks softly. "Shall we continue?" He smiles as if nothing happened, as if there wasn't just a massacre, smiling brightly, like a flower. "I think you've been abandoned." Seeing this, Sajita, tired, throws down the spear in his hand and replies, "I surrender." He bows before Manak, affirming, "I will tell you everything, so please spare my life." A makeshift cross made of 2 pieces of wood is stuck in the snow. Sajita finally reveals his thoughts. That damn Pelwin. Sajita works hard to give his deceased comrades a resting place, standing alone talking to Manak, who is also lending a hand. "I wanted to beat him to a pulp one day, but now that he's really dead, I feel very strange." Manak, the perpetrator who sent each man to meet their maker, turns and asks naturally, "You don't hate me?" Sajita mirrors Manak's attitude and asks back, "If I said yes, would you kill me?" His answer leaves Sajita speechless, unable to say anything more. "Is there any reason to spare the life of someone who hates me?" Sajita smirks and replies, "You're right." He continues, "I'm not good with words, so it's a bit hard to explain." Sajita recalls what he did in the past just to survive. "The job of a mercenary is to kill and be killed. So there were many times before when I had to cooperate with those who had taken the lives of my comrades." Sajita continues sharing his past experiences with Manak. Of course, that doesn't mean I'd be friendly and sociable with them, but I wouldn't attack them with an axe in hand either. His words surprise Manak slightly. So I don't hate you, I just feel a bit lonely. Looking at the mercenary company's flag fluttering, Sajita says calmly, anyway, this is just a failed mercenary company. After a moment of silence, he also asks Sajita, what do you plan to do from now on? I don't know. Sajita gives a smile, unsure if it's pitiful or blameworthy, replying, it's been 15 years since I've been this lonely, so I feel a bit lost. After all I know is fighting. Sajita looks at Manak for a long time, then continues, perhaps I'll go back to being a mercenary again. Sajita's answer leaves Manak a bit confused, unsure how to respond. Suddenly he speaks vaguely, well then, this time. Manak continues, making Sajita realize something, his expression changing. Why don't you go meet an employer who's willing to pay generously? Sajita, still looking puzzled, asks again, even though he understands the meaning. What? The silver-haired, golden-eyed girl mentioned by Sajita and the mercenaries is Dakia, who seems annoyed about something. It seems what annoys her is having to sit at the same table with Sajita, who looks awkward. Manak, acting as the intermediary, also feels awkward and speaks up to break the tense atmosphere. Is there still blood on me that hasn't been washed off or something? Dakia, eyes like bullets, replies curtly, no. She speaks slowly, deliberately, enunciating each word. You washed very, very cleanly. Manak gets even more scared, almost shrinking, thinking to himself, it feels like there are thorns in her voice. Kill. Dakia rests her chin on her hand, looking at Manak. So is it because I left without saying anything? You realized it, didn't you? Manak also replies, after our conversation last night, I thought our relationship had become stronger. Dakia continues her psychological attack by questioning him sharply. Perhaps I misunderstood. She says, you said I needed to discuss things with you before doing anything, but it's different for you. Dakia doesn't even glance at Manak anymore and speaks irritably, without any discussion at all. You left on your own. Hearing Dakia's seemingly sulky tone, Manak smiles and says, oh my lady, yes. He casually turns to ask her, stunning Dakia, have you ever killed anyone? Dakia, hearing his question, can only lower her head and answer, no, that's why I went alone. She continues, regarding this matter, I don't think I can compromise. It was also a fight to the death. Then Dakia suddenly raises her voice as if someone stepped on her tail. But you should have at least told me I slept really well, woke up, had breakfast without knowing anything at all. Manak just chuckles inwardly upon hearing this. I went alone so you could do just that. He says, all right, from now on, whatever happens, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Dakia's attitude changes instantly. She smiles brightly. Then let's make up, because yesterday I also left without saying anything. All right. Suddenly someone calls her Princess Dakia. A man bursts in, slamming the door, accusing Manak. Manak has been negotiating with the mercenaries since yesterday. The man continues, but his voice trails off, seeing Dakia's angelic smile. Manak, and more importantly, the mercenary captain Sajita. We should also grab our weapons and go help. Bye. The man who just burst in aggressively suddenly softens his voice, looking stiff as a board. You're back. Then his eyes dart over and see another unfamiliar person appear. The man immediately asks, who is this? Manak answers on her behalf, a mercenary the princess just hired. Manak suggests, why doesn't everyone introduce themselves? Dakia, standing aside, speaks up. Priest Manak, you two must trust each other very much, but I hope nothing bad happens between us. Sajita smiles nervously, saying, of course. The man from before also winks flirtatiously and replies, and I'm glad to have gained a strong comrade. After the greetings, he turns to leave. I'm heading to the village forge. I rushed here while I was picking out some arrowheads. The sun is already high, so we'll be leaving. Early the next morning, a dark and eerie scene unfolds, with countless skeletal captains wandering everywhere. Nunlong Shuyen, the shadow, or just Nunlong Shuyen, stands in the middle of the room, screaming erratically as if short-circuited. Why? She runs around the room tirelessly. The people around seem used to this and don't care much. When is he coming? Tell me. A man with curly hippie hair speaks up. Is he really coming here, at least? Another person sitting in the room says casually, he should come before I go crazy from her whining. The nun worshipping those dolls keeps clinging and asking the same single question over and over. When? A red-haired guy with a shaved undercut also speaks up. He'll be here soon. I'm pretty sure because I regularly check his direction of movement. Hearing this, the nun stops her frantic actions and smiles happily. He will definitely come here, right? She approaches, asking not subtly at all. Come to Eradico, see, I told you he would come. The red-haired man doesn't bother with words, lies down to read, and throws a blunt remark at the nun. Have some faith, girl. I do believe I completely trust him. Suddenly the playful nun changes her tone. But what if he doesn't come? The kind nun warns the red-haired man like a true star-fruit tree sister. Frenemy, you'll die instantly. I'll dismember and kill you. Ending the totally not threatening conversation, footsteps stride forward as if on a catwalk. Dakia seems extremely happy about something, trembling with excitement. Finally, she turns around, smiling radiantly. We've arrived at Eradico. Dakia's eyes show excitement, unable to wait another second. Now I can soak in the hot water. They are slowly entering when suddenly someone nearby looks puzzled. Manak's group is entering when someone calls out, making Manak glance over. Hey, priest! An unfamiliar man approaches and asks, "You're a priest, right?" He doesn't hesitate to answer, "Yes, I am a priest." Getting the desired answer, the man immediately grabs his hand tightly and pleads, "Please!" He points towards the eerily deserted forest and says frantically, "Please, tell that bastard, the resurrection piper." The man continues that he's not listening to God's warnings. Tell him to stop resurrecting the dead. There are too many already. After listening for 30 seconds, Manak scratches his head and politely declines. I don't think things will change just because I go talk to him. The man doesn't give up and insists, "But you are a priest." He keeps pleading, making even his comrades feel helpless. It might not be very promising, but please try talking to him. The man with a haggard face says helplessly, "My comrades and I are exhausted." He starts recounting all the horrors he experienced. "Those corpses wander around every night. We're scared to death." "I beg you..." The unfamiliar man's plea starts to sway Manak slightly. Manak decides to agree, making the man overjoyed that his persistent pleading wasn't in vain. "Don't expect too much, though." "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." He turns back to his companions also as an announcement. "Since things turned out this way, I'll go help them a bit. You guys go into the city and find a place to rest." Dakiar, still very cheerful, replies, "I know." The sky gradually darkens as Manak steps into the forest, so scary that sunlight can barely penetrate. He walks while thinking, the resurrection piper. Manak uses his knowledge to deduce, among the priests of the saints, that is a very special profession. He recalls, other saints choose priests from among their followers to bestow their power upon them. But one day, the trumpet of death and repose sounded, for no particular reason or anything. That demon, it bestowed its own power upon anyone it wished. And then those who received that power became resurrection pipers, and they would live a life for the dead. Why they live like that, nobody knows. Not a single person. Simply they just need to find places with large concentrations of corpses and resurrect them, playing silent trumpets, then marching with their army of the dead. Of course the authorities don't like them at all, but no one dares to stand up against them either. No one can touch the piper's army of the dead. There's an obvious truth. Confronting an army of the dead that constantly increases its numbers is something no one wants to face. Therefore the resurrection piper, Manak, ventures deeper into the forest, finishing his inner monologue. Cannot get along with anyone because they must live with the dead for the rest of their lives. It's like a natural phenomenon. Approaching the center of the lair of the so-called resurrection piper, surrounded by a horde of zombies, Manak calmly greets, "Hello there." The resurrection piper doesn't respond, showing no hint of friendliness. Seeing this, Manak smiles and continues, "Many people must have come here for this already. They also asked me to do the same thing." He confidently raises his torch, his voice full of authority. "I came here to talk. Don't you think? It's time to withdraw from this place." He says, "You probably know already for the common folk." Manak points out the wandering corpses that terrify the villagers. Those walking corpses are quite unsettling for them. He looks straight at the resurrection piper, speaking words that stun him. "Are you here for any other purpose? You people aren't the type to stay in one place." Hearing Manak's words, the resurrection piper freezes, still unsure what to say. After a period of silence, the resurrection piper speaks. "Cultist of the evil spirit." Manak, who was bold moments ago, now looks scared enough to run home to mommy. "Yes." The resurrection piper points and continues, "Them." Manak follows his pointing finger, his face full of doubt. "Those people will cause many deaths." Manak turns his head, his surprise undeniable. "Ineradiko?" He suddenly realizes the issue. There are followers of evil spirits here. The resurrection piper is silent for a moment, then replies, "It." A beam of light shoots down from the sky to the ground, right behind Manak, sending chills down his spine. It has begun. Manak immediately turns his head back. He pushes off the ground, taking momentum like a sprinter, silently realizing the problem. Just like last time in Kenton, he runs as fast as a rocket, worried. This isn't good. When he arrives, the place is already engulfed in flames. "No, no!" The nun shouts loudly, "I told you so." The red-haired woman with the undercut says carelessly, "I should have confirmed that group entered the city right, just wait." She continues, "We'll meet them soon. It was you. You lied through your teeth." The blonde man with a matching beard also speaks up. "Wait, I think I'm about to meet him." "What, where?" He looks over. "There." Seeing the person she was looking for, the nun runs over like lightning, resembling a joyful reunion scene. "Manak," the nun says excitedly, "it really is him. It's Manak, all right." Manak sees this and thinks to himself, "I didn't think we'd meet again in a place like this." The blonde man seems a bit confused. The sound of killing echoes again. He also activates his chainsaw, now covered in flames. Kill. Manak silently reassures the voice in his head. Cool down and stay calm, mother. Your words, I've heard them. He grits his teeth, thinking, but this time I'll ignore it. You know that too, mother. Kill. Manak's eyes show arrows of resentment. That damned sorcerer. He is the target of my revenge plan. For the crime of killing my benefactor. And the past me as well. Manak lies stretched out on the white snow, probably freezing to the bone, now breathing heavily. Ha! Ha! He starts to think vaguely during that time. Manak raises his hand to the sky, not fully conscious. I was always drowning in useless worries. Then heavy footsteps approach along with the persistent thought, another day of victory, another day of survival. A stranger passing by noticed something, until one day, when I couldn't hold on any longer. That person stood above, looking down to see Manak covered in wounds, collapsed helplessly. I had nearly starved to death. Manak remembers on that day, that man immediately ran towards me. He clearly remembers the scene from that day, remembers the man who worried greatly and saved him when he was near death. There was a huge blizzard sweeping through. Manak vaguely clenches his fist, slowly in exhaustion. Along with that was my benefactor. Manak was saved by that man, and he had an unforgettable memory with the person named Santos. That's how I met Santos. Santos carefully tended to Manak's wounds. He remembers very clearly what he looked like. He was a middle-aged man, the kind you could meet anywhere. He sensed Santos. Santos was quite easygoing, and also quite serious. Manak slowly opened his eyes after fainting, and immediately looked at him. When I woke up, he didn't ask anything. In the small, lonely house amidst a white snow forest, he only told me I could feel free to stay or leave. Manak remembers Santos telling him he was a priest serving the guardian goddess, and lived in a cemetery on the outskirts. Manak was lost in thoughts about that rescue. I tactfully asked while working, "Why did you save me?" The two men looked at each other as if they had known each other forever. He recalled and he answered with a smile. Santos smiled brightly like sunshine and said, "It's just, I wanted to." Manak was taken aback for a few moments by the warmth of Santos's smile. The smile I saw then settled deep within this heart. He did good deeds with him helping others after recovering. Santos always helped others. Help, help again, and help again. In Manak's eyes, Santos was a living saint. Help, help again, and help again. He said that helping someone doesn't require a reason. He told himself inwardly, I want to become like him. After a year of peace, and then winter returned. Manak remembers that night was a blizzard. I saved the life of a man who was fainting in the snowdrift. That event also made him recall the moment Santos pulled him from the clutches of death. Just like the time I was saved by Santos. Suddenly the man Manak saved that snowy night gave a sinister, scheming smile. However, I shouldn't have saved that damned sorcerer. In the past, he naively treated the sorcerer he just saved, sitting and caring for his recovery. That sorcerer, after he recovered thanks to my care, that sorcerer finally revealed his true nature. Manak recalled with a mysterious smile. He confessed to being a worshipper of the evil spirit. The Manak of the past wasn't sharp enough against surprise attacks, so he was caught off guard and attacked me. The sorcerer hit him like a splash of cold water with his magic. Attacked, creating horrific wounds. When Manak opened his eyes, he realized he had been unconscious for a while. When I woke up, the first thing I saw was an arm severed from a body lying on my chest, the hand that had awkwardly protected me. Manak seemed to guess the owner and also felt the final warmth it carried. Somehow, it had gotten out and gently stroked my cheek. Terrified, he slowly opened the door of that familiar house, and Manak's eyes widened at what he saw on that horrific day. Had to face the consequences that he had brought upon me. Facing him was a figure that made Manak freeze. That damned sorcerer. Poor Santos lay collapsed on the ground, breathless, gone, with his body incomplete from horrific attacks. He had killed Santos, very brutally. Back to the present as Manak meets the one who took away the person he respected. His anger is like the fury of the chainsaw spinning rapidly with flames. The thick-skinned sorcerer brazenly speaks up. "Oh right, I remember now." His words infuriate Manak further, unable to stand hearing them. "You're the gravedigger." That sorcerer wonders upon seeing Manak. "But you died, didn't you? I clearly killed you with my own hands." Hearing him, the sorcerer's companions still smile coldly. "Fine, you're still alive now. It doesn't mean anything anymore." That sorcerer asks further, making Manak tremble with anger. "Speaking of which, that outfit, are you a priest now?" His memory is quite good, remembering Santos clearly as he mocks that priest's robe, your master's arm, perhaps. He laughs maniacally. "Thanks for saving me again, ha ha ha, but this time I'll defeat you again." The cruel sorcerer's thanks are the final trigger, making Manak explode internally, cursing silently. "This damned old bastard!" The nun with seemingly blind eyes rushes towards him while he's furious. Manak, they said you're very strong." She had just spoken when a clean chainsaw cut goes through the nun's body. "I've waited a long time for you. Manak's chainsaw weapon emits a huge surge of power. He and that old sorcerer charge into battle against each other. He fights while laughing and talking, looking down on Manak completely. You're very different from the rumors. Angry, he doesn't want to communicate with that vile person at all. Shut up. Kill. The voice in Manak's head echoes again like his own thoughts. The sorcerer, having underestimated his opponent, is astonished. What? His protective barrier is shattered by Manak. Manak slices off one of his arms, separating it from his body, just like he did to Santos in the past. The nun thought to be dealt with by Manak suddenly reappears and whispers terrifyingly in his ear, "I like you now." Without a single reply, Manak swiftly strikes in an instant. Her head is in one place, her body in another. Whoa, the scales of punishment. Manak is surprised. The sorcerer raises his leg high, emitting a beam of light. He laughs gleefully. Ha 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 ha. After gathering enough light, the sorcerer stomps his foot down hard. A terrifying source of power erupts. Even his comrades are slightly affected by that power surge. Look, as everything gradually settles down, leaving behind a battlefield covered in dust and smoke. Manak painfully lowers his head to the ground, unable to fight anymore. The sorcerer approaches him and says, "The holy power remaining in your body. It's not from the guardian goddess, is it? However, because of the blessing within that priest's robe, it seems to be being used correctly." He says sinisterly, "Meaning you are also a follower of the evil spirit just like me." This angers Manak. "Shut up." He laughs, speaking as if he has successfully provoked his prey. "Did I hit a nerve?" Manak slowly stands up, terrifying killing intent radiating from him. "I said, shut your mouth." The sorcerer still shows no fear at all. "Look, your power is interesting." He issues a challenge. "All right then, I'm also looking forward to something new from you. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me." Manak's power surges as he raises his fist to attack the sorcerer. The collision creates a massive explosion. Manak grits his teeth tightly. The sorcerer manages to block the attack from Manak with just one hand. He laughs to provoke Manak, who is mentally confused. He lowers his face, also putting the chainsaw in his hand down onto the ground. Manak thinks to himself, "Tonight? I will kill you, Riverkel. Definitely." The zombies and corpses are logged out killed for the second time, one after another. Sagitta works very seriously, deserving Employee of the Year, quickly clearing the KPIs, key performance indicators, i.e., killing of the corpses. It's still not dead right. After hearing his comrade ask, Sagitta also turns back to check. Sagitta immediately answers in front of the others right. One of them suggests, "Let's move to the Lord's mansion quickly." Dakiar suddenly feels uneasy and voices her thoughts. Could it be that the priest is in trouble? But Sagitta has strong faith in Manak and quickly replies, "I don't think he'd die that easily. First we need to find shelter." Cut to a scene of utter chaos. A man's arm lies buried under rubble surrounded by high flames. In the sea of fire, that mysterious person lies struggling unconscious amidst the roaring flames. The entire flame seems ravenous, engulfing the whole abandoned fortress. The Lord's mansion. Sagitta's group and Dakiar stand before the massive gate. Carmen starts to believe Dakiar's words, speaking up as he witnesses the ruins before him. It seems like he wasn't the one who did this. "My lady," Dakiar immediately replies, "Yes." Sagitta, with fiery eyes, no longer hesitates and suggests, "We have to kill them all." Suddenly from behind, a zombie attacks, unexpectedly making a terrifying sound, its face looking like it wants to eat them alive, literally. In just an instant, Dakiar witnesses the blood spray, along with Sagitta's voice. The issue here is kill or be killed. He calmly speaks while giving the zombie a loving stab. "If we want to get out of the city, if you want to live, just think of them as pieces of meat and stab them." Seeing they still seem hesitant, Sagitta decides to charge into the tiger's den alone. "All right, I'll go first. Don't get left behind." Seeing this, Dakiar gives an incredibly mysterious smile. She suddenly draws the sword at her hip. With an incredibly smooth move like Shampoo Sansu, she takes down not just one, but 2 or 3 zombies in one go. Carmen also gives a helpless, awkward smile and has to join the fight against the annoying little zombies. Sagitta takes the lead, boosting morale, forward towards the city gate. As soon as he finishes saying that, he sends a zombie back to where it belongs. Suddenly, something makes Sagitta confused. It's not just small fry zombies. There's a huge one as tall as the fortress taking imposing steps. Sagitta's sharp eyes tremble, perfectly focused, not needing glasses, trying to observe who is standing on top, controlling that massive monster. That's... Grandma Nun Pearly brazenly shows her face and says, "So hot-tempered, no one likes you when you're angry like that." The one shielding her replies, "What are you planning to do now? I'm just curious, really." The red-haired girl, like a prehistoric Thieu Bao Tram Vietnamese singer reference, meaning stylish, cool, waves her hand dismissively. "If you worship evil spirits that much, we'll discuss it more often, okay?" The nun, thrilled, shakes and replies, "No, that's nothing." Those shameless people chat, without paying attention to Manak, who wants to crush them. "Do you know how long I've waited for this chance? Has your beloved pet ever drooled, spit, saliva flying everywhere, along with Manak's furious face. Charge! It seems the beast had been waiting for the command for a long time, as it immediately joins the battle without delay upon hearing it. Its teeth are bared incredibly wide, but at least they are even and very white. We beg your pardon. Defensive screen was shattered by beloved Manak's punch in an instant. The beast's punch sends the guy flying back. Manak also takes that opportunity to dash forward. His chainsaw's time to shine has come. Manak's eyes show determination, as if no one can stop him. The rogue sorcerer also gets extremely excited and jumps into close combat with Manak. He makes one sweep, injuring countless enemies except for the lucky sorcerer who escapes. He mocks, "Don't you have any new forms? This much is nothing to me." In Manak's head, the urging voice sounds again, "Kill." The sorcerer is still very talkative. "Maybe I should cool your head down a bit, you..." Manak, fed up, steals his spotlight and hits the sorcerer with a palm strike. Too easy. After that attack, he is incredibly heavily injured. Happens that makes Manak widen his eyes in astonishment. It turns out the thing that injured the sorcerer wasn't done by Manak, but a very familiar spear. "Brother Sajita, what the hell?" The sorcerer collapses from just one attack by Sajita, while Manak fought hard enough to lose his pants, and he still stood firm. He looks in astonishment towards the direction the spear came from. He sees Sajita looking extremely cool in a perfect textbook spear-throwing pose. Seeing him, Manak seems more relieved and thinks it's Sajita. Sajita, having just made an incredibly spectacular shot, immediately has to deal with countless zombies rushing towards him. He turns and runs in the opposite direction from Manak. This attracts the zombies, making them follow Sajita. Seeing this, Manak can only be silently impressed by this 10 and 10 subtle move from Brother Sajita. He thinks to himself, "I read somewhere that revenge is just meaningless." Manak looks at the cold corpse of the sorcerer, falling into contemplation. "But that doesn't matter. Is it okay if my soul remains empty like this forever?" He struggles internally. "I don't want to become a hero, but... well, I also didn't expect such an anticlimactic ending." Manak seems disappointed that he didn't personally finish off the sorcerer, so he silently talks to the mother in his head. "Mother, please accept this body." After he decides, the corpse starts to glow. The voice in his head continues even though the sorcerer is dead. "Kill." At the same time, Manak senses something strange from him. Suddenly, his body overflows with holy power. Sensing danger, Manak doesn't hesitate to activate the weapon in his hand. As expected, he's still alive. He slices off the sorcerer's arm. First, he grabs it with the intention, "I will take back the right arm." Manak turns, looking scornfully at the remaining ones who are screaming, "Failed. We have completely failed." The tomboyish red-haired girl quickly says, "No more fighting. Instead, we have to retreat." But the nun Pearly is still incorrigible. "What, I haven't watched much yet. What did you do that was so terrifying?" Not letting her talk crazy anymore, the red-haired girl grabs her collar and drags her away. "Do it again! Do it again!" She shouts loudly, "What more do you want him to do?" Manak watches and hears every word they say. He has lost all humanity. Seeing this, he orders the monster, "Take me to block them. You can return after this." The monster is very obedient and extends its hand to lift Manak up. The red-haired girl runs for her life, carrying the dead weight Pearly behind her. "Put me down, I'll kill you now." "Shut up. You talk too much." Just after venting, a loud crash blocks their escape route. Manak stands tall and says hi to the two whose life journey is about to end. The red-haired girl starts to tremble slightly. Manak suddenly asks, "What are your names?" The nun Pearly excitedly says, "Me, I'll tell you." She quickly introduces herself. "My name is Pearly and she is Benna." "Shut up, you ship. That being quiet for a bit won't kill anyone. We come from a secret society of worshippers of the evil spirit. Yitzi, it's the Liberatio Society." The unsightly demeanor of the nun named Pearly seems to mock Manak. "We come from a secret society of worshippers of the evil spirit. It's the Liberatio Society." After the full introduction, Pearly jumps up excitedly. "Hey brother, do you remember those people you took down in Kenton?" Manak politely replies, "Yes." He recalls someone's words, "Those people, they also belonged to that Liberatio Society." Pearly acts incredibly strangely, as if short-circuited again. "That's why we were curious about what kind of person you are." Manak pays her no mind and slowly walks closer, asking, "How many members does your society have?" Pearly quickly answers while her comrade Benna looks terrified, about to faint. Dunno, Benna doesn't know either. "I just came here because they told me to." She laughs loudly, "But Riverkel probably knows." Pearly points towards a chaotic mess far away. "Was also sent here directly by Liberatio." She says defiantly, "Now look brother, see what situation you're in." Manak asks sternly again, "Libera's purpose, isn't it to follow the law?" Benna, silent until now, suddenly speaks up. "Let me explain." She clasps her hands as if with immense compassion. "Our purpose is very simple. Anyone..." As she speaks, Benna reveals a grin stretching ear to ear. "Can worship any god they want." Beeman concludes bluntly, "We will create a world without oppression." Her shameless words make Manak's eyes hurt with anger. He speaks up, "You people, Manak refers to the fortress engulfed in flames. To do that, you have to wipe this place out. Beeman immediately replies, I didn't want to either. This is the consequence Riverkel left behind. She mentions something that makes Manak listen attentively. I need to collect a few items. You have something we're looking for. He seems to grasp the meaning behind her words. You mean? Benna smiles, her eyes radiating cruelty. The holy relic. Benna smiles, her eyes radiating cruelty. The holy relic. Manak grips the chainsaw tightly, thinking my vague guesses before turned out to be correct. He had long suspected their ulterior motive. They intend to find the holy relic that once sealed the power of the corrupted mother. What are they planning to do? Then he delivers shocking news to Benna. The pearl is already broken. She immediately disbelieves him. Lies, no one can break it. Manak calmly says it really is broken. The remaining part has been taken to Kenton. He continues, it's the only thing on your collection list. Suddenly, Pearly kindly corrects Manak, shouting, there are 4 others. The voice inside Manak grows fiercer. Kill. He thinks, the mistress of the sealed power. Mother is enraged now. Not afraid of strong enemies, only afraid of teammates like cows. Benna curses furiously, while Manak reveals a smug smile. You revealed so much, what business can you do now? If he joins our side, he'll definitely know anyway, you stupid mouth. You've already found 4 holy relics. Suddenly he speaks up, silencing them both. However, in this case, Manak gives a friendly, nice guy smile and says to them, guess who has the ability to resolve this matter quietly? Pearly chimes in, answering, not me, I don't have that ability. Benna is helpless. You? Why are you still... Just as she says those words, siding with him, Benna is sent flying far away by Manak. Pearly stands stunned. Don't... His eyes become sharper than ever, looking threateningly at Pearly. Speak! Pearly left alone freezes stiff before Manak. Ugh! She shoots off like the wind, throwing one last sentence back at Manak. See you later, huh? Before Pearly can escape, Manak gives her a one-way ticket to join her dear comrade Benna. He says calmly, for you, mother. Holy Power 3023. They both go to the afterlife in pieces. Manak glances over and immediately guesses, as expected, she's not dead yet, although I'm not sure what abilities you have. He also tiredly tells himself, forget about that. After eliminating that damned murderer, he touches his chaotic soul from before giving a satisfied smile. Indeed, this soul has calmed down again. Kill. Manak is here. Hearing his name called, he turns his head to look. The other 3 have also successfully dealt with the incredibly annoying zombies. The zombies suddenly all collapsed. Was that your doing? Manak smiles brightly, replying, yes. Sajita says proudly, my skills are quite useful, aren't they? You saved my life. Manak remembers the slash from that time and says, to the point I couldn't believe it. Very happy to have helped you. But he thinks to himself, however, He looks at Sajita for a long time, silently reassuring himself. He didn't happen to see my giant corrupted form, did he? Then Manak looks and suggests making the 3 raise question marks. By the way, I have to go. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this place. Carmen laughs. What else could possibly happen? His words were truly prophetic as something happens right after he says it. A monster with countless eyes and innumerable sharp teeth appears. Its form is extremely unsightly, incredibly detrimental to the city's aesthetic. The zombies seem to have merged into a giant walking mass of flesh. Carmen witnesses this and can't help but be horrified. That thing over there looks like it's stuck together. Is it corpses? Manak immediately answers, yes. It's coming. Manak thinks, even the filthiest rats don't have such evil intentions. Kill. Even after dying, you still drag the corpses here, turning them into that pile of rags. Truly a despicable power. Kill. He turns to Dakia. Lady Dakia, I understand you hate having blood on your hands. Manak continues, once this is over, I'll help you feel better. For now, first you need to calm down. Seeing his action, Dakia just chuckles silently. She immediately asks sharply, how do you intend to make me feel better? I'll think about it later. Manak smiles. First, if we want to rescue the survivors, we need to buy time. Carmen, looking lost like a golden deer, asks, is someone coming? Atamatia as a, yes. I'm sure that person will come. A horde of zombies follows a strange, dark figure, clothes tattered. Sajita remains silent, observing everything. He speaks up, priest. Looks like we have guests. As soon as he finishes speaking, a long trumpet sound echoes. The zombies very consciously line up straight. The resurrection piper blows a long note on his trumpet. A giant foot steps forward as fast as lightning. The remaining zombies compete in growling. Gah! They tear and bite ravenously. Quah. All 4 of Manak's group stand watching the strange scene unfold. Dakia speaks up, priest Manak. She points towards the resurrection piper. That person is heading towards us. Manak replies, it seems so. The resurrection piper begins among the 4 of you. Suddenly the mysterious person grips the sword tightly and speaks, hopefully. Suddenly the mysterious person speaks very decisively, leaving everyone with countless questions. The one with superior physical strength. At the same time, the mysterious person holds out the sword or spear before Manak's group and requests, take this spear and stab it into the heart of that disgusting creature. Seeing this, Manak's group, Dakia, Carmen and Sajita, all share the same question for the mysterious person, a spear. Suddenly, Manak steps forward and takes the spear from the mysterious person's hand, slightly confusing them. Manak, extremely cheerful, asks, "Brother, do you happen to have any extra swords?" Hearing this, the mysterious person doesn't say a word, just silently contemplates. Suddenly, after silently thinking, the mysterious person takes out another small spear, making Manak exclaim softly, "Oh!" Manak silently looks at the small spear in the mysterious person's hand, slightly surprised mouth, agape, thinking, then reaches out to take it. Well, you people really do have many different options. But not stopping there, Manak continues to ask the mysterious person for a few more requests, making them seem slightly awkward. By the way, and anyone can produce 2 swords and a bow and arrow. The mysterious person still remains silent and thoughtful, not saying a word. The mysterious person still remains silent and thoughtful, not saying a word. Thinking this, the mysterious person points upwards, creating a powerful spiritual force that appears. Immediately, heavy weapons continuously appear, making Manak extremely surprised and also slightly excited as he looks at the mysterious person. And the mysterious person generously says, "They're all yours." Immediately after, without much thought, Manak gathers the weapons from the mysterious person and starts distributing them to his companions. One gets a small spear. Another gets an incredibly sharp bow and arrow. Dakia is also given a supreme weapon by Manak, enhancing her cool beauty. Dakia, after making a few small sword strokes, excitedly exclaims, "Wow, they're feather-light." Manak seems to agree with Dakia, extremely excited, smirking inwardly and thinking, yeah, these are all top-quality items. At the same time, the weapons from the mysterious person are surrounded by very mystical auras. Manak silently looks at the weapons he distributed to his comrades and thinks, very sharp. At the same time, he also bestowed resurrection, Holy Spirit, upon them. Thinking this, Manak shifts his gaze to the giant roaring monster and thinks, it seems these weapons were born to deal with that pile of corpses. Suddenly, the mysterious person speaks, making Manak look over. I will block that giant's path for a moment. Sharp words full of hatred for the giant monster also come from the mysterious person. Take that chance, take the spear, and plunge it deep into that giant's heart. If these weapons are useful, I will give them to you. Hearing this, Manak just looks, silently smiles slightly and replies, I'm fine. As soon as he finishes, the mysterious person pulls out the trumpet and blows the sound, echoing throughout the space. The sound of the trumpet from the mysterious person echoes further and further. Manak's group is now ready to fight the monster. Because the sound from the mysterious person's trumpet reached the monster, it seems stunned and lets out a loud roar. Gah! Suddenly, the corpses on the monster start screaming in extreme pain. Wah! Immediately after, those corpses suddenly deform and fall into the pool of water. At the same time, streams of water suddenly shoot out from the giant monster's body. Seeing this makes Dakia slightly surprised and very worried. She frowns slightly and says, Priest Manak, how come? The situation seems increasingly tense. Dakia is utterly shocked by the sight before her and screams loudly, the corpses, they're decomposing. Hearing this, Manak also looks confusedly at the scene before him. The monster seems unable to resist anymore due to the decomposing corpses and collapses to the ground instantly. The monster, in extreme pain, collapses to the ground as water flows down from somewhere with a sky-shattering scream. Kwa! Seeing the situation, Manak silently smiles, pressing his lips together tightly, thinking, after those disgusting things finish decomposing, the monster is now screaming in extreme pain. Ka! Ka! Hearing this, Manak silently looks at the monster horde and thinks it will have to find more corpses to regenerate its body. So there's something even more disgusting than the zombie army. Just as he finishes that thought, the mysterious person suddenly says, I can only handle the outer layer of corpses. Hearing the mysterious person's words, Manak silently listens. You don't need to know where its heart is. The spear will guide you. Suddenly, the mysterious person speaks with determination. Now go! Hearing this, Manak just stands there silently blaming himself. My mouth really got me into trouble, even though I still wanted to say more. Snapping out of his thoughts, Manak immediately orders his companions to charge into battle. Charge! As they charge, Manak silently looks at the monster, thinking of a strategy. If we leave it like this, it will probably escape. The monster is still writhing in pain, unable to do anything but cry out, Gah! Seeing this, Dakia gets very excited and reminds her comrades this monster can barely move normally. As soon as she finishes, a corpse suddenly lunges at Dakia from nowhere with incredible speed and a loud scream. Gah! Go! Immediately after, hordes of corpses pile on top of each other, rushing towards Dakiar relentlessly. Seeing this, Dakiar seems to realize the situation and frowns, silently thinking of a plan. Suddenly, at that moment, arrows are shot, hitting the corpses surrounding Dakiar. They are immediately struck by the arrows. The shooter is none other than Carmen. Carmen, hitting bullseye after bullseye, is extremely excited. At the same time, Manak and Sajita are fighting the corpses together. Manak sees Dakiar being rescued and glances over. At that moment, Dakiar also shouts loudly, "I'm going with Carmen," and Dakiar, slashing the corpses with the small, sharp spear in her hand, shouts an announcement, "We'll find a way to hold back the giant." Hearing this, Manak confidently moves forward again, not forgetting to reply, "All right, counting on you." Suddenly, Manak calls out, "Sajita." Hearing him, Sajita also answers, "I'm here." Manak and Sajita are standing amidst the zombie monsters. Manak thinks of a plan and probes Sajita, "Can I leave taking down the monster to you?" Then, Manak heads in a different direction, full of determination, to fight to the end, instructing, "I'll distract it." Hearing this, Sajita, stabbing a corpse, replies, "Got it." Immediately, Manak turns and leaves, leaving Sajita to handle the corpses. Sajita, fully trusting Manak, says, "In that case, I trust you." At the same time, the corpses seem empowered and gradually rush towards Manak's group with extreme speed. But they can't escape Manak's sharp sword. With just a few slashes, Manak severs the heads, legs, and arms of the corpses. Blood splatters everywhere afterwards. Immediately after, Manak advances towards the final monster with eyes full of hateful determination, thinking, "Kill, I have a reason to aim for its head." Manak then raises his sword, spiritual power gathering around it, and thinks, "Right in the middle of its head, mother." At that moment, the monster's eyes suddenly emit a blue light, making Manak think, "There's a core of Holy Spirit energy there. That must be why Mother gave me this information." Suddenly, Manak smirks slightly and thinks, "Furthermore?" Then the monster's face suddenly shows the face of some old man, making Manak think of the name Esakara. Thinking this, Manak's eyes fill with hatred as he frowns, thinking, "That face." Then suddenly, Manak thinks of Riverkel's face and thinks with disgust, "Exactly the same, Riverkel." On Sajita's side, suddenly something distracts him, making him grunt silently. Suddenly, the monster cries out, "Gah!" This makes Manak extremely determined, resolving inwardly, "This time, definitely." Immediately after, Manak sharpens his gaze, sword in hand, thinking, "With these very hands." Instantly, Manak continuously swings series of slashes without stopping, thinking, "Aim straight for its head." Immediately after, the monster's eye suddenly falls out of its socket as it screams in pain, "Coup!" Manak, like a hero of justice, swings his sword a few more times. Immediately after, a part of the monster's body suddenly falls to the ground. At the same time, Manak immediately plunges his sword into that body part, creating extremely strong friction. Then, with determination, after slashing the monster several times, blood plasma flies everywhere. Manak now seems somewhat relieved, smiling contentedly and thinking, "I will destroy him, I will chop him into pieces." At the same time, Sajita is standing before the giant heart of the monster and asks, "So this thing is its heart, huh?" Without much thought, Sajita immediately thrusts a spear straight down into the monster's heart, accompanied by spraying red blood plasma. The monster, having been hit in its vital spot, cries out in pain. At the same time, over by Dakiar, the corpses suddenly die, instantly leaving Dakiar extremely surprised and confused. It seems Dakiar realizes now and chuckles softly, "Ah." But suddenly, as Dakiar looks up, parts of the monster's body appear, along with its blood plasma falling down, making Manak exclaim in shock, "What?" Immediately after, a pool of the monster's blood plasma forms, like a large puddle, and the mysterious person who gave weapons to Manak's group earlier also sees the situation, but says nothing, just silently observing. At the same time, Manak also walks towards the pool of the monster's blood plasma. Then in his hand, he holds a red orb stained with blood. Manak is extremely satisfied, smiling contentedly, thinking, "Finally." Then he silently thinks of Santos's image, feeling incredibly sad. "I have also." Manak stands before the monster's heart, completely fulfilled, thinking, "Got revenge for you, Santos." After the battle ended, the sky has brightened again. Dakiar approaches, calling out, "Priest Manak." Dakiar, extremely worried about Manak, asks, "You're not hurt, right?" Manak hears this, but just looks at Dakiar without saying anything. Suddenly, Manak asks, "Where's Sajita? Don't tell me." As soon as he finishes, Sajita walks over and answers, "I'm here." Sajita approaches, looking very pleased with the spear in his hand, praising it. "The grip on this thing is good, feels very sturdy in hand." Soon after, the four comrades regroup. The mysterious person who gave them the weapons earlier also approaches. The mysterious person suddenly gives an order, "Follow me," then points at Manak and says very firmly, "Only you." Immediately after, both Manak and the mysterious person head off in a different direction. Manak, slightly confused, silently looks at the mysterious person's back and thinks, "Why did he call me out here?" Then Manak thinks about the orb he just held, worrying slightly. "Or did he see me take the orb?" Suddenly, Manak's eyes become very determined, looking at the mysterious person. He silently clutches his chest, thinking, or perhaps he realized I'm a follower of the evil god. Have I been discovered? Suddenly, the mysterious person stops abruptly, as if sensing something approaching. At the same time, Manak also realizes and silently draws the sword from his shoulder, thinking kill. But suddenly, the mysterious person speaks again. It's coming. And Manak, still very sensitive to this mysterious person, also realizes what they meant and thinks, this presence. Manak closes his eyes tightly, sensing it. I know what it is. Manak realizes some demonic force has also appeared with flashes of light and thinks I know. At the same time, up in space, a series of meteors are being launched, making Manak think far beyond humanity. Pressure from celestial bodies beyond space. The trumpet sounds majestically again. Manak realizes and thinks a part of God is coming here. Then the mysterious person seems to merge with some power surge, making Manak think in amazement, the piper of death and eternal repose. At the same time, the mysterious person seems struck dumb by something, unable to speak. Suddenly, the mysterious person points at Manak and speaks, confusing Manak greatly. The capital. Then the mysterious person bows their head low to the ground. Immediately after, the mysterious person kneels down on the ground, surprising Manak, unable to understand what's happening to them. Afterwards, the mysterious person's mask suddenly cracks and falls to the ground, making Manak think he just said that and disappeared. Just finished thinking, Manak asks, so, did you have something to say? Hearing this, the mysterious person doesn't reply, just remains silent for a long time. Suddenly, the small fragments of the mysterious person's mask start smoking and floating up along with their words echoing, no one knows and no one wants to know. Hearing this, Manak chuckles silently and says, is that so? Immediately after, Manak walks over, extending his hand to invite the mysterious person to stand up, also saying, well then, let's go back there. A moment later, both Manak and the mysterious person leave. Suddenly, as Manak walks, he speaks, actually. The person walking ahead and behind Manak keeps pestering the mysterious person. Are you planning to clean up Iradeco completely? Can you help me? Using those zombies would be great. Hearing this, the mysterious person replies, helping the living is not my business. Suddenly, the mysterious person stops abruptly for a moment. The mysterious person is now speechless and unable to act. Pausing for a moment, the mysterious person looks at the fragments of their mask floating around in front of them. Suddenly, the mysterious person stammers out, but immediately after, the mysterious person turns sharply to look at Manak and asks, what can I help you with? Hearing this, Manak doesn't wait long and replies, all you need to do is find the survivors. Hearing that the mysterious person asks again, is that all? Manak becomes even more cheerful and adds, then bring them somewhere safe and sound, that's it. Can I count on you? As soon as he finishes, the mysterious person pulls out the trumpet and blows continuously without stopping. Instantly, corpses emerge from nowhere and appear. Seeing the corpses suddenly appear, Dakia is also extremely surprised, looking at the horde. The group of Dakia, Carmen and Sajita just stand still, silently watching the corpses gradually approach them. Seeing this, Manak speaks with great excitement. All right. Suddenly, Manak, like a gentle priest, smiles with a soft expression. If you see any preserved food or anything similar, I'd be very grateful if you bring them here. If left there, they'll all burn up. Hearing this, the mysterious person pulls out the trumpet and blows once more. But suddenly, the mysterious person is stopped again by Manak's words, ah. Manak again adopts the attitude of a gentle priest and asks for another favor. By the way, can you put out the fire? Hearing this, the mysterious person gets slightly annoyed and reminds him, say everything at once, please. A while later, the sky has turned to evening and sunset has appeared. Manak, holding some object in his hand, speaks in front of his companions and the trumpet-blowing mysterious person. It's just the right arm. Suddenly, Manak presents the arm he mentioned to the mysterious person and asks again, please, fulfill my wish. The mysterious person has now taken the hand from Manak, but just looks at it without saying a word. Immediately after, the mysterious person and the horde of corpses stand together on one side in the evening sunset. Suddenly, one of Manak's companions speaks up, making Manak turn his head, getting help from the Piper of Death and Eternal Repose. Hearing this, Manak smiles very contentedly and replies, strange, isn't it? He's really kind. Hearing this from Manak, along with his cheerful expression, Dakia is also affected by his positive spirit and says very happily, just as expected. When Priest Manak asks for help, everyone agrees. Right. Hearing this, Manak scratches his cheek slightly and replies, I didn't think he would agree either. Suddenly, Dakia takes Manak's hand and speaks gratefully. Thank you. This greatly surprises Manak. Dakia smiles very gently, her rosy cheeks captivating, and says, you really are a savior. Hearing this, Manak is slightly surprised, then feels a surge of anger, thinking, kill. Time passes to the evening of that day. In Manak's head, only the words echo, kill, kill, kill. The word kill keeps echoing in Manak's head, but while Manak is thinking his mother keeps throwing the orb, Manak brought back somewhere else. Manak still can't stop thinking about the scene where the trumpet-blowing mysterious person asked to meet him alone. He told me that there's a holy relic in the capital, right? Thinking this, Manak suddenly recalls the image of himself clasping his hands in prayer and thinks, in that case, he also realized the corruption. After thinking for a moment, Manak turns to his mother and calls out very excitedly, "Mother, the god I met today!" Manak keeps asking his mother, "Do you know kill you don't know?" Then he thinks remembering the image of the mysterious trumpet player. Manak faintly recalls helping the mysterious trumpet player stand up along with their words, "No one knows and no one wants to know. So my identity hasn't been revealed yet." Thinking this, Manak's expression becomes very serious. Elsewhere, Manak's mother is furious about something, cursing silently. What the hell happened? Immediately after, Manak's mother reaches her limit and thinks, "Kill." Then she throws the orb Manak brought back somewhere else, making Manak incredibly panicked, his face turning pale as he calls out, "Mother?" Manak's mother is sobbing uncontrollably, tears about to spill from her eyes, thinking, "Kill." Seeing this, Manak understands what's happening and asks, "You can't dispel the holy power remaining on the orb." Immediately after, Manak very cheerfully reassures his mother, "Don't worry, I'm sure you can do it." Suddenly, Manak chuckles silently and adds, "But no matter how angry you get," then he playfully scolds his mother. "Throwing things is also very bad, although I know you're trying to help me," even though the word kill echoes in his mother's thoughts. Saying this, Manak suddenly reaches out his hand and says, "It doesn't matter how angry you get, do not throw away things." Immediately after, Manak lifts his mother high and praises her, "This way you'll be 3 times more lovable than you are now." But in his mother's thoughts, kill keeps echoing. However, Manak doesn't seem to notice and keeps asking his mother repeatedly, "Are you asking if it makes you more attractive in my eyes?" Immediately after, Manak laughs very contentedly, "Not at all." But suddenly something about Manak terrifies his mother, making her face turn pale. Manak also reminds her, "Please hear me out." Suddenly, in his mother's thoughts, kill echoes relentlessly. Immediately after, Manak's mother bursts into tears again, making Manak coax her sweetly, "Because I already love those lovable aspects of you." But these words seem to make Manak's mother gradually stop crying and silently listen to him. Whether it's 3 times or 100 times more. Immediately after, Manak holds his mother in his arms and very gently, affectionately says, "To me, you're still just the same." But inside his mother's heart, the sound kill still echoes relentlessly. The sky is now late night. Manak still ceaselessly comforts his mother. "So then, no matter how angry you are right now, promise not to throw things around, okay?" But in his mother's thoughts, kill still echoes relentlessly. Cutscene. At a nearby eatery, 2 people are continuously chatting. "Have you heard about this?" "What?" The 2 patrons in the eatery chat happily. "Nowadays there are worshippers of the evil spirit everywhere." "What?" "Not just in our kingdom, but also the Eastern Dragon Kingdom and the Western Desert Kingdom, from the Northern Empire down to the Southern Empire." At the same time, Saintess Azure Flame is sitting nearby secretly listening. The 2 patrons continue gossiping. "That's right, I heard that, just recently. Kenton and Iradico both suffered heavy losses. Will our town be like that too?" This town, hearing this, Saintess Azure Flame also turns her head with a surprised expression. Suddenly, one patron consoles his gossip buddy. "Don't worry, in Kenton and Iradico, apparently someone killed all the evil spirit followers." "Right." The patron keeps talking. It was him, Manak, the savior of Iradico." Hearing this, the gossip buddy replies, "Exactly. The reason we can drink beer comfortably like this, isn't it all thanks to him?" As soon as they finish, the 2 friends, done gossiping, clink their glasses together. "Hooray for Manak." "Manak, hooray." Hearing this, Saintess Azure Flame pauses for a few seconds. "Hooray for Manak." Suddenly, Saintess Azure Flame asks, "The savior of Iradico, Manak." Along with that is her determined gaze looking forward emotionlessly. Cutscene. At a lavish palace, someone curses relentlessly. "These damned worshippers of evil spirits." This short person walks proudly down the palace corridor, cursing silently. To capture the princess, they even bribed the lord of Iradico. Suddenly, the person walking in the corridor thinks of the burnt village scene, feeling extremely angry and unhappy, thinking, because of them, the assassins and the lord, everyone died in that territory. Thinking this, the person walking in the palace corridor frowns irritably, thinking, clearly the prince of the Dragon Kingdom. Then suddenly, this person thinks of Sajita's image and judges silently. But he's no different, that damn bastard. He'll probably be furious. This person is none other than Huden, with his grumpy face, thinking, but if I'm discovered just standing here, he'll be twice as angry. Thinking this, Huden suddenly walks to a room in the palace and knocks gently. Just after knocking, Huden introduces himself, "Third Prince, I am Huden." As Huden finishes, the person inside the room calls out, "Come in." Immediately after, Huden opens the door wide and enters, seeing the image of Lu Thumb lounging on a chair. Suddenly, Lu Thumb gives Huden a sharp, hateful glare. Cut scene. In a place with heavy snowfall in the forest, Manak points a knife at a kneeling person, threatening them. "What did you say earlier? You'll hand over everything you have." Hearing this, the kneeling person clasps their hands, begging, "Spare me, just my life, please spare me." As soon as they finish, Manak mercilessly swings his sword down, causing the kneeling person's blood plasma to splatter everywhere, along with a resounding scream, "Help!" Blood plasma also splatters onto Dakiar. Dakiar, with her ice-cold expression, but also slightly sad, looks away, unable to bear watching the scene. Suddenly, after finishing off the kneeling person, Manak turns his head and tells Dakiar, "I'll go and be right back." Manak goes aside and takes 2 pieces of wood, tying them into a cross. Immediately after, Manak plants it in a grave mound before him, clasps his hands and stammers out, "Mother." Manak very sincerely clasps his hands tightly, closes his eyes and prays earnestly, "I offer their souls to you, Mother." At the same time, Manak's mother seems to be nearby, whispering, "Kill." Suddenly, lotus flames appear on Manak's mother's grave mound, along with the system sound, "Holy Power 3779. Manak is enveloped in a blue aura, very sincerely clasping his hands together in prayer. "Thanks to taking down robbers several times, I've gathered quite a few holy powers now." But suddenly the sound "kill" echoes relentlessly. After finishing all prayer rituals, Manak turns to leave, not forgetting to say, "Let's head back." A while later, Manak returns to his companions. Carmen and Sajita walk behind Manak and Dakiar, who are chatting very happily. Suddenly, Dakiar calls out, making Manak look over. "Priest Manak!" Manak seems to understand Dakiar's intention and prompts, "What do you want to ask?" Hearing this, Dakiar leans close to Manak and whispers secretly to him, "I'm not asking to blame you, so please don't misunderstand." As she finishes, Manak looks at Dakiar with a confused expression. Dakiar twirls a lock of her hair while asking further, "Priest Manak never lets any robber survive, right? Can you tell me why you does that? If you don't want to, you don't have to say it." As Dakiar speaks, Manak watches her very intently. Then Manak seems to realize something, chuckles silently, and sighs. Suddenly, Manak asks again, "Have you asked Carmen and Sajita about that already?" Hearing this, Dakiar quickly replies, "Yes." Manak begins to explain also, glancing at the very cheerful, laughing Carmen. Carmen said he knows robbers attack the weak, who have no power, so they can't be left alive. Manak then shifts his gaze to the equally cheerful Sajita and says, "Sajita, stated that as a mercenary, as long as he's paid, he will do his best in everything, even if it means killing all the robbers." After talking about his 2 companions, Carmen and Sajita, Manak smiles brightly like a flower and talks about himself. "As for me, I believe in human potential." Hearing Manak say this, Dakiar gets drawn into the story and asks back, "Potential?" At the same time, at the place Manak's group just left, 2 more graves have appeared. As they walk, Dakiar, still wondering, asks Manak again, "What you believe those robbers will be reborn in different forms?" Hearing this, Manak calmly and gently replies, "As the Duke told me, they will repent and have a good life." This also leaves Dakiar slightly confused by Manak's words. Then Dakiar, as if bitten, bristles with anger and snaps, "What if it's the opposite? Shouldn't you not kill, then?" Seeing this, Manak still very gently and kindly explains, "But milady, the first time is always the hardest. I think it's more likely." Dakiar listens very attentively to Manak's explanation, while Manak continues his non-stop explanation like a wireless cooldown on his mouth, that they will reoffend with worse actions than repent. Therefore As he says this, Manak's voice suddenly drops. "Have to kill them. Killing is just a new beginning." Hearing this, Dakiar now has calculations running in her head, silently resting her chin on her hand, thinking, then huffs slightly. Suddenly Dakiar finishes thinking and retorts, "But do we have the right to judge them according to our own will?" Dakiar, very confident in her reasoning, presents it to Manak. Regarding this, "No god has clearly stated that authority." At that moment, Manak's mother seems to have silently sent him a message, "Kill." Manak realizes, clutches his chest, smiles silently, thinking, "I know, mother." Then Manak thinks of the moment his mother took him in and allowed him freedom, thinking, "Mother allowed me to do anything I wanted." Suddenly, Manak very gently clutches his chest and explains to Dakiar, "I don't kill them just to judge whether their actions are right or wrong. I just want to take responsibility for my choice." Dakiar, hearing this, is extremely surprised and asks again, "Responsibility?" Manak also answers yes. Immediately after, Manak starts explaining to help Dakiar understand, even though Dakiar keeps staring at Manak intently. "When the evildoers I spared commit further evil deeds, causing others to shed blood and tears, then I must take responsibility for that." As he speaks, Manak thinks of the scene where he visited his mother's grave. and among the responsibilities I must bear when taking their lives, I chose to bear the karmic consequences I would incur by doing so. Hearing this, Dakiar suddenly replies, that is my choice. At the same time, Manak also interjects, the price to pay for this killing, who knows when it will come for me? As he speaks, Manak shows no anger, only a satisfied expression. But no matter what responsibility I have to bear, I still decide to live like this. Suddenly, Manak widens his eyes, a surge of power emitting from them. Manak also says, the evildoer I spared went on to kill someone innocent. Then Manak silently thinks of being in a dark space with someone and says that was truly a horrific experience. Manak, feeling incredibly wronged and angry, clenches his fist tightly and thinks to himself, I promised myself that if I can't. Suddenly the scene shifts to Manak, kneeling before someone's tombstone, looking heartbroken, thinking, take responsibility to the end, then I won't let any evildoer remain alive in this world. Hearing this, Dakiar just fiddles with her hair without saying anything. Suddenly, while fiddling with her hair, Dakiar adopts a serious attitude and says, can you tell me stories about the past? Then suddenly Dakiar becomes very shy and stammers, if it's inconvenient, then never mind. What's impossible now anyway? But contrary to Dakiar's thoughts, Manak suddenly laughs cheerfully and replies, but different from what Dakiar thought at this moment, Manak suddenly laughed happily and replied, but I think I'll leave it for next time. Hearing that, Dakiar was also a bit surprised and exclaimed. Suddenly Manak avoids the topic points in one direction and asks the foolish Dakiar to look over there. Before them is also a group of people walking amidst the white snow. Seeing this, Sajita suddenly says, it's a merchant caravan, let's go check it out. Sajita gets very excited and adds, if it's a caravan of this size, there will be many people. Then he thinks about the scene and, maybe we can sell the equipment we got from the robbers. At the same time, the people from the other caravan are slowly riding closer. Hearing Sajita's idea, Manak cheerfully replies, all right. A while later, cutscene. At some headquarters, an old merchant caravan leader is silently looking at Manak's group. The old caravan leader picks up one of Manak's group's swords and examines it very intently, praising it. Truly a wonderful metal. It's a rare alloy containing the essence of ancient imperial craftsmanship. Seeing this, Manak just sits silently smiling, then speaks up, startling the old caravan leader, who looks over. Hey! Hearing this, the old caravan leader understands and hands the weapon back to Manak, stammering an explanation very hesitantly. I lost my composure for a moment, because this is the first time I've seen a sword using so much immortalium. Carmen also frowns slightly and adds, if it's immortalium, could it be, you mean the legendary metal? Hearing this, the old caravan leader replies, it's not the ordinary type of immortalium, but the type of immortalium with high purity content, more than double the amount we have collected over the past 120 years. At the same time, the whole group of them looked at the weapon Manak was holding. At this moment, the guildmaster spoke again with great interest. This is truly a precious item, to the point that I want to buy it at any cost. Hearing this, Manak laughed smugly and replied, I have absolutely no intention of selling it. Hearing this, the guildmaster replied, slightly disappointed, I see. If it were me, I wouldn't sell it either. Suddenly, Carmen changed the subject, speaking with a very cold expression. If that's the case, there must be some reason you invited us here. At this point, the guildmaster no longer hid anything and explained, the reason is, I want to hire everyone as guards to escort us to the capital of the Northern Kingdom. If so, the demon butcher of White. Suddenly, the guildmaster mumbled, the enemy of the evil god Kenton. Suddenly, the guildmaster glanced at Manak and exclaimed loudly, and the savior of Iradico. Then the guildmaster pointed firmly at Manak and said, you are that hero priest, Manak. Are you confident in your abilities? At this, the guildmaster continued to praise him, making Manak extremely embarrassed and cough lightly. We have heard much about your exploits. It would truly be an honor to cooperate with you. Suddenly, at that moment, Manak's mother seemed to have a message for her son, kill. Now the guildmaster presented the conditions once more, making Manak's group look over. If you accompany us, you will be treated generously. I also promise to treat the other mercenaries accompanying you with the utmost enthusiasm. Suddenly, Carmen, with his indifferent expression, spoke up. Excuse me, but could you give us some time to discuss? Hearing this, the guildmaster didn't hesitate, and left immediately, not forgetting to say, please take your time. At this moment, the guildmaster secretly turned his head to look at Manak's group, and reminded them, give me a satisfactory answer, I will wait for you. The sky was gradually turning dark. There amidst the white snow, they had set up a resting camp on the spot. At the same time, inside one tent, Manak's mother was still thinking about killing again. Right now, Manak was massaging his mother's shoulders and back, also asking kindly, are you comfortable, mother? Suddenly, Manak smiled with a proud and satisfied look, saying, I accepted the Merchant Guild's request. Manak then added more, which greatly reassured Manak's mother, making her smile contentedly. After we get paid, we'll find a good inn in the capital. But the thought still echoed kill. Suddenly, while Manak was massaging his mother, a sky-shattering scream rang out, "Ah!" At the same time, outside the camp, people were desperately trying to stop the giant thing flying in front of them. Among them was an old man extremely panicked by the situation before him. Now the whole group shouted in unison as the giant monster, with an ugly appearance like a bat, attacked. Hearing this, Manak inside the camp quickly hugged his mother, looking outside with a worried expression, murmuring, "An attack." At this moment, that giant monster flew towards the camp, along with its companions. Manak was now outside the camp, looking incredibly cool, as he swung his sword, accompanied by the thought kill. Instantly, he severed part of the body of a mutated bat monster, causing blood plasma to spurt out. At this time, Carmen didn't sit still, either, drawing his sword to fight with his cold expression. Suddenly, Carmen launched a palm strike at the monster, severing its head from its body, along with a sky-shattering scream, "Miek." Now Manak and Carmen coordinated incredibly smoothly, fighting off the horde of monsters in just a moment. Suddenly, after defeating a monster that had fallen, Manak stood to the side, preparing to strike a fatal blow down onto the monster with his sword. The monster kept screeching, "Keek, keek." Without hesitation, Manak immediately stabbed straight down into the monster's body, causing blood plasma to splash everywhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dakia was conjuring a stream of power like a fireball. Dakia was putting immense effort into conjuring the fireball-like power, making it grow larger and larger. On another side, one of the guild's men was being pinned down by a monster right in front of Dakia. But suddenly a spear flew from somewhere, startling the monster unexpectedly. Seeing this, Dakia, who was conjuring power, also turned her head to look, while the monster in front fell freely to the ground. Dakia then spoke, "Huh." Suddenly, Manak ran over and said, "That's enough, an ally who can't control their magic is scarier than an enemy's spear." As soon as he finished speaking, the power orb Dakia was conjuring dissipated into smoke. At this, Dakia, extremely frustrated and angry, flushed red and shouted loudly, "It's not that bad." Then looking at the chaotic scene before her, Dakia added, "The bat was so big, I definitely would have hit it." Hearing this, Manak just laughed helplessly and indulged Dakia, replying, "Yes, but bats can fly. Enemy movements in the air are even harder to predict than on the ground." Then Manak very gently explained to Dakia, "If your hand slipped, we couldn't guarantee our own side wouldn't be harmed. That's why I want you to hold back that magic for now." Hearing this, Dakia, still sulking, replied, "I know I'll do that." A while later, after dealing with the monsters, Manak, covered in fresh blood, walked proudly into the camp. Along with him, Manak's ultimate weapon was also heavily stained with blood. Wherever Manak went, blood dripped. Suddenly then, Manak entered a private room with the guildmaster. The two faced each other but said nothing. Suddenly the guildmaster spoke up, asking, "Do you intend to put down that beautiful metal weapon?" Hearing this, Manak, with his ice-cold expression, explained, "That depends on your answer." Hearing that, the guildmaster replied, "Then I must speak wisely." Manak, with his cold expression, slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "Yes, you should think carefully before answering." Then Manak gripped his weapon tightly and added, "Why did the worshippers of the evil spirit?" Suddenly Manak thought of the enemies he had encountered before and emphasized each word with his ice-cold expression. "Attack. Your merchant company?" Hearing this, the guildmaster asked, "Would you believe me if I said I don't know?" But suddenly Manak couldn't listen anymore and activated his weapon, causing the blood plasma stuck on it to splatter everywhere. Seeing this, the guildmaster, slightly frightened, stammered, "Don't, all right, I will trust you because of your illustrious reputation." Hearing this, Manak accepted and put away his weapon, then replied, "All right." Manak then added, "I hope you are no longer hiding anything." Hearing this, the guildmaster made a request. "Please keep this a secret." Hearing this, Manak returned to his friendly demeanor and replied, "Of course. I am here as a mercenary. I voluntarily keep this secret." Suddenly, the guildmaster ordered the subordinate next to him, "Bring that thing to me." Hearing this, the subordinate brought something out and placed it on the table in front of Manak and the guildmaster. The guildmaster then tightly gripped the box he had asked the subordinate to bring out and began to explain, "They started attacking us after I received this item." Then the guildmaster recounted meeting another merchant group on the road earlier and began to narrate, "We were asked to bring that item to the capital." Hearing this from the guildmaster, Manak offered words of comfort and inquiry. "You must have suffered considerable losses being ambushed for so long like that. Why didn't you give up?" Hearing this, the guildmaster gripped the box even tighter and answered Manak's question. "I was already paid up front with that precious metal. They promised to pay more upon completion." Then the guildmaster looked intently at the box and added, "Honestly, I don't know why they're targeting this thing. I asked another priest, but he didn't know either." Immediately after, the guildmaster opened the box, revealing a dazzlingly bright gold necklace inside, and added, "This is the item." Seeing this item, Manak seemed frozen for a long moment, thinking to himself with a look of utter shock, "This is kill." Just a glance and Manak recognized this shiny gold necklace, murmuring to himself, "A holy relic, carrying Mother's corrupted holy power." Then without much thought, he placed his hand on his left chest and felt it, thinking, so this is why they are constantly being ambushed by the worshippers of the evil spirit. Then Manak briefly thought of a certain severed hand and tried to find an answer for himself. But how, I'm still carrying Mother's hand, which they don't know about. But how could they locate this holy relic? Suddenly the guildmaster spoke up, asking, what do you think? Have you figured out why they are pursuing this? Hearing this, Manak sighed softly and replied, I don't understand either. Seeing this, the guildmaster didn't question further and just said, all right then. Manak then explained, I understand your situation, but I think we need to discuss a few other things. It seemed the guildmaster understood Manak's intention and asked, you mean about the conditions, Rao? Hitting the mark, Manak quickly replied, that's right. Manak then stated his condition. Since you hid this thing, I think the conditions must change a bit. Then Manak held up 2 fingers and smiled very contentedly, saying, we want double the amount you initially promised. Hearing this, the guildmaster hesitated slightly. Double. Hearing that, Manak pressed on for everyone. After that, the guildmaster helplessly replied, all right. The guildmaster then asked a few more things. Do you intend to switch careers to become a merchant instead of a priest? Hearing this, Manak just chuckled dismissively and replied, not at all. Hearing Manak's firm denial, the guildmaster also replied, very good. A while later, Manak returned to his camp with his teammates. Suddenly, Sajita voiced his suspicion. Actually, there are clear signs of battle imprinted on the guard's equipment. They must have fought before being ambushed. Hearing Sajita say this, Dakia reminded him, you should have said something, shouldn't you? Sajita, with a helpless look, explained, it's because those merchants hid it from us. We're going the same way anyway. I guarantee if we had refused him, we would have been ambushed too. Hearing this, Carmen added a few words. Besides, our priest already stood up and demanded double the reward. Hearing himself praised, Manak suppressed his amusement, just smiling slightly and replying, I only asked for what we deserved. Hearing that, Dakia also coughed quietly and said, luckily, everyone is okay. Saying that, Carmen clapped his hands twice loudly and reminded everyone, all right, then let's go to sleep. We have a long journey tomorrow. Having said that, each person split off in different directions to return to their tents. Suddenly, a hand emerged from inside Manak's clothes, along with a whisper, kill. Seeing this, Manak patted his left chest with his hand and comforted it. Mother, do you want me to steal the holy relic right now? It would be very troublesome if I got caught. But Manak's mother's arm wouldn't stay still, emerging again, along with the familiar echoing sound, kill. Seeing this, Manak offered a few more words of comfort to his mother. As long as there are no witnesses, it's the perfect crime. You sound just like an assassin, mother. Then Manak thought about his conversation with the guildmaster and said aloud, we shouldn't rush, at least until we know his capabilities. Then as he walked, Manak spoke to his mother. You know well metal doesn't rot. But the word kill kept echoing in his ear. Manak chuckled softly and said with an extremely cunning look, I'll let the evil spirit worshippers steal it, and while they fight over it, I'll take the holy power from within and then return it. Hearing this, Manak's mother was utterly confused by this son of hers. Suddenly then, Manak's mother's arm seemed to lose control, repeatedly emerging and repeatedly saying, kill, kill. At this moment, Manak's mother suddenly spoke. Haha, you've hidden your talent for quite a while, haven't you? Hearing this, Manak replied, you praise me too much, mother. But just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, ambush! Immediately, Manak, with an unhappy expression, turned his head and sighed. I just took a bath. Without much thought, Manak pulled out his ultimate weapon and merged his power with it. As he activated it, Manak sounded weary. Guess I'll have to deal with this quickly and get it over with. At the same time, a subordinate of the guild saw a 2-horned monster charging at him and shouted a warning, careful monster attack. Immediately the subordinate was attacked by the monster and sent flying far away, accompanied by a terrified scream, Cook! Hearing this scream, Manak looked over with his sharp eyes. Then he suddenly saw the monster moving at extremely high speed, rushing towards Manak. Manak had already recognized this monster and thought, it's a carpal. Without much thought, Manak swung a blow down at the monster. But the monster was very cunning, quickly retreating to dodge its growl echoing. But not letting the monster wait long, Manak swung down again. This time it seemed Manak had achieved his goal, frowning slightly, gritting his teeth and muttering, Kook! Immediately Manak confronted the monster before him. Manak activated his weapon, started soaring downwards, and thought, I'll cut it. Instantly, the monster's pair of horns fell off its head. Seemingly having almost won, Manak sighed inwardly, its horns, when I get the chance. Then immediately after, on one side was Manak with terrifying power, and on the other was the monster that had been flung far away. Manak flicked the blood off his weapon and panted, Phew! But suddenly Manak saw something furrowed his brow, slightly looked and snorted. Manak saw something emitting light nearby. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted from the bushes. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared, none other than Polly, rushing towards Manak at incredible speed with an extremely loud roar. Seeing this, Manak was astonished, his eyes wide open. Polly then licked her lips disgustingly. Seeing this, Manak began to defend himself and shouted, "You!" Suddenly, the priestess who worshipped puppets laughed sinisterly. Then instantly, Manak grabbed Polly tightly by the neck. Polly, extremely pleased, said, "Long time no see." Ha ha ha. Polly, immensely enjoying herself, with arms spread wide, said, "I've thought about you a lot, you know. Do you remember me?" Hearing this, Manak replied very coldly, "Not in the slightest." Hearing the cold words from Manak, Polly seemed even more amused and said, it's okay. Let me remember you more to make up for it." Hearing this, Manak could only concede defeat and sighed. Suddenly, Manak became very serious and asked, "There's something I want to ask you." Hearing this, Polly giggled with amusement. Ha! Suddenly, Polly laughed, amusedly licked her lips, grabbed Manak's arm and said, "If I answer, what will you do for me?" Suddenly, Manak, without saying much, struck down a nearby monster mercilessly. In just an instant, a monster had been sent to the afterlife by Manak. Suddenly, a demon bat appeared from nowhere, diving towards Manak. But immediately, this demon bat was pierced by a thrown spear, causing it immense pain. It seemed Manak recognized who had helped him, turning his head to say, "Thank you, thanks." The one who saved Manak's life was none other than Sajita. Sajita replied, "It was nothing." Suddenly, Carmen saw something slightly furrowed his brow and looked. Immediately, Carmen pointed behind Manak and announced loudly, "It's running away." Hearing this, both Manak and Sajita turned their heads to look. Behind Manak now was the bat monster rushing towards them at extremely high speed. Seeing this, Manak shouted loudly, "I'll handle it." At the same time, the demon bat continued to charge relentlessly towards Manak. Manak was no less fierce, increasing his speed and charging towards the demon bat. But suddenly the demon bat turned and flew away, leaving Manak standing there alone. But not waiting long, Manak immediately prepared to throw his sword at the demon bat with an incredibly cold gaze. In just an instant, in the blink of an eye, Manak acted incredibly fast, just streaking past the demon bat, and immediately after the spear pierced straight into the demon bat's body. A moment later, the demon bat collapsed onto the white snow-stained red by its blood plasma. Manak, extremely tired, now lowered his weapon. Then Manak, very satisfied, walked past the corpse of the demon bat with his extremely cold demeanor. Then Manak changed direction and moved towards another side. Manak stood beneath the ancient tree where Polly was perched, above, sulking and complaining, "You took too long. Polly then leaped down to the ground, stood in front of Manak and said, "Now will you grant all my requests?" Hearing this, Manak was slightly surprised and asked, "What are you talking about?" Polly's expression changed, showing great amusement as she asked again, "No." Hearing this, Manak replied, "Not exactly." Manak then cut Polly off, "Answer my question first." Hearing that, Polly replied, all right. Then Polly, slightly puzzled, asked, "How many evil spirit worshippers are ambushing us?" How many was it? 1, 2. Suddenly Polly laughed heartily with great amusement, saying, 3, including me. Suddenly Polly pursed her lips, slightly annoyed, and said, "But they keep acting like I'm not here." Then Polly, furious about something, said resentfully, "Honestly, that's really too much." Hearing and seeing Polly act like this made Manak utterly defeated, thinking, does she just spill all the information to the enemy like that? If I were on her side, I'd do the same. After thinking, Manak spoke up after a moment of silence. "Oh, they really are an unreasonable bunch, aren't they?" Hearing this matched Polly's thoughts, and she replied, "Exactly, that's right." Then Manak chuckled lightly again and asked, "So what's the reason you attacked the merchant group?" Hearing that, Polly replied, "The necklace." Polly thought of the necklace with great excitement and said, "The target is the necklace of that merchant group's leader." Hearing this, Manak pretended not to know and replied, "How did you know the leader had that?" Hearing that, Polly replied, "How would I know? But we're always the There is one thing I do know. The person who wants the necklace of that merchant leader is from Liberatio." As Polly spoke, she thought of the image of the guild master and a mysterious person. Hearing this from Polly, Manak asked again Liberatio, "You mean that mysterious evil spirit worshipping society?" Hearing this was exactly what Polly meant, and she said, right. Hearing that, Manak added, "But aren't you also a part of that society?" Now it seemed everything Manak said hit the mark, as Polly replied, "Exactly." Hearing this, Manak was slightly puzzled and asked further, "Internal conflict?" Hearing that, Polly explained, "Not exactly like that. It's just a small argument." As Polly spoke, her expression showed clear amusement. Suddenly, Manak chuckled and asked further, "So what's the reason for the argument?" But because she couldn't remember, Polly replied, "I heard it, but I've completely forgotten." Hearing this, Manak stammered, "Forgot how? Or are you on a different side?" Hearing that, Polly replied with extreme delight, "I'm neutral. I only work for money, or if I'm given something." Hearing this, Manak, slightly puzzled, asked, "Something? What does that mean?" Hearing that, Polly explained, "Well, materials for my puppets." Suddenly, Polly clasped her hands together and said, Suddenly, Polly put on a very sinister expression and introduced who she really was. "I'm a priestess who worships puppets." Hearing this, Manak showed no reaction, just quietly thinking to himself, so the one standing before me now and the one from before, are they both puppets? Suddenly Polly spoke again. Ah, that's right. Suddenly Polly reminded Manak, you should be careful, the ones with me are plotting something against the Merchant Guild, but they didn't let me participate. Hearing this, Manak chuckled softly to himself after listening to Polly. Then Manak felt a bit suspicious and asked, why are you being so nice to me? Hearing this, Polly chuckled softly and asked Manak back, are you really asking that? The reason for this kindness, you ask? Then suddenly Polly showed her sinister side again, laughed coldly and explained, this question is quite different from the questions you've been asking until now. Just as Polly finished speaking, both fell silent for a moment. Suddenly Manak turned his head, sounding weary, and said, suddenly I'm not curious anymore. Hearing this from Manak, Polly became annoyed and resentful, asking, why not? Then suddenly Polly lay down, flailed about, and whined childishly, why not ask more? Then Manak, completely unmoved, replied very coldly, no. When I asked earlier, you didn't answer. Suddenly Manak internally gave up, sighed and relented, saying, all right, tell me, what do you want from me? Hearing this, Polly jumped up laughing cheerfully and said, what do I want? Next time we meet, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Manak chuckled softly and said, is that so? Suddenly Manak drew his sword and swung it towards Polly with an incredibly cold tone of farewell. Then goodbye. Even though Manak had just decapitated Polly, Polly still didn't forget to leave a smile for Manak and uttered her final words, see you later. Time passed and now back at the resting camp. As Manak was about to enter the camp to rest, someone called out, making Manak look over with a puzzled expression, Priest Manak. It was none other than Dakia. Seeing her, Manak replied, princess, what is it? Then Manak spoke with concern for Dakia. You should be resting. We don't know when those evil spirit worshippers might attack. Dakia heard this and replied, I know. Dakia, paying no attention to her own health, asked cheerfully, I didn't see you earlier. Where did you go? Without much thought, Manak chuckled inwardly and explained to Dakia, I chased after a couple. I sensed the presence of an evil spirit worshipper, so I went to patrol a bit more. Hearing this, Dakia was extremely surprised, her mouth agape, as she asked again, you fought with one of them? Seeing Dakia slightly misunderstood him, Manak waved away her previous thought. No. By the time I got there, they were already gone. Suddenly Dakia stepped towards Manak and said, that's truly a pity. Then suddenly Dakia held a handkerchief and brought it up to Manak's cheek. But for some reason Manak looked terrified, his face pale, dodging with his hand and saying, Princess, your handkerchief will get dirty. Suddenly the thought appeared, kill. Hearing this, Dakia chuckled softly, spoke, and handed the handkerchief to Manak. I brought this for you. Suddenly Dakia took Manak's hand charmingly and said, don't run anymore, let me wipe your face. But while Dakia and Manak were showing affection, the thought echoed again, kill, kill, kill. After wiping Manak's face, Dakia, very satisfied, said, they're all done. You should rest now, okay? Immediately after, she handed the handkerchief to Manak and said, here, take this. Seeing this, Manak reached out to take it and replied, yes. Then Dakia left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Well then, good night, Priest Manak. Hearing this, Manak smiled inwardly and replied, you too. A while later, Manak was finally able to enter the camp, extremely tired, his face pale, and sighed, today was so hard and tiring. But suddenly a series of lights emanated from somewhere, leaving Manak very confused. At the same time, Manak's mother stood before him with an incredibly cold gaze, the handkerchief in her hand, and the echoing voice, kill. Seeing this, Manak explained, I've already washed my face, mother, you don't need to wash it for me. Hearing this, Manak's mother just looked intently and thought, kill. Manak sat down beside his mother, letting her wipe his face, and said helplessly, mother, did you hear me? My face hurts. Hearing this, Manak's mother was furious, but only thought, kill. Time passed gradually until Manak's group had to move the camp elsewhere. Suddenly Manak saw something stood still and looked over with great curiosity. Suddenly Manak looked intently into the distance at the mountain in front of him and thought, this sound, what is it? Manak then recalled what Polly had warned him, you should be careful, and thought with some worry, ambush. But suddenly Manak realized something, frowning and thinking, no, this sound. Just as he finished the thought, suddenly an extremely loud explosion echoed from the snowy mountain. Looking at the panicked scene before him, Manak was so scared, he broke into a cold sweat, his voice ringing out, it's an avalanche. He quickly turned around and ordered everyone to follow. Leave everything and run, now hurry up. Dakia, unconcerned, walked forward. Watching the falling snow, Dakia thought to herself, the avalanche is too fast, if only there was a little more time. Seeing her leave, Manak looked confused and immediately recognized a problem. Just then, Dakia was hit by a force from behind, causing her to lose balance and startle. Manak grabbed her shoulder tightly and quickly suggested, I need the princess's help. She looked back. He quickly explained, the avalanche is too fast, so there isn't much time. If it continues like this, no one can survive. Meanwhile, everyone else was panicking and fleeing. Seeing the increasingly urgent situation, he couldn't help but yell, if we have the princess's help, everyone can be saved. Seeing Manak's pleading look towards her made her shiver slightly. Mimi. Manak pointed firmly behind them and said, Princess, use your magic strike right into the center of that avalanche. Startled by him, Dakia asked bewilderedly, Magic? Manak confirmed, yes, you wanted a chance to use magic, didn't you? Now is that chance? This time helplessness showed in her eyes, her voice trembling. Even so, but no matter what magic I use, I can't stop that avalanche. Despite Dakia explaining from A to Z, Manak firmly insisted it doesn't necessarily have to be powerful magic. She worriedly argued further, but while gathering magic power, I can't move, and after attacking, I'll be exhausted. Sensing her lack of confidence, Manak gripped her shoulder tighter to reassure her. No matter what I have to do. He bowed his head slightly, placed his hand on his chest, and repeated, I will protect the princess. Unexpectedly, his dedication made her feel a bit troubled. Dakia paused, swallowing hard in her dry mouth. She turned to leave, her voice echoing back, I'll try it once. You absolutely must keep your word. Dakia's voice echoed, I believe in you. Hearing her say that made him smile proudly. Dakia began to summon her magic. A stream of power enveloped her body. Streams of power gathered from all around, brightening the entire sky. Dakia reached out gently, touching the brightly glowing orb. Then she coldly struck it forward. The beam of light flew past, causing the avalanche to seemingly freeze in place. Immediately, a huge explosion roared, covering almost the entire sky. The shockwave spread out. The avalanche stopped, settling into small piles. Dakia screamed out. Her eyes looked like they were bleeding blood, her scream growing louder. Die! Immediately after, a large hand appeared behind her back, as if channeling power to help her. The hand hidden beneath the strong spiritual power revealed 4 fingers. Then it gradually raised the last finger. The familiar sound echoed kill. Feeling the internal power from behind her body made her freeze. Overexerted, Dakia fainted. Manak beside her panicked and called her name Princess. Supporting her body with one arm, Manak looked towards the avalanche and said, This is enough. Dakia whispered in his ear, Really? The surrounding avalanche was sealed by her magic, but there were signs of it falling. His voice whispered, Yes. Lying in his arms, Dakia thought, It shouldn't have made me faint like this, but utterly helpless, Manak cried out for help. Mother, help me kill! Seeing his mother's form, he hastily pleaded, There's not much time left. Quickly protect me. Suddenly, the snow slid down. Without thinking, he used his body to shield her. Instantly, his mother's large hands appeared, sheltering him. Small debris fell, nearly touching her face. Amidst the snow, the golem's form strained to protect the two of them. A while later, heavy snow covered the ground. A roar echoed amidst the heavy snow. Ah! A sturdy figure ran out of the heavy snowstorm, leaving behind a wide hole hidden under the thick snow layer. Footsteps sounded. Manak quietly asked, If someone nearby notices, what do you plan to do, mother? Manak reconsidered, but first let's get this snow off our bodies. Then he carried her away from this strange place. A wave of pain hit Dakia. She lost control and groaned, ugh, ugh. His eyes suddenly changed, becoming ice cold. The golem was removing large chunks of snow stuck to her skin. Then the golem ran into a time portal, leaving him and Dakia behind. She tried to open her eyes to look at him, her voice whispering in his ear, Priest, Manak, I'm still alive, right? Looking at her pale face, Manak sighed. It seems I completely missed something. We're still alive, princess. Then he helped her down. Can you move your body? Her body felt drained of energy, weak, like a limp noodle unable to stand steadily. Dakia quickly said, No, I can't move. It seems like exhaustion from the technique earlier. Manak smiled, coaxing her. Try little by little, it will be all right. Suddenly she paused, saying softly, But there's something. I saw everything. Her words struck him like lightning, making Manak break into a cold sweat. Could it be? Dakia's voice was full of curiosity. Priest Manak. Her gaze gradually changed as she added softly, Summoned a giant with a sinister appearance. Hearing this, Manak seemed stunned into silence. The sound echoed again, kill. Seeing his expression, she seemed to guess it, smiling secretly. As expected, Priest Manak. Dakia looked up at him, asking curiously, Isn't a priest who serves the guardian goddess? He spoke carefully. As expected, you saw. She replied softly, Yes, that's right. Recalling previous times, Dakia expressed, First, the one who saved me before was like Priest Manak. That person wielded a sword, fiercely striking down all the monsters. Manak tried to hide it, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. That's just the result of personal training. But she shook her head, denying, It's not just that. She hesitated. That hand, you talked a lot with it while carrying me. Dakia tried to recall that moment. Maybe you'll think I was deliberately eavesdropping, but if you paid a little attention, you would realize. Hearing this, he quickly turned, patting his chest despite the hand rampaging behind the fabric. Manak bent over, making up an excuse. That's the prayer I always say. Let's assume so. But Dakia didn't accept it, annoyed and retorting, but I saw everything. She recounted, after priest Manak shouted, Mother, a giant with immense power appeared out of nowhere. Dakia eagerly remarked, as expected, priest Manak serves an evil god. Before she could finish, Manak's finger stopped her. His voice rang out, I will give the princess some advice. Manak seriously reminded her, silence is golden. The princess saw nothing at all, anything. He tried to explain to her, sweating, because the princess is loyal and kind. He accepted my request to save the princess's life. It's all right. Dakia helplessly flopped down onto the heavy snow, grumbling, whether it's the one you worship or whoever, it doesn't matter. That's exactly what I was going to say. She added, Priest Manak is a good person. Of course there are times when he's very ruthless. Besides, I don't believe in any particular god. Hearing her say this made him freeze for 5 seconds. Blending into the soft snow, she didn't hesitate to confide, like now when I can't keep it inside anymore. If I tell everything, will Priest Manak listen? She told Manak about her past. I was born a magic user too. I'm fed up with the baseless contempt and hateful gazes. I can somewhat understand what Priest Manak says. Therefore, even if Priest Manak worships an evil god, I will still treat you normally. Afraid he wouldn't understand her, Dakia quickly added a reminder beforehand. Of course, I will keep it a secret. Manak pondered for a long time. Suddenly in the distance, a dark figure appeared. Dakia saw it and smiled foolishly. At that moment, a small hand lightly punched his back, the mouth chattering, Kill! She angrily vented all her fury on Dakia, causing her pain and making her sob, kill, thump, smack. Seeing the milk-smelling figure hitting her, Dakia wondered, where did this child come from? Priest Manak, stop her. Manak quickly grabbed her hand. Mother first, please calm down. I think she seems truly sincere. Beaten black and blue by her, Dakia lay dizzy and dazed, crawling on the snow. She coldly uttered one word, kill. Manak explained, I know you're worried, Mother, but just like you trusted me, I also want to try trusting someone, once. Afraid she wouldn't agree, he quickly suggested, and since Dakia is a magic user, I'll make her swear an oath, kill. Dakia looked over at him with a bewildered gaze. Seeing her look, she quickly pointed 2 fingers at her own eyes, then coldly pointed them towards her as a warning. Finished, she spun around and left. Dakia didn't understand. What does that mean? Manak, scared into a sweat, hesitated and said, This is serious, so please be careful. Then he helped her sit up. So, now you must swear in the ancient language. Dakia agreed. Okay. She began to recite the oath in the ancient language. Seeing the aura radiating as she recited the oath made him unable to control his smile. Manak praised, Very good, you've sworn the oath. Now if you have any more questions, I'll answer them. Seeing him trust her, Dakia looked up curiously. Aren't you afraid I lied? Manak chuckled. Although I'm not a magic user, I understand the ancient language. Surprised he understood the ancient language, Dakia sighed in relief. You're amazing, not being a magic user, but still understanding the ancient language. He confidently reminded her, If you have any questions, just ask me. Encouraged, Dakia hesitated, her lips trembling. Well then there is one thing I'm curious about. Dakia called softly, Priest Manak. The call made his body turn pale. She mustered all her courage, asking with an affectionate gaze, What kind of woman do you like? She stood between them angrily, pushing them apart and roaring, Kill! Manak awkwardly scratched his head, smiled and said, We should get going now. Hearing that, she laughed and suggested, We're going to find the holy relics that the evil god worshippers are targeting. Right, I'll help too. At this time in that same place, dead bodies lay tragically on the snow. The blue-haired woman fiddled with the box. Nothing special here. Checking inside the box, a dazzling necklace appeared. The blue-haired woman's voice rang out, This is it, right? The ancient artifact the organization mentioned. That woman stood outside thinking, That priest guy is probably frozen solid by now. I prepared a huge avalanche. That woman turned a strange smile on his face and said, Let's go back there and see. Suddenly Pem glanced sharply behind him. Far behind them, a tall figure appeared. The blue-haired woman exclaimed, What? The guildmaster appeared resentfully, accompanied by threats. Worshippers of the evil god, my merchant company, how dare you? His anger growing, the dog-blooded guildmaster roared, Touching my things, huh? Having listened to the guildmaster's curses for a long time, the reckless blue-haired woman charged forward, attacking with her hands. What? A block of frozen snow fell right in front of the guildmaster. Looking at his back behind the ice block, 3 large light sources flickered. Cracks gradually appeared on the ice block, increasing in number. Then the guildmaster stomped straight down, shattering the ice block. The metal kin race. Their entire bodies are made of metal. They love minerals and can replace body parts with minerals. Because they greatly desire precious metals, most of them choose to become merchants to find more precious metals. Precious metals and time are the two things they need, meaning their race grows stronger over time, and with the amount of money they possess, they, as long as the core is safe, will not stop. As expected, the Guildmaster, as if hitting a G-spot, charged forward, attacking like a storm. A robot hand gradually completed. His voice threatened, "Mere worshippers of an evil spirit dare attack my merchant company." Watching the Guildmaster transform, the blue-haired woman cursed, "Tsk." Not stopping, the blue-haired woman commanded, "Freeze." Looking at the ice block she used against him, the horse-bodied, weapon-wielding Guildmaster mocked, "Just with this little trick." Alone, he charged straight through, shattering the ice block, accompanied by curses. "Don't think you can stop me." Seeing her attacks backfire made the blue-haired woman break into a cold sweat. "If this continues, I'll die." Lutham, standing far off, patriarchally demanded, "Try to endure a little longer, at all costs." The blue-haired woman heard this and couldn't help cursing back. "Easy for you to say." She helplessly looked at the Guildmaster, furious. "That madman, he's really crazy. He turns too fast." Observing him, the female merchant remarked, "A body made of ice, steel coated in silver alloy, quite hard to attack with magic." Seeing them rate him highly, the Guildmaster, mocked by his fans, retorted, "You people can't do anything to me." Hearing him look down on them, Pem glanced towards the Guildmaster. He scrambled on all fours, rushing to attack the three of them. A giant foot appeared as if boosted with extra power. Under Pem's feet, a magic circle activated. An abundant source of power seemed unlocked. Then thousands of murky spiritual energies swirled together. Like ropes, they clung tightly, constricting the steel body of the Guildmaster. He let out a helpless roar, "Ugh!" Then the Guildmaster's body seemed imprisoned, unable to move. The power of the magic circle grew, restraining the Guildmaster like a chicken caught by the neck. Seeing the result before her, the blue-haired woman quickly summoned magic, not forgetting to praise, "Good job, Pelm. After this battle ends, I'll give you a kiss." She clasped her hands, smiled strangely, and commanded, "Freeze." Immediately, large ice blocks appeared, stabbing around the Guildmaster like a miniature birdcage. The situation serene, the blue-haired woman used her ultimate move, Ice Prison, like a whirlwind in the center, surrounding the Guildmaster. Inside, he strained against it, his mouth still steaming, as he mocked, "Is that the only trick you have?" The Guildmaster shattered the ice block, slashing fiercely forward. He roared, "I will destroy you all." His attacks made the blue-haired woman break into a cold sweat, only able to gasp, "Cook." Lutham saw the dangerous situation and quickly warned Karana Duck. A giant creature summoned by Lutham emerged from the ground in front of the Guildmaster. He was attacked unexpectedly, impossible. Then the creature's large nose sprayed acid rain towards the Guildmaster. He looked bewildered, even reaching out his steel hand to grasp. A large amount of acid washed over his body. The corrosive power of the acid spread, causing the Guildmaster to scream fiercely, "Ah!" Immediately after, a white screen obscured his vision. Lutham smirked, mocking him. "You underestimated us too much. Did you think we didn't prepare anything?" Lutham expressed, "I know your metal kin race well. You're the Guildmaster, right?" The Guildmaster's body was corroded to the bone marrow, revealing organs inside. He could only groan, "Ugh, ugh, ugh." Seeing this method was effective, the blue-haired woman from afar requested, "Hey, tell that bug to spit more saliva. He's gradually stopping moving." Lutham quickly explained, "What it spits isn't saliva, it's acid. It's too cold here. It can't spit anymore." Intestinal worms originally live in warm places and can't discharge much acid. Lutham had a suggestion. "If you want to kill that metal kin guy, it's better to take the core." Immediately after, another giant green hand appeared. A growling sound echoed, attracting everyone's attention. Watching the golem charge towards them, as if wound up, the blue-haired woman was bewildered to numbness. What now? The golem seemed out of control, charging forward, making the blue-haired woman tense and cry for help. "Lutham, do something!" Lutham, so tense, he broke into a cold sweat, frowned, and said, "To catch that guy, just the worm isn't enough." The blue-haired woman said helplessly, "Call everyone Polly. Where did that mad woman go again?" Summoning the two, the blue-haired woman said sternly, "First, I'll block him. Pelm, provide cover." Then she used the old trick again, freeze. Thousands of large ice layers shot straight up, aiming to hold the golem back. Looking at the large ice blocks before it, it angrily gnashed its teeth. It quickly stomped its foot, gathering momentum to jump high. The blue-haired woman saw this and exclaimed, "Oh!" jumping up to dodge the attack. Her eyes widened, her mouth screaming non-stop, "The shadow freeze! It quickly! At this rate, we'll die!" Having heard her constant chatter for a long time, Pem appeared calm, saying with a weary look, "I know." A moment later, the three of them were surrounded by a pitch-black layer of gas. The golem clenched its fist like a hammer, posing. Instantly, the intestinal worm disintegrated immediately. The nearby ice blocks met the same fate, shattering. A while later, Manak carried Dakia into the forest. Both were in a very bad mood. He smiled to ease the atmosphere, asking caringly, "Try and see if you can move yet." Gently leaning her body against the large, ancient tree, Manak said softly, "Try standing up. One more time." Taking wobbly steps to stand up, Dakia looked better and said, "I'm okay now." Suddenly she had a slight concern, quickly turning back to verify, "But you don't need my help. Do I look a bit pitiful now?" Manak hesitated. "I wanted to, but..." Afraid she'd feel hurt, he quickly said, "Look over there." Following his pointed finger, Dakia exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" In the distance, the guildmaster seemed revived, riding his lower body forward aggressively. He threatened everyone, "Damn evil spirit worshippers." Despite his body being corroded by acid, his core still functioned normally. His sharp tongue threatened, "I will destroy you all." The guildmaster bluntly finished off each winged monster attacking him. Manak stood far off sighing. Even though Aurelius is doing well in his own way, he's at too much of a disadvantage facing them. Looking up at the sky, thousands of bat-headed monsters attacked in swarms. He said helplessly, "There are so many more of them. Even if he tries hard, he'll still..." Suddenly, Manak's attention was diverted to the side. What caught his eye was the image of the golem attacking the ice blocks ahead. Manak wondered, why this direction? At that moment, the golem's hand tightly gripped a small black figure and raised it high. Before he understood what was happening, he saw the golem throw it straight into the distance, thousands of miles away. It plunged straight into the thick snow layer, whitening the entire sky. A strange cry echoed. "Ah!" Manak curiously walked over to the giant creature thrown by the golem. He stared blankly. "That's..." Glancing at its shape, Manak recognized it, a snowbat, also dead. From his pocket, her hand appeared. The sound echoed kill. Manak frowned, annoyed. "Why is it here?" Dakia appeared from behind, saw the dead bat, and her face turned pale green, as if struck by the wind. Manak lowered his head, choosing silence. His hand bloodied, he took the long chain from the snowbat's body. He quickly realized it's the holy relic. Seeing this, the golem smiled faintly. At this moment, Manak's expression changed tense as a bowstring. He said softly, "Mother." A new source of spiritual energy was added. Manak decided, "This time I will enhance my inherent power. Kill." He added, "The power I will enhance is Holy Power 13379, the corrupted giant." The image of the golem rampaging alone under the blue light of spiritual energy, followed by the tragic cries of snowbats haunting the entire sky. Each snowbat was beaten until blood flowed in streams. One by one, each met a tragic end under Manak's blade. Then an orb of light appeared with added snow bat blood as a sacrifice. Manak seemed corrupted, his mouth smiling with great amusement. The golem, now wearing armor, let out a prolonged roar. Fast beams of light slashed thunderously at the bats, flying in the sky. One bat after another was slashed by the light-injured blood syrup running everywhere. That light hurt the bats' eyes, making them scream tragically without stopping. Keek. The golem roared, grabbing them one by one, tormenting them, until all the remaining ones just hoped to escape. On the white snow, the images of the monsters lying scattered looked incredibly tragic. Some bats died with their mouths open and eyes wide. Luthum sat stunned, watching each bat fall, unable to help feeling scared. No, impossible. The blue-haired girl also couldn't maintain her composure, her face turning pale green as she stammered Pelham. She screamed, demanding Pem act quickly. "Hurry, the shadow!" Pem awkwardly replied, all right." Suddenly, from behind the blue-haired girl, a splash of blood sprayed everywhere. Looking behind the blue-haired girl's face suddenly became horrifying as she bared her porcelain-white teeth. Then came terrified screams and a dazed expression. The blue-haired girl quickly fled. Suddenly, a hand covered in wounds grabbed the blue-haired girl's foot. The blue-haired girl looked down. It was the guildmaster gasping for breath, saying, I won't let you go anywhere." Seeing this, the blue-haired girl shouted, pleading, Let's forget it! Let me go!" The blue-haired girl looked towards the fleeing Luthum and screamed, "Help, Luthum!" The blue-haired girl's screams echoed everywhere, but Luthum ignored her and didn't turn back. "Help me!" Luthum ran while cursing, now terrified. Damn it! Damn it! Suddenly, from behind, something large appeared, causing Luthum to log out of the earth. Luthum slowly turned his head back as his entire body was being clung to by some black tendrils. A long pitch-black pillar plunged straight down from the sky into Luthum, killing him instantly. The blue-haired girl now looked incredibly strange, sweat and drool running everywhere. Then she suddenly thought, I ditched both of them. The blue-haired girl broke free from the guildmaster's hand and thought, if I want to escape. The blue-haired girl approached the pillar, picked it up gently, and thought madly, then this is the only chance. Then she threw the pillar towards the guildmaster, causing the surroundings to glow from the explosion. The blue-haired girl was also affected by the explosion, as white snow scattered everywhere. Suddenly, from within that light, she was startled when she discovered something. From underground, a giant pitch-black hand emerged, tightly gripping someone. It was the blue-haired girl. She was gripped and spun around, screaming tragically, "Let me go! Let go!" The creature's arm seemed unwilling to let go of the blue-haired girl, making her spin wildly in mid-air. The blue-haired girl flailed her arms at the sky, as if trying to grab something that could save her, screaming, "No!" Immediately after, a spray of bright red blood shot out everywhere. With one hand, the golem finished off the blue-haired girl, leaving her as just a pool of blood on the white snow. The guildmaster lying nearby suddenly went silent at the sight. The golem stood towering before the guildmaster. The golem's face was pitch black, its senses unclear. The guildmaster suddenly the holes on his body were glowing strangely. Those quick lights were slowly fading, then fading smaller. Darkness enveloped. It seemed the guildmaster had completely lost signal. The golem suddenly emitted a green light, its two large hands hugging its body. Manak appeared like a god with streams of light flying randomly around him. Above was the golem with clasped hands. Below was the source of Manak's power. Suddenly Manak smiled contentedly. Her holy power 6379. Then he turned to the golem. Now you can harvest the items for me. Manak's mother stood nearby, scratching her face, thinking, kill. Manak said, Mother, didn't you know the golem can now collect items for me instead? Manak suddenly smiled. Then Manak bent down, hugged his mother's shoulder and said, But mother, I see you're speaking more fluently now. Suddenly Manak smiled contentedly and teased, Is it that the more the seal is released, the smarter you become, mother? Manak's mother thought angrily, kill. Manak still cheerfully teased, Are you asking if I thought you were dumb? Before mother, not at all. Then followed a touching mother-son scene, as Manak said, I respect you so much, mother hoo-hoo. Do you know how much I cherish you? Manak's mother replied, kill. Suddenly, a voice from someone rang out, Instead of a goddess, don't tell me that little girl is his illegitimate child. Manak's mother saw this and got angry, kill. Dakiar saw the mother's crude action and excitedly asked, What does that gesture mean? Manak quickly explained, Mother is just angry. Dakiar replied, I see. Dakiar suddenly stood, hugging her face shyly. Can I ask you for a favor? Manak wondered, What is it? Dakiar with a cute face gently requested, I want to hug the little girl too, may I? She's too cute. Hearing this, Manak's mother rushed over and hugged Manak tightly. Kill. Mother immediately hid behind Manak, radiating killing intent as he mediated. That's enough. Next time try asking mother while holding delicious food. Dakiar seemed not to give up, even enthusiastically declaring, Oh, okay. There will definitely be a day I get to pinch the little girl's cheek. Manak's mother, angry, kill. Manak turned back, speaking gently to his mother. That's right, mother. Can you say a new word? Mother replied, kill. Manak's mother thought while still kill. Suddenly mother's eyes widened as if discovering something. Mother's excited gaze looked at him, kill. Manak realized and asked, I know, what is it? Mother pointed a finger at herself. Then Manak's mother shouted exactly one word, Eee, looking at her speechless. While Manak's mother looked extremely proud of her achievement. In some building, shouts echoed, Hey, you think you're so great? Vartis Draco was interrogating Haydn with deafening shouts. I gave you everything you wanted. And what happened? An avalanche. Because of an avalanche, all the personnel we prepared vanished. Vartis Draco grimaced, gritting his teeth, cursing. How ridiculous, I have nothing left to say, Haydn thought, but you're still talking. He clutched his eye where he'd been hit, thinking hatefully. But what should I do? I didn't want the avalanche to happen either. A morning scene at Haydn's house appeared through his narration. This morning, I lost a bunch of hair from stress too. This idiot doesn't know anything. Vartis Draco interrupted his thoughts, saying, Hey, I heard Dakiar left the Western Branch area. Haydn stammered, Yes, she's now under the dispatch authority of the main branch. Vartis Draco crossed his arms, facing the wall. Main branch. Chish. They always do their job well. They were also the ones who caught Dakiar first. Haydn wondered, Are you going to the capital? Vartis Draco answered curtly, Yes. Hearing this, Haydn was extremely excited. Haydn's heart felt like a festival. Hooray! Haydn looked at Vartis Draco's scrunched-up face, thinking, I'm finally free from this damned prince. And that princess? An image of Dakiar appeared. He thought blissfully, both of them, always. Goodbye. Outwardly he feigned, I'm very sorry for continuously messing up your work. Vartis Draco approached ruffled Haydn's hair and said, What are you doing? Get ready to go. What's wrong? A sinister face with a bright smile appeared as Vartis Draco said, You need to lead the way. Then followed a string of praises from Vartis Draco that struck Haydn like lightning. Here I see you work the best. Go get ready. You'll receive the privilege of accompanying me. Therefore, remember to dress warmly. Haydn tried to stammer excuses not to go, But I'm the head of the Western Branch. I can't possibly leave my post. Vartis Draco didn't care and threatened back, It seems up until now your stupid screw-ups haven't been reported to the higher-ups yet, have they? Vartis Draco laughed heartily, continuing, If I report all your failures to the superiors in the capital, what will happen to you then, huh? Haydn heard this and thought worriedly, How could he? Vartis Draco left happily amidst cheerful laughter. Consider it a vacation. Go get ready. Haydn behind him wept pitifully. An image of Haydn's family appeared, Mommy of the little ones, my children. Then the pitiful back of Haydn standing sobbing, Daddy's leaving, but I'll be back. An image of a procession of carriages appeared one after another, with a voice saying, That is when, the great general. It was the guildmaster, but in a tiny form, appearing majestically. Manak smiled brightly, replying to the guildmaster on his shoulder. You said that yesterday too. You said it was a beautiful sight. That's right, an angel saved me. The guildmaster replied excitedly. He looked so brave. Ah. Dakia beside him added softly, a great general. An image of the golem appeared in black and white, looking truly gloomy. Manak continued, probably no one cares anyway because he's already dead. His words, it's almost our turn to be interrogated, confused the guildmaster. Then the guildmaster jumped from Manak's shoulder to the servant's hand and said, oh, I understand, give me a moment, please. Sitting on the servant's shoulder, the guildmaster said enthusiastically, thank you for bringing us to the capital. When we arrive, I will reward you generously. He replied, I'm looking forward to it. Manak's entire group stood watching the carriage. Suddenly Carmen spoke from behind. I just remembered something. I have something to tell everyone. Dakia replied, what is it? Carmen continued, when we enter, it might be a bit chaotic, but it's nothing major, so don't be surprised or anything. Manak asked back confusedly, what do you mean? Suddenly a soldier shouted, it's Carmen Valtus. Then a squad of soldiers rushed forward shouting, arrest him immediately, ha! Carmen was tied up and dragged away, but still said cheerfully, I can handle this myself, I'll be back soon. Manak's group stood stunned, speechless at Carmen's echoing words. Don't worry. The scene suddenly showed a giant yellow-winged beast flying in the sky. Its huge feet stomped down, causing the ground to break apart. Suddenly the beast roared with a golden light radiating around it. A human foot unexpectedly appeared behind the golden light. It was Vartis Draco in human form, with a firm, fair-skinned body, speaking clothes. A voice replied, yes, sir. Hidden behind him with an angry face thought, sob, sob. The main headquarters dares to ignore him. You'll suffer the same fate as me. Vartis Draco wondered, the capital is right there. Why aren't you leading the way? Haydn replied, I'll take you the fastest way, let's go. Hearing this, Vartis Draco flared up, shouting, hey, are you rushing me? You've got some nerve. Haydn thought fearfully, damn it. The sky scene returned to normal-looking clear blue. The guildmaster spoke, Carmen Valtus being arrested isn't strange. He often causes trouble. Hearing this, he asked curiously, what did he do? Manak's group sat talking in some shop. The guildmaster said, it's better if you hear it directly from his mouth. The guildmaster continued, if you go to the soldiers and say you're visiting Carmen, they'll let you in. He replied cheerfully, okay. Dakia excitedly said, let's eat something then go visit him. I know some delicious places. Manak heard this and happily agreed, sounds good. The guildmaster interjected, in that case. The guildmaster placed a bundle on the table and said, this is the reward I promised. He stared blankly at the bundle of money while the guildmaster continued explaining 15 gold coins per person, total is 60. Suddenly Manak's eyes widened as some kind of light emanated. Looking at the sparkling pile of gold coins, he thought, this is the first time I've seen so much money since coming to this world. A voice spoke, kill. Dakia's voice interrupted his thoughts, Priest Manak. Manak's face had changed, craving that pile of gold coins. Why do you have so much money? Dakia interjected, answering, could it be? Dakia laughed, curious. Is this the first time you've seen so many gold coins? Dakia's face became amused at Manak's reaction. You're quite cute, aren't you? The surrounding space suddenly fell eerily silent. Manak shyly replied, I'm always cute. A voice spoke again, kill. Dakia immediately tried to smooth things over. Are you joking? I'm serious. He changed the subject back to the guildmaster. There must be something else, right? The guildmaster seemed to understand and said, I'll get it for you tomorrow. Before that, I have a few things to do. Manak replied cheerfully, okay then, we'll go visit Carmen now. The guildmaster answered, see you tomorrow. The scenery outside was still beautiful with a blue sky. A man said goodbye. I have to go to this place. You two go over there. Manak and Dakia walked together down the bustling street. They ate many delicious foods together, making Dakia very excited. The two strolled happily, laughing and joking with each other. Suddenly Dakia spoke excitedly. That building is where the soldiers are, Priest Manak. Cute. He knew he was being teased, but still replied politely, it looks a bit scary. Dakia wouldn't let go, continuing to tease Manak. Yes, that building isn't lovely. Much. Probably. He gently accepted it, saying, you seem truly obsessed. Hearing that, Dakia worriedly asked, are you angry? Manak replied, I really am cute. What's there to be angry about? Then he said to Dakia, let's go visit Carmen now before the food we bought gets cold. The two walked towards an old building, while Dakia, still very worried, scurried after him, saying, I won't tease you anymore. You're not sad, are you? Manak answered, not at all. Hearing that, Dakia was relieved and said happily, okay, let's go then. Only now did he truly get angry, shouting, I'm really not sad. Inside the jail, Carmen seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself, mouth open, waiting to be fed. Carmen sat inside, while outside a girl sat opposite, feeding Carmen his food. Carmen happily ate each spoonful. The girl sitting opposite was also very excited, smiling brightly. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached. Carmen recognized the person entering and beamed, "Manak, you're here." Manak looked at Carmen's current situation and said brightly, "You look very comfortable, don't you?" Carmen stood up, scratching his head awkwardly. "Really, ha ha ha. Yeah, I come here often." The blonde girl sighed wearily, "More than often," hearing that Carmen was startled and worried. The blonde girl continued, "You must be Carmen's friends. I heard you would be coming." Then the girl bowed, introducing herself. "I am Arath Grata." Manak quickly replied, "I am Manak. I've heard a lot about you." Dakiar beside him also politely bowed, "I am Dakiar." Dakiar smiled shyly, asking, "Anyway, what crime did you commit this time to end up in here?" Suddenly a voice spoke from outside. "Because he stole something from Lord Enthis Valtus's warehouse." The strange person's footsteps advanced inside, along with the accusation, "His lordship personally issued the warrant for your arrest." It was a person in iron armor, looking very strong, but whose face wasn't yet visible. "What did you do with the key you stole?" Distinctive blue eyes appeared with a stern look, calling the name Carmen. Carmen seemed to know this person, saying, "Brother," but was quickly interrupted. "Don't change the subject. Answer me." Manak stood outside watching the scene and thought, Carmen's brother must be. An image of a person with black hair and golden eyes alongside a young man with white hair appeared as he thought, son of the Black Wolf, and vice captain of the Queen's Guard, the Ice Knight. Manak slowly closed his eyes, remembering White Wolf. The image of that person appeared clearly, Setien Valtus. Carmen looked at Setien worriedly as he heard his brother ask, "Carmen, what did you do?" Setien looked at Carmen and asked seriously, "With the key stolen from father?" Setien, face stern with anger, confronted Carmen. "What did you do with the key stolen from father?" Carmen replied calmly, "I used it." Hearing this, Setien was shocked, asking urgently, "You used it? Are you injured?" Carmen turned his face away and replied softly, "No." Setien raised his hand to his mouth, pondering something thoughtfully. Then Setien continued with insulting words, cursing Carmen relentlessly. "You know father hates thieves. Not only did you steal, but you can't even return it because you used it." An image of their father appeared through Setien's reminder. "Do you remember what father often said? Achievements learned unfairly are as good as nothing." Then Setien pointed straight at Carmen and said, "No matter the reason, stealing is unacceptable." Carmen, having listened to the scolding, wasn't angry. Instead, he closed his eyes thoughtfully, as if understanding. Then Carmen slowly spoke, expressing his own viewpoint. "The law must be just for those who follow it to be just. He used to say that too." Carmen continued, "Of course I agree with that statement." Setien, hearing this, was very puzzled by Carmen's vague words. Carmen slowly emphasized, however. Carmen's hand gripped the iron bar tightly as he cried out, "Why did he abandon my mother?" Old images flooded back. It was the day Carmen was born in his mother's arms. "Right when I was born. Why did my mother—" Suddenly, Carmen, tears streaming, screamed tragically, "Have to secretly leave the family." Carmen lowered his head, resentful on behalf of his mother, his words filled with immense pain. "Even a poor man living in a starving alley takes responsibility, for his woman is our father. Worse than that man." The past reappeared through Carmen's memory when Carmen went to see his father. "No matter how many times I asked father about my mother, he just remained silent. He evaded like a coward." The image of the sparkling gold key with strange carvings appeared. "That's why I stole the key." Then the image of Manak's group and a woman in charge holding the key. "To find mother, myself." Hearing Carmen's justifications displeased Setien, who interrupted, "Enough. Did you really steal it to find mother?" Carmen gripped the key tightly and said firmly, "Yes." Setien suddenly fell silent, saying nothing. Suddenly Setien reached his hand towards Carmen and said, "I will talk to father." Seeing this, Carmen brightened with hope, his voice full of gratitude. "Brother?" Manak stood outside watching the scene and thought, Carmen has a good brother. Dakiar seemed telepathically linked to him as her thoughts answered Manak's. They must be very close. Suddenly Setien turned around looking towards him. Manak and Dakiar simultaneously averted their gazes elsewhere, avoiding eye contact with Setien. Setien proactively approached and said, "I apologize that you had to witness that scene the first time we met." Dakiar looked at the strong Setien standing before her, suddenly blushing, as she heard him say, "You must have had a hard time with my younger brother." Setien recognized the girl before him and confirmed, "Are you Princess Dakiar?" Dakiar, hearing her name, quickly pretended they were old acquaintances. "Lord Setien Valtus, long time no see." Noticing the princess's strangeness, Setien took the opportunity to ask further, "Why are you here instead of Vartis Draco?" Dakiar answered evasively, "I'm just traveling a bit." Hearing this, Setien sighed and advised, "Princess going out like this isn't good. Your father must be very worried." Dakiar, hearing about her father, quickly confirmed, "Father worries about me. That won't happen. Don't worry." Grata, standing aside, took the chance to interject worriedly, "But how long does Carmen have to stay in here?" Setien replied coldly, despite Carmen looking sad hearing the answer, "According to father's orders, at least 1 month." Suddenly Setien opened his eyes seriously, "But today I will speak with him." Dakiar stood still, then turned to ask him, "But What should we do in the capital? Manak quickly answered, shouldn't we return as quickly as possible? Dakia disagreed and tried to persuade Priest Manak, please reconsider, I've never rushed you. Setien heard his name seem to have an idea, approached Manak and confirmed, Manak, are you Priest Manak, the sworn enemy of the evil spirit? Hearing this, he chuckled in agreement. That's right, so... But realizing something, Setien turned back to look at Carmen and asked, Carmen belongs to the Saviors of Iradico Society, how... He confirmed amidst Carmen's excitement, right. Hearing this, Setien smiled contentedly and continued, in that case, it will be easier for me to talk to Father. Turning back to Manak, Setien extended his hand and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Priest Manak. The two shook hands cheerfully, as Setien made a very generous offer. If you have the chance, please visit the Valtus estate with Carmen. After that, Setien bowed to Manak and spoke with the proper tone of a nobleman. I shall take my leave. Setien's voice echoed through the jail tunnel. I could only visit Carmen for a little while. Setien left while his eyes still followed him unblinkingly. Waiting until Setien was out of sight, Manak commented, he's really different from you. Hearing this, Carmen understood and praised his brother even more. He's a good person unlike me. He's my role model. Hearing this, Dakia smiled brightly and teased mockingly, really a role model who behaves like that? Carmen understood, blushing furiously, scratching his head defending himself. That... You have to express your opinion sometimes, right? To divert the conversation, Carmen noticed a bundle and quickly asked, did you bring that for me? Dakia replied cheerfully, this we bought it because we thought you were very hungry. Manak also cheerfully joined in, but we worried for nothing. Carmen laughed delightedly at his words. Manak continued, I'll leave it here, okay? You two, continue your reunion. Dakia ran over to him saying, Priest Manak, I just remembered a place, let's go there. Manak said happily, okay, that sounds good too. Looking at Carmen and Grata, happy as if radiating sparkling light, Manak said, let's get out of here. Outside night had fallen. Outside a brightly lit house, a voice like a stream of thought appeared. According to the death god Pet Thief's hand and the others, there should be a holy relic here. Inside the room, Manak's mother was playing with the mattress while he thought, but there's nowhere to buy information here. An image from the past returned. Guess I'll have to use that thing. At this moment, the image of him holding a letter appeared in his thoughts. A white letter with that coloured seal. I got it from Lord Chiden. While thinking, Manak suddenly stopped as there was a sound at the door. May I come in? Manak's mother suddenly bristled and said, kill. He beside her gently soothed, go away. That's a bit much, mother. From outside, Dakia entered and said, your mother is here too. Dakia held something in her hand and seemed very happy with it, smiling brightly and confidently saying, today you can't refuse me. Look. Holding out the package, Dakia happily showed off cakes from the most famous shop in the capital. At this moment, Manak's mother, though angry, hid behind him and threatened kill. Fragrant, delicious-looking cakes appeared as Dakia opened them, saying, these cream puffs are delicious instead of thanks. A hand reached out along with the words, I'll take a hug. Manak had just said, okay, when Manak's mother suddenly rushed forward and knocked the bag of cakes from his hand. His mother's face was extremely angry as she uttered one sound, Dakia wasn't angry, just kindly asked, what's wrong? Manak understood his mother's intention and quickly spoke the words she wanted to say, I'm not someone you can seduce. Mother said that. Hearing this, Dakia looked extremely sad. The next morning, at the main headquarters of Elihes in the capital, a voice from somewhere spoke up. Does he really look like this? It's a one-on-one match. Someone's ugly image appeared with the voice. I understand. Then the thought, if it were anyone else, I'd think they were just joking. The Azure Flame Saintess stood listening to someone talk about her painting. Sounds a bit strange. It was a shopkeeper Azure Flame was asking to find the person in the painting. The shopkeeper looked worriedly and answered, but, are you sure the person you're looking for is human, haha? Hearing this, Azure Flame replied, he looks human, but I'm not sure either. Azure Flame continued pointing at the painting, emphasizing, you look and don't know. He looks exactly like that. Azure Flame continued pointing at the painting, emphasizing, you look and don't know. He looks exactly like that. Though very scared, the shopkeeper still had to pretend to be cheerful, thinking, calm down, this is the Azure Flame Saintess. Then the shopkeeper hesitated. Also, the shopkeeper got to the point. What is your desired mission price? Azure Flame lowered her face, smiling smugly. Don't worry about that. An image of Azure Flame traveling appeared as she spoke about the origin of her money. On the way here, I caught a few wanted criminals, so I have enough money. The shopkeeper looked at Azure Flame, laughed awkwardly, thinking, she came to the main headquarters, so she'll probably pay more than the low price, right? Looking at the money bag Azure Flame placed on the table, the shopkeeper could only monologue internally. She's the Azure Flame Saintess. After all, Azure Flame placed the money bag on the table and said 20 gold coins and 33 silver coins. The shopkeeper looked at the money bag, sighed, and said, "That's enough, right?" Suddenly, Azure Flame spoke. "What's wrong?" making the shopkeeper's face turn purple. Azure Flame's face was gentle with a smile, but gave off a very scary feeling as she said, "Do you feel it's too much?" In a dark cellar, someone's voice echoed, "How much further until we arrive?" It was Vartis Draco, with Haydn being led somewhere by a man. Vartis grumbled, "Why does it feel like we've just been going in circles?" The man replied, "Just a short distance further and we'll arrive." Haydn behind seemed to understand Vartis Draco well, immediately thinking, "He's going to boil with anger soon for sure." Then, as if imagining the suffering he was about to endure, Haydn held his head in misery, thinking, "Then he'll vent his anger on me too, just watch." Vartis Draco up ahead turned down, saw the scene, and asked puzzledly, "What are you doing?" Hearing Vartis Draco ask made his face turn purple. He stammered in reply, "What, sir, I wasn't doing anything." The man leading the way saw this side and smirked strangely. Haydn behind was boiling with anger, blood rushing to his head, making his face flush red, cursing internally. "That bastard!" Suddenly Haydn saw in the distance a blue-haired girl, radiating light approaching. It was Azure Flame. She walked past Haydn, making him freeze, staring after her without blinking. Even though Azure Flame had passed, Haydn still watched her like a pervert, with a very amused smile. Then Haydn started praising profusely. "That girl just now was really beautiful, wasn't she, sir?" Vartis Draco replied indifferently, "I don't give a damn." Then Vartis Draco started bragging about himself, with a smug smile. "Around me there have always been many women begging me to like them. One more is redundant." Hearing this, Haydn was furious, his eyes burning with fire, filled with resentful thoughts about Vartis Draco's actions. "Then why are you so obsessed with that princess? You have so many women around, if not this one, then another." Asking that question will definitely make him furious, so I'll just ask and answer myself. Footsteps advanced step by step inside. The guide led Vartis Draco and Haydn to the required place, bowed respectfully, and announced, "Welcome to Ile, Your Highness the Prince." Then the guide turned to Haydn. "You may return now, Branch Chief." Hearing this, Haydn once again felt blood rush to his head, making him glare, thinking, "I know my branch isn't as good as others, but as a branch chief being ordered around by a mere grunt like him." Vartis Draco saw this and spoke up, "He will enter with me." The guiding soldier heard this, sighed wearily, and explained, "Even if it is your request, sir, we cannot accept it because branch members are not welcome here." Vartis Draco didn't like beating around the bush, stepped forward, slapped the soldier's face, and loudly demanded, "Go inside the main, you dare look at my face and sigh." Haydn in the back smiled smugly at Vartis Draco's curses. "Call someone higher than you out here quickly right now." Haydn's eyes widened brightly. He happily thought, "I knew he was just a scoundrel on the outside. I was right to find you." Haydn was so happy and satisfied that stars twinkled around his face. Looking at the guide soldier beaten flat, and then looking at this guy being beaten, "I feel sorry for those guys at headquarters." Vartis Draco immediately yelled loudly, "Hey, why are you still standing there?" Haydn, as if waking from a dream, trotted along. "Yes, I'm coming right now." But in his head, he still thought, "I want to seize this opportunity." Outside were resplendent castles, along with Haydn's train of thought seeing the third prince discipline those scoundrels at headquarters. Wow. Turning back to Manak, he saw that his mother had just knocked over Dakiar's bread bag. Manak's mother treated Dakiar as an enemy and spoke, expressing anger. After Dakiar understood what his mother said through his relay, she turned pale with suspicion. The little girl said, "I'm not someone you can lure away." Then Dakiar sadly walked towards the door and said dejectedly, inside, "So you eat the bread, okay, Priest Manak?" Dakiar left, and he was inside busily picking up the dropped bread and said to his mother, "This time, mother, you were a bit too much." Manak wasn't angry but gently advised his mother, "Mother, you have many ways to refuse someone." Manak continued to explain, remembering Dakiar's radiant smile when bringing the bread. Dakiar bought these items just for mother. Manak's mother felt extremely guilty upon hearing him say, "I know better than anyone that the mother I deeply respect." Manak's mother's face was incredibly embarrassed. She just bowed her head when hearing Manak speak, being someone willing to admit their own flaws and having a very noble heart. Then his mother just replied, "Kill." Then he walked over and stroked his mother's head and said kindly, "Next time we meet, please apologize to her. Promise me, okay?" Manak's mother spoke as a sign of agreement, "Kill." Manak smiled sweetly and gently said, "So mother, would you like to try a piece? I'm sure it's very delicious." Then he handed a loaf of bread to his mother. Manak's mother reached out to take it and replied, "Kill." Then his mother brought the piece of bread to her mouth and bit it timidly. Suddenly, his mother's eyes widened in surprise when she bit the bread. Then Manak's mother suddenly grabbed the piece of bread and ran away like a cat, making Manak panic and call after her, "Mother?" Breaking off the bread with crumbs still on her mouth, his mother laughed heartily and said, "Kill, ah." His mother rushed straight onto the bed and devoured the pile of bread. "Kill." Seeing this, he immediately reminded her mother, "Eat slowly, or you might get a stomachache and indigestion." Just then, Dakia appeared from somewhere and said solemnly, "Priest, I suddenly remembered that I've never tried that bread before." Dakia looked inside and said, "Can I have a piece?" Manak's mother choked upon hearing that while still eating. The piece of bread she was holding suddenly fell onto the bed. His mother slowly turned back, extremely embarrassed with a flushed face. Dakia also looked towards his mother with surprise. Dakia's eyes widened when she realized the situation happening. The loaves of bread were still scattered on the bed. Only then did Dakia smile smugly, looking extremely mysterious. Dakia's face lit up and she happily asked, "It's delicious, right?" Manak's mother angrily replied, "Kill." Time passed. 10 minutes later, Dakia had now achieved her goal of hugging his mother and was happily chatting about Manak's mother's hair. "How is your hair so smooth? And your skin is soft too." His mother resigned ate the bread while pouting, "Kill, kill." Outside the sky had turned to sunset. Manak and Dakia were taking a walk. He said, "I can walk by myself now." Dakia happily replied, "You forgot." Images from the past of the day. Manak witnessed Dakia casting magic and then said, "I said I wouldn't reveal your secret. I even recited an oath." Dakia's voice rose, cutting across so this demon's friend. Standing in front of a small house, Dakia asked, "Do you really live here?" He immediately replied vaguely, "Well, this is the marked spot." Outside the house there was a man sitting. He wondered about the appearance of the two people. Then he spoke up and asked, "This is my house. What brings you here?" Manak took out a strange badge from his coat pocket with special carvings. As soon as he saw the object, the old man immediately stood up, opened the door and said, "Please come in." Dakia, curious, immediately turned and asked, "What was that thing you just showed him?" Manak happily answered Dakia's question. "The demon I met earlier gave it to me. He said to use it to meet his friend. He sent it to me separately because he forgot to send it with a letter of introduction." Dakia heard that and was still surprised. She walked and said, "I didn't know demons also paid attention to small details like that. I didn't even know they could forget." Looking inside, Dakia was surprised by the spaciousness within and happily said, "Anyway, I didn't know a place like this existed in the capital." Manak heard that and said, "I've never been to the capital before." Hearing that Dakia immediately teased, "You really are a country bumpkin." Before the flickering firelight inside the room, Dakia's cheerful laughter echoed. "But you're not surprised to see buildings like this, are you?" Manak could only laugh, but in his head, he thought about his city. "It's because before coming to this world, I had already seen big and magnificent buildings like that." Suddenly, he stopped his line of thought when he saw someone in a black cloak approaching. Seeing that, Dakia leaned close to him and whispered, "Should I attack if he does something like casting a spell?" Manak heard this and turned pale, answering in a daze, "I don't want to be caught and stuck under this super crooked building." Dakia was embarrassed and pouted. "Trust me," he then soothed her, "next time, okay?" Then he walked towards the man, extended his hand and said, "You are the guide, right?" The unfamiliar man nodded in agreement. Then he quietly turned and walked away, signaling for Dakia and him to follow. So the two of them trotted along behind the man, each slow step moving deeper inside. After walking for a while, Dakia suddenly realized something. Arriving before a room, Dakia immediately asked, "Are we allowed to go inside?" His voice echoed as he walked towards and grabbed the door handle. "I think so." Manak's eyes changed with a seriousness that was incredibly frightening. Manak opened the door and entered with Dakia, and there was a woman inside smoking a pipe leisurely. The sound of smoking came from the pipe that woman was holding. Seeing the two people, Dakia and Manak, enter, the woman slowly spoke, "Well, yes." Not even looking at the two people who just entered, the woman calmly asked, "What is it you want?" Then she slowly lifted her gaze to look with a tone of voice full of contempt. "From me?" The woman with mysterious red eyes spoke up. "What do you want from me?" Manak, without any fear, smiled gently and respectfully said, "I have come to request help." The woman replied, "Help." The woman still lay there, leisurely asking, "What is your name?" He replied, "I am Manak, and this is Dakia Irimel." Hearing his name, the woman's face became serious as she repeated Manak. Then suddenly the woman rushed towards Manak, grabbed his shirt, and yelled loudly, "You are Manak." His eyes suddenly glowed as he stared down at the woman when he heard her say, "Are you the infamous demon slayer that everyone has been rumored about?" Manak's green eyes kept staring down at the woman. The woman with red eyes also looked directly at him, and with a mysterious smile, uttered Manak. Dakia stood watching as the woman and Manak stood looking at each other, as if creating a private space for the two of them. Dakia could no longer remain calm at this moment. She immediately ground her teeth in anger. Dakia's yell echoed, making the woman appear extremely confused. "Let him go immediately, or else." Before the woman could react, Dakia immediately created a fireball, preparing to strike towards the woman. "I will tear down this whole place of yours." Manak beside her, seeing that scene, turned pale and stammered, "Oh dear, calm down, we'll all die now." The woman at this moment still looked directly at the enraged Dakia and asked, "Who is that woman?" He immediately said, "I already said it's Dakia." Hearing Manak's voice, "I just said just now," the woman gave a mysterious smile. As if understanding Dakia's feelings, the woman immediately spoke, "Sorry, I was just kidding with you two." Then the woman let him go, sat on the bed and said, I guess I joked a bit too much, huh? The woman held out her slender white hand and began to introduce herself. I am usually called the agony of curiosity, and you people often call those like me. Then the woman raised her hand to stroke her hair and said with delight, a demon. The demon raised her hand towards Theo and asked, aren't you a guardian priest? Manak immediately denied the question, no. Manak continued, I worship the corrupted mother. Hearing this, the demon suddenly became serious and asked, what? Suddenly, that demon yelled loudly, appearing extremely direct, are you a child of the corrupted mother? You're not kidding, are you? Then the demon said to him, come closer. Manak appeared extremely suspicious and asked why. The demon's face darkened and began to create lightning bolts and said, so I can read your mind. He worriedly asked, is that necessary? The demon replied, it's not very necessary, I'm just too curious. The demon naturally stuck out her tongue and licked around her lips, looking seductive, and spoke in a sweet voice. Don't worry with this body right now, I can't read much anyway, Kiki. I just want to see how you worship the corrupted mother and still look this well. Manak heard the demon's words and stood still, thinking, why am I still okay? The demon now knelt down and exclaimed, you really are different from... Suddenly the demon lunged forward like crazy, raising her hand towards him and saying, the other children of corruption. The demon's hand hadn't even touched him when it was swatted away by another hand with a cry, kill. The demon whose hand was pushed away was extremely surprised, her face serious and puzzled. Manak's mother appeared out of nowhere, seeing the light radiating around him, made the demon exclaim, what are you? Manak now smiled brightly again and said, I think I've already introduced myself. The demon regained her composure, sat back on the bed and said, this is really bad. Manak heard that and wondered, what do you mean? The demon immediately replied, I mean you are stirring up big trouble. Then the demon pointed at Manak and his mother and leisurely questioned, you are collecting your mother's relics, right? How many have you collected? 4, 5. Hearing what the demon said, Manak couldn't help but be surprised. How did she know? Manak calmly asked back, can you explain in more detail? The demon, as if teasing him, winked at him and said, you can't, darling, ask your mother yourself. His mother looked up at Manak and seemed to understand kill. His mother immediately waved her hand, pretending not to know kill. Manak understood his mother's meaning and translated. She said she doesn't know. Seeing Manak's actions, the demon was extremely surprised and exclaimed, did you just talk to a god? The demon's surprised face became more apparent as she asked, and there are no consequences, Manak leisurely explained. Usually I talk to my mother every day as a habit. Communication is very important to maintain a relationship. The demon sighed and replied, so the child of corruption didn't go crazy. The demon still began to talk about her knowledge, but in every sentence there was a certain respect for his mother. And you can even talk to your mother without any consequences, and your mother still doesn't know anything about those relics. Suddenly the demon turned back and asked Manak, since when Manak and his mother were ignorant and didn't understand what she meant. An image of someone being injected with green energy needles into someone's body appeared through the demon's words. Since when have you been able to talk to the corrupted mother so casually, since your body was transformed? Manak leisurely replied, from the beginning. The demon sighed and said, I see. The demon's face became serious again and continued to ask, putting all your eggs in one basket is not good. Hearing this, Manak's mother suddenly became scared and hid behind him while the demon continued to speak. Well, it seems you don't have a choice, do you? The demon pointed her pipe at Manak and instructed, you will have to work hard to repay everything you have received. Manak became increasingly confused. He was sweating profusely as he asked the demon back, can you explain more clearly? Your situation now is like walking on a tightrope. The demon pointed a finger towards the sky and laughed. If I reveal anything more, those above will notice. Hearing this, he became extremely curious with the thought heaven. Manak continued to observe every corner of the room and thought, will the gods in heaven find out? The demon suddenly spoke, interrupting his train of thought. But you also need to know that. At this moment, the demon stuck out her tongue again, but this time the tongue was even longer and had saliva looking very repulsive. The demon said, to be helped by a demon, you have to give something in return, right? Manak happily asked for the request. Yes, so what do you want? The demon indifferently replied, sleep with me. Upon hearing this, his face suddenly darkened with worry, but he still tried to keep a smile. After a few minutes of calming down, he stammered the question again, what you just said that... The demon wiggled her hand and said, to be direct. Then the demon used her hand to caress Manak's shoulder, making him extremely scared. Then the demon began to seduce him. I've never done that with a corrupted child before because they are all... The demon's face became incredibly perverted with flirtatious eyes, and she uttered 2 words, crazy fools. Dakiar next to him couldn't stand it anymore and yelled loudly, breaking the atmosphere, no. The demon turned towards Dakiar and coldly asked why not. Dakiar shyly closed her eyes tightly and yelled, because it's just not allowed. Suddenly Manak's mother's legs tightly hugged someone and she screamed, kill! His mother climbed onto the demon and very angrily hit the demon and screamed, "Kill, kill, kill!" Although being hit, the demon still smiled kindly and said contentedly, "Hoo hoo, the little girl's punches are so cute." Hearing this, Manak's mother was stunned and could only stammer, "Ah!" Manak beside her didn't stop it, but just shed tears and thought, "Sorry, mother, but she was telling the truth." At this moment, the demon spoke up to ease the situation. "Come on, calm down. Don't be so tense." The demon hugged Manak's mother tightly despite her violent struggles. The demon said, "I was just kidding, I just want the badge." The demon suddenly mentioned the badge that Manak used to enter here. "The one you used to get in here. You didn't know anything about it when you got it." Manak was angry, but tried to appear cheerful and said, "Didn't know a single thing." The demon replied, "It's okay." Then he reached out and placed something in the demon's hand. "Small jokes should be." The demon said excitedly, "Added to life since we're alive. We should be cheerful, right?" Manak didn't hesitate to reply, "I agree." The demon released his mother and said, "Anyway, the favor you asked." Hugging his mother, Manak continued to listen to what the demon said. "You're looking for your mother's relics, right? You want me to find one for you, right?" His smile suddenly became strangely gentle as he uttered, "Yes, good." The demon smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's saintliness, I have it." Manak heard this and happily said, "Really?" Dakia also happily joined in. "Then, that's great." The demon turned her back towards Manak and Dakia and said, "If you want it, you must participate." Holding out her hand forward, the demon yelled, "Underworld Arena!" An underworld opened up right inside the house. There were many people there, and the atmosphere was very lively. The demon turned back and chuckled with delight and said, "With the battles in my underworld." Everyone who witnessed that scene was utterly shocked, surprised, and gasped when hearing the demon say, "If you win, you will receive saintliness. I do have it, but..." Below, a battle was taking place with the defeat of a person with puddles of black blood everywhere. The demon explained, "I have already hung it up as a prize for the winner." The people in the stands watching the match were incredibly excited, shouting loudly, "I have already told you where it is." An image of a pair of gold earrings appeared as the demon spoke about the winner's benefits. "Now if you want it, participate and win." Manak and his mother both turned towards the demon with extremely dissatisfied expressions. Meanwhile, the demon was excited, stretching out and sending wishes, "Good luck to you." The fans were extremely excited, cheering loudly throughout the hall. In the arena below, two people were preparing to lunge and fight, one of whom was admired by many as they yelled his name, "Bigfoot! Bigfoot, smash him!" The man with a menacing look, carrying a staff with a spiky iron ball, walked in to the sound of cheering, "Bigfoot! Bigfoot!" The host girl immediately introduced Bigfoot's opponent, and his opponent is a rookie. While she was speaking, a beam of light slammed down onto the arena floor, sending surrounding dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. A shirtless, mysterious man was tumbling down from above, spinning around and around. Then he landed in an incredibly skillful upright pose. Everyone in the stands who witnessed that scene was extremely excited. Everyone was shouting lively, "Wow!" Looking at the man in front of them, they kept discussing his recent superhuman feat. "Did you see what just happened? How can a human move so fast? Truly insane." A man immediately spoke up, excitedly, "Isn't betting on that rookie this time more advantageous?" Another person quickly cheered for Bigfoot. "Bigfoot, don't lose to that newcomer." Suddenly someone walked up, took out a money bag and said, "I bet it all on you, rookie." That person was completely covered by a cloak, thinking to himself, "Priest Manak, you definitely." That was Dakia. She had bet everything on Manak with a heart, always looking towards him. You must win at all costs. A few days ago, returning to the conversation between Manak and the demon, only now did he wonder and ask, "Can't you just secretly lend us the relic? When we get the divine power, we will return it to you." The demon glanced at Manak and said sarcastically, "Don't be so foolish, the evil spirit worshippers will catch up soon." The demon continued to explain as she looked towards him and his mother, "You should participate in the match. It's related to you and the corrupted mother." The demon closed her eyes, but her mouth still spoke. "Do you know what liberation is?" Manak immediately replied. "Yes, I know." The demon replied, "How lucky." An image of a monk worshipping puppets appeared with a wild, eerie laugh when the demon said, "Liberation. You will definitely encounter those guys when you look for the relic. So you should think about eliminating the enemy's vitality first." The demon slowly opened her eyes again and said furthermore. The scene changed, showing the entire capital, as the demon said, "This is the capital of the kingdom. Do you understand what I mean?" Manak stroked his chin and nodded, showing understanding, and said they won't easily use their power. An image of a group of people in black cloaks standing in a circle appeared when Manak said, "Because the priests there will notice." The demon laughed and replied with satisfaction, "Exactly." His words appeared with the image of a dead soldier as another soldier stood watching. "As for me, I might lose, but attacks without divine power cannot kill me." Suddenly Manak said, but making the demon also have to look away at him, waiting for the question. Manak continued what he meant to say, "I don't plan to risk my life killing them. That's simply because they are followers of evil demons." "What?" The demon heard this and squinted, puzzled. Huh, I heard you've eliminated quite a few by now. An image of a pile of mud that looked like a brain appeared through the demon's words. They all killed them. You're too picky, huh? The demon now took out a red eye that emitted extremely gloomy red smoke and said mysteriously, "So I just need to give you one reason you will be able to." Manak looked at the eye with extreme suspicion. Then the demon squeezed that eye with one hand and said, "Wipe them all out right." Suddenly, a stream of red light radiated from where the eye was crushed. The image of a man with two wild white eyes, screaming miserably, appeared. The image of many people with wild white eyes throwing themselves into a gaping green mouth also appeared. Hands from prison reached out, calling for help. A baby was crying beside the corpse of its dead mother. Many people were cruelly hanged. Manak witnessed all those horrifying scenes. Manak's eyes widened in surprise, then anger. After a few moments of calmness, he spoke up. "Just now, what was that?" The demon sat on the bed and calmly explained the memories of the evil spirit worshippers. "Those who participated this time, is this reason reasonable enough?" Manak seriously looked at the demon and asked, "Are they all true?" The demon let out a light laugh. Returning to the match between Bigfoot and him, the demon's voice still echoed. "Sadly, yes." The cheering still did not stop in the stands. On one side, "Bigfoot, Bigfoot." On the other side, they kept yelling, "Murderer, murderer." Manak inside the mask smiled with satisfaction and thought, "Great, got a chance to wear a mask." Looking back at his past, he began to scheme. "I have a mask that can change shape at will, and the princess will wear a ring that helps control magic." Since when did Bigfoot approach Manak and threaten him, "Put on your armor and pick up your weapon, kid"? Manak didn't respond verbally, but as a man he raised his middle finger straight up in front of Bigfoot's face. Bigfoot saw that and was extremely angry. He squinted and cursed, "Arrogant little brat." Bigfoot's eyes seemed to shoot lightning, and the giant staff was about to come down. Then the action was, "You dare provoke me." A strike came down, causing the ground around him to sink completely, as smoke rose mixed with Bigfoot's scream, "I will skin you!" The audience in the stands was extremely excited, shouting loudly. But Manak quickly dodged it without any injury, making everyone watching exclaim in surprise. He dodged it, brutally fast. Then he raised his hand forward, seeming to challenge Bigfoot. Seeing Manak's contemptuous demeanor, Bigfoot was extremely angry. He ground his teeth and yelled, "This bastard." Then a series of techniques were continuously unleashed, but he bent his body and quickly dodged them easily. Manak now seemed ready to counterattack after a few strands of his hair were broken off. Bigfoot was angry. He was sweating profusely after the series of attacks, but there was no sign of wanting to stop. Just then Manak raised his hand, preparing to do something. Suddenly he threw a blow that twisted Bigfoot's mouth, leaving him no time to resist. The slap made Bigfoot's nose bleed and his face red. He groaned in pain. Then Bigfoot continued to counterattack with the weapon in his hand. Bigfoot angrily roared like crazy with lightning that was no longer yellow but turned red. He raised his weapon high, preparing to unleash his rage on Manak. A huge earthquake occurred, a large explosion covering almost the entire arena. The audience's exclamations echoed everywhere. "Whoa!" Seeing that he still safely dodged the attack, the audience again praised him with delight. "He is too fast. I've never seen a match like that before." Bigfoot was still angry upon hearing everyone's discussion. No wonder he wasn't wearing armor. Someone calling after him made Bigfoot tense up. "Oi, Bigfoot, focus." Suddenly Bigfoot ground his teeth and muttered, "You guys think I want to." Then suddenly Bigfoot used all his strength to rush straight towards his opponent and yelled loudly, "Missed, huh?" Bigfoot was so angry that his teeth chattered because he didn't want to lose. Aiming straight at Manak, Bigfoot yelled loudly, "Go to hell." A bright golden line descended and rushed straight towards Manak. Suddenly, a hand from somewhere grabbed Bigfoot's head, leaving him utterly stunned. Suddenly, Bigfoot's feet were dragged backward while he was still in shock. What the heck? Manak used so much force that his veins bulged as he tried to drag Bigfoot backward while he still couldn't believe his eyes. How is he so strong? Manak stomped his foot down hard on the ground. The girl controlling the match was utterly stunned when she witnessed that scene. Looking up at the sky, he was holding Bigfoot's head in the air along with everyone's surprised gasps. He knocked Bigfoot down in the air. Unbelievable. Bigfoot was now extremely scared, stammering, "Save me." Manak suddenly leaned his head close to Bigfoot's face, seeming about to say something. Manak said nothing but just held Bigfoot tightly. Another hand was also grasping Bigfoot's body. Flipping Bigfoot onto his back, Bigfoot was now extremely scared, but didn't know what to be scared of. Bigfoot's eyes now lacked confidence and were filled with fear. He groaned louder and louder. Before Bigfoot could calm down, an incredibly powerful throw to the ground created a huge burst of light. The audience in the stands was extremely satisfied with the recent fight. Looking down from above, there was only a plume of off-white smoke covering everything. Suddenly, a bandaged hand punched down hard onto the ground. That was Manak still standing firm, while Bigfoot had completely collapsed. Although Bigfoot was still alive, he could no longer move and just looked towards Manak, uttering difficult sounds. "Kuk." The girl controlling the match smiled, both surprised and scared. The match observers also couldn't believe their eyes, stammering a look. His hand was again trying to grip the wall tightly. At this moment, Manak was like a lizard, climbing step by step upwards. To everyone's surprise, murderer, he is climbing the wall barehanded. His feet kicked straight up at the ground. Then Manak threw himself flying up towards the stage. From above, he dived straight down to Bigfoot's location. A strike with horrifying force came straight down to Bigfoot's location. Bigfoot took the full force of the attack, causing strawberry syrup to spray everywhere. Bigfoot was officially defeated. The girl controlling the match immediately announced, and the winner is the murderer. While Manak was wondering about something, the sounds of people around cheering and interviewing him appeared. What a dramatic match. Please share your thoughts. Manak pressed on his throat and said, I will. Then he snatched the microphone from the girl controlling the match and yelled loudly, kill them all. Cheers from everywhere echoed continuously. The crowd echoing Manak's words grew larger and larger, repeatedly ordering, kill. Dakia and his mother also happily joined in, kill, kill, kill. Dakia happily rushed over and called out, Priest Manak, come here quickly. Seeing Manak coming here, Dakia also enthusiastically continued. Finally, they are also selling the kind of bread that is hot and soft. He walked and secretly thought of one word, kill. Then Manak smiled and said, so there's no need to rush that much. Dakia asked back in confusion, what are you saying? Do you know how long the line was before? Suddenly, Dakia yelled in panic, look that person. The bread just came out of the oven. His eyes stared ahead as if he was thinking about something he was very pleased with. Then he asked himself, where could I have seen him? At this moment, Dakia quickly pulled Manak along and said, hurry up. We made a lot of money in the arena, so let's buy a lot. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, you don't need to urge me. However, Manak still directed his gaze towards the other person, his eyes showing how focused he was on observing that person. Later, Manak thought to himself that it was probably just someone who looked like him, right? Manak and Dakia went inside a room. In front of them, Manak's mother was climbing playfully. Looking at her silhouette, someone immediately had the thought, kill. Her feet trembled slightly as she stood on the dividing wall. Manak's mother didn't hesitate at all and did a flip down, looking very superhuman. Her arm hit something. In a flash, Manak's mother's figure was nowhere to be seen. Later, they found her lying on a piece of white fabric. Then Manak's mother immediately spoke a single word, After speaking, she stood there laughing cheerfully. The scene just now was truly difficult to understand. Seeing that, Dakia's eyes widened in surprise, and she said exactly the same, you did everything like that too. Manak was so embarrassed he covered his face, turning red, and said, Mother, please don't imitate those movements. Intersecting the atmosphere at that moment, a mysterious voice from someone echoed, oh my, it seems you people here are also full of vitality. Manak shyly turned back and said sorry for making noise. The voice just now was the demon's. She appeared and replied, it's okay, I had fun too. Then the demon smiled and continued, speaking of that, the previous match was really worth watching, very memorable. The demon was still smiling happily and continued, I thought you were just a rigid priest, but you're also crazy. Manak heard with an emotionless face and retorted, not at all. Hearing that, the demon's face turned cold and she said, but when I say it's memorable, I mean it. Then the demon continued, I also heard from Bigfoot, I don't know how you did it. The demon went on to say and analyze, but from the middle of the match, you started cheating, didn't you? If you don't want to die, no matter what I do, you should act as if you're in real pain. Manak heard and felt a little, and denied it wasn't cheating, we just had the same thoughts. Then Manak spoke up to explain further, we showed everyone a truly spectacular performance, and our acting was also good. Hearing that, the demon closed her eyes, as if silently admitting it, and replied, no matter what, the audience really likes it. The demon thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking about adding matches with such spectacular performances in the future, in that two men appeared and sat talking to each other, saying, when I attack like this, you block like this. Okay, that's good. Then the demon spoke to him, saying, our arena needs actors because Bigfoot left, and Manak heard this with a little inexplicable confusion. The demon now continued to tell him that he said he wanted to become an actor. The demon held out her hands in front of him and said, so I want to ask if you want to work for me. If it's you can easily become the top star in my arena. Hearing that, Manak nodded and replied, I am very grateful for your offer, but I have to refuse. Hearing that, the demon clicked her tongue and said, tsk, too stubborn. Manak walked to his mother, put his hand on her shoulder and whispered, I. Manak squatted down and declared, I must remove mother's seal. A silent voice echoed, kill. Hearing that, the demon seemed a bit sad and said, it's a bit disappointing, but if you don't want to, there's nothing I can do. The demon took steps closer and said, but. The demon walked to the nearby bed, sat down and said, this idea of yours for a spectacular performance, I can use it whenever I want. Hearing that, Manak quickly replied, it's not that important. His face gave a wry smile, and he thought to himself anyway, I'm just applying what I saw in the past. The demon quickly retorted, but using it without payment is a bit. If it's successful, I will give you a generous reward. Manak calmly replied, okay, if you want, I won't refuse. He suddenly added, as for the next match. Just as she finished saying this, the demon enthusiastically said, is there anything I can help with? Manak smiled wickedly and said, "It's all right, you know my next opponent." He hesitated a bit and continued, "Is an evil spirit worshipper." Just as she said this, a group of people burst into cheerful laughter and joking. Someone yelled, "The Skullgazer, his opponent is." That's the demon. She hesitated for a moment and continued, "A rising star, the rookie who burned down the arena that day." Manak now walked step by step on the road. The demon was still shouting to everyone, "Everyone please call out his name." The entire stands at that time cheered, "Murderer, murderer." Many audience members joined in and shouted, "Murderer, murderer." Then they suddenly froze, looking out blankly, and said that what they saw was a type of weapon. It seemed somewhat familiar, so people said, "Isn't that the weapon that Bigfoot used to use?" When they saw Manak carrying that weapon in his hand, everyone exclaimed in awe and said, "Could it be he killed Bigfoot and took his weapon?" Below the stands, everyone shouted one sentence: "The murderer killed Bigfoot and took his weapon." Manak stepped onto the arena floor with his opponent today. Before anything, he spoke up and asked his opponent, "Is your real name Ghee?" Ghee was a bit stunned and asked back, "How do you know?" Hearing this answer, he was certain of his assumption, so he put on a serious expression and said, "So your name is indeed Ghee." The referee now announced the two opponents. "Please take your positions." The demon is the referee. She spoke into the microphone and continued, "So I hereby announce the match begins." As soon as the demon finished speaking, before anything could happen, she also looked at the current situation in confusion. That was Manak delivering a fatal blow to Ghee. He quickly sent Ghee a ticket to heaven. The demon stood there stunned, watching this fleeting scene unfold. The entire stands were engulfed in pure astonishment. The audience seemed as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Many people stood there speechless, looking blankly towards the arena. On the arena floor, Ghee lay motionless on the ground, with red blood trailing across the floor. Dakia and Manak's mother also witnessed the scene with two extremes. Dakia didn't dare to look directly at the stage, while Manak's mother was happily cheerful. The entire stands were immersed in a sea of silence. The audience could only stand there in a daze and look. Manak stood on the arena floor looking at the scene he had just caused and thought, "I can act." He turned and walked away, and his mind secretly thought, "I can act, but I won't play with the lives of others." At this moment, someone was very angry, slammed a hand on the table and growled, "You did very well last time." That was Vartis Draco. He was very angry and asked in a loud voice, "Why suddenly say it's not allowed?" The man sitting in front of him calmly said, "There are 3 reasons this man is the superior of the ILEH headquarters Kanta." Kanta began to explain each reason to Vartis Draco. "First, Princess Dakia Irimel came here under a different name. We could have secretly kidnapped her." He looked at the paper with Dakia's picture and continued, "But this time she came to the capital officially, so it will be very difficult to accomplish this in secret." He continued to the second reason for Vartis Draco. "Second, this time she came with 3 people who are not easy to deal with. Your Majesty's son, Enthys Vantos, the black dog of the meadow, Carmen Vantos." Kanta went on to mention the next person, a member of the Red Bear mercenary squad, Sajita Forgon. He thought of Manak and said, "Finally, the demon slayer and bane of evil spirits, Priest Manak." Vartis Draco heard that and indifferently asked back, "So what, isn't this a good thing? We just need to give the mercenary and the priest a little money, and they will wag their tails and obey us." Kanta picked up the paper with his photo on it and said, "At least Priest Manak cannot be bought." Vartis Draco was half in doubt and asked again, "Why are you so sure?" Kanta began to explain to him that Priest Manak is already famous for killing many evil spirits. It would be very difficult to think he would betray the princess. Furthermore, there are rumors that he and Princess Dakia are in a relationship. Hearing this, he became angry and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." His hand trembled and tightened its grip. Kanta continued saying, "According to our informant, we heard that the princess secretly visited Manak's room at midnight. Every day, Vartis Draco seemed unable to tolerate it anymore. He angrily let out a few growls like a fierce tiger. He slowly calmed down and asked again, "Who else knows about this?" Kanta truthfully replied, "Only our organization knows." Hearing this, Vartis Draco quickly ordered, "Do everything in your power to prevent this information from getting out." "If this news gets out," Kanta quickly replied, "we have no intention of letting anyone else know this news." Vartis Draco now slammed his hand on the table and asked, "What about the last reason he was serious?" and replied, "Because of White Wolf Setian Vantos." Kanta recounted to him again, "We received news that he has been in contact with the princess. If the princess disappears, he will also take action." Saying this, he paused for a moment and said, "And if that is Setian Vantos, he will act according to Lord Black Wolf Enthys Vantos." Vartis was so angry, he clenched his fist tightly. He remained seated and listened as Kanta continued saying, "No matter the situation, we in Elesh do not want to confront Lord Enthys Vantos." After speaking, Kanta lightly chuckled. He sat staring at Vartis Draco and thought to himself, "It took quite a while to convince this foolish lizard, but our reasoning is very clear." He smugly thought, even if he is a prince, what can he do? The man standing behind Vatis Draco lightly chuckled, his smile a little sly. Kanta quickly noticed and paid attention to this man. He wondered quite a bit and asked himself, "What's wrong with that crazy bastard? Is there anything funny about this?" As soon as he finished wondering, Kanta was immediately pushed down onto the table and warned everyone keeps mentioning old Enthes Vantos. Vatis angrily pushed Kanta's head down and added a reproach. "Are you a bunch of 3-year-old kids? Just because you are afraid of one person, you refuse my request." He continued to warn, "Listen carefully. I can tell the queen all the dirty things you pieces of trash have done." Vatis Draco growled, reminding them, for example, the truth that you kidnapped the daughter of one of the 4 great lords for money, so you might meet the name Enthes Valtus that you are so afraid of. Kanta was like poking a tiger's den, adding fuel to the fire, and said, "But if you do that, you won't have peace either." He smugly replied, "You think that can threaten me?" Then Vatis Draco grew deadly serious and declared that the Dragon Clan and sorcerers are unmatched and unique in this world. "The Demon Dragon King is my father. I just need to live low-key for a while and everything will pass." He also growled out the next command, "Bring Dakia Irimel to the Dragon Kingdom without losing a single hair." He was still holding Kanta down on the table and reminded him no matter what method is used. The sky that day was clear and empty. The surroundings were completely silent, not a sound. Beside that, a voice echoed, "Surely, that murderer is targeting us." A group of hooded figures stood talking to each other. "Surely, Mother Arena must have sent him. This is Liberatio, the evil spirit worshipper." Liberatio's sharp eyes looked deeply, and she said, "Since that's the case, when today's match begins, I will directly seize the relic from Mother's hand." He walked step by step and continued, "You are allowed to use your powers." Liberatio spoke up and said, "But you must quickly get out of there before the Queen's priests and knights act." At the same time, in Ile, a group of masked people stood in a line. A representative spoke up, saying the operation will be carried out according to plan. "In 10 minutes, we will blow up the wall storm into the arena and find the target." The one standing at the front is Vatis Draco. He now turned and asked, "Are the bombs okay?" The subordinate shook his head and replied, "No, we are ready. The backup detonators are also prepared." Receiving a satisfactory answer, he growled and said, "In the name of Ili, I am not allowed to fail." Vatis Draco thought of Dakia and firmly declared that the target must be hunted down at all costs. Scene change at the arena just now. The referee now shouted loudly, "Redhead and his opponent is the murderer." The audience went to watch and kept cheering, saying there are no weapons today. Seeing this, they were excited, waiting and saying, "We will witness a fierce battle." The other opponent also seemed very much looking forward to it and thought amazing. The demon was also very excited now as the referee, she loudly announced, "Right now the match." Suddenly a rather large explosion occurred, causing everyone to panic a bit. They were startled, looked up and asked, "What is it?" At this moment the air was filled with fine black smoke and dust. That was caused by Vatis Draco's group under his command. He now observed and said, "She must be hiding somewhere." His subordinates hid inside and uttered a phrase, "Damn it." Liberatio also appeared at this moment. Seeing this scene, she also exclaimed, "Troubles here, use this opportunity to find the mother's location." A person knelt down on the ground and said, "I don't understand what's happening either." This fleeting scene that happened quickly made everyone stunned in surprise. Astonished eyes looked at them. The young man fighting against Manak also showed some fear and said, "Forced illegal arenas." Manak listened and was a bit puzzled, looking towards the young man. At this moment someone raised their voice and said, "Everyone kneel down and obey the Queen's command." Another man appeared. This is Carmen, and he said anyone who has set foot in the illegal arena will have to pay a fine. Vatis Draco also panicked a bit when he saw Carmen. Fear appeared in his eyes. Liberatio was also terrified. His eyes showed expressions of fear. A group charged forward and issued a threatening warning, anyone who resists will have their legs cut off. A young man was terrified and said, "Oh, why today?" The young man opposite replied, "Pay the money and go home." Carmen remained vigilant, looking around. Vatis Draco was now panicked and said, "Why is the king's army here?" The king's army of the man now ordered those guys in black, "Put down your weapons, and those who are hiding, stop immediately." Liberatio's men ran and replied, "If it's us, will you stop, you fool?" He was angry, his teeth clenched, and he cursed once. "Damn it." Then he ordered, "You close the doors and the rest follow me." At this moment someone spoke up to stop Carmen. "Don't." That was Manak. He stood up to stop him, making Carmen angry with the intention to attack, and said, "What do you want? Quickly move out of my way." Manak still stood there motionless and said, "Now is not the time to chase after those people." Then he pointed in one direction and said, "Those guys came here to kidnap Princess Dakia." The two young men standing outside also nodded and said, "I heard it too. They were even yelling, looking for Princess Dakia." "Me too, me too." Carmen also got a little angry hearing that. Then he yelled loudly, saying, "Everyone disperse." He ordered his troops temporarily ignore the ones who fled, pursue those in black clothes. If they resist, kill without mercy. Carmen now spoke up and called Sajita, "Eliminate them for me." Then they immediately charged forward and attacked. Vartis Draco looked on blankly and was a little scared. Carmen led and directed the king's army and said all attack. Vartis Draco now ran for his life from the attack of the king's army. In another scene, someone resolutely extended their hand. Dakia, standing opposite, showed slight fear, her eyes intently looking forward. Later she spoke up and said, "Priest Manak." Then Dakia spoke up and asked him, "What's the situation?" Manak answered, "Frankly, the black spirit worshippers are coming to where the demons reside." Dakia was a bit scared when she heard him say, "Those who were following us are now fighting with the royal army." Later he summarized the situation, saying, "This place might be blockaded, we should get out." He gave Dakia a mask and told her first, "Wear this." She saw that and was surprised, "Isn't it?" Then Dakia took the mask and said, "Is it your mask?" Manak spoke up saying, "Anyway, now that you are a princess is clear." Dakia put on the mask, nodded and replied, I understand." After finishing, he tightly grasped her hand and said, "Let's go to the emergency exit the demon mentioned." However, it wasn't that lucky and easy. A group of people blocked their way and asked, "Who are you?" The young man was attacked while still speaking, "Only those with duty." That young man was attacked and fell down in front of him. The group growled the announcement, "Except for the princess, kill them all." Manak couldn't stand it and drew his sword and said, "From now on I will face them directly. I will have difficulty if I am noticed, so I cannot use the sword." Vartis Draco's men rushed forward to attack him. Manak was no pushover either. He took a running kick and said exactly one grim sentence, "Kill." Manak didn't hesitate and charged forward. His eyes were frighteningly sharp. That guy quickly took a sword strike from Manak. He held the sword firmly and stabbed straight into them. The bloody hand of the young man held the sword that was stabbing him firmly. The young man cried out in pain a few times but couldn't solve anything. Dakia also quickly used the power of the ring on her hand. The remaining young man looked at this light and was strongly affected in the eyes. He covered his face and yelled in agony, "My eyes!" That sword was still stuck in the skin of the other man. The two Manak and Dakia each took one side, eliminating those who blocked their path. Those two guys had now collapsed. They had a one-way ticket straight to the gate of heaven. Dakia now spoke up and asked, "Priest, I did well, didn't I?" Manak nodded, smiled and replied, "You are really good. Let's get out of here." Manak suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way." Dakia walked and spoke up, asking him, "Didn't you say the evil spirit worshippers came to the evil demon's place?" Manak also took the opportunity to ask back, "So is something wrong?" She shook her head and said, "It's okay." Manak's eyes were full of strong will, and he said it's not like before killing a demon that has inhabited a body for a long time. Someone sighed, saying, "It's difficult." A man lying there ground his teeth and said, "Damn it, why didn't you say Mother Arena was a demon from the beginning?" The demon was also there, heard that, and replied, "You should have asked, I would have answered truthfully." The man's hand clenched, and he said, "Damn it, why are all my attacks useless?" The man, as if losing his temper, yelled, "Everyone calm down. It's a demon. It had to pay a price to get this power." The man looked over there and quickly ordered, "The two of you go find the relic." The rest joined the fight. The demon just stood there listening to the angry man say, "Once the price is paid." The demon stuck out her tongue savagely and said, "You know too much, but I knew there would be a day when you would come." The demon quickly shed her skin and transformed into a monstrous and grotesque form, terrifying everyone. That man trembled with fear and said, "How terrible." Quickly that group of people was gone forever in an instant. The demon acted and said in the underground arena, "It's very easy to arrange these things." The demon began to speak with a bit of eerie mixed with horror and said, "If you came to play, you must have fun to the end, right?" The demon's eyes lit up brightly and she asked, "Right." Someone holding a sword was attacking fiercely and said, "Damn it." The one being attacked was Vartis Draco. He looked at the sword, attacking him in surprise. Carmen, leading the king's army, had attacked Vartis Draco. He stood there motionless and thought to himself, "Why is this happening?" Carmen felt uneasy and thought to himself, "I just want to gain more experience, as you said." He ground his teeth and said, "But the soldiers I brought are even less experienced." Later he admitted in one sentence, "We lost." Carmen now thought to himself, "I guess Manak is with Princess Dakia, so..." He strode forward and thought, "What I need to do is..." Seeing the scene before him, Carmen stumbled in thought, "Protect." After saying that, he pulled the sword out of Vartis Draco, causing him endless pain. 3 words appeared in Carmen's head. "The soldiers." Then Carmen ordered his subordinates, "Pull yourselves together and focus on the others." The subordinate replied, "Thank you, sir." Later he slowly spoke up, saying, "Everyone listen." Carmen clearly declared, "There's no need to try and kill the enemy. Reform the formation and focus on defense." Carmen immediately pointed and said, "All right, now I will be the commander." That young man nodded and said, "Yes, sir." That guy continued, "Prioritize survival and protect yourself well." Then he spoke up and called Sajita, "Can you still fight?" Sajita was smug and said, "Of course." Sajita and Carmen smiled shrewdly and said, "We will kill all these bastards." In another scene, he and she were diligently running away from this place. A voice echoed at that moment that was, "Manak, the woman wearing the mask, is Princess Dakia." Manak turned his head back and said, "It seems they've recognized my face." Suddenly, a man with a sword rushed out, threatened, and said, "Stop." He didn't hesitate at all and directly took out his sword to kill this person. The attacked man cried out in pain a few times. Manak still resolutely rushed forward to attack that man. The sword in his hand was still stuck in the man's body. Manak's other hand firmly held another sword. A voice echoed beside his ear saying, "Kill!" Manak nodded and replied yes to the left. He thought to himself too, that's like a way for him to gain momentum to attack the opponent. With just that one attack of his, the sword in the opponent's hand broke in half. As if getting an advantage, Manak yelled, "Dakia!" Dakia also got ready to charge forward and said, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword sliced across the opponent's neck. The man standing next to her saw that and immediately cursed, "Damn." The opponent also seized the opportunity sword in hand and charged to attack Dakia. She was not scared at all and extended her hand using magic to eliminate this person. Seeing that the opponent was momentarily scared and surprised. Right then, a big explosion occurred right at that spot. Manak quickly grabbed his sword and charged towards that spot. He quickly finished off that opponent. With just a few quick movements, he sent them to meet their ancestors. At this moment, Dakia gave him the mask and said, "I'm giving it back." She was cautious and said it's a bit difficult to fight while wearing a mask. Manak took the mask and said, "All right, let's keep going." Right then a voice echoed, "Kill." A group of people ran there and said, "The princess is there, surround them." Dakia looked around blankly and asked Manak, "What do we do?" He came up with an idea and said, "Collapse the ceiling, I will protect you." Dakia followed his words. She used her power to collapse the floor. A terrifying explosion, the roof dramatically flew up. That group freely inhaled the black smoke and dust and they swore, "Damn." Manak seized the favorable opportunity, took Dakia's hand, and pulled her away with him. He pulled her away from this ruined place. Manak and she suddenly stopped. Manak's cold, sharp eyes looked straight ahead. In front of them was a whole group of people with swords, walking towards them, blocking all exits. One guy stood up and demanded, ordering him, "Manak, we have no interest in you, hand over the princess." He said mockingly to him, "Whatever others offer you, we will pay more. We will also overlook the fact that you killed our comrades." He heard that, and the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Then Manak spoke up and said, "The princess promised me an amount of money equal to my weight." After saying that, he immediately asked them, "Can you give more?" Dakia turned to him and called out, "Priest Manak." Seeing that, he immediately replied smugly, "Of course, our client will give you double." Manak smiled and said, "Double, that's impressive." Later he hugged Dakia and said, "But..." Manak pulled her closer to him and said, "I don't think so." The sight of Manak hugging Dakia made her a little shy, blushing. Manak arrogantly said, "Can you give me this much money?" Dakia stood still in Manak's arms. Seeing him say that, he immediately became angry and said, "Bastard, you dare joke with us." Then he pointed his sword towards Manak and said, "You've reached the end of the line. Do you think you can defeat this many people?" Hearing that, he also smiled friendly and said, "For a cat, what's the difference between 2 mice or 12 mice?" Seeing him mock them like that, he became angry and said, "Kill that bastard." Manak quickly drew his sword and taught these guys a lesson. However, they were like they had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tyson, bravely rushing forward to fight Manak. Manak's sword blade was so sharp that just looking at it made one tremble. Seeing this, they finally started to show fear. Even more savage than that, his gaze brought sheer terror, and from his mouth came a single word, "Mao." As soon as the sound stopped, Manak brought the sword straight to the opponent's face. Then he used his strength to quickly send them all to heaven. Manak's feet now slowly stepped closer to that guy. He stepped back in fear, his mouth incessantly uttering a few fearful sounds. Manak's face was covered in blood, and he gently said, "I told you there's no difference." Then he also used that very sword to send him to reunite with his comrades. Scene changed to the demon's location. The demon walked step by step and said, "Now only you remain." The man kneeling on the ground immediately spoke up and said, "You are really strong. How long have you been alive?" The demon put on a fake expression and said, "I before the first corrupted child was created." The man heard that and was stunned, saying, "What does that mean?" The demon quickly spoke up and said, "Don't be so hasty, it's your turn." The demon walked up to the man and asked, "You are the priest of the pinnacle of revival, aren't you? The thing in the confused shrimp's head seems to be from him." The man's expression changed a little, his face darkened. The demon stood above as if hypnotizing the man. "Answer me, answer me, answer me, answer me." Then the man gently replied, "Yes, pinnacle of revival." The demon also became clever when she realized the man's purpose and said, "Are you trying to summon a part of your god?" The man's physical state changed significantly. The demon just stood there and said, "Why do humans have to work so hard?" Later the demon suddenly realized something. "Yes, I wondered why you collected the relics that sealed the corrupted divine power." The demon's face darkened and she said, "You are planning to bring down a part of a god to the mortal realm to break the balance that has been maintained for a long time." After revealing the man's plot, the demon gave a grotesque smile and asked, "Am I right, pinnacle of revival?" The man's eyes widened in surprise and he said, "Shut up." The man, as if upgraded in another version, walked up to the demon and said, "Evil demon." The remaining few guys were lucky to still be alive. They stared in surprise towards him and Dakia. Manak now strode forward. The image of him bravely holding the sword in his hand made the opponent tremble. One guy immediately said loudly, "Don't be afraid, attack him. There's only one left." Manak looked at them, smirked, and said, Dakia, I'll leave it to you. She was a bit bewildered and asked, Are you sure? She quickly used magic on her hands and said, Are you telling me to do this? Flames radiated from her hands, acting as a backdrop for Manak's ferocity and brutality. The eyes of that group of people became astonished. They were quickly engulfed by the flames as this attack made them cry out in pain a few times. Dakia now yelled loudly, saying fire magic. The flames became stronger and stronger, making their desperate screams echo more violently. The mass of fire burned bigger and brighter. Manak now appeared piercing through the pile of fire. They kept screaming, "Too hot, help." However, he ignored these cries for help. Manak gave a horrifyingly wicked smile. Then right there, a horrifying explosion occurred, shaking the ground. Manak's footsteps appeared after dealing with those guys. Manak and Dakia stood looking into the distance and said, I'm outside now. She looked around and gently said, I don't want to come near this place anymore. Dakia was concerned about Manak and asked, But are you okay? I shouldn't have done that. He also honestly replied, I'm almost healed, my hair has grown back. Manak also kindly and thoughtfully asked back, and you? She smiled and replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, Manak reacted quickly, turning his head back to look. This also startled Dakia, who looked along. A frightening scene appeared. The body of a young man was no longer intact. From afar, he saw a familiar figure. This person held a blood-stained sword in their hand. Manak saw that scene and was so startled he got goosebumps. Dakia also didn't understand what was happening, but she also felt that something bad was about to happen. In front of him was the figure of the Saintess Azure Flame. Manak suddenly became so scared he ground his teeth and his body shook. He still held the sword firmly in his hand. Manak now called out Dakia. Manak charged forward and instructed her, no matter what happens, don't do anything at all. The Saintess Azure Flame also prepared her weapon ready to fight him one-on-one. The Saintess raised the special sword in her hand high. As Manak got closer to the Saintess, a voice echoed in his ear saying, Kill. The Saintess Azure Flame also swung her sword, counter-attacking him. He hadn't even launched any attack yet, but the Saintess Azure Flame delivered a fatal blow. Seeing that Dakia passionately called out Priest Manak. He was now like a defeated warrior lying on the ground, his mouth spitting out blood. The Saintess held her special sword and pressed it against his back and said, Did you really think you could defeat me, even if I went easy on you? The Saintess Azure Flame showed a smug expression and said, This is Destiny, my only disciple. After Santu's death, I began my journey to find the relic containing the corrupted mother's divine power. And finally, I found it. The problem is the relic is hidden inside the treasure vault of the sacred fire sect. At that time, Manak was happily sitting by the river washing clothes and said the sunrise isn't pleasant, is it? He was a bit innocent and continued, I know it's boring, but be patient for a bit, okay? He looked at the arm placed nearby and said, I've also thought of a way to find the relic. At this moment, his eyes were a little downcast, and he quietly thought, but the only skill I have is a boundary that the living cannot cross. The relic keeper is a female priest of a much higher realm than me. At this moment, the Saintess Azure Flame appeared right behind him. Manak glanced towards the Saintess and thought to himself, I've never seen anyone come here at this hour. She's incredibly beautiful. The Saintess now opened her mouth and said, if you have time. The Saintess hesitated for a moment and continued, Will you help me with something? I will reward you later. He didn't need to argue or think about anything and quickly replied, Okay, I'm almost bored to death anyway. Half an hour later, Manak excitedly said, It's done. The Saintess saw that and praised him. Well done, bring that basket here for me. Manak smiled and brought it to the Saintess. I realized you just asked for my help. The Saintess, with a cold expression, gave him a silver coin and said, This is your reward. Manak looked at the coin, his emotions welling up. It was that relic keeper. As she handed him the relic, she said, I'll ask for your help again next time. Manak excitedly took the silver coin and said, Of course, just leave it to me. Just like that, we had a strange relationship tied to laundry. My master would bring clothes to wash every few days, and every time I did laundry, she would give me a silver coin. But a few weeks later, my master no longer remembered me doing laundry. The Saintess sat next to him, where he was washing clothes, and said, I'm out of money. Manak looked puzzled and asked again. The Saintess Azure Flame quickly continued. I've spent all the money left by my ancestors, so I have to do it myself. Hearing this, Manak was silent for a moment. He then quickly replied, I don't need money, I will help you. The Saintess was also very surprised by his answer and asked why. Manak honestly replied, Even if I went home right now, I wouldn't have anything to do. Sitting by the river and washing clothes, he thought to himself, she has never ostracized an outsider like me. He held the monk's silver coin and thought, and with the amount of silver coin she gave me, these things are nothing. The Saintess Azure Flame showed a cold and calm expression and said nothing. Later the monk spoke up and said, I've thought about it, I'm out of silver, but... The Saintess hesitated and said, Shall I teach you sword fighting? Manak was slightly surprised and said, He quickly asked again, What do you mean? The monk sighed and said, Never mind. However, Manak was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly and replied, Okay, that's great. Currently all I have is strength and I'm bad at fighting now. Manak smiled contentedly and said, fortunately, masters also exist in this world. During training, he was beaten to a pulp by the saintess. It's safe to say he went through hell. He was beaten by the saintess until both his cheeks and face were swollen in the game. This is the ranking for high-level fighters. And after some time, Manak's fighting improved a little. He trained daily with the saintess Azure Flame, but here it is considered a realm. A master is someone who has mastered martial arts and has surpassed the limits of mortals. The number can be counted on one's fingers. My master Brady Hire is also a master, it's just her teaching method. Manak's face during training was extremely resilient and unwavering. It's a spar very simple and primitive. After a while of training, he held the empty staff down on the ground. The saintess Azure Flame saw that he was tired and immediately said, "Come at this exact time tomorrow. If you don't need to do laundry, help me clean the house." Manak was tired and panted, saying, "Okay." Suddenly he became curious and immediately asked, "But is that a treasure vault?" He quickly expressed his wish, "Can I go in and see?" The saintess asked with a hint of suspicion, "For what? Or you?" Manak quickly denied, saying, "No, I'm just curious about what the relic looks like." The saintess heard that and remained silent, saying nothing. Later the saintess led him and said, "I think just looking is probably okay. I'll just let you see it once." Manak smiled contentedly and said thank you. His footsteps followed the saintess Azure Flame step by step, thinking back. Manak paused for a moment, then said, "I don't even know what the holy relic bearing my mother's divine power looks like." As soon as he walked in nearby, he quickly put his hand to his chest. Manak was so shocked that he just looked at it. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said, "This is..." Manak was both surprised and said, "A relic." Manak was diligently training with the saintess Azure Flame. During the training process, he was easily counterattacked by the saintess without missing a beat. The weapon in his hand was knocked away by the saintess, leaving him with no choice but to fight with his bare hands. The saintess, who worships puppets, easily dodged the punch from his position. The saintess Azure Flame dodged attacks very skillfully, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. His fall was also considered the end of the training session that day. The saintess walked up to him and gently said, "That's enough for today." The saintess Azure Flame turned and left, not forgetting to say, "I have something to go out for, so you clean up during that time." Manak lay stretched out on the ground and replied, "Okay." He lay stretched out on the ground, his eyes thoughtfully looking up at the sky and thinking, "For the past 3 years, I have lived with my master and done housework for her." His hand lightly scratched the ground, and he continued to think, "I like not having to worry about food and shelter, but I've only just learned how to survive, let alone swordsmanship." Manak sat up, rubbed his head and said, "Well," after saying that, he thought to himself, "I'll run away then." Looking at the staff that the saintess Azure Flame had just sent flying, he also thought, "Anyway, I can't learn anything more." Manak thought seriously, "I need to complete the main mission," and the main key in his head was, "and revenge for Santu too." Manak's serious face looked a bit scary with his will and determination. Then Manak quickly stood up and left. His hand reached near the relic. He intended to touch it. Then Manak did something extremely earth-shattering, "So I stole the relic containing the holy power of corruption." He hugged the relic and ran out very quickly and successfully obtained the divine power. Manak honestly shared, "That's how I gained enormous corrupting power." He also shared the miraculous things that happened. The corrupted mother also started talking to me. Returning to the present, Manak looked at the saintess and asked, "How did you know I was still alive?" The saintess Azure Flame reached out and pulled him up and replied, "Not at all." He heard and didn't understand anything and said, "Huh." The saintess began to recount, "For the past 3 years, even though I beat you every day, you still lived well. I even thought that even if you were beheaded, you would grow a new one." Hearing that, he immediately turned pale and said, "How could that be?" The saintess smiled and said, "Ah, you are still alive." The saintess gave him the paper and said, "Furthermore, I also put up a wanted poster for you. It looks exactly alike." Seeing himself depicted on the paper made Manak freeze for a moment and say, Did you really find me with this?" The saintess Azure Flame also replied, "Your standing in front of me is proof enough." Manak was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Suddenly the saintess Azure Flame frowned and said, "Disciple, I don't care what you are, but I have my pride." The saintess Azure Flame spoke up and ordered him, "So you should train again until you become a master." Manak heard and exclaimed, "I knew it." Then he spoke up and asked again, "How long does it take to become a master?" The saintess thought for a moment and said, "I have been training continuously every day." Then after a while, the saintess Azure Flame gave him the answer, which is around 30 years. The saintess also praised him, saying, "You are very talented, so perhaps you only need to toil for 27 years. Manak heard that and thought for a moment, "With this pace, the main mission will also be ruined. Moreover, don't lump a genius like you and me together like that." After thinking, Manak spoke up and called Master. He hesitated a bit and said, Someone's footsteps were approaching, and they called to D. The person named Turdy immediately replied, "Yes, I am." That was calm, and he turned his head and asked how many more. Turdy quickly replied, 24. Turdy also reported clearly to him, saying 3 people were seriously injured and 11 people were lightly injured. Carmen heard that and remained silent, thinking 16 people sacrificed. I'm sure he didn't expect this to happen. Carmen gripped the sword tightly in his hand and cursed under his breath, damn it, then said he should have brought 100 elite soldiers. Suddenly something happened that made him and Turdy stand and watch. Seeing something strange, Carmen raised his voice and yelled, "Damn it, what is this?" From underground, something seemed to be trying to crawl up, trying to get out. He looked and was momentarily stunned. In front of Carmen was a ferocious monster. Seeing that, he ground his teeth again and said, "That is." Carmen looked at this monster and exclaimed, "Compared to the one in Eradico, it's much smaller, but still similar." Then he quickly ordered Turdy, "Run quickly." Turdy received the order and replied, "Understood." At this moment he clearly yelled, "Sagitta, we will buy time for the soldiers to retreat." Carmen held the weapon firmly in his hand, ready to fight this giant monster. He held his sword, using all his strength to throw it forward. The sword quickly pierced the skin, flesh, and body of the opponent. Sagitta seized the opportunity very well, quickly charged forward, and gave the monster a severe beating. Sagitta used all her strength to attack the monster. The sword quickly pierced the monster's body. Being attacked multiple times, each attack was a strong force that made the monster scream in pain. Carmen rushed up from behind to help, not forgetting to give encouraging words to Sagitta, saying, "Well done, Sagitta." Then he rushed forward fiercely and said, "It's my turn." After saying that, he immediately cut the monster in half. The monster just kept screaming in pain. The scream sounded truly tragic. Suddenly he felt something that was not good or pleasant. A large set of teeth appeared somewhere belonging to some creature. Bloodshot, angry eyes stared intently at them. That was a monster with a much higher level version. It slowly walked forward, enormous. Carmen quickly ordered Sagitta, "I'll retreat, I have a bad feeling." The monster now opened its large mouth. Its mouth was as big as a cosmic black hole that could swallow everything in the world. A ring of white light suddenly appeared somewhere. It created a horrifying explosion, shaking the ground. He was lucky to find a place to hide, and even luckier that no injuries occurred. That white light began to spread, as if wanting to freeze the ground. Carmen saw Sagitta's figure enduring pain, and asked Sagitta, "Are you okay?" Sagitta's hand was now frozen by the power of the white light from earlier. Sagitta's restless immediately gained momentum and charged to attack the monster. The monster was attacked once again, and was stabbed by a sword, causing it to cry out in pain. He just kept holding the sword, destroying the very root of the monster's branches. Later this monster spoke up, begging, "Stop, I said stop, you stop." However, Sagitta also desperately struggled up and eliminated the monster. That white light once again shone intensely. The masked people also saw that miraculous white light. However, before they could react, they were attacked by that white light, leaving them motionless on the ground. They stared blankly at the situation and said, "What?" That white light now enveloped the monster's body. Carmen again felt the situation was not good and said, "Sagitta, we're falling behind." Carmen and Sagitta quickly ran far away from the white light and that monster. They hadn't run far when that white light landed on Sagitta's leg. Sagitta seemed to feel a little pain as she looked towards where the white light was coming from. There was a similar stream of light right on his leg. Only the monster's large foot was seen slowly moving. Sagitta quickly noticed this. Then Sagitta yelled, "Carmen, above your head." Carmen also looked up at his head in panic. He still held the sword firmly in his hand. Carmen risked his life to attack the monster. The small rays of white light now flew towards them like blind arrows. They competed to stab Carmen's hands. It was like a small, compact attack, but caused very high damage. This made him cry out in pain. It sounded truly tragic and oppressive. The saintess reminded Manak and Dakia. He replied to the saintess with an embarrassed smile, while Dakia stood beside him with a face full of killing intent. "Continue practicing until you master it." The saintess looked at Manak calmly and said, "A magnificent genius like you surely only needs to train hard for about 27 years. Manak heard the saintess's words and felt like collapsing on the spot. He forced a pained smile and thought, "For that long all my main missions will be ruined, and don't compare me with a true genius like you." He suddenly wanted to say something to the saintess and hesitantly spoke, "Master E." Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind the snowy mountain smoke, and fire flew everywhere, shaking the surroundings. Dakia was startled, covered her head, and yelled. Large rock fragments shot out from the explosion and flew towards the 3 people Manak. He saw that the event behind the mountain was not just a simple explosion. He turned to the saintess with a serious face and said loudly, "Master, shouldn't you go over there and see what's happening?" As for the saintess, behind her face remained calm, as if nothing had happened, and she looked at Manak and said. The saintess replied to him with a calm face, I met that person on the way here." An unknown source of power leaped over rooftops and moved forward at an extremely high speed. Around were piles of desolate rubble. "He'll probably get there soon. I don't need to rush anything." Manak looked surprised when he heard the saintess say. He turned his head and asked again, "Who did Master meet?" At this moment, behind the mountain, the battle with the monster was raging fiercely, the desperate scream of the black-haired youth, tightly wrapped by the monster, yelling in pain, "Ah!" At this moment, a man suddenly appeared and swung a saber towards the monster below. A single strike from this man split the monster in half, causing it to immediately disappear. Black Wolf. This man is Vantos. After escaping the monster, the black-haired youth knelt down and said towards Vantos' father. Vantos leaned on his saber, looked at his son kneeling on the ground and asked, "Can you still walk?" The black-haired youth regained his courage and replied, "Yes, I can." Vantos told his son, "Then go." He looked at the group of monsters and said, "I will kill that monster." The young man in black immediately followed Vantos' words and left following orders. He and his comrades helped each other out of the battle. Only Vantos remained standing proudly looking at the group of monsters. He turned his face, his sharp eyes, looking towards the monsters. A monster yelled, saying, "Surrender quickly, you damn thieves!" The giant snake-headed monsters roared, questioning, "Where did you hide it? Answer me quickly." The giant snake monster in the middle bared its terrifying fangs and threatened again, asking, "I ask you, where did you finally hide it?" Other monsters with many heads on a single host, and their claws like weapons thrusting towards the opponent. Vantos stood between the two groups of monsters, tearing at each other, and spoke, "That." The snake monsters lunged to attack the many-headed monster. The many-headed monster also retaliated, "Give it back to me." The snakehead and the monster's claw collided. Both deflecting each other's moves, the snake monster continued to scream, "Give it back." The fearsome snake monster bared its fangs and continuously demanded, "Return it to me immediately. Give it back to me." The one controlling behind that giant snakehead is the female demon. A step by Vantos leaped up. His hand holding the saber swung up. Vantos advanced towards the battle between the two monsters ahead. He quickly dashed forward, slashing continuously at the many-headed monster, causing it to be cut into many pieces. The many-headed monster, cut into many pieces, screamed in pain. The snake monster watched, utterly astonished by Vantos' terrifying power. He landed after the slash. Vantos leaped onto the giant many-headed monster. Suddenly the snake monster screamed, pleading, "Don't touch me, please!" He swung a saber with all his might, ending the technique. The snake monster shrieked in pain, pleading, "I beg you, don't touch me!" A snake shrieked and said, "It's over." The other snakes witnessed Vantos slaughtering the many-headed monster unexpectedly. His saber strikes continued to swing towards the snakeheads, cutting them in half. Vantos relentlessly slaughtered the group of snake-headed monsters. His eyes were filled with death and soaring, killing intent. Vantos stepped on a snakehead and said, "Should end here, right?" Only the leader snake monster remained, seeing the snakes around it all eliminated. It said, "Damn it." The female demon inside the snakehead looked towards Vantos and thought hatefully, "If it weren't for him, I could have gotten that back." She had no way back. Feeling helpless, she thought, "Do I have no other choice but to give up?" At this moment, the female demon remembered Manak and thought, "Help me, please." Suddenly, a streak of blue hair flashed past Vantos from behind. Saintess Azure Fire appeared behind Vantos and struck a blow, causing Vantos to immediately dodge. The snakehead was surprised to see the Saintess appear here. Her eyes calmly looked towards Vantos. The two Saintess Azure Fire and Vantos charged into battle. Vantos both defended and assessed the Saintess before him. Her energy is incredibly strong. He unleashed a decisive move. The Saintess dodged a kick, sending Vantos flying far away, leaving him no time to defend. He took a palm strike from the Saintess and was flung violently into the distance, crushing everything around. All around were dead monster corpses. Vantos stepped out from the rubble and walked forward. He looked towards the Saintess and asked, "Why did you do that?" The Saintess, with a calm expression, looked at Vantos and replied, "I was just curious how strong the best swordsman in the north could be, that's all." Vantos replied, "If that's the case, can we spar?" Vantos continued to suggest to the Saintess, "Now please move aside, I still have to protect the capital." The Saintess gave a sarcastic smile and said, "It seems the talented sword genius is talking to me." Vantos listened silently, saying nothing. His saber emitted a red power. Vantos suddenly became serious and got into a fighting stance. The Saintess also raised her saber, emitting an imposing aura. The two charged into fierce combat. The snake monster in the distance watched the battle in surprise. "What?" Suddenly a loud voice came from behind. "It's me." A masked person suddenly rushed forward and said, "What should I do next?" The snake monster spoke towards the masked person. "You're here, thank you very much." The masked person quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't thank me anymore. Quickly tell me what I need to do next." The snake monster shrieked, crying, "Holy relic! That monster is holding the holy relic stolen from me." The snake monster spoke while remembering the image of its daughter. "In the holy relic is something my daughter left for me. Please help me retrieve it." The snake monster pleaded, "Please." The masked person held the saber and rushed forward, thinking, "Holy relic, a holy relic." He charged forward and cut off the monster's arms in front of him. That's something that possesses a lot of holy power. The masked person thought and then said towards the monster, I think it will be a bit difficult to find it. The snake monster spoke, pleading, Please, you can do it, I believe in you. The masked person hesitated and said, Even if you say so. Suddenly, a circle of light appeared, enveloping a child inside Mommy. The masked person was surprised. It's me. The child with a serious face looked at the masked person and said one word, kill. The person behind the mask was Manak. He looked at her and spoke, Mom, you said you could find it in this form? Manak looked at her in her small form and said worriedly, But that's very dangerous. She continued to repeat the word, kill. He was silent and said nothing. Seeing her face, Manak finally helplessly agreed. All right, there's really no way with you, Mum. Her face was excited when he picked her up. But if there's danger, you must immediately turn back into that hand form. Her face was firm as she replied to him, kill. The giant snake monster in the distance saw this and also shouted towards the two, Let me help. After that, the snake monster suddenly cracked and glowed, transforming into a larger form. The snake monster tightly coiled around the many-headed monster below. Although the many-headed monster was slashed into many pieces, it could still struggle screaming when coiled tightly by the snake monster. The monster with the severed head continued to scream violently. Manak leaped up and slashed a line down its body, one arm holding his mother, Cook. He looked up and saw everything shaking and said, An earthquake has started. He immediately reminded her beside him, one hand holding the sword, stabbing deep into the monster. Mom, remember to hold me tight. Manak's mother immediately replied, kill. At this moment, another monster head lunged up from below, attacking Manak and his mother. He immediately swung a saber, cutting the monster in half. The monster cut in half fell to the ground. From inside the monster's body appeared an endless number of terrifying red eyes. The monsters began to crawl out from the body of the giant monster, attacking Manak. He carried his mother with one hand and held a sword with the other, facing the monsters in front of him. Manak unleashed his power, the characters of corruption. Seeing this, the monsters rushed to attack him. He clenched his fist, holding back his power, then threw a powerful punch towards the monsters. The monsters exploded into many pieces before Manak's punch. Manak's mother, sitting in his arms, observing everything, suddenly discovered something. She pointed forward and said Manak looked suspiciously kill. It turned out there was something glowing on the monster's head. So it's there, excellent. Manak looked at his mother and said something. She smiled sweetly at him. Now I really want to kiss your forehead, Mom, but I will try to restrain myself. He hugged her and leaped high onto the monster's position, making her startled, kill. Manak pulled out a saber from the monster and threw it far away, directly piercing the monster's head, causing it to cry out in pain. He shouted loudly at the snake-headed monster, Found it, it's right near the cut on the neck. The snake monster spoke, thanking him, thank you very much. Then the snake monster said in a firm voice, I will devour everything. The snake monster crushed everything of the monster head below its body with terrifying power, except for its neck. The two monsters engaged in battle again, while Manak had now carried his mother away from the fight. The human-headed monster was squeezed tightly, screaming in pain and hatred. You are just an ordinary human, worshipped by those fools in heaven, yet you dare to look down on me. Manak quickly hugged his mother and ran quickly forward. She pointed downwards as if discovering something and said to him, kill. She pointed towards the light source under the monster's body. He saw this and immediately said, here. Manak used his hand strength to punch hard down through the monster's thick skin. All right. The emitted light grew stronger, blowing away everything around him and his mother. Manak pulled out a wooden box from under the monster's body, covered in the monster's slime. Found it. He unexpectedly discovered something. All of the monster's arms were pushed back, contracting and approaching. There are no arms here. If you see, there's one arm. Manak looked at the box in his hand, thinking, is this thought due to the holy relic's power, or for some other reason? At this moment, Manak's mother pointed forward, reminding him, kill. He quickly realized there was no more time to think. Mom is right, we don't have much time. He held up the box and shouted toward the snake monster fighting above, I got it! The snake monster saw this and stopped, surprised and overjoyed, saying, really, thank you very much. The snake monster reminded him to quickly leave the body of the many-headed monster before they attacked. Come down here quickly. He looked at his mother and told her to return to her old form to be safer. Please, return, Mum. At this moment, when both Manak and his mother teleported away from the battle, at this moment the snake monster suddenly shrieked loudly, cursing at the sky. Peak of revival, you bastard! Don't keep hiding in heaven like that, listen carefully. Inside the snakehead, the female demon also simultaneously shrieked with hatred. Even if I have just my last breath, I will not respect you. The snake monster with a terrifying face roared, filled with hatred. You will pay for this today. At this moment, Manak was quickly jumping out of the monster's body and landing safely. Meanwhile, the snake monster was biting and tearing the body of the other many-headed monster. At this moment, a group of capital soldiers appeared and rushed in, seeing the monster in front of them. They shouted loudly, everyone run quickly! The monster has appeared, absolute command. A soldier shouted loudly, "Look!" The soldier looked towards the fighting snake monster and said, "Monster." Manak hid behind a nearby rock, thinking worriedly, "Oh no, the kingdom's reinforcements are here." On the side, the battle between the Saintess and Entist Valtus was still fiercely ongoing, with neither side at a disadvantage. Entist Valtus swung his sharp saber blade towards the Saintess. The Saintess from above used a bit of power to slash down, forcing him to use all his might to block this blow. Everything around seemed completely shattered. The Saintess glanced at Entist Valtus, moving away to avoid her attack. At this moment, he took a direct blow from the Saintess and moved out of the way to dodge. He still stood firm and gradually appeared from behind the dust cloud from her attack. A hint of apprehension and slight worry appeared in Entist Valtus's eyes towards the Saintess. Entist Valtus spoke up, asking curiously, "What exactly are you doing?" The Saintess, with a nonchalant expression, looked at Entist Valtus and replied, "Just doing what you want." She calmly uttered a sentence that silenced Entist Valtus. "I lost interest in fighting you a long time ago." He was surprised for a moment, before asking again. By this time Manak had escaped the battle through the tunnel. "What did you say?" The Saintess looked at Entist Valtus with a serious expression, saying nothing. He spoke up, demanding of the Saintess. She far away heard, but didn't understand what he was saying. "You will have to take responsibility for your words." The Saintess gave a faint smile with a hint of mockery and said, Take responsibility. I don't think I can lose." A soldier appeared carrying Entist Valtus's sword and said, "I've brought the weapon, sir." He gave an order to the soldier and then added a word of caution. "Quickly arrest the person on the other side. Remember to respect her." Entist Valtus walked away while saying to the soldier behind him, "She is very strong. Do not try to provoke or do anything inappropriate." The soldier behind him could only obey his words. Understood. The soldier approached the Saintess and politely spoke, As you just heard, I need to arrest you for obstructing an official and bringing danger to the people in the kingdom." The soldier was extremely frightened, but still tried to appear calm as he spoke to the Saintess in front of him. "But please cooperate." The Saintess suddenly interrupted the soldier by reaching into her robe to search for something. "Wait, where did I put it again?" She took a piece of paper from inside her robe and said, "Found it." Then she gave the paper in her hand to the soldier, who was surprised and didn't know what it was. "Here, take a look." The soldier took the paper and was incredibly panicked, having to shout in disbelief, "This is—" The Saintess smiled faintly, looking at the surprised soldier. "What is it?" The soldier started and spoke. "What is it?" The Saintess smiled faintly, looked at the person in front of her and said, Sorry." She held out the paper in front of the man and said. The man's face trembled with fear as he looked at the paper the Saintess gave him. "I accidentally gave you my disciple's drawing." The Saintess smiled nonchalantly and said, "Cute, isn't it?" The soldier stepped back in fear and thought, "Is that considered human?" At this moment the Saintess put her hand into her robe pocket, took out something and said, "This time it should be the right one." She handed it to the man in front of her. The man took the paper. "Here." The man reached out to take it. "Yes." The man looked at the paper in front of him with a panicked expression. "Immunity privilege. No matter what sin the owner of this paper commits, the kingdom will not pursue accountability." He hesitated in fear, saying in disbelief, "This thing, is it real?" The Saintess calmly bowed her head and said to the man, "If it were fake, I wouldn't need to show it. There's even a seal." He was surprised holding the paper and asked the Saintess, "How did you get something this precious?" She put her hand on her chin, thinking, and said, "When did I get it? I think the king gave it to me, after I killed the evil god-worshipper." The Saintess remembered the king, whose face was frightened, crying, while handing the paper to the Saintess. "He handed it to me while crying and pleading that I was the savior of the kingdom. I also didn't think I would personally receive an item like this." The Saintess turned around and walked away, saying, "Can I go now?" As she walked, she looked ahead and smiled. "I still have somewhere to go." A mouse was sneakily eating when it suddenly startled at something above. Someone's powerful foot stepped down, causing the mouse to jump away in fright. Squeak! The mysterious man in the cloak swiftly moved through the tunnel forward. That man was Manak. He glanced and turned his head back. Suddenly, a long-haired woman came rushing out of nowhere and hugged Manak tightly, catching him off guard and surprising him. It was the female demon, hugging him tightly with a joyful expression, saying, "Thank you very much." Manak said awkwardly, "Please let me go." The female demon suddenly cupped Manak's face and leaned in close, saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, Manak's mother appeared from nowhere, squeezing between the two and pushing them apart, shouting loudly, "Kill!" Her face showed determination. The female demon hugged Manak's mother tightly, catching her off guard, and she cried out, "I must thank the mother of corruption too. Kill." He stood from a distance, watching, only able to laugh helplessly as he saw his mother crying for help in the female demon's embrace. "Thank you very much, Kill." After being hugged and kissed by the female demon for a while, Manak's mother had no strength left to resist and let out a helpless cry, her face covered in countless kiss marks. "Kill." She approached with cookies and hot tea, her face joyful and smiling. "You two quickly come and have some hot tea." The female demon handed a teacup to Manak and his mother. "Here." The female demon pushed the plate of cookies towards them and said, Manak's mother, sitting beside them, had already focused on the plate of cookies on the table, her face unable to resist the aroma of the cookies. Eating this with tea is a perfect match, try it. Manak took a sip of tea and thought, indeed, I can't taste anything. At this moment, Manak's mother was holding a cookie in her hand. Her expression was serious, as if about to taste a dangerous, potent poison. She put it to her mouth and took a bite. She couldn't have imagined it would be so delicious. It was like this was the most delicious cookie flavor she had ever eaten. She felt like she was flying to a cookie paradise. Kill. She immediately picked up the plate of cookies and ate them all with great enjoyment. The female demon saw this and was curious, not understanding what she said. What did she say? Manak saw his mother eating so deliciously, scratched his head and laughed helplessly, saying to the female demon, my mom says it's excessively delicious. After that, he sighed and said to the female demon, it's time to hand it back to you. He took out the box and pushed it towards the female demon. Here is the box. She happily received the box from Manak and said, thank you very much. Although I've said it many times, I'm truly grateful to you. Manak asked a question out of curiosity. Where is your daughter now? The female demon replied with a calm expression. The image of her daughter standing in the middle of a grassy field, waving at her, appeared again. She died a very long time ago. The female demon saw that he looked sad and immediately spoke. Oh, you don't need to feel guilty. She looked at the box and smiled faintly, saying, my daughter lived during the ancient empire era. If she were still alive, now that would be very strange. Manak was curious and asked another question. So your husband is the same? The female demon also calmly replied to him, I don't have a husband. She remembered when she appeared in this body, her large belly already contained a tiny life. When I acquired this body, I was already pregnant. The female demon opened the box and turned towards Manak and his mother, saying, I'm just showing you two. Inside that simple box was a picture drawn in a child's slightly clumsy style and a few trinkets. Images from her past appeared of the days she lived happily with her daughter. Her daughter looked exactly like her, running happily to give her a self-drawn picture of herself. We always try not to have children when possessing a body in this world. Our goal is to fully enjoy life before leaving, but when we bring a life into the world, a strong bond with that child is also born. That bond will soon turn into sorrow. The female demon recalled and said, but that sorrow is too great to the point that we have to avoid that feeling ourselves, because I know life in this body only lasts for a period of time. Manak asked curiously, so why did you give birth to that child? The female demon was curious about the shape of what was growing inside her belly. Because I was curious, actually, other demons would also try it, at least once. She felt no regret for keeping the child, she said happily. Anyway, I gave birth to a cute, lovely and wonderful baby. The baby name is Silon. The female demon folded the box and said to Manak, you know, Manak's expression became serious when he heard the female demon mention the sword you carried when you first met me. That strange, serrated sword. He asked her curiously, is something wrong with it? The female demon continued, I've never said anything before because it sounds a bit boastful, but that was created by my daughter. Upon hearing that, Manak was so surprised, his mouth fell open in disbelief. The female demon pointed at Manak and said, can you bring it out? I'll show you some interesting things. Manak listened to her and took out the sword. The female demon saw the sword and immediately recited some incantation. The sword on the table immediately glowed. Surprising Manak, a sound came from the sword. To my beloved mother forever, Elisa. Manak was extremely surprised, looking up at the words emitting from the sword. See, I told you. The sixth creation of the best blacksmith in the Empire, Silon. He spoke up, asking the female demon about what was inside the sword. Is there anything else hidden in here? She smiled and replied to Manak. The female demon replied, I don't know either. The female demon looked at the sword and thought, but if my daughter created it, then perhaps it has some connection with other creations. She remembered that her daughter loved creating unique and strange machines. The girl always liked to modify things. Manak heard her words and looked at his reflection through the sword, his face pensive. Hearing her words was enough to understand that she considered everything her daughter created as her treasure. Do you want this sword? The female demon closed her eyes and smiled. No need, the most precious thing to me is what my daughter gave me. She continued, she created other things, hoping someone would use them. Even if I collect them, I cannot use them. I can't do anything but store them because I'm afraid they'll get damaged. The female demon thought of her daughter and said, but I am the one who knows best what my little daughter wants most. Manak's mother pulled his shirt and made a sound, kill. Manak's face showed nothing more to say. Manak's mother beside him, her face drooping from eating too many cookies at once. The female demon saw this and asked, what's wrong? What does she need? He hesitated and said, my mother just wants to ask if you still have any cookies, looking at the empty plate of cookies with only one left, haha. The female demon smiled sweetly and said, the second drawer on the left of the kitchen cabinet, there are still lots of cookies in there, take as many as you want. Hearing that, she quickly grabbed the plate and went into the kitchen with great enthusiasm. She is so cute. Manak replied with a smile, right. The female demon continued, but I really don't know how to express my sincerity. She made an offer to Manak, do you want to go to that place while the mother of corruption is absent? The female demon continued speaking to Manak in a seductive and tempting tone, I will treat you very well. Manak's face stiffened, then he calmly said, thank you for the offers, but I must refuse. Please don't say such things in front of my mother. Hearing him say that, she stiffened and replied awkwardly, oh, how embarrassing. After that, the female demon continued to invite him and said, let's see if you change your mind, just tell me. About him I was just kidding, but now it's true. At this moment Manak's mother had returned. The female demon happily turned around and said, let's see what I should reward you with. Do I have anything good? She put the plate of cookies down, then crossed her arms and kept saying, kill, kill, kill. Manak immediately explained her words. My mother says if you find them delicious, please pay us the amount of gold equivalent to the number of cookies you have. The female demon saw this and smiled. She's really a practical lady. Suddenly her eyes became sharp, and she said thoughtfully, but there's still a problem. I think it will probably cost a large sum to repair the underground arena. And the blighted eye too. The female demon continued, I also don't want to pay my 2 saviors. That wouldn't be sincere at all. The female demon's eyes widened as she said, I want to give you 2 something more special. She thought and then continued, I thought about going with you 2 to help, but I don't know if I should get too involved in other battles. The female demon said with certainty, I am sure the river of blood will always follow every path the child of corruption walks. Suddenly she realized something. She slammed her daughter's box onto the table and said, yes, that's it. She hugged the box and left, saying to Manak, wait for me a moment. At this moment Manak's mother pulled his shirt and said, kill, kill. He smiled and said to her, Mom, do you want me to ask her to pack some cookies for me? Manak smiled at her, just let me ask for you. The female demon held something in her hand, then ran over, held it up and said to Manak, found it. She placed the bag on the table and said, here. The female demon continued. His face was suspicious as he opened the bag. I've kept it for a long time, waiting for the right person to buy it, but now I will give it to you. He took out a bundle of keys from the bag and realizing said, this is the key to the ancient ruins. The female demon smiled and said to him, I like your intelligence. She continued speaking to him who was holding the key. This reward must be generous enough, right? The key Manak held could also open doors containing other mysteries above all these ancient ruins, also contain one of my daughter's other creations. At this moment the demon and Manak stood before the old building. The demon handed a large bag to Manak and said, here are the cookies. She bared her teeth and smiled brightly, full of charming beauty. I even added a few other things in there. Manak took the bag of cookies, smiled gently and replied, thank you. Manak's mother's voice echoed again, kill. But Manak corrected saying, Mom said thank you to you. The demon closed her eyes and gave a faint smile, I know. Manak suddenly asked, will we meet again? The demon was a little surprised, that. Then she pointed her finger to the mole on her left side and winked, saying, the previous battle was too tense, so my eyes have a slight problem. The demon was silent, so I will leave the capital for a while. Manak had the answer, but said nothing more, smiling. Then goodbye. The demon suddenly spoke up, reminding, treat the mother of corruption well. He wondered, what did you say? The demon smiled gently. You've done well, except for this. I have no other requests. Just keep doing what you're doing, so that her mother can always keep that smiling face. He turned around ready to leave. His bright emerald green eyes under the sun highlighted his handsome features. Manak said, even if you didn't tell me, I would do so. Manak slung his bag over his shoulder and walked leisurely forward. The demon stood behind with her arms crossed, silently observing. An object resembling a ring appeared in the demon's thoughts. She thought, the object inside the ruins, it will be useful to him. Suddenly the demon gave a strange smile and thought, this way the mother of corruption will regain all of her holy power and the gods in heaven, especially those who want my daughter's gift. The demon's eyes became extremely malicious. Sharp strength, peak of revival will have to pay. Scene change. At this moment, Manak had returned. Dakia greeted him warmly. You're back, are you all right, not injured? Manak smiled and said, calm down, everything is resolved. Manak asked, but Princess didn't master come to find me? Dakia thought for a moment, then replied, your master no. Dakia continued, Carmen informed me they are here now. Manak's face seemed a bit down after that answer. Manak's face froze, then he sputtered and asked, you mean Carmen and Sajita, why is that? Dakia explained, they were not mortally wounded, but it seems the treatment is not going very smoothly. Manak was silent and said nothing. The two walked together towards a room. Manak said, I'm here, let me see how they are doing. Inside the room, Carmen and Grata were sitting next to each other. Carmen, whose body was tightly bandaged, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the two, oh. Carmen shouted, you're here, Manak, and you too, Princess. Manak teased, looks like you're still well. Carmen burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. I can't be depressed all the time just because of a small injury, otherwise the whole Valtus family would be ashamed of me. Carmen recalled the fight and laughed, explaining a few things. It's just broken bones and some bruises all over. They'll heal with a healing priest. Carmen paused for a moment and looked at the opposite bed. The problem is Sajita, he fought too. Santaji forced a smile. I'm fine. Santaji calmed everyone down. Just need a healing priest, this is nothing much. Manak approached Santaji's bed and said, let me see your ankle. Manak looked at the bandaged foot. The bandage on the ankle was still soaked with fluid. He thought, indeed, mixed holy power from different evil gods. Perhaps that's why the healing priest cannot exert their power. Manak communicated with the person in his head. Can you handle it, Mum? The voice replied, kill. Manak understood the meaning of these words and thought, so Mum can handle it, just need to absorb holy power from the holy object. He told himself, but doing so will reveal me. I cannot act within the capital. Perhaps we must go to the actual ruins. He pondered, the ancient ruins are an isolated area, so the power will be there. Suddenly someone spoke up, interrupting Manak's train of thought. Don't worry. Carmen sat cross-legged neatly on the bed and said, the priest who came here last time said it the power of evil gods will weaken somehow. Carmen's me led, but there was a touch of sadness. Although he also said it will take some time. Manak pressed, specifically how long. Carmen hesitated for a moment before answering, and this made Manak furrow his brow. At least a few months or a few years, it will naturally disappear. Grata glanced at Carmen, who was scratching his head, and said, this is just Carmen. He said the person over there, it will take even longer. Manak couldn't help but silently look at Santaji, not knowing what to say. Grata said, but we are looking for someone to neutralize the evil god's holy power, so it won't take that long. Carmen smiled foolishly like an idiot and said to Dakia, I'm sorry. Dakia was a bit surprised. Carmen explained, but perhaps it will be difficult for us to continue protecting the princess. Dakia gave an awkward smile, placing her hand on his chest to comfort him. No need to worry, you rest, I'm fine. Manak interrupted. By the way, the princess and I are preparing to leave the city for a few days. I've thought of a way to expel the holy power from your wounds. This also surprised her. Her eyes widening as she looked at him. Kaman, as if unable to believe it, asked again in surprise, really? Dakia's face full of question marks, just stared at Manak with wide eyes, unable to utter a word. Thinking, priest you mean? Manak replied in thought, I'll explain the details later. Carmen couldn't help but excitedly give a thumbs up and smile brightly, like a flower. You're the best I just saw. How difficult it must be for you to worry about us, but I'm also really looking forward to it. Manak politely bowed. Just leave this matter to me. Carmen suddenly continued, oh, and I have something I want to discuss privately with you. For some reason, Carmen and Grata turned to look at each other, winking suggestively. Grata understood and immediately pulled Dakia's hand, leading her outside. Carmen pointed his finger towards him and said, Manak, I guarantee. He spoke as if he were a worldly person, giving advice. There is no girl with a heart as generous as Princess Dakia, so you must seize this opportunity. It seems you like her too, right? Manak was silent and said nothing in response to this somewhat abrupt question. Suddenly, Santaji chimed in with an awkward laugh. I thought you two were already together. Suddenly, his mother's voice echoed again. Kill. Manak quickly denied. We have nothing going on. The voice kept pressing, full of dissatisfaction. Kill, kill. Manak was a little angry and argued internally. Mom, you're with me all the time. What do you mean, do I have to explain myself? Carmen winked at him and said, is that so? Then this is truly your chance, a good opportunity. Manak smiled outwardly, but felt a little annoyed inside. He repeated it again. After a while, Manak said goodbye, preparing to leave. Take care. Carmen also enthusiastically said goodbye. Don't get hurt. After the two left, Dakia smiled and said, how exciting. She walked beside him, looking happy. Although I'm not sure if it's okay for just the two of us to come here, I feel safe going with you. Suddenly, she discovered something. They entered the house and found someone sitting at the dining table. Ah, the other person spoke. You're very late. Manak was surprised, master. That person was Saintess Azure Fire. The girl just smiled slightly. The Saintess spoke. I've been waiting for you for billions of years, my disciple, come here and sit. Manak listened and moved closer. But as a result, both Manak and Dakia sat on the same chair facing the Saintess. The Saintess's face showed a hint of considerable dissatisfaction. Manak smiled bitterly and asked, but master, why are you so late in coming to find me? The Saintess replied with a darkened face, I had to stop by the palace. The Queen of the Northern Kingdom had something to ask of me. He was a little curious. What is it? The Saintess explained, of course it's about the evil god's followers causing trouble in the north of the capital. She kindly asked me, so I accepted. Then the Saintess offered, go to your room and pack up. I will go to Igilla with you. Suddenly Manak lowered his voice. Master. He flatly refused, surprising the Saintess greatly. I cannot go with you. He explained, that place is in the opposite direction of where I need to go. Moreover, I have something I must do. The Saintess was confused. What do you mean? She was a little dissatisfied and complained, I had to overcome so many hardships and difficulties to fulfill your request. The Saintess asked again, did I hear correctly? Manak asserted decisively, no, you heard correctly. The saintess angrily slammed the table, making the water cup shake. Wicked person. Two streams of tears rolled down the saintess's cheeks. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears. Why do you treat me like this? She recounted her suffering. Do you know what I did? But why won't you, my only disciple? But Manak didn't have enough patience. He directly interrupted. That's enough. He exposed her. I won't be fooled anymore. You can always cry any time. Indeed, this tricky saintess just pretended to cry dramatically one moment, then wiped her tears the next, as if she had never cried before. Oh, I thought it would be effective. The saintess picked up a weapon from under the table and said, Disciple, a woman's tears are the strongest weapon. Manak noticed. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, Put both hands on the table. Then he warned loudly, If you try to lose and drag me along, I will be very angry. The saintess sighed impatiently. Then, perhaps because he hit a nerve, she was embarrassed and threw her sword behind her, saying defensively, As if I would use such a violent method. Manak thought with contempt, Well, it's almost like that you've done it before. He cleared his throat and said, Everything I said is true. Manak explained, Currently I cannot go with you, so as soon as I finish here, I will return. The saintess heard him and snorted, Humph. Surprisingly, the saintess agreed quite easily, and even said, All right, I will be a compassionate and beautiful master. Manak asked again suspiciously, So I don't need to go back with you now, right? The saintess crossed her arms and nodded, Of course I will wait for you. She said, But only when you are strong enough not to be defeated by others. Manak was a bit stunned. You mean? The saintess stood up, bent down to pick up her weapon, and said clearly, The backyard of this inn is quite spacious. Take your sword and come there quickly. She smiled beautifully, immediately. The saintess had been waiting in the yard for a while. When Manak finally shuffled over with his sword, the saintess asked, You're here? She said, The condition is very simple. I will only use the amount of power you have. The saintess smiled confidently. You will have to try to defeat me with all your abilities. Manak took his sword and got into a fighting stance, his face on guard, thinking, If I use too powerful a technique, now things will become too complicated. The saintess smiled. Come on, come here. Before she finished speaking, a boom echoed. The two directly charged into a head-on battle. Manak smiled confidently. She wants to attack like that before I punch her in the face. The saintess also smirked. This smile indeed had a hidden meaning that made Manak frown. Suddenly the saintess raised two fingers and flicked them up strangely, as if challenging him. Manak gritted his teeth. The two rushed towards each other, exchanging techniques, one attacking the other defending. Manak gained momentum, raised his sword high and slashed strongly. Unfortunately, the saintess easily blocked the blow, sending his sword flying out and sticking into the ground. Manak's sword point was firmly embedded, causing him some difficulty, the ground. The saintess smiled and asked, Disciple, what do you think is the most important thing to become a skilled swordsman? Manak replied, Sword techniques honed to their peak and a body trained to its limits. The saintess smiled kindly and then directly jumped onto Manak. Those are just basic conditions. Manak was knocked down, sitting on the ground, having to cover his face, while the saintess still stood upright and said, If those were all the requirements to master sword techniques, then I would have become such a person after just 5 years of holding a sword. Manak couldn't help but say, Do you know that sometimes you are very arrogant? The saintess affirmed, That is the truth, I am not exaggerating. The saintess took the sword tip and pointed it directly at Manak's chest. It's the mind. Manak was confused. Mind. The saintess asked, Do you know? She teased, Your bewildered face is quite cute. Manak angrily exclaimed, Explain it, please. The saintess then spoke seriously. A sword master can imbue the will of any sword, then even things others consider impossible to defeat a master can still do. But to become a master swordsman, your mindset must not be overjoyed or dependent on others. She stared at him, placed the sword on his shoulder and said, But you seem to be obsessively dependent on something. She directly asked, What is that? Manak closed his eyes tightly and thought, I can't answer. I can't say that her disciple is a priest, dependent on the mother of corruption, and that every time I revive from the dead, my dependence on that divine power increases. The saintess said loudly, Oh, my only disciple, it seems you know very well what I'm talking about. He admitted, That's right. The saintess smiled. I am very happy to have found you and taken you as my disciple, but my heart turned cold when we began to spar. Manak asked, Is it because it will be a long time before I can become a sword master? But the saintess denied, No more than that, a mother's heart, I think. She suddenly started rambling incoherently. It feels like I raised a son with everything I had, only to see some cunning, wretched woman steal my son. Manak interrupted, It's very clear Mom doesn't like you at all. The saintess didn't bother. That annoys me greatly. The saintess said seriously, As long as the nurtured one is dependent on that creature, then I will only harbor resentment if I keep trying to separate that person from you. She said softly, I don't want that to happen, so I won't force you, but always keep this with you. The saintess placed an object resembling a ring in his hand and said, This is an ancient relic I obtained from the sacred fire sect. The saintess raised her finger wearing her black ring and explained, if you wear this mystic ring, you can always know almost exactly where the person wearing the white ring is. Manak put the ring on his finger and replied, all right, I'll wear it. He suddenly asked, Master, can I ask you a question? He was curious, why is it that you are already so proficient in swordsmanship, yet still a nun? The saintess bowed her head. It's not always because of faith that people become nuns. Rather, I became a nun because a god granted me that right. And even swordmasters or priests regard gods as their faith. However, they are not influenced by blind emotions with matters related to the divine. The saintess's words stunned him. Just like I still consider you my disciple, even though in reality I saw you use the holy power of an evil god. She continued, that is why you must become a master swordsman, so that your emotions are not dependent on anyone or any faith. If you can do it, she said seriously, reminding, you will be able to distinguish between your true emotions and the emotions the holy god has sown in you. Manak placed his hand on his chest. He asked, did you know that I am an evil god worshipper and who the god I depend on is? She replied indifferently, I'm not an idiot. Manak asked again, so can I ask one more question? The saintess was generous. Ask as many as you like. Manak began, why do you consider me a disciple and not someone else who is more talented and willing to listen to you? The saintess said dismissively, I thought since you were so hesitant, you would ask a more difficult question, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. She looked up at the sky and thought I was raised to become the holy sword of the sacred fire sect. I was alone and found no joy or pleasure at all. The saintess remembered that period, and when I met you, the joy during the 3 years we were together was even greater than the joy in my life before that. The feeling of loss after losing you grew greater. The saintess suddenly raised her hand close to his face. I cannot go back to those old days without you. She stroked Manak's cheek and said, I need you, you are very important to me, because I am very happy when I am with you. Elsewhere, a pile of corpses lay on the ground, along with a harsh, cursing voice. These fools. Haydn shouted with his sword, headquarters is in chaos because you ruined the plan to kidnap the princess. How can you act as if it's all my fault? The group of stupid people with dark faces stood opposite and shouted loudly to the two of them, it's all your fault, die traitor. He flinched. The frenzied group chased after him. Catch him, kill him. He was frightened and cried, running and shouting, someone save me. He screamed in despair, whoever saves me can even make me kiss their butt seriously. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, sending the group flying everywhere, their bodies torn apart. Haydn was stunned and turned his head to look. What is it? Draco appeared from the explosion, looking extremely terrifying. Haydn sat down in fear and asked, did you come to save me? Draco scoffed. Why else would I be here, maybe sightseeing? He irritably ordered, shut up and follow me. If you're too slow, I'll just pick you up and bring you here. Haydn replied, yes, sir. After being saved, Haydn scurried after him, feeling grateful inside. I'll take back saying he's a lizard. Now I admire him more than ever. Suddenly, Draco snapped and warned, hey, if you dare to kiss my butt, I will kill you. From the bushes observing the group of guards, a voice spoke up, holding the strange key. This is the location the key leads to. Dakiar held the camouflage branches and asked, they are bandits, right? We've been traveling for 5 days. Manak observed and replied, maybe so, but I'm not sure. Dakiar asked, can't we distract them with fire? Manak was a bit helpless with this naive girl. Then the forest will burn down. He continued, I'll try talking to them first. He reminded her, you should get your magic ready. The guarding man noticed something strange. Seeing someone approaching, he and the guard next to him drew their swords defensively and questioned loudly, stop right there, who are you? Manak gave a perfect 10-point standard smile and explained, I am a priest under the goddess of protection. I was assigned to visit the bandits in this area. The man said loudly, if you want to enter, hand over all your weapons. He still maintained a gentle demeanor and explained, I cannot do that until I know if you are bandits. Upon hearing that, he immediately waved his hand. Then you cannot enter, get lost. Manak noticed 3 fingers. He suddenly asserted clearly about the man, you are a mage. He was startled, his face turned red, and he shouted loudly, questioning, how did you... Manak smiled, then please call someone more proper to talk to come out here for me. He angrily gritted his teeth, then lunged forward. Now you think I'm a fool. Manak easily dodged and didn't forget to add a free slap on his neck, saying, don't put words in people's mouths like that. Dakiar stood and watched. Suddenly she screamed, then a sudden downpour began without warning. Priest Manak. Dakiar didn't know what to think, closed her eyes, and blindly created a giant lightning sphere above her head, shouting, Saan and San Jisya'a. As soon as an enemy appears, I will attack with this lightning bolt to save you. He looked on frozen, his face pale like a banana leaf, raised his hand to indicate the opponent was defeated, and asked, what? She was already in a fighting stance, saw this, and asked, you knocked him out over there. She shrieked, but weren't you going to fight all of them? Manak laughed awkwardly, feeling helpless. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. Suddenly a strange voice appeared, rain. Wow, wonderful, quickly collect rainwater of any kind. A strange girl came out of nowhere with a horn, like a unicorn on her head. This girl cheered joyfully. The girl's joy didn't last long before she suddenly froze. No need to go down the mountain to get water today. She saw the two people ahead and asked blankly, "Who are you?" He politely bowed and introduced himself. "I am Manak, serving the goddess of protection." Then Manak gestured towards Dakiar and said, "And this is Dakiar Irimel, daughter of Lord Irimel." The other girl was curious. "Irimel?" The girl also very politely bowed and introduced herself. "Hello, sir. I am Farina, captain of the Royal Archaeology team. It is an honor to meet you." Dakiar was enthusiastic. "Very nice to meet you." Farina explained why people here were rushing out with buckets and basins to collect rain. "Our mages are not very skilled in water magic. Truly grateful that you two brought water here." Dakiar smiled awkwardly. "I am happy to be of help to everyone." Farina looked at the person who was beaten flat on the ground and gave an awkward smile, explaining, "On behalf of that wretch, I apologize to you two." Farina was extremely dissatisfied and didn't even bother helping the person up, adding a few more sentences. "If he weren't a mage, I would have driven him away long ago." Then she turned and pressed the two. "But how did you find this place? The excavation methods for ancient ruins are always top secret." Manak explained, "Actually, we found this place by following the coordinates shown on the key." Farina seemed to know that object too. "The key, you mean the key leading to the ancient ruins?" The girl excitedly jumped up, her eyes sparkling like stars, and asked, Can I go with you?" But he flatly refused. "Probably not." Farina sputtered and explained, "I didn't mean going in there with you from the start." She smiled and continued, "But after you get what you need, I will be very happy if you then lead me inside." She put her hands together and pleaded continuously, "Please." He paused for a moment to think, then Farina spoke up again. "Priest, perhaps what do you know about the ruins of the ancient empire?" Manak replied, "I'm just like everyone else." Farina smiled. "The ruins of the ancient empire are usually divided into two." Farina smiled. "The ruins of the ancient empire are usually divided into two." Farina led them inside where everyone was working. The remaining part is buried underground. The goal of the Royal Archaeology team is to excavate the rest. Manak was curious. "Are you excavating the buried ruins now?" The girl excitedly praised, "That's smart. We're just curious about the connection between the two ruins, not interested in any items within them." Upon hearing that, he smiled willingly. "All right then." Farina was surprised, really. She happily took Manak's hand and shook it continuously, her body twice as large as his. Thank you very much." He smiled and asked, "But can you give us a temporary place to stay? By the time we come back here, we'll be exhausted." Farina generously replied, "Of course." He pressed, "The people digging for artifacts in there, none of them are from headquarters, or the guilds, are they?" Foroda said, "You don't need to worry about that, they are all just members of the Royal Archaeology team." Manak asked, with a little surprise, "What, so your team has too few people?" Fororia explained, "We are not an organization that brings in a lot of profit. The relics buried underground are often in quite bad condition, and sometimes artifacts cannot be found, therefore we cannot hire enough workers." Manak nodded. "I see, so it's not a problem if many people go in together." A moment later, Dakiar picked up the key, her beauty charming and graceful. The key opened a strange space portal. The space portal immediately opened wider, allowing 2 or 3 people to pass through at once. The people just watched silently, only Farina was extremely excited. Manak actively stepped forward. He stepped through. Manak walked confidently with a straight back. Dakiar followed behind, exclaiming with delight. She couldn't help but look around and exclaim, "This place is so beautiful." Manak smiled. "That's right." He said, "The scenery is beautiful, but we have to work first." The mother in his head exclaimed, "Kill." Manak raised his hand holding 2 strange objects that looked like earrings and whispered, "Mom, I need a new power." The voice replied, "Kill." Suddenly, a strange and powerful energy appeared. Manak refined the object in his hand. Holy power 15232, holy power 12556, holy power 10898, holy power 8990, holy power 6379. A new item was reborn. Manak looked on with satisfaction. Finally, a power with strong attack. Manak picked up the weapon, here, his face full of confidence. The sword of corruption devouring everything it touches. But suddenly he discovered something. For some reason, the item suddenly caused a strange phenomenon. Wait! The weapon is rusted. Immediately after, Manak's entire arm also disappeared with it. Manak's face darkened. "If it devours me too, how can I use it?" Dakiar looked at Manak's stump of an arm and asked, "Is your hand okay?" Manak replied, "It will heal. Soon, don't worry." A voice echoed, "Kill." A stream of green energy emanated from Manak's body. It turned out to be Manak's mother. She still only knew how to say, "Kill." Manak's mother rushed over and hugged him tightly. Manak said in surprise, "Mom, you're much bigger now." Manak's mother cried. He stroked her head with his hand. "Do you think my hand hurts so much? I'm really fine." Suddenly, Dakiar made a suggestion. "I have an idea. Why not let the girl hold that sword?" Manak's mother looked at Dakia blankly and said, she's quite nimble and her hand might not be affected by the sword's curse. Manak was worried, but if Mom gets hurt, his mother looked at him with a look of agreement. Kill. Manak also agreed to let his mother try. Okay. He placed his hand on his mother's shoulder and said, so let's see if you can use it, Mom. You still only know how to say kill, kill. Manak took out the sword. His mother's face was very confident. She immediately took the sword. But then her hand was engulfed in green flames catching fire. In pain, she immediately threw the sword away. Kill. Manak's mother sat in pain, gripping her hand after the sword set it on fire. He was also extremely panicked. Manak looked at her hand and asked, Mom, are you okay? But she only knew how to say, kill, kill. Manak comforted his crying mother. Mom, don't blame yourself, I will protect you. Dakia said to Manak, isn't there something a little strange? He wondered, what do you mean? Dakia said, the mother of corruption was hurt by her own power. The sword is still blazing with green flames. Manak's mother angrily pointed at Dakia and said, Dakia was confused. No, I mean. Manak chimed in, maybe it's because Mom hasn't fully regained her holy power yet. Then he suddenly burst into tears. But you can speak new words now. His mother smiled happily. I am Kill. Manak stroked his mother's head and said, don't worry about that. His mother meanwhile kept spamming one word, kill. Manak knelt down, took his mother's hand and gently said, just your presence brings me strength already. She was still the same, kill. Dakia put her hand on her chin and said, both of your hands have recovered, right? Manak replied, Dakia continued, then let's go inside. He looked at his mother and said, Mom, please. She was still kill. Manak's mother summoned a golem. As soon as the golem's foot appeared, it stomped, almost sinking the floor. Manak narrowed his eyes happily. It's been a while, I hope you can do it. The golem roared violently, unleashing its power. Manak suggested, can you hold this for a moment? He extended his hand towards the sword in front of him. The golem immediately grabbed the sword. The golem's face immediately changed color. The golem shrieked violently because its hand was just set on fire by the sword. Then its hand fell off and dropped to the ground. Manak looked at the scene with astonishment. Even the corrupted giant couldn't hold that sword. The golem's face turned red with anger. He said awkwardly, sorry. Manak looked at the palace in front of him and suggested, then let's go inside the ruins. The golem kept roaring. Dakia asked, what should we do now? Manak replied, let's just wait and see for now. He calmly narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, after all, none of us can detect the traps in there. The golem kept smashing things around. Manak said, I think it's better to let the giant open the way. Suddenly he noticed something. The golem exclaimed, ha! Another giant rock person appeared in front of the golem. Dakia's hand emitted fire magic and she said, or should I use magic? Manak replied, let's just wait and see. He recalled past memories and said, giants are immune to magic, so it's not really a problem for it. The giant rock person was looking at the golem. The rock person's eyes glowed. The golem angrily remembered being beaten and bullied by these rock people when it was young. It roared once. The golem grabbed two giant swords and charged forward. It struck the rock person hard with one blow. The rock person countered and punched the golem in the jaw. Manak's mother stood by cheering, kill, kill. Manak also laughed and said, it's really worth cheering for it, kill, kill. He was surprised when he saw his mother take something from her robe pocket. It turned out she took out a giant green gem. She held the gem and looked at it thoughtfully. The gem glowed a beautiful green. Manak's mother closed her eyes and chanted, making the gem emit a glow. He was surprised. Mom, that is... The gem split in half. She held it up for Manak to see, and then smiled. Kill holy power 13379. He used his hand to lift his mother's armpit. Now you can be considered a goddess. Manak lifted her up and said, you have merged all the chaotic forces into one. He lifted her and spun her around. Mom, you're amazing. Dakia also watched speechless at the mother and son. Dakia said, you two are very well suited. Manak laughed. Haha, you think so? Dakia asked a question that made Manak speechless. Do you think we could also be suited like that? Manak subtly replied, I think we are already suited, aren't we? He said, or is it just me who thinks so? Dakia blushed. Dakia was shy. That. Manak looked at her and smiled, thinking, when fighting, she always helps me whenever I need her. The golem roared. Then it held something up high. The blue sword appeared along with Manak's thoughts. According to the situation, I used 10,000 divine power to strengthen my power and the corrupted giant as needed. I can't pull out a power as hard to control as the corrupted sword in critical moments. Manak smiled and said, all right, let's go. Dakia nodded. Okay, he said to his mother. Mom changed back into the hand form now. Manak's mother looked at him, kill. The two Manak and Dakia, along with the golem, were moving deeper into the ruins. Someone's foot appeared. A figure with a fully covered cloak and darkness within appeared. The golem watched as something was about to appear in front of it. Suddenly, it was hit directly in the face. It was a golden robot that sent the golem flying away. Manak hugged Dakia. Danger. The recent collision caused the surrounding earth and rocks to explode, filling the air with dust. He was still hugging Dakia, tightly protecting her. Manak looked towards it in surprise. What the hell? His face was worried. The valiant golden robot appeared, stealing the golem's spotlight. It began to advance closer towards Manak's group. Manak gritted his teeth. Damn it! The robot's hand lunged to attack. He channeled the power of the characters of corruption, causing his eyes to turn green, along with green patterns on his face. Manak said to Dakia, "Miss, hold on tight to me." Then he shouted loudly, "I'll run at full speed." And then Manak hugged Dakia and dashed away. The golem was angry and roared continuously. It bravely charged at the golden robot. The golem used its giant sword to attack the robot, allowing Manak to run. Dakia was worried about the golem. Is this okay, leaving it here like this? Manak reassured her. It will be fine, we will come back after completing our task. He was actually very worried, but tried to act as if nothing was wrong. Manak and Dakia ran to a door. Manak said, "It seems this is the door." Manak's mother's voice spoke up, "Kill." He looked around in confusion. Manak and Dakia were startled and frightened to see the group of robots standing in front of them. A robot's eyes displayed 2 red dots. The whole group of robots started to attack. The sword-wielding robots charged at the 2 people. Manak said, annoyed, "They won't even let us rest." Holding the sword in his hand, he shouted, "Dakia, you handle the right side." Dakia replied, "All right." Manak looked at the defeated robot that was smoking. Dakia's voice spoke up, Did I do well?" Manak praised, "You did very well, you used a large amount of magic. Perhaps we should rest a bit." Dakia said awkwardly, "I still." A sound was heard, making both of them vigilant. A robot leg appeared. A golden robot appeared, "Kill." The golden robot raised its hand. Then it pulled out 2 guns from its hand. Manak looked and jumped aside. He continued to hug Dakia and run this way quickly. Manak and Dakia hid behind the wall to avoid the golden robot that was continuously firing bullets. He gritted his teeth in anger. Dakia held onto Manak in fear. The earth and rocks were shot until they were glowing red. Every piece was as hot as burning coal. Manak didn't see the robot firing bullets anymore and thought it must have run out of ammo. As for the robot, its 3 barrels fired too much, so they are now glowing red. Manak stomped hard with his foot. He hugged Dakia, "Keep running." And then Manak seemed surprised by something. He looked behind him. A robot arm was absorbing the bullets just fired. What the hell is that? It turned out the golden robot just ran out of ammo, so it was picking them up. Manak muttered annoyedly, "It's picking up the bullets it just fired." Dakia was worried. "What should we do now?" Manak calmly said, "Can you hit that giant's gun with your magic?" He looked at the robot's gun and continued, "It's an object that's very easily exploded when hit by magic." Dakia agreed. "Okay, I'll use magic right now." Suddenly, Manak suggested, "No, wait a moment," just as he is about to fire. Dakia said with a confident expression, "I will try to hit that gun." He saw the robot getting ready to fire again. Manak shouted loudly, "Do it right now!" Dakia unleashed fire magic at the robot. Dakia's fire orb was hurtling towards it. The fire orb caused the golden robot's gun to explode. Manak looked up at the ceiling and noticed movement. He looked at Dakia and smiled happily. "Well done." Dakia blushed and clenched her fist. "All right, leave it to me. These robots won't be able to do anything to me." Manak stomped hard with his foot. He hugged Dakia and ran away, while Dakia continuously unleashed magic towards the golden robot. Hit by many spells, the robot gradually exploded and caught fire. Dakia's expression immediately turned annoyed. Manak was worried. It seems she's running out of mana. He noticed something. Both were surprised by the door in front of them. Manak strongly kicked the door once, but it didn't budge, so he was annoyed. Damn it! Manak was helpless. "We've hit a dead end." He put Dakia down and said, "I think this is the exit. Please keep watch for me while I examine it for a bit." Manak looked back worriedly. "Almost out of time. They will catch up to us soon." The golden robot was still relentlessly chasing. A saw appeared. It turned out he was using the saw to open the door, but it was ineffective. The door had many scratches but no sign of opening. Manak looked on in panic. He looked at the door gradually healing and wanted to curse. What the hell? A sound was heard. No cheating. Manak thought, annoyed. Maybe I have to defeat that thing to open the door. The golden robot was continuously firing bullets and getting closer, making him frustrated. Damn it. Manak shouted loudly to Dakia, "Dakia, do as I say." Manak unleashed all his power and charged forward. "This is the last monster." Manak continued, "Just hold on a little longer." Dakia wiped her sweat. The robot used its arm to absorb bullets. He threw something and thought, does it want to reload again? The object Manak threw hit it, causing the robot's arm to stop absorbing bullets. He shouted loudly, "Dakia!" Dakia unleashed all her magic power. The magic explosion caused the area around the robot to ignite and explode, engulfed in a sea of fire. Dakia knelt down exhausted. Manak gritted his teeth. This is the last magic she can cast. He leaped high and charged at the robot. It's time to seize the opportunity and act quickly. Manak gripped the sword tightly in his hand, the sword of corruption. He forcefully thrust the sword into the ground. The golden robot looked on in surprise. Manak's hand was ignited and corroded by the sword. He thought in horror, damn it, the devouring when holding this sword is happening too quickly. The golden robot was also gradually affected and being corroded. Manak felt uneasy. Not good, I can't maintain the characters of corruption anymore. But his hand still gripped the sword, even though it was almost completely necrotic. That won't do if the sword disappears. Suddenly, Manak's hand pulled him forward. The golden robot also charged forward in anger. A wave of green light spheres emitted from the robot. His mother's hand was holding that sword. His mother's voice echoed, "Kill." Manak's mother held the sword, bursting into tears, and said, "I'll kill you," while he was lying flat on the ground. A power struck the golden robot directly. Dakia looked up in horror. The golden robot was being set on fire and corroded. Manak's two arms were corroded by the sword and turned to ash. His mother rushed forward, opening her arms to hug him. Manak's mother raised her hand towards him. Manak's eyes widened. He jumped up and shouted loudly, "Mom, are you okay?" His mother said, "Kill." Manak looked at his mother with joy. "Oh, Mom is still okay. I'm so happy." He asked her, "Did you bring Dakia and me here?" She replied, "Kill." Manak smiled brightly like a flower. "I really can't live without you, Mom." His mother raised her hand, looking serious. And then she raised two fingers and posed proudly, "Kill, kill." Manak smiled and said, "Yes, Mom is the best." He recalled, "If it weren't for Mom, we wouldn't have been able to defeat that robot." A voice spoke up, making Manak turn back to look Priest Manak. It was Dakia speaking. "I'm not dead yet, right?" He replied, "Not yet." Manak walked over to Dakia's side. "Can you walk now?" Dakia said, "Yes, thanks to the rest, I feel much better." "Where are we?" Manak looked at the door in front of them and said, "We've arrived." A sound from the door echoed again, "What is eternally lovely?" Dakia was surprised. He smiled and said, "As expected of the mother-daughter pair." Dakia asked Manak, "Is this a riddle?" He replied, "Alisa." A memory snippet appeared between the mother and her daughter. The door immediately opened, surprising Dakia, while Manak obviously found it normal. A vague foot appeared and said, "Exactly." The person who just appeared introduced herself to both. "I am the best blacksmith in the Empire Ceylon." It was a girl with pigtails tied on both sides. She said, "Well, more precisely, I'm just a 3D projection, but..." Manak started sweating, thinking, first a machine gun and now a projection. He looked at the girl in front of him. What kind of ancient kingdom is this? The projection continued to repeat the sentence, leaving Dakia stunned. "Exactly, I am the best blacksmith in the Empire Ceylon." "Well, more precisely, I'm just a 3D projection, but..." Dakia exclaimed, "Huh." Manak explained, "It's probably because we kept standing here. That's why the projection repeated itself. Let's go inside." The 3D projection of Ceylon said, "You said you overcame the guards I created. Truly impressive." Dakia asked him, "How did you know the answer?" Manak said, "Ah, you mean that riddle?" He continued, "Because you mean my mother's name." Ceylon chimed in, "And why did I ask that? It's simple." A yellow key with many mechanical parts appeared. Ceylon said, "You all entered here using the key I left for my mother, but what if you didn't know my mother's name?" Ceylon began to become dangerous and said, "Why should I spare you all?" Her 3D projection was angrily catching fire. Manak looked over at Dakia and gave an awkward smile. "It would be really bad if I answered incorrectly." Ceylon became serious again and continued, "Anyway, to get in here you all must have had a hard time." She created a house and said, "So just rest here." Manak stroked his mother's hand, his mother still spamming, "Kill." Dakia's voice spoke up, "You shower really quickly." Dakia, in her charming swimwear, looked at Manak and said, "Isn't the bathroom here wonderful? It feels like I've gotten rid of a ton of fatigue." He said calmly, "I feel the same. Do you like it?" Dakia replied, "Yeah, I've never seen those strange devices before." The faucet and shower appeared as Dakia described them, but the details were explained in ancient language. Even my clothes were washed while I was bathing. She was happy. "It seems my aversion to Ceylon has disappeared by half." Manak's mother said, "Kill the house Ceylon created. Looked very beautiful and modern." Ceylon appeared and asked, "Are you fully rested?" She floated in front of Manak and said, "I'm here to return some items you all left behind on the way here." Manak looked at the thing in front of him. This is..." It was a black ring. Ceylon said, "I also repaired the damaged items." He picked up the ring and thought, "I thought it fell off because my hand rotted when I held the sword. It seems I will avoid being scolded by the owner." Ceylon said to Manak, "Come with me, I will give you the item you are looking for." Dakia was astonished. Wow. A magnificent white palace appeared before Dakia, making her exclaim in awe. An underground area in a place like this is so large. Ceylon smiled and said, "So who among the two of you will take piece number 1? Manak's mother pointed at herself, "Kill." Ceylon was speechless. She had to say again, "So who among the three of you?" Manak narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "It's me." Ceylon continued, "All right." She looked at Manak's mother and smiled, saying, "But if the other two leave empty-handed, it wouldn't be right. I will create everything you two want as a reward." Ceylon split into 3 copies. "Follow me." She led Manak to a room. Silon said to Manak, "This is the last circuit I created, number 1. A pure black bracelet appeared. Silon said, "Put it on your dominant hand." Manak immediately put it on. He said in surprise, "Oh, it automatically adjusts to the user's size." But then Manak noticed something was not right. The bracelet emitted a green aura. Silon explained, "Don't be afraid, it's just registering the user." She continued to instruct, "Now shout activate and press that button." Silon smiled and said, "You have to shout." Manak was annoyed. "Seriously?" He awkwardly pressed the button and then shouted, "Activate." The bracelet immediately transformed and covered Manak's entire hand. His entire hand immediately transformed into a robot hand. He was surprised. "What is this?" Silon laughed loudly. "You actually shouted." She continued, "Actually, you just needed to press that button." Manak was annoyed at being tricked. "I didn't shout." Silon continued talking, ignoring Manak, who was blushing with embarrassment. "Sorry for laughing, I will explain the function now." He looked into the distance in surprise. On the floor in front of Manak appeared overlapping lines. Silon requested, "Now try raising your right fist." She explained, "Number 1 will react to your brainwaves. Don't worry, just think of it as reading his mind." Silon continued, "What you need to do is very simple. Just imagine there's a small cannon attached to your hand." Manak did as instructed and his hand glowed. He transformed his hand into a cannon and aimed forward. Silon said, "That's right." The hand fired an extremely powerful shot, forward the green laser beam cutting through everything, surprising Manak. "Wow." The explosion caused by the recent shot was terrifying. Silon said loudly, "Excellent." Manak was still astonished. "Wow." She asked for the customer's opinion. "How is my special magic cannon?" The wall had a hole and glowed red from the explosion. Silon continued, "Because it doesn't have a physical form, long-range battles won't be very effective, but at close range it's incredibly powerful. The energy the magic cannon uses is mana in the air. It will automatically reload." Manak's mouth fell open. Silon shouted loudly at him, "You can load 3 rounds at once, and it will take about 20 minutes for each reload, meaning you need to be extremely careful and aim accurately every time you shoot. But you also have to keep it. I created one that can be reloaded, so you can decide the timing to aim and focus yourself." Silon snapped her fingers and smiled. "If you possess my other numbered items, try combining them with number 1 and see something interesting will happen." Manak started trying. A white sword appeared. "This thing." Then he utilized the power from glove number 1. Manak was surprised because the sword immediately synchronized its power with the glove. Then the glove retracted the sword inside. The glove showed 2 squares with the shape of a saw. Silon said in surprise, "You really possess another numbered item. That's amazing." She looked at the 2 squares. The first one looks like a sword and the second one... Surprisingly, the glove revealed a blade underneath, making Manak panic. "Whoa!" Silon said, "It's amazing, isn't it? Number 1 is the essence of holy power and mana converging." Manak said seriously, "Holy power and mana are truly amazing." Silon puffed out her chest. "Yes, I know I'm amazing." She instructed further, "Ah yes, it is completely immortal, so it is very durable, but if it breaks, it will automatically repair itself, so don't worry." Manak was surprised. Immortal, and it can even repair itself. He began to think then. Then he took out the green fire sword from before. He used the glove to grab the sword. The glove started transforming. Manak couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the glove. "This is..." Manak was incredibly surprised by the power arm he just possessed. "This..." He stared at it intently and asked loudly, "This is Bowis." A small system panel appeared showing a notification, "Cannot recover in another 70 seconds." Manak froze, thinking to himself, 70 seconds. He remembered what happened earlier and could confirm that he still had time, even though he had defeated the giant monster just now. Manak stared intently at his transformed hand. "With this..." He smiled and clenched his fist with great satisfaction. "I will be able to use the unholy sword now." Suddenly a voice echoed from a distance. "Priest Manak." It turned out to be Dakiar coming to check on him. "Did you find anything?" He replied relaxed. "A bracelet that can turn into armor. It also has other abilities." Then he asked back, "What about you?" Dakiar's cheeks were flushed. She gently brushed her hair aside, revealing her fair neck with a silver necklace. She replied mysteriously, "Guess." Manak immediately realized the new thing, "That thing on your neck, right?" Dakiar smiled brightly and happily. "That's right." She explained, "It helps control magic power like the ring I once had, but it doesn't limit the magic power it can control." The corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a smile of satisfaction. The necklace glowed brightly. "I think this is much better than a ring." It formed a layer of fabric covering half of her face. She asked, "How is it?" He smiled and replied, "I'm glad you like it." Suddenly a small hand tugged at his robe. He paid a little attention and turned. "Mom." Manak asked blankly, "Don't you like your reward, Mom?" She replied firmly, "My left hand." He frowned and looked down. Then he also held out his left hand to look on his hand was an identical ring. "Kill." Manak smiled and explained, "We can locate each other with this ring. and it can protect us with a barrier once a day if necessary. She spoke up as if she understood kill kill. Dakia on this side thought to herself, are you jealous of the ring the master gave me so cute? As for him excited, he lifted his mother up and spun around, cheering with delight. Thank you, I really like it. She was also having fun. Kill. Suddenly a voice echoed, interrupting the joy of both. Now everyone has received their reward. What do you all want to do? It turned out to be Ceylon, she said again. Everyone can leave or stay longer. Manak turned around and asked Dakia, what should we do? She calmly replied, I agree to leave. All my fatigue has been washed away. He smiled and exclaimed, then we'll leave. Ceylon behind clapped her hands once and wondered, oh, everyone is leaving then. She controlled a robot arm from under the floor. The key you used to enter, I want to get it back. Hearing that, Dakia felt a bit awkward and asked, what do we do now? Manak rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I still have a promise to the captain of the archaeology team. He continued, but that's the Ceylon we're talking about. I think it's best to give it to her. So I did as he said, leaving the key on the robot's hand. Ceylon smiled and said, thank you. Then she tilted her head and said with interest, well, see you later. That sentence made both a little confused. Suddenly from behind a giant hand appeared. Manak quickly and fiercely resisted Kook. Right behind them a space portal appeared, as if wanting to suck people in. Dakia was surprised. Kia, what the hell is happening? Ceylon said with a very smug expression, if you collect all 10 pieces of me that are numbered, something very interesting will happen. She immediately cheered when she saw him about to be pushed in, so try your best. And so the two were pushed in by that arm. Manak landed cautiously on the ground, thinking to himself, I didn't expect her to kick us out like that. Dakia said she just created an exit from the dungeon, saying that she widened his eyes, then turned to call him, Priest, this is the smell of blood, right? Manak replied seriously, I plan to give them a warm welcome with the title of murderer. On the other side, a group of people were running away as fast as their legs could carry them. Forzarina turned back feeling very uncomfortable with something chasing her. Damn it, the end of this road is a dead end. She looked at the horrifying swarm of bats. There were more of them than usual. This is an ambush. Suddenly one of her teammates carelessly fell to the ground. She thought to herself, but why the injured person was very scared and panicked. Forzarina immediately ran to the rescue. Seeing this, the other bats also got scared and flew away. She placed her large hammer on the ground and yelled angrily, where is that bastard Thran? A man pointed in one direction and said he was right in front just now. She loudly ordered Thran, telling him he should dig faster with whatever strength he had if he wanted to live. Hearing that, he hesitated a little, but Captain Forzarina shouted loudly, shut up and relay my words to that bastard. He could only obey. Yes, ma'am. She wore a smile full of confidence and bloodlust. I will crush you bastards right here. Then she swung her weapon facing the giant bat swarm and completed her mission. As soon as they flew up, she immediately swung a direct blow at them. Bat after bat fell down from that powerful attack. Forzarina fought and screamed. Ha! In an instant, countless bat carcasses fell below. The scene shifts to another side. Seeing a giant bat carcass, a voice of exclamation rang out. Truly surprising indeed, a unicorn tribe. The man with a braid at the back of his head said, does that matter right now? We should leave here before all my bats die. Suddenly, a hammer slammed down onto the ground. Forzarina questioned, who allowed you to leave, you dirtheads? A girl with a body covered in stone suddenly appeared behind her and spoke, I don't need your permission. As soon as she heard that, she quickly turned back, preparing to unleash a dangerous blow Kook. But she was immediately parried by her. She spoke a hammer. It almost hurt me. You are too violent. Forzarina gnashed her teeth and said, do you think you can simply block my hammer like that? Then she swung the hammer upwards with all her might and cursed, die. Suddenly the person with pale white skin snapped their fingers. That's right. A mass of dark magic surrounded her. Truly a troublesome woman. It tied her legs tightly, then it tied her hands. Finally it wrapped around Forzarina's neck. Her whole body was restrained and she couldn't move. Kooch. The girl behind her laughed gleefully. My dear, don't behave like that. The pale-skinned man questioned, where is the relic? She replied resolutely, I don't know. She suddenly looked behind her. In the distance, a tall, dark figure had chopped off the head of the one with a braid at the back of his head. That person was none other than Manak, with a strong physique and a mask covering his face. His appearance froze everyone. The pale-skinned man frowned and snapped his fingers again. No way. That dark energy wanted to restrain him like it restrained Forzarina. It's truly unfortunate that you are too naive. Just one force blew them all away, the embodiment of corruption. The girl with the stone body and Forzarina were incredibly surprised. Manak on this side charged like a furious leopard. Seeing that, she cried out in fear, holy power! He held the chainsaw and slashed straight down at the ground. The man saw it and could only panic, staring blankly. Manak stood proudly as the rocks were shattered by him. Manak's voice rang out, you guys. His eyes were full of killing intent. He questioned, how many are there? The pale-skinned man couldn't recognize his own situation and was still planning to resist. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred in front. Smoke and dust billowed, blocking all vision. Then a giant lump of flesh appeared. He smirked smugly, thinking that Manak had been swallowed by that mass of flesh. But in an instant, he was slapped in the face. Impossible. His chainsaw cut through that mass of flesh as fast as lightning. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene became utterly horrifying. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. You what? What the hell are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Manak easily escaped the restraint. His eyes blazed sharp, as if wanting to slit the throat of anyone who looked at him. At that time from the heavens above 4 stars descended. A holy war. It is a holy war, you who submit to divine will. Destroy the fallen gods, we will lead you. This is the will of the gods. The 4 stars have gathered warriors who will carry out the will of the gods. The 4 stars spoke. Do we need to revere or serve the fallen gods even a little? The only reverence for the fallen gods is annihilation. Do not doubt, and have no questions. Just follow what you have been commanded. All of it is for your benefit. The stars have descended. They have named the warriors they gathered as Holy War of Extermination. Returning to reality, Manak questioned, how many of you are there? The man stubbornly continued to use his power to try and keep him, but he didn't flinch at all and rushed to tightly grip the man's neck. Manak didn't waste words and just asked directly, how many? The pale-skinned man was still persistent. Why should I He didn't say anything more and used action, punching the opponent's neck with one blow. And that had a great effect. His face was covered in blood by this point. He was very scared, so he finally confessed, besides us there's another team. If you let me go, I will. The man was currently hanging in the air. Hearing that, Manak immediately let go, making the opponent fall to the ground. Then the girl with a body covered in earth stepped forward. Oh wow. She was still very arrogant and laughed, saying, I must teach you a new lesson. But suddenly she froze because a knife was stabbed straight into her chest. Her entire body gradually aged, her hair fell out, and her skin melted away, leaving only bones. Seeing that scene, Manak spoke, that's indeed. Then he used his hand to send her off to meet her ancestors, a perfect massacre. Then Manak turned to ask for Serena. Miss, where is my next target? The corner of her mouth curved up, and she said, pull me up first, then we'll talk. He also listened and pulled her up. She thought to herself, he is kinder than I thought. Serena frowned when she clearly saw Manak's appearance now, even though he looked a little strange. He helped her up. She spoke. I don't know who you are, but can you save me? Manak replied nonchalantly, I'm a murderer. Serena broke out in a cold sweat and said, okay, a murderer, huh, buddy? Her eyes subtly glanced down. If you help our team. It turns out his six-pack abs were the destination of her gaze. Serena then blushed and turned away. I will do everything you want. Then he was startled and realized. It turned out her hand was touching Manak's strong body. He angrily questioned, what are you doing? Serena happily drooled, quickly withdrew her hand, and explained, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He was annoyed, his eyes full of killing intent, and warned, if you don't want to be killed, take me to where those lumps of flesh that need to be killed are. She heard and felt a little scared. Well, all right. She clasped her hands and begged, please. He tiredly yelled, shut up, I'm not doing this for you. Manak stated his purpose clearly, I just want something new to slaughter. Serena replied, all right. His eyes slightly glanced to the side. Then he used his hand to unleash power, holy power, plus 2000. He thought to himself, it seems like, looking at the skull on the ground, the cursed sword doesn't absorb corpses. After that incident, Manak reminded himself, I must limit using too many fingers so I can use it on those things. Suddenly he sat down below and said, now I will run out of here as fast as possible. Manak frowned and threatened, if you don't want to be killed by me, show me the right way. Serena smiled and replied, all right, I'm counting on you. Seeing her attitude made him even more annoyed and he yelled, I'm not doing this for you, okay? Manak emphasized, I just want something new to slaughter. Serena, who was being carried on his back, happily cheered, yeah. So he dashed deep into the cave. Ducky R was hiding behind a rock watching them both. She tightly clutched her cloak. Then she also quickly ran after them both. Elsewhere, someone was casting ice magic. Someone was shouting, urging Thran, hurry up. They loudly said the captain risked his life to buy us time. Thran was urged and became too angry. He yelled, damn it, do you think this is a child's game or something? If you can't help, then shut up. Suddenly, a subordinate looked behind him. That person wondered this sound is. Immediately, the giant bat swarm flew towards them again. Wanting to attack, the subordinate yelled a warning, the bats are here again, thud, if only I had a weapon in my hand. Thran gnashed his teeth in anger. He just yelled, damn it, while using all his strength to unleash his power. Immediately, the wall was punctured with a large hole. He happily said, it's done. Then he shouted to his subordinates behind, dig quickly, we will go inside. The bat swarm was still charging at this time. Right at this moment, all of them had safely jumped to the other side. Thran clapped his hands together to control the stone wall. He very seriously cast magic carefully. The bats were flying towards them. The stone wall immediately closed, crushing the bat blood splattered all over the wall. Its head fell off stone dead. Thran knelt down on the ground. He panted and spoke, hey, someone come help. Thran clicked his tongue, damn it, thinking to himself, we were able to survive thanks to the captain's sacrifice. But the captain, little did they know that Serena on this side was being carried by a handsome man and was thrilled to death. Manak's mother was annoyed, kill kill. A voice rang out, managing to run, huh? The black-haired girl wondered, why are these people so hard to catch? The blonde-haired young man replied seriously, it seems that archaeology team is stronger than we thought. Jamel came closer, sighed and said, ha, you're sure they have relics, right? He squinted his eyes and said, there is no doubt anymore the higher-ups can track the location of the relics. Jamel, she came forward from behind. The black-haired girl yelled in anger, the problem here is that the location is not specific. Jamel pointed at her cheek and said, we can't just keep looking for relics vaguely like this. She continued, I heard that others have used relics to create a perfect incarnation. The blonde-haired young man wondered then. The black-haired girl pointed directly at him and angrily yelled, you are the leader, you must know we can do that too. Jamel also chimed in, yes, ha. He walked forward all right, but for now, let's keep chasing the archaeology team. Then the blonde-haired young man requested Jamel open the door. She replied, okay. After speaking, she immediately clasped her hands together to cast magic and recited a spell, oh giant stones unite. She pointed straight at a stone wall and continued, clear the path from those rocks. Immediately, a large straight crack appeared. In an instant, a large hole was opened. The black-haired girl urged, all right, let's go. But before she could leave, a giant bat charged towards them. Following that were countless other bats chasing them. Jamel looked around blankly. What's this? She sweated and said, what's wrong with these kids? The blonde-haired young man replied, the other group must be in trouble. The black-haired girl frowned and wondered, what should we do? Go help them. As soon as Jamel heard that she immediately refused, that group is full of weirdos, I really don't want to. He reminded her, our mission is to retrieve the relic, let's just focus on that. The black-haired girl shrugged, if you say so. Jamel could only comply, I agree with that idea. The scene shifts to Manak. A damaged hand was touching his chest. He was startled and questioned, what are you doing? Forzarina changed the subject. Are you interested in archaeology? Manak angrily growled, answer my question you, before I kill you. She suddenly spoke, my name is Forzarina. I am the captain of the Royal Archaeology team. She continued, I can give you a job right away. In her mind, she was happily drooling. His body is really great. Manak saw Forzarina kept changing the subject and yelled angrily, take your hand off me, if you touch me again, I'll make you disappear. She chuckled, ah, all right. He glanced over and exclaimed, I thought your teammates were in danger, you don't look worried at all. She closed her eyes in a relaxed state, calmly replied, I don't even know if they are dead or not, so there's nothing to be sad about. Suddenly, Forzarina discovered something, Then she was excited, pointing straight ahead, my people must have gone that way. He looked in that direction and saw a large castle behind the rock's ruins. She replied, that is where Princess Silon passed away. Manak was a little surprised, Princess Silon. Then he realized who that person was. Forzarina explained, this is the experimental site, as well as her fortress. The Old Kingdom during the reign of her mother and the Emperor Winglak, no problems occurred. But when it came time to choose a successor, her daughter Silon renounced the throne. Therefore, an adopted son from a close royal family immediately took over the position. Of course, when Silon renounced the throne, there were no problems at first, until Silon created the Immortalium. Hearing this, Manak's eyes were full of doubt. Forzarina smiled and said, what I'm about to say is just my hypothesis, so please don't take it as fact. She continued, for the Old Kingdom, which was built after the era of the fallen mages, there was no enemy worthy of them. But thanks to the Immortalium mind, Silon's reputation soared. The Emperor expanded his army to consolidate his power. But the problem is this, that action on the contrary threatened his authority. A group of revolutionaries was formed, aiming to support Silon's ascension to become the Empress. Silon still had no intention of taking the throne, but this made those people want her to ascend even more. As an emperor who only cared about power, finally a civil war broke out. Between the revolutionaries and the imperial army, both sides tried to drag Silon in, because she was the only one who could create the Immortalium. The emperor was certain that his sister would side with him. The revolutionaries also believed that Silon would not turn her back on the people who were bleeding. However, Silon declared her neutrality. Forzarina continued, I think she's just doing what she thinks is right, but the other two factions, because of that, eventually considered her an enemy. She became someone the others felt they had to seize and exploit for their own benefit, instead of someone they should persuade. They came to her experimental site, but were repelled. Right in front of them was a monster made of robot with glowing eyes full of killing intent. The soldiers she created were too strong, they blew away the guards. As someone who brings punishment, Manak understood those giant constructs are truly powerful. Forzarina continued, they couldn't penetrate her defenses and made a foolish choice. They took the lives of innocent civilians and tried to threaten her. Silon was extremely furious at that action and decided to put an end to this civil war. She decided to eliminate both factions because both were the root of all problems. Historical records state that an army of cold steel continuously poured out. I believe these are the robots belonging to Silon's faction. To counter Silon's overwhelming army, the Emperor and the revolutionaries decided to join forces. After that, they introduced a force that only they could use, the Masters. A team of highly skilled individuals infiltrated the experimental area. The outcome, they successfully assassinated Silon. Forzarina held a piece of coloured paper in her hand. She spoke, but it also recorded that no one could return after that. Hearing that Manak was very curious why she replied, "Nobody knows, there are no records of it." She continued Silon's experimental zone became a forbidden area, so after that, no one could enter. He glanced to the side, questioning after that event, what happened to the Old Kingdom? Hearing that she explained the Emperor and the revolutionaries continued the civil war between them, and eventually the Old Kingdom fell. At this moment, Manak dashed towards the stone gate in front. He spoke, "Do you know anything about Silon's numbered creations?" Forzarina didn't know about that at all, so she asked again numbered. He said, "I think she has something like that." She smiled and said, "I've never heard of it." He became serious, pondered something and replied, "Understood." Elsewhere, the giant snake was decapitated, splitting it in half. A blonde-haired girl did that with a sharp weapon. Her whole body was covered in wounds. One hand was severed, but the corner of her mouth still held a smile full of hidden meaning. Damn it, I chose the wrong side. Another snake charged forward, biting her to death. Blood splattered everywhere. Manak thought to himself about the scene the demon helped her fake her death. After that, she created the numbered creations. Then he was startled and realized something. Wait, if what she said is true. As soon as they both ran into the ruins, he wondered, "Aren't we not allowed in here?" Forzarina replied nonchalantly, "We're not." Manak's face went blank, and he asked, "You just brought your subordinates here, right?" She smiled innocently and said, "That was before. I'm sure most of the things have been erased by time." Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curved up, well, except for... Then she continued the manual for creating the immortalium. As soon as she finished speaking, the layers of earth high above began to shake violently. Forzarina yelled loudly, thinking, "Are they my teammates? Let me down. We have to hurry." Deep inside the ruins, a man held a large hammer tightly, his mouth constantly cursing, "Damn it, damn it!" In front was a large, tall robot. He cursed again, damn it. The closer it got, the more panicked he became. His mind was unstable, so he just swung the hammer wildly, hitting "Nobody stay away from me." But that robot only needed to slash his weapon once to cut it in half. The heavy hammerhead just separated from the handle and fell to the ground. Nothing could stop it. It immediately swung its blade, wanting to slash. That man was helpless. The only thing he could do was close his eyes tightly, instinctively covering his face with both hands. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, which sent the robot flying backwards, its body damaged all over. He was stunned. What's this? In the distance, a loaded gun was aimed in that direction. The one who provided assistance was none other than Manak. His eyes were as sharp as blades, full of killing intent. Looking at the desolate scene before him, he thought to himself, 6 people, all of them. All because of the relic I took. Forzarina recognized her people and rushed over to ask, "Hey, what happened?" The man recognized her and called out, "Captain." He happily cheered, "You're still alive," and she bluntly said, "Shut up and answer my question." "What about the others?" He heard that and replied hesitantly, "The walls suddenly moved, so we were separated." He continued, "I didn't even touch anything. I think those who followed us did something." At that moment, the robot's eyes lit up brightly. The man immediately realized. Then he screamed a warning, "Oh no, that monster, it's getting up again." Manak was no pushover either. He immediately gripped the chainsaw tightly and charged forward to engage in battle. He slashed his weapon directly at its hand. But some surprise made him open his eyes wide. It turns out it wasn't injured at all, this thing. Manak kept slashing continuously, but it was all ineffective. He realized its whole body is made of immortalium. That robot charged forward, his eyebrows furrowed, but while fighting he thought to himself, compared to the previous ones. In an instant, Manak gained the upper hand, forcefully knocking its hand away. The robot was thrown backwards, slamming into the dirt wall. Of course he didn't spare it, throwing a kick at its face as fast as lightning. It wasn't strong enough. Once again it was kicked straight backward. There was a large dent on its head, and its body had traces of damage. Then Forzarina stepped forward, stomping directly on a robot arm, this bastard. She ordered, "Don't just stand there and watch. Come help. Are you planning to let him do everything for us?" The whole group cheered in unison, yes. Manak's mother spoke. "Kill," he thought to himself. "If both are immortalium, then it's certain that we will only be eroding each other's immortalium." However, as soon as he thought of that, he started up the chainsaw. Then he stabbed it straight into its body. "One part my chainsaw blade can regenerate itself." Detach immediately, the chainsaw cut through its mechanical head. Full when that sound was emitted, the robot was completely destroyed. Its eyes no longer glowed, they went dark. He then withdrew the saw blade. Forzarina knelt down below, speaking softly, "In a daze, we're alive." A human hand was created. Manak's mother cheered, "Kill, kill." He nodded, "That's right." He thought to himself, "If we can sell this much immortalium, we'll be swimming in a sea of gold." Suddenly a plume of smoke rose from its corpse. The men behind him saw it and cried out, "Is it poison?" "No." She said again. "Kill." His eyes widened in surprise. "Is the immortalium melting?" "Kill, kill." Manak told himself, useless. "I'm sure Silon predicted this would happen, just ignore it." She spoke kill. He became very energetic, jumping up and yelling, I will kill all these metal people. Those who can't keep up will be left behind. Try to keep up if you don't want to be killed. He finished speaking and dashed away. Arena and the people behind her broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, he's too fast. While Manak was running around the relic site, he discovered something. In front of him was a large door. He guessed it must be inside. Someone is fighting Silon's army. Manak decided he would act anyway. So he decisively kicked the door open and rushed in. Then he proudly declared, one thing, I will kill them too. Suddenly, a loud sound attracted Manak's attention. On the other side, many men were cheering and encouraging someone. Jamel, you can do it, move forward, Jamel. She cried and wailed, I've reached my limit. Looking at the advancing robots, she cried even harder, Jamel is going to die, really, someone help. Manak's mother asked in surprise, kill, even he was stunned. I don't know what's happening anymore either. He looked at the opponent crying loudly and wondered why would a follower of a false god go protect archaeologists like that? While she was extremely scared, the other people were cheering non-stop, Jamel, Jamel. She was extremely angry and yelled, you guys stop standing there and help me quickly. The men immediately found countless reasons to refuse, I really want to, but we don't have weapons. Manak's mother said kill. He thought to himself, help her after she's dead, I can't do it. Then his eyes became extremely sharp, realizing one thing. This is my chance to extract more information about the Liberation Army. A serious old man said we must help her. If something happens to her, we won't escape either. So the whole group listened, yes, at least we should do something, move forward. And so dozens of people rushed forward with the slogan, Rescue Jamel. While they were enthusiastic, a voice rang out, stopping them. Stop. Manak appeared in a very cool manner, striking a pose and declaring, that is my target, anyone who dares to touch it. He played a scare tactic with his grim face, you will be killed by me. They were immediately frozen with fear. Is that a new monster? No, it's a human. Manak flexed his muscles at this moment, his body full of veins and emitting killing intent like a fierce beast. Then he charged forward, they cheered, he's just shirtless and wearing a strange mask. His saw blade went straight into the head of the robot in front. It quickly defeated one very easily. It fell down, shaking the whole ground, smoke and dust billowed. Jamel stood behind, praying for divine protection. I'm alive. Manak's saw blade charged again. As soon as he slashed the robot in front, another one immediately ambushed him from behind. His hand immediately transformed into a powerful fist. It couldn't possibly calculate that move. It was immediately punched by him, sending it flying and logging out to another world. Jamel, standing afar, saw something bad and yelled a warning, danger. Manak just realized behind me. She immediately held her hand forward, recited a spell to unleash her power. Oh, stones unite. As soon as the robot was about to slash, large stones gradually gathered towards her hand. Then she shot it straight into its body, sending it flying backward. He took this opportunity to seize the golden chance to destroy the enemy. Jamel saw that and cheered excitedly. It's a success. She continued to unleash her power. Oh, stones unite. The robot was knocked down on the ground, its equipment heavily damaged, so it could only make a few intermittent sounds, replying emergency. Deploy advanced artifact. Manak was a little surprised, huh? After the battle ended, she left her stone body and ran down below. Towards the archaeologists, a voice rang out, attracting them. You bastards, you're still alive. Seeing Arena, they cried out, it's the captain. At that moment, his hand clenched tightly, and a surge of magical power radiated out. Jamel saw it and was immediately attracted. She wondered in her head, holy power. On this side, he is using his ability to search for enemy traces in the relic site. It seems the advanced creations are not going in the direction we entered. After that, Manak spoke and requested, get them out of here. They will only get in my way when I'm fighting. Arena pointed behind her and said, sorry, but there are still more than 20 people. She continued, I know I shouldn't ask this, but if you meet them, will you save them? He replied blankly, probably. She smiled with relief, that's enough. Then she turned around and yelled, everyone, we have to get out of here first. They eagerly replied, understood. Captain. Jamel also secretly joined in. Yeah! Just as she was happily running to take refuge. A saw blade was pointed at her neck, sending a chill down her spine and making her sweat profusely as if she had taken a bath. Manak appeared behind her and said, you will come with me. Jamel desperately screamed, no. She pointed towards the group of people who had just left and cried, I also want to leave here. I need to ask them a few things. He didn't even flinch and replied, I won't say it a second time. Then he used his eyes full of killing intent to threaten, if you don't comply, I will kill you. She was scared and could only stare blankly. Manak let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the group of people leaving, he thought they're probably fine. Then he said loudly, you can go out now. Dakia came out from behind the door and asked, are you sure? He replied firmly, yes, I already told the archaeology team to go. Jamel was a little surprised. His way of speaking suddenly changed. She planned to take this opportunity to slip away. I haven't seen or heard anything, goodbye. Oh, stones. But before she could do anything, Manak grabbed her. He lifted her up and growled, if you try to use holy power, I'll kill you right now. There's still time, so take your time and answer a few of my questions. She screamed, I don't know anything. He questioned how many people are in the Liberation Army. Jamel struggled and yelled, I don't know, we were divided into small groups, so I don't know how many people there are in total. Manak continued to question, how could the Liberation Army find the relic? At that question she paused a little. Seeing that the other person wasn't speaking, he pointed the chainsaw blade at her neck, so she had to speak in fear. Map. We possess a relic in the form of a map. Manak brought the chainsaw blade even closer and threatened a map. Ha! Bring it out! Jamel replied tremblingly. I don't have it, only the higher-ups possess it. He continued to ask, how many relics has the Liberation Army collected so far? She stammered 4. He silently recalled old memories. He heard the same thing last time. Then he growled a warning, don't even think about lying. Manak spoke coldly, the one who worshipped the evil god, a long time ago whom I interrogated, also said 4. Jamel panicked, tried to explain, I'm telling the truth. I don't know when you heard that. She gradually lost strength. Her voice also became softer, but the map was damaged due to the civil war splitting factions. Now the map will point to a dozen locations at once. He wondered civil war hearing that Jamel explained everything the Khazrus faction wanted to overthrow the gods. While the Bursio faction was trying to summon the gods to this world, she continued, they are fighting each other. Each faction possesses 2 relics, and I heard recently Khazrus defeated a god. Manak was incredibly surprised and quickly questioned, defeated a god. Manak used his hand to grab Jamel's face and lifted her up high, annihilated a god. Jamel cried and wailed, I don't belong to any faction, so I don't know the details either. An explosion shook the entire base. In the thick smoke and dust, a figure appeared. It was a robot knight that appeared. The robot knight began to speak, identify enemy location, execute immediately. Faced with the dangerous situation, Jamel immediately made a proposal to Manak. Can I use holy power? Now I truly won't betray you. Manak's mother said kill. Manak pondered the safest way is to kill her, but there's something bothering me. He recalled before Jamel protected the archaeologists, and didn't even intend to attack him moreover. Jamel cried, at this rate I'll really die. Manak remembered Santu would tell me to let her live. Recalling the image of Santu, he could only curse under his breath, damn it. Manak put Jamel down and said, I will only trust you this one time. Jamel was overjoyed, I'm alive. Jamel immediately unleashed holy power. Oh, giant stones unite, please help me. The robot knight was surprised as the ground around him sunk. The robot knight looked forward. Manak immediately charged at the robot knight, attacking. The shock from the blow sent earth and stones flying everywhere. Dakia and Jamel, standing aside, also felt the pressure from the recent blow. They covered their faces with their hands from the dust cloud. The recent blow hit the robot knight's face, but he wasn't hurt at all. His face was still intact, despite Manak's weapon being stuck in it. Manak was stunned for a moment. What? The robot knight spoke finally. The knight knelt down and continued, you successor, I Tertio the third knight, greetings, sir. Manak was surprised. He was surprised what the knight said. If you wish, I will lead you to the person who manages this experimental area. Dakia asked Manak what's happening. He replied, I was told that this place, Manak said loudly, is Silon's experimental area. Manak asked the knight, you won't ambush us on the way, there will you? I swear on my honor. Tozio, something like that will not happen. He continued, so I'll rely on you to lead the way. The knight replied, it is my honor to serve you. Tozio began to lead Manak's group deeper into the base. Jamel asked anxiously, what will happen to me now? Manak was contemplating, I really don't want to kill her, but letting her live is also a problem. His mother spoke, kill. Manak thought maybe I should kill her first and figure things out later. Dakia looked at Jamel and chuckled. She said, you want to go back to your friends, right? Jamel replied, yes. Dakia continued, if you want, you can go. Jamel was startled. I had completely forgotten about Giselle and Zahn. Recalling their image, Jamel said confusedly, I don't even know who they are. After hearing that, Dakia chuckled, really they'll be sad. Jamel cried, I'm sure they'll understand. After that, Jamel nervously said, even though I don't even know who they are, Dakia pretended to act along, I see. Then Dakia turned to look at Manak, squinting her eyes and saying softly, I think she fell for the trap. He said directly, we can't just let her go like that, but I don't want to kill her either. It seems she will have to come with us for a while. Jamel at this moment felt a cold shiver down her spine in fear. Manak said to Dakia, we can give her some chores. I also have a few questions I want to ask her. Dakia immediately asked Man in that case. She asked if she continues to accompany us from now on, it won't be a problem to say your name right. Manak replied, yeah, Jamel doesn't understand what's happening yet. Manak took off his mask and said, well, then I'll take off my mask. After seeing the face behind the mask, Jamel was startled and screamed, Manak. Jamel pointed and asked directly, are you that priest Manak? Manak said in surprise, you know me. As Jamel spoke, she recalled the time her organization's people fought Manak. Of course, you've messed with our organization so many times, your portrait is everywhere in the Liberation Army. Everyone knows about you. As Jamel imagined, she clutched her head in fear and said, will you also kill me once you get the answer you want from me? Manak said clearly, not necessarily. Jamel said fearfully, I'll do well. Jamel rushed to hug Manak's leg and begged, please don't kill me. He said, all right, so let go of me. He said, frankly, if enough time passes, I might even let you go. Jamel doubted, really. Jamel, while kneeling and bowing, said, as long as you don't kill me, I will also swear loyalty to you. Seeing that scene, Manak also scratched his head, flustered. All right, let's keep going. Leading the way, Totsuyo said to everyone, we're here. Opening the door, Totsuyo said loudly, manager, I've brought the successor. A robot arm appeared and spoke, is the successor here? Totsuyo pointed and introduced, he is standing right next to me. The robot arm with the broken camera in the middle said, my visual sensor is broken, so I can't see successor if you are truly here. The robot manager approached Manak and said, can you show the proof of succession and bring it closer to my hand? Manak held out his hand for it to check. The robot manager began to scan the data on Manak's bracelet. The robot manager immediately rejoiced, mother hasn't abandoned us. Manak said, I want to confirm something. The robot manager replied, all right. He asked, has anyone entered here, and left. The robot began analyzing the data it collected and said there are a total of 24 people currently here. It recalled and said to Manak one group of 2 people and one group of 24 people. They are all resisting fiercely, so it will take some time to deal with them, with only the injured warriors. The robot manager continued, Totsuyo is the only remaining knight among the 4, so Manak nodded and said, I understand. Manak made a request, don't kill anyone in the group of 22, let them go. The robot manager also obeyed as you wish. After that, the robot manager continued, so we will focus all remaining forces to deal with the group of 2. Jamel looked worried after hearing that. Jamel yelled loudly at Manak, Giselle and Zahn, can't they leave? She cried and begged, I'll try harder really. The command to kill was continuously given. Manak touched his chest to calm his mother down. Mother, please calm down. Looking at Jamel's cute face, Manak said to his mother, she's much better than those who worship evil gods. She cares about her friends even in this situation. Manak continued to make a request to the robot manager, let those 2 people go, but I don't want the paths of those 2 groups to intersect. The robot manager immediately complied, so we will take the archaeologists back to their colleagues and lead the other group of 2 along a different path. Jamel was overjoyed. The robot manager said, unexpectedly startling Manak's successor. Then it brought its arm closer to Manak and said, please take this. The robot manager took something out and gave it to Manak. Mother left this a long time ago. It was a pair of pants made of machinery. Manak looked on in surprise. After that, he swung his hand and absorbed the pants into his arm. Manak looked at his arm, which had a new symbol, and thought it absorbed this thing too. A new symbol appeared again. Surprising Manak, has the booster already been attached to the leg? Manak thanked the gift from the robot manager, thank you. It replied, no need to thank me. A 3D projection of Cylon appeared, and then it said, we are just giving it to you as mother instructed. Manak's mother's voice came, kill. He put his hand on his chest and felt it. That's right, I didn't think I would be this lucky. Manak asked, but all of you seem to be in bad shape, why is that? The robot manager replied, I will answer you. It recalled the past and began to tell the reason we were all damaged is because the group of people who ambushed this place wanted to kill Mother. The robot manager recalled the previous battles after fighting a team of experts. All the knights except Totsuyo were destroyed. We lost 99% of our soldiers. Then it said in a serious tone, and the last remaining knight is also not in a very stable state. Manak confirmed, but since you are all here, it means you have defeated the squad of experts. The robot manager explained you could say that because we survived, but we didn't really win that battle. It recalled and began to tell, we took advantage of the fact that they are living beings and used all resources. All these people are starving to death. It continued to lock them up and leave them to starve to death. Manak praised being able to do this is truly amazing. The robot manager said thank you, sir. Then it continued, successor. Manak replied softly, yes. The robot manager spoke directly, there is something I want to ask for your help with. Manak wondered something you want to ask for help with. The robot manager turned on the glowing red camera and said clearly, please allow us. Then it said something that froze Manak for 5 seconds, re-establish an army of ancient warriors for you. It recalled Cylon's words and said, Mother doesn't agree with this, but what matters is who uses the warriors. Manak was silent and pensive for a long while. He said, will you obey me no matter what happens? It replied, of course if you wish we will offer the whole world to you. Manak began to analyze the problem. The whole world can turn their backs on me at any time, so having a trustworthy army would be better. Manak agreed, all right, I accept. The robot manager was overjoyed, thank you, sir, thank you very much. Manak smiled brightly like a flower and asked, but how long will it take? The robot manager showed a yellow icon and replied, if we re-establish the entire army, it will take about 100 years, sir. Manak asked patiently, if it's the entire army, can't you reduce the number and make it faster? The robot manager said proudly, how many do we have? Enough to sweep away 108 of the empire, perhaps. Manak said the empire has already fallen. The robot manager was surprised, really the empire has already fallen. Then it changed its expression to a number 5 smile and said, so reduce the number and Manak smiled brightly like a flower and requested establish the army within 50 years. Manak smiled brightly and said, 1 year is too little, huh? The robot manager was terrified. 1 year. It gave the reason I also want to give you an army right now if possible. The robot manager looked at the base and just sighed, but with damaged facilities and no resources, we need at least 20 years to even begin re-establishing the army. The robot manager said, oh, I'm sorry. Then it began to repair itself with a screwdriver or wrench. The robot manager's camera gleamed as it said, I have recovered my visual sensor. It began scanning what it could see. It's been a long time since I saw this room. The robot manager asked Manak, excuse me, anyway, you are in a dangerous situation, is that why you are in such a hurry? He replied, yes. Manak thought the Liberation Army wants to capture me. The robot manager suddenly exclaimed, enemy. It shouted, you have enemies then. The robot manager moved while speaking. I have to be busy now, it's a bit few, but I will try to restore the army within 1 year. It made a proposal to Manak, you can rest inside the experimental center for 1 year, but he refused flatly, no. The robot manager said in surprise, yes. Manak explained, I won't be here. I have many things to do. The robot manager's camera turned red and it said angrily, but you are in danger. The outside is very unsafe. It pushed the chair away and said, I will try my best to make you comfortable. Then it continued to make a proposal. If 1 year is too long, then 11 months, I will reduce it to 11 months. The robot manager begged Manak, please, don't leave us. The command to kill was issued again. Manak agreed with his mother. Mother is right, 11 months is not bad either. He remembered his master and thought pensively, however, the main mission is the problem. That's also why I refused the master's teachings. The robot manager and Totsuyo were both happy. Manak began to recall past events, and the truth is the Liberation Army pulled down a god. His eyes became resolute. I can't just sit still. An old man naked with only a loincloth cried out loudly, help, help, let me go. The giant monster approached him, ignoring his cries. Please, let me go. The monster began to lick his ear. Then the monster wrapped around him and pulled him up high. He cried out in terror, no, I don't want to die. After that, the sound of the monster devouring his flesh was heard, along with the old man's painful screams. The hooded figures watched the scene gleefully. One of them said, isn't it fun that thing used to be a god? The gods aren't really everything, huh? The other one heard him and glared in warning, blasphemy. True blasphemy is the act of pulling a god down from our heaven. He asked, that is still a god. Can't you feel the holy power? The other one replied, of course. He continued, maybe it possesses holy power, but is it truly a god? A god should have dignity like the one I serve. The hooded figure in the middle said, in my eyes, that thing is not a god. He wondered, I heard that the guilds are recruiting soldiers. Is something happening? He continued, I guess you haven't heard about it because you were busy dealing with this thing. He laughed again and said the holy war of destruction or something is keeping them busy. The flag of the empire appeared along with the soldiers appearing through his words, but whatever, let's just ignore them. They don't even know how to use relics. We just keep doing what we are doing, search for relics and pull the heads of the gods. A shocking sound rang out, startling the entire group. One of them laughed dangerously. It seems it will be finished soon. The one in the middle ordered, then you will need a sample for experimentation. The group replied, we have already decided on the location. He asked again, it's finished. Where is it? That person gave a cunning smile. Then he said, in the Northern Kingdom. Manak smiled politely and said, there are still things to do, so I must go ahead. He looked at the two robots next to him and continued, but such a wonderful inheritance cannot be ignored either. Manak replied affirmatively to them, I will not abandon you. An intelligent machine spoke, calling him successor. The intelligent machine spoke to Manak in a firm voice, trusting him, I trust you, do not hesitate at all. The intelligent machine continued to affirm to its master like a loyal servant. While you are busy, I will focus on building a very strong army. I will offer the entire continent, know this entire dimension to you. Another voice called successor. The other robot next to him suddenly knelt down and said, please accept me. The robot spoke in a firm voice, I guarantee I can help you. The robot spoke urgently to Manak. Please grant me the honor of standing by your side. He hesitated and said, but Manak looked at the robot in front of him hesitantly and said, your current size is too noticeable. Hearing that, the robot immediately said, don't worry, I can shrink. The robot suddenly shrunk to the size of a palm. You can carry me in your pocket too, and I can enlarge again when needed. Manak's mother's voice from deep within, Manak rang out, kill right. Manak laughed and thought, resist or not, the bag is mother's anyway. He turned to ask the robot, can you shrink down to human size? The robot answered confidently. Then the robot began to transform from its giant body, and shrink, of course. After shrinking, the robot was only slightly taller than Manak. Seeing that, he agreed to let the robot accompany him. Good, then you come with me. The robot raised its hand to its chest and answered proudly, I am very honored. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the top of the robot's head. A robot arm emerged from it and grabbed the robot's head, pulling it up, causing it to writhe unprotected. The robot spoke to Manak, I will fix Totsuyo right away. The robot Totsuyo was pulled high up and writhed non-stop. It will take about 3 hours. Please, wait a moment. The robot continued, "Ah, and we have collected the soldiers that you destroyed." Manak's mother inside heard that and reacted, "Kill." He looked at the damaged robots and thought, "That's right, we are rich now." Manak spoke to the robot, "Can I take them?" The robot above thought the soldiers. Manak continued to explain the reason to the robot, "I want to sell the immovable." The robot looked at him curiously and asked, "Are you that poor successor?" Manak scratched his head and said, "Actually, I'm doing all right now, so you could say I'm quite well off, and there's still money from the arena too." The robot above was startled and said to him, "Only quite well off? Huh, I'm very concerned about your finances." The robot continued to speak, advising Manak to understand, but immovable is a precious resource. Keeping it is better than selling it. The robot thought and presented an idea to Manak. "How about this? When digging for more resources, we will also dig for gold and diamonds." The robot said to Manak confidently, "Just wait a little longer. I can bring you a lot of gold and precious stones buried beneath the continent." Gold and precious stones of the continent, huh? He continued to ask the robot, "Can this laboratory be moved?" The robot heard that and answered clearly, "This laboratory can move freely on land and underwater." The robot continued, "Even in the air, of course, most of our features cannot be used yet." It explained to Manak, "Right now, it still needs a lot of repairs." He smiled reassuredly and said, "No way, that's great. Then I'll rely entirely on you." The robot said gratefully, "Thank you for the compliment. Please rest for now." The robot set up a full set of sofa chairs and invited everyone to sit. After fixing Tozio, "I will inform you." Dakia happily congratulated Manak. "I don't know what's happening, but congratulations." The orange-haired person next to them was happily celebrating after hearing what the robot said. "It seems getting rich won't be hard anymore." The robot told Manak about the condition of the robot Tozio, more like a sheep, but Tozio should be able to defeat anyone except the experts. The robot continued, "When there is enough time and resources, I will help him gain the ability to fight the experts." The robot continued, "When there is enough time and resources, I will help him gain the ability to fight the experts." The robot thought about repairing the robot Tozio in the most perfect way to serve Manak, "And I will place a communication device inside Tozio. You can contact me at any time." Finally, the robot made a request to him also, "You will probably be very busy, but please make some time to contact me." Manak smiled gently and said, "Of course," hearing that the robot was overjoyed. "Really, thank you, sir." After hearing Manak say that the robot was happy and asserted, "I will make the whole world kneel before you." Successor, he smiled and walked away with the two people beside him, saying it's truly something to look forward to. Shifting to a wooden house under the warm sunny sky in the middle of the white snow. Carmen inside the house was striking a majestic pose, as if ready for battle ready. Carmen looked at Manak and said, "Thank you, Manak," he said politely, "just doing what needs to be done." Dakia next to him said, "You've been through a lot." Carmen closed his eyes and thought, in that case. He said then, looked at the robot standing next to him. "Now, will you introduce the newcomers to us?" Manak smiled and said, "Go this way." The robot Tozio stepped forward and introduced himself first. "A great pleasure to meet you, sir." Tozio bravely and clearly said, "I am the third knight serving the successor. My name is Tozio." Carmen said in surprise, "Is he a robot?" Seeing that Manak replied, "No." He explained Tozio to Carmen. Simply put, he is an artifact from the old empire. He immediately shook Tozio's hand and said happily, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Tozio replied, "I am honored." At this time, Sarjita behind Carmen spoke up, "When you have free time, fight me." Tozio immediately looked at Manak and replied to Sarjita, "The successor must allow me to do it." Manak replied, "Do as you wish." Hearing that, Tozio immediately said he has allowed it, so any time is fine. The orange-haired woman next to him suddenly knelt down forcefully and said, "I am Jamel." Jamel shouted at the top of her lungs and then said to everyone in front of her, "I am willing to work like an ox or a horse." Carmen next to him looked on curiously and asked Manak. He just smiled wryly. "Did she do something bad to you?" Jamel was startled and spoke up when she heard the two of them talking. "Wait, what does that mean?" She bowed her head to the floor and prostrated, saying, with all her heart, "I was just moved by Priest Manak's mountain of gold. I mean his generosity." Jamel looked longingly when mentioning money. "I can do anything for money." Manak looked at Jamel, sighed helplessly, and said, "All right, I understand." A pair of powerful firewings spread out. "Listen, everyone." The mysterious figure standing high above powerfully commanded the army below. "I will command this first expedition. We will advance towards the Northern Kingdom." The Iron Army standing below solemnly listened to the instructions of the mysterious figure above and will kill the evil god there. The mysterious figure raised their sword high towards the army and shouted, "Oh, my holy knights!" The soldiers below heard the call and were all excited and yelled, "A holy war awaits us." At this moment in a room elsewhere, the four people, Manak, Dakia, Carmen, and Sarjita, were talking. Dakia spoke up, "That is truly suspicious." Manak next to her sighed and closed his eyes. "I guess there's definitely something there." Dakia thought seriously and said, "We only left the capital a week ago, but we have heard rumors about missing people around Beatus dozens of times already." Dakia thought and said at the same time, I wonder what my brother is doing. Manak next to her smiled and comforted Dakia. Walking to Beatus takes 2-3 weeks, so we can investigate slowly. He smiled and explained to everyone to reassure them. Besides, Lord Grin is also in Beatus. Dakia called out father. Dakia sighed and held her teacup, saying, well, everything will be clear when we get there anyway, so now I will tell everyone something. She hesitated and said, my father, Lord Grin Canto Iramel. Dakia's face looked devastated as she said that her eyes darkened. His mind is currently not clear. Everyone around was extremely surprised to hear Dakia say that. Carmen was surprised and couldn't believe his ears, speaking up to ask, what since when? Dakia replied, about 3 years ago. Seeing that Manak turned to ask Dakia, so who is in power in his place? Your brother, huh? She calmly replied to him, no, Lord Douglas Martin. Manak thought pensively, not someone from the Iramel family, but an outsider. Dakia suddenly spoke up, Lord Marun. She thought and explained Marun's identity. He is a close confidant of my father. He is a very upright person. Dakia thought about her father when he was still lucid and said father always praised him. Manak beside him was suspicious and spoke his thoughts. But everything is still strange. He couldn't possibly appoint someone if his mind wasn't clear. Dakia explained about Manak's suspicion. There is a document stating that Lord Martin will take office and power in his place for 5 years if something happens to him. She continued, at first everyone was also very suspicious, but Lord Martin swore to take on his responsibilities only for that many years. So far he has done his job very well, so everyone has stopped suspecting him. Jamel next to her also spoke her thoughts. So is it possible that someone else is targeting smiling Lord Dakia? Immediately retorted, we have also considered that possibility. She asserted that it wasn't true, however it clearly wasn't like that. Dakia held the empty teacup in her hand, lost in thought. At this moment the server brought food for everyone, interrupting the conversation. The food is here. The table was full of delicacies that captivated everyone, leaving them no room to think. Manak spoke up and told everyone, eat first, and then we'll talk later. Manak was about to put a piece of meat in his mouth when someone nearby was heard asking. He stopped and turned to look recently. Have you seen any suspicious people lurking around here? The person in white before the counter was asking the innkeeper about someone, maybe those wearing cloaks with hoods. The innkeeper shook his head, not knowing how to answer. Basically, most of the travelers who come here dress like that. The innkeeper looked towards Manak's table and thought, I already see 3 people wearing hooded cloaks over there. The 2 people who asked earlier saw that and immediately glanced at Manak's table and said to the innkeeper, thank you. The blonde-haired man gave a gold coin to the innkeeper. We will stay here tonight. He and the girl wearing armor outside entered the inn with a dangerous expression. If anything happens, we will help. The innkeeper was very happy to be given gold coins. Oh, thank you. Jamel suddenly choked and covered her mouth, holding her breath. She was scared and turned to ask Manak, what should we do? Manak whispered back, if he recognizes me, I'm definitely dead. If he recognizes me, I'm also definitely dead. The blonde-haired man approached at the right moment, extended his hand towards him, and said, hello, I am Admiral. We are from the God's Purification Army. He introduced the girl next to him and continued, and this is Tatiana. Please understand, but we cannot say the name of the god we serve. Manak also stood up and said, I wish you all happiness every day. I am Manak. I serve the goddess of protection. He politely bowed, the one who oversees the daily lives of humans. Admiral also politely raised his hand and bowed. Father Manak, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Manak's eyes seemed to see something from him. Manak's mother inside emitted a voice. Kill. The 2 people in front of Manak looked at him thoughtfully. Can't they tell how many fingers they have? A demon usually wouldn't be a priest. Could it be that the God's Purification Army has done something already? Admiral spoke up, preparing to leave. Then we will take our leave. Suddenly, Manak called them back. Please wait. Manak smiled and asked curiously, I have heard many things about the God's Purification Army. What brings you here? Admiral looked at him with a cunning expression and said, well, telling you is probably fine, Father Manak. He spoke up, startling Jamel next to him. We are looking for followers of the evil god. Dakia next to her had to calm Jamel down. Surely those followers of the evil god are the masterminds behind this wicked act. Seeing that Manak also acted along with him and yelled angrily, making Jamel next to him even more scared. The followers of the evil god, they deserve to be torn into 100 pieces. After that, Manak laughed again and asked the 2, but how can you 2 distinguish who is a follower of the evil god? Admiral spoke up, explaining to Manak, it's probably because you are on a pilgrimage, so you haven't heard the gods. Manak's face became serious when he heard him say, have sent us envoys. He laughed like a perverse madman and said the 4 archangels have descended to this world. Jamel at this moment was about to vomit. Hiccup, hiccup. My goodness. He turned back and smiled at everyone at the table. You must have been very moved just now. Manak thought again after his words. Kill 4 of the incarnations of violence have descended already. This admiral raised his hand to his chest and said confidently, "We will stand shoulder to shoulder with the fighting angels in the holy war and honor, right?" Manak angrily gnashed his teeth and thought main mission. His sharp eyes radiated killing intent as he said, "Finally, it has begun." At this moment in a house, someone called out, "Father Manak, it's me, Dakia." Hearing that Manak, who was massaging his mother's head at this moment, happily replied, "Come in." Manak's mother at this time was both enjoying and thinking to herself, "Kill." At this moment, Dakia outside the door spoke up again. "I want to discuss future plans with you." Discuss. As soon as she finished speaking, Manak also silently stepped from the outer door into Manak's room. "Oh my," utterly surprised, she thought to herself, "Good heavens." The one secretly observing and investigating was none other than Jamel, who was now utterly panicked and speechless, thinking to herself, "Those two are being intimate with each other." Then at this moment, Jamel thought about the scene where Manak turned into a pervert and began to think erratically. He is scheming to seize the Iramel family. Then suddenly at this moment, Jamel was also incredibly excited and thought to herself about the gold items. Then thought to herself with great excitement, "I know he will become my gold mine, huh?" Inside Manak's room at this moment, Manak's mother was extremely angry and thought to herself, "Kill." As for Manak, he was still continuously massaging his mother and then spoke up to explain to his mother, "Let her discuss it by herself. Don't be so selfish." At this moment, Manak was secretly massaging his mother's forehead, making her extremely pleased, comfortable and delighted. She was only silently thinking of killing, but the massage had dispelled that thought. At this time, Manak also took this opportunity to speak up. "She has been with us all this time." Then at this moment, Manak spoke up again to ask Dakia, who was in front of him, exactly what do you want to discuss? Hearing that Dakia at this moment stammered in reply, "Well," at this time Dakia also sat comfortably on the bed and began to narrate the story from when she was little. At this time Dakia was very sad and lowered her face, starting to speak, while next to her Manak and his mother were silently listening. "I had wanted to become the head of the family." At this time Dakia thought about herself when she was little, feeling very lonely, and then spoke a few more words to get back at whoever. At that time Dakia was so lonely that she could only grit her teeth and endure by herself, then spoke up to explain, "They don't like me because I am a mage." Suddenly at this time Dakia remembered the time she was at a villa she had stayed at before, and continued to speak, "I want to become the leading mind of the family and prove to everyone that they were wrong about me." At this time Dakia thought about herself when she was little, having to dive into studying and diligently training, and then chuckled to herself, "Before I was always diligent and hard-working, striving to study, I even practiced swordsmanship." At that time Dakia had to practice alone with a wooden pole stuck in the ground like an enemy, and at this time Dakia also spoke further, "I cannot help but say that I once wished that my father and brother would acknowledge me." At the same time, while Dakia was training, there was also a white-haired person behind Dakia who was Dakia's older brother, and he spoke up, "Especially my brother, he is in the same situation as me. But he had a reason to hate me very much at that time. I don't know why Dakia's brother hated Dakia so much." Thinking about that, Dakia at this moment tightly clutched Manak's blanket in her hand and said with great resentment, "Why is that, mother?" At this moment Dakia spoke up with great sadness. "She passed away while giving birth to me." Then at this moment Dakia thought about the image of her mother's grave and sadly recounted, "At that time when she had to choose between herself and me, she chose me and left this world." At that time Dakia seemed to be constantly pressured by her brother because their mother died because of Dakia. "So my brother always said to me that..." At that time Dakia's brother was extremely cold and extremely angry, spewing extremely harsh words at Dakia, "You monster, you killed mother." After saying that, Manak also spoke up to comfort her, "That is not your fault." Then at this moment Manak looked at Dakia while Manak's mother looked at Manak with a very proud expression. At this time Manak spoke up, "You didn't choose to be born a mage, nor did you choose for your mother to die to give birth to you." Before I also thought he would say that. At this moment Dakia spoke up again to defend her brother anyway. "After father fell ill, my brother carried out his duties." At that time Dakia's brother was also the one who handled everything for the Dakia family, making Dakia also admire him a little and speak up. He ensured that no matter what happened, I would not regain my power, and he has been doing that since we were little. At the same time, Dakia's life plan had already been arranged by her brother. My engagement ceremony was also one of his plans to prevent me from regaining my power. Most of the people in the Iramel family also agreed to that engagement ceremony. But at that time Dakia could not follow that plan and ran away on the night of the engagement, so I decided to run away from home until they cancelled the engagement. Then at this moment Dakia sighed, lowering her face, and sadly added, "Even if I were to go back now, I wouldn't really be able to do much." Hearing that, Manak also spoke up to ask, "Do you think your brother is behind the kidnapping?" Hearing that Dakia had not yet thought about this issue and spoke up to explain. No matter who it is, I am sure that person only wants me to get married, just to resolve the discord within the family. Suddenly at this moment Dakia looked at Manak a little shyly and said, I feel guilty saying this, but I don't want to marry someone I've never even met. Hearing that Manak also spoke up to interject, if you go back and can't do anything, then why are you asking for our help? At this moment Dakia, hearing that, also showed her charming attitude, chuckled to herself and said, I cannot defeat my brother, but kidnapping the daughter of Lord Grin is a serious crime. At the same time, Dakia thought about the image of the burned engagement proposal and spoke up again. I thought maybe I could take advantage of that to cancel the engagement ceremony. Hearing that the atmosphere suddenly became heavy, Manak also spoke up to ask, well, then what are you worried about? Hearing that, Dakia at this moment sat down with her head in her hands and answered, I don't know if becoming the head of the family to prove everyone wrong. At this moment Dakia spoke up with great sadness, is it really what I want? At this moment Dakia also fidgeted with her hand and spoke after a moment of silence, I don't think I am suitable to lead everyone anymore. Then at this moment Dakia thought about the image of herself travelling with Manak and other teammates and said with great pride, and I don't think travelling with you is a bad thing. At this time Dakia suddenly called out, Father Manak, what should I do to feel happy? Suddenly at this moment Dakia thought about the image of her brother and asked, should I fight my brother or I should collect all my money and stay with you? While saying this, Dakia at this moment was extremely delighted, waiting for Manak's answer. Hearing that, Manak chuckled to himself at this moment and spoke up to reply, if someone is born with leadership qualities from birth, then everyone in this world would already be a leader. Her becoming a leader would likely cause many problems, but hearing the word but, Dakia suddenly bristled and feathered her wings, speaking a little shyly, but how? At this time Manak looked at Dakia with proud eyes and spoke up to praise her, I am sure you can become a great leader if you try. Suddenly at this moment Manak spoke up again, making Dakia very shy, due to Manak's praise the Princess Dakia, that I know is not someone who just sits still and accepts her fate. Hearing this, Dakia at this moment was very shy and spoke loudly to dispel this shyness. Ah, you're being too polite. I'm not that great. After teasing Dakia, Manak chuckled to himself and said, well, that's just what I think. Then he spoke a few more words besides, I have no intention of answering your question. Hearing that, Dakia at this moment was a little confused and asked again what. Then at this time Manak spoke up very seriously to explain to Dakia, I think this is something you have to come to a conclusion on your own. If you make the choice yourself, you will have much fewer regrets in the future. And of course I'm not wise enough to answer other people's questions. As he spoke, Manak secretly smiled and praised Dakia proudly. Hearing this, Dakia also understood and said so, I should find the answer myself. Hearing this, Manak chuckled lightly and said, you are smart. After a while Dakia also stood up and said very gracefully, then I will take my leave, I wish you both a good night. Hearing that, Manak also said good night to Dakia, wish you a good night. Hearing that, Dakia also turned around, waved and immediately left. At this moment Dakia was opening the door when she suddenly paused and added, by the way, if you truly need me, just let me know. Then at this moment Dakia very shyly added, I will take your opinion. Then Dakia immediately left and closed the door quickly, making Manak a little surprised and silently exclaimed, ah! As for Manak's mother, she was now sprawled on the bed and quietly exclaimed, kill, kill. Seeing his mother so tired, Manak immediately realized and said, oh, just now I stopped. I'm sorry. Nakanan. And immediately after that, Manak began to continue massaging his mother, making her extremely pleased and comfortable, thinking to herself, yeah, ha ha ha. Suddenly, in another room, Jamel at this time could not fall asleep and was wide awake thinking about something. And right after that, Jamel, being very nosy, snuck into Manak's room with her sneaking posture. Because Jamel arrived just as Dakia was about to leave, and she overheard Dakia say, if you truly need me, then please let me know. Hearing that, Jamel was very shy and covered her mouth so as not to make a sound, then thought to herself, oh my god. At the same time, Dakia also left in front of Fortarina while humming very happy songs, which made Fortarina start speculating again, so she would know whenever he needed her Suddenly at this moment, Jamel thought about the image of Manak standing on a pile of money and greedily thought, it's my road to riches. Time gradually passed to 10 days later. At this time, Manak and his group also began to move after 10 days of winter rest. Suddenly while walking, Dakia suddenly spoke up, Father Manak, are we almost there yet? Hearing that, Manak also happily replied, I can see the village in front of me. Hearing that, Dakia immediately replied, really thank goodness. This also made Carmen a little interested and spoke up. I'm so happy to hear that we've been out of food for 3 days already. Seeing that, Manak at this moment also spoke up to comfort them. Don't be so sad, we will go hunting to make up for it. At this time, Manak also led his companions to a village and said it's been 10 days since we last saw civilization. Everyone probably needs to rest, let's find an inn first. Suddenly at this time, Manak stood still, enjoying the quietness of this village. Suddenly at this moment, Manak's mother secretly sent a signal to Manak, making Manak a little confused. Kill. Continuously signals were sent to Manak, making him a little confused. Kill. The last signal was also sent, which made Manak very worried and spoke up. Kill, mother can't see the number of fingers. Suddenly at that moment, the scene in front of Manak was people looking at Manak with extremely confused expressions, making Manak think to himself, can those people have it? Manak's mother kept repeating the word kill as if to warn him. Those sounds echoed in his head, kill, until the word kill finally came out. Manak asked, you don't see the number of fingers? In front of him was a crowd of villagers with eyes full of killing intent. What's wrong with these people? Carmen behind him saw that and wondered, why did you suddenly stop? Manak broke out in a cold sweat, slightly turned his head back and reminded, I think we need to be vigilant. This place is not a normal village. After uttering those words, they all looked for an inn to take refuge. Carmen wondered, so you mean, this village might have some connection to the followers of the evil god? Hearing that, he replied yes. His face gradually became so contorted that it was unsightly, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. There's no way every person in this village are demons or part of the god's purification army. Then Dakia behind them suggested, how about we split up and investigate at least until sunset? Carmen immediately smiled and agreed with the idea. All right, we can't just ignore it if this place is really connected to the followers of the evil god. He was very confident and thought this was easy because this village is also quite large, so I think we should split into 3 groups, 2 people in each group. Seeing what she was looking forward to had arrived, Dakia eagerly raised her hand. Then I will be in a group with, but was stopped by Manak, is splitting into groups like this, okay? He continued seriously, I suggest splitting into groups like this. Jamel and me, Tozio, and the princess and the rest are Carmen and Sarjita. Her legs stiffened, huh? Carmen was very happy to agree. I think splitting like that is quite balanced. Jamel cheered, excitedly agreed. Dakia was devastated at this moment, but still forced a wry smile and said, well, I see. Carmen was the most excited, let's go now. Jamel also responded enthusiastically, let's go. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Dakia just subtly opened her mouth to ask, you still don't trust Jamel? That's why you teamed up with her, right? Manak replied bluntly, that's right. Hearing that, she said, I feel that actually you don't need to worry. He also said, that's right, honestly, I think so too. Dakia was suddenly stunned and let out a sound, ah. Manak's expression became serious at this moment, his eyes also stern, and couldn't relax. If only I could continue without having to worry about that. She bowed her head and replied, I understand what you mean. Then she ran up and grabbed Manak's arm in return. Then she smiled and asked, next time will you team up with me? In the town at this time, a man with a slightly surprised expression said, are there any strange events? Of course. Another woman also replied, I'm sure I've also heard about it, but many villagers have gone missing. They asked one person after another, but everyone said similar things. I've been very worried if I will be the next victim to the point I can't sleep or work. Amio then spoke up to remind him, you should also be careful, priest. She gently touched her cheek and said they all answered exactly the same. Manak sensed something and they don't seem to be lying. Jamel smiled, I think so too. He immediately understood the problem and happily said, if there's anything you want to say, go ahead. She was a little startled. Ah, okay. Then she questioned, why do you think this village is connected to the followers of the evil god? Manak was very calm. His tone was deep as he answered the opponent's question. The god I worship has noticed something suspicious in this village. At that moment, Manak's mother said again, kill. Hearing the answer, Jamel was surprised. You can contact the god you worship directly. Manak chuckled. Yeah, she cheered. That's amazing. Jamel looked very excited, continuously saying, usually what I hear is quite fragmented and difficult to understand EUB. While she was eagerly excited, Manak stopped her with one finger. He gently advised, please be careful with what you say. You never know who might hear it. Didn't say anything. Jamel nodded repeatedly. Then he slowly put his hand inside his cloak. If anyone hears us to keep the secret, I will. Pulled out a sharp dagger and said, eliminate. Manak immediately hit Jamel on the head. No. He said solemnly, you can only kill people with my permission. Jamel happily accepted, all right. Manak smiled and spoke. The sun is about to set. Let's go meet the flour mill people before dark. She asked back a little blankly. Flour mill. Walking and explaining to the other person, mainly the millers are tax collectors, so they must know, something that ordinary people don't know. A man there spoke up looking very eager, missing, yes, many. You two must have heard of it, but this village has had many people missing. Manak was still a little disappointed because he said exactly what others did. He frowned, rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time, as if the whole village. Suddenly, a loud sound appeared, attracting their attention. He said very calmly, as if it was an everyday thing that is the village chief's residence. At that moment, the image of a fat, shapeless man appeared, He kept saying interrupted words. What is it? Manak asked concernedly. Are you okay? Then immediately his head exploded, revealing horrifying tentacles inside. Manak's mother immediately spoke kill. His hand immediately transformed into a robot hand. Manak gritted his teeth, bent low, his hands behind him to gain momentum. The monster tentacles just rushed in. He immediately threw a punch straight at it. As a result, those tentacles were cut into many pieces. That monster also fell to the ground, writhing non-stop, then became motionless after a few seconds. Manak looked at it and pondered. Everyone talked about the disappearances, but no one specified who the missing people were. Is it because of this monster that the villagers' fingers couldn't be identified? Manak suddenly spoke a parasitic monster. Jamel was sweating profusely and asked Parasite. He calmly replied, yes. Then he continued, I think everyone in this village is... He hesitated for a long time and then pronounced a definitive sentence. They are the people who have disappeared and been imprisoned. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light appeared behind both of them. Manak started and turned back secretly wondering, it's Dakia's magic. What is she going through that she has to use such a strong spell? Dakia on this side is having to fight the disgusting thing. Ugh! It no longer looked like a human, the lower half mutated grotesquely. That thing laughed maniacally, its eye sockets pitch black. Behind both of them, a beam of light suddenly appeared. Manak turned back surprised to realize it's Dakia's magic. What situation would make her use magic at this level? Ki-ik, kiek. Just thinking about those things. A swarm of monsters from afar had gathered like ants. Manak continued to use his robot hand to fight them. Just one punch easily destroyed 2 or 3 of them. He shouted loudly to inform, we have to hurry, follow me. Jamel also hurried after him, okay. So both hurried away as fast as possible. In the middle of the town, a huge explosion occurred horrifyingly. Dakia's steps staggered after using too much energy. Her eyebrows furrowed with anger, her teeth clenched. Ugh! The bizarre things kept flying back and forth in the sky, ho ho ho. A bizarre thing with only the upper body laughed and said, it's useless, Princess Dakia. That thing had a monstrous appearance. Its voice made people even more goosebumps. I am chosen by God, something like you cannot kill me. He looked straight at Dakia and praised, oh those eyes, your beautiful golden eyes, make my heart skip a beat. His tongue stuck out, licking his upper lip, looking perverted. It's good that you are not infected. Then that thing regained its human form. Dakia pointed straight at it and questioned, what do you want? Where did you get that power? That thing approached its words heavy with threat. I already said it, but I received this power from a god who descended to earth. He laughed with a horrifying laugh. What I want there is only one thing. That is to have you in my arms. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force shot his head to pieces. Dakia was both angry and cursed, disgusting. But what she didn't anticipate was that thing could regenerate its body. Oh god, this is what you did before, right? He formed new skin after being destroyed. The sight was extremely terrifying. I have always wanted to hug a woman with golden eyes and silver hair. He laughed maniacally in my arms. Dakia and Tozio, standing far away, were stunned when they saw it. That thing kept laughing continuously, ho 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 ho. Then he spoke when the maggots fell from his body. Let me introduce myself again. I am the 4th apostle of God, Koroth the Despised. By then, the scornful Koroth had returned to his original form. The horrifying voice kept echoing evenly, stay there. Tozio reminded Miss Dakia, the enemy is faster, I expected, huh? Dakia just opened her mouth and said, then I can slow him down with magic. Ah! He had to cover his mouth. He carried her running back while saying, I'll cover the rear of that monster. Please find a successor while I buy time. Dakia hesitated a little. Huh, are you sure? Tozio said confidently, my body is made of indestructible material, and He declared firmly, it is a sword, to kill the enemy, not to escape. Hearing that Dakia also had to reluctantly agree, all right, I will find Father Manak as quickly as possible. The scornful Koroth still chased after him, laughing excitedly, he. He brought his big hand over and shouted, got you. But in just an instant, that hand was cut in half by Tozio. It fell straight behind, but the scornful Koroth still laughed pervertedly, ho ho ho. Looking at his regenerating hand, he wondered, where are you going, princess? Then glanced towards Dakia, who was running away, and roared, this is my place, do you think you can escape? Eyes appeared on his flesh. Ugh! On this side, Dakia had only run a few steps before being stopped by a wall of flesh tch. She screamed furiously, you will die once Father Manak gets here, he calmly said, trying too hard, huh? By then, Tozio from behind spoke, don't think you can go any further. The scornful Koroth turned his head back and questioned, you are the knight protecting the princess, do you think you can stop me? He was serious with fiery red eyes. I will not stop you, I only kill people here. He was provoked and rushed forward, arrogant brat. Tozio swung his sword, intending to strike again, but suddenly realized this is... From the tip of Tozio's sword, maggots crawled out looking utterly disgusting. The scornful Koroth said, do you think a trick can be used twice, huh? Then shouted, I will show you the power of an apostle. His hand still held the sword tightly. The engine behind him turned on. Tozio once again cut off the arm of the scornful Koroth. He was stunned and bewildered, falling backward. What? He spoke, as long as I Tozio are here. The engine under Tozio's feet lit up again. It seemed to be accumulating power, becoming stronger and stronger. Tozio lowered himself, preparing to rush. You will not be able to go any further. Despite seeing such great pressure, the scornful Karoth was still very arrogant. Huh, you're no different from a corpse. Suddenly, a giant tornado rushed straight towards him. He was hit and cried out like a pig being slaughtered. Ak! Tozio, after finishing his task, said, I will kill you no matter how many times. The scornful Karoth fell straight to the ground, but still laughed. Ak, hi, hi, hi. Then spoke, he. Did you think you were strong when I wasn't even serious? Look at yourself. He suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The crevices on Tozio's body were full of maggots. Since when did you? The scornful Karoth spoke. Never forget. The power of the apostle right now. A sword fell from the sky, pierced straight through the scornful Karoth, leaving him stunned, huh? That was Manak with eyes as sharp as a blade. He was ambushed and kept screaming non-stop. What the hell is this? By then Dakia gloated and walked over. I already said it. She laughed, very satisfied with words full of sarcasm. When Manak gets here, you're finished. Manak gripped the sword tightly and thought to himself, the speed of corruption spread is too slow. The number 56 appeared on his hand. The protective glove would break if he continued doing this. Now maybe I need to pay more attention. He said, don't trust Carmen and Sajita. Dakia and Jamel replied in unison, all right. Manak continued, oh, can you bring Tozio here first, Jamel? She immediately obeyed, understood. Dakia gently approached and asked, do you need my help with anything? He answered bluntly, no need, thank you. The number on his hand slowly decreased, leaving only 38. The scornful Karoth was being controlled, so he could only make meaningless sounds. Ak, ak. Jamel, after finding Tozio, was excited and shouted, Father Manak, over here, how is it? Manak spoke up and requested Jamel, please go ahead with the princess. He smiled and promised, I will follow. She didn't think about anything and said with a bright smile, understood. After seeing them leave, he spoke, that's far enough. The corner of Manak's mouth curved up, revealing a crazy smile pit of corruption. In just an instant, the three of them fell into an undefined dimension. Tozio looked around in astonishment. The maggots that were just wiggling on his body gradually died off. He was a little surprised he could move now. All the pieces of flesh stuck in the joints were gone. Then knelt down on one knee, bowed his head and expressed, thank you, sir, I am also very ashamed of those things. Manak smiled gently and praised, don't be like that, you did very well. Please stand up. Then he looked straight at the disgusting creature opposite him. The battle is not over yet. The scornful Karoth opened his eyes wide. His breathing became rapid and urgent. Haha. He tilted his head up to the sky and screamed, Akak, it hurts so much. Then extremely agitated and questioned, what did you do to my body? You bastard, where did you come from, huh? Manak was not afraid in the least. His tone was firm. I don't need to answer your question. He gripped his sharp sword tightly and declared, you will die here. Manak smiled, I don't intend to have mercy on you, so humbly accept death. The scornful Karoth on this side kept writhing frantically. This kingdom will surely collapse if I kill you. He spoke mother still with the old lines. Manak's mother only said one word, kill. The atmosphere in this place immediately changed. The scornful Karoth rushed up, preparing to punch Go Die, but as soon as he attacked, something blocked him. It turned out to be Golem. He shouted, what the hell is this? But before he could understand, Golem punched him flying. He slammed straight backward. Golem just watched silently. Suddenly it turned back to look at Tozio and made a few sounds. Both looked at each other without saying anything more. The scornful Karoth was beaten miserably, so he was very resentful. You. He cursed angrily, you bastard. Golem on this side, gripping the giant sword, tightly cried out, and then rushed in. He also didn't want to be outdone and rushed forward desperately. Do you think I will be defeated like this? Suddenly things like swords appeared on the scornful Karoth, very sharp, pierced straight into Golem, bleeding out, but it laughed. Then used the sword to slash his neck, Blood on the scornful Karoth flowed like a spring. His eyes looked into the void in despair. He was severely wounded, kneeling on the ground. Blood kept spurting like a fountain. Golem on this side still growled. He thought that was the end, but the scornful Karoth unexpectedly attacked Golem, making that place explode, smoke and dust flying everywhere. He was now so angry he wanted to go crazy. You damn thing, I will show you the true power of an apostle. By then Manak spoke, that's not happening. He paused, what? He smiled and spoke, Mother, I beg you, the defiled sword, holy power, 15379 to 25379, activated. Manak's mother said a familiar word again, kill. A beam of light appeared as if tearing through the night. From inside, the defiled sword slowly appeared outside. He took it. The number on his hand was only 20. He thought to himself, 20 seconds. The casting time for magic has shortened as I become stronger. Although not as desired, it is enough. A crazy smile appeared on Manak's face. The scornful Karoth didn't fully understand his situation, so he was still very arrogant. Do you think I'll let you attack with that stupid sword again? He didn't haggle, but just asked a simple question. You've never fought properly, right? I don't intend to go easy on you this time. He was surprised again, what? But he didn't bother giving him a chance to understand, swung the sword straight up to the sky. A huge source of power erupted. Farewell. Manak directly slashed him vertically. The scornful Karoth cried out in pain, whining loudly, "Hiya!" In just an instant, his whole body turned into dust. He let out a sigh of relief, phew. While Manak's mother kept getting agitated, "Kill, kill," he gently soothed her. "Mother, calm down." Then placed his hand on his chest and said, "I understand you are sad, because we couldn't get the holy power of that fanatic apostle." He smiled, "But I have set my eyes on something else." Manak's mother wondered, "Kill." Scene shifts to another side where there are guards trembling in fear of something. They roared the disgusting monster. "Everyone pick up your weapons, we will take down that disgusting creature." That thing was tall, it turned its head back and asked, "Take me down." It laughed maniacally while gnawing on a human body part. "Haha, its name is Revered Adora." Although the guards were afraid, they were still very determined, all weapons ready. "We will destroy this evil creature." Revered Adora flapped her wing up, then laughed triumphantly. "Hey, what do you think you can do to me, Revered Adora?" The white-haired man looked up with a horrified expression. "Finding a fake apostle is good, but why does it have to be the maggot kind?" Revered Adora continued to talk tirelessly. "Where is the courage from just now? I thought you wanted to kill me. Go cry and beg your gods." Suddenly, a person appeared with a body blazing like fire. "How dare you mock the gods?" That person wore a cloak covering their body, their eyes blazing. Revered Adora immediately questioned, "Who are you two?" That person didn't answer, but declared boldly, "I will turn you into dust." His hand gripped the weapon tightly towards her. When the white-haired man spoke, I finally learned his reputation. "Oh, the 4 stars are here to protect us. This scene is truly beautiful." She on top said again, while I was in despair, "What were the gods in heaven doing? They are perverts who only like to peep." The 4 stars shouted an order, "Shut up," then launched a spearhead straight up into the sky. Revered Adora calmly looked straight at it. Then it was immediately slashed across the face by that thing. By then she finally realized the truth: he is much stronger. So she immediately turned and flew away. But indeed the 4 stars wouldn't let her go. His hand gripped the spear tightly, his eyes sharp as a blade. In just an instant he threw the spear die. Revered Adora on this side was sweating profusely, as if she had taken a bath, because she knew, damn it, if she was hit, she would have lost her life. In that instant, her whole body was split in two. That spear created a circle in the middle of her body, making Revered Adora reveal her true form, struggling to escape. "I must get out of here first." But the 4 stars absolutely wouldn't let her go. "Dream on." He used his power to strike forward, surrounding the enemy. Revered Adora gritted her teeth and said, "My life has just gotten easier," then resolutely flew through that blazing red power. "I cannot die in a place like this." But that turned out to be a wrong decision, making her scream in pain. Finally, Revered Adora fell down to the cheers of the crowd below. "Hooray for the 4 stars! Please avenge our fallen comrades." Suddenly the white-haired man heard some sound. That sound resembled a horse. The corner of her mouth curved up with triumph. Far away, a pair of legs were running towards them, looking very much like horse legs. It was a black-haired man, with the lower half of his body being a horse's body, rushing over very quickly. The 4 stars used his power to strike straight at it and shouted, "I won't let you escape." But that black-haired man was completely unharmed. His legs still ran very fast. Upon reaching a place, he took a leap. While avoiding the 4 stars' attack, he managed to carry Revered Adora and escape TCH. Seeing this, the 4 stars could only roar, "Stop there." She was carried away, but still very aggressive, turning her head back and declaring, "Just you wait, I will come back for revenge." He didn't respond anymore, just stood watching them leave with fiery red eyes. Both ran to a dark forest. Everything was pathetically dilapidated. The black-haired man spoke up to announce, "Karoth is dead, Adora." Revered Adora startled and asked again, "That damn old man." She frowned and asked further, "What about the holy artifact he kept?" That man just shook his head and said, "It's gone. I think someone took it." On this side, Manak gently bent down and picked up a silver coin. Oh God, they did something very interesting with Mother's holy artifact. He smiled and asked, "Right, Mother?" A few days after the 4th Apostle's raid, Manak thought to himself, "Luckily, I found Mother's holy artifact." Suddenly his expression became solemn, "But I still don't understand. Why does Mother's holy artifact carry the holy power of another god?" He kept asking countless questions in his head. Did they steal a part of Mother, or can they absorb Mother's holy power? If it's true, then there's no need to break down Mother's power and seal them anymore. Manak's mother still only said one word, "Kill," but it seems like he understood exactly what she wanted to say. "Yes, I'll leave it there for now. Mother is right. I will know when I get close to another piece with similar holy power. We couldn't catch Karoth, but I have regained a little holy power, so don't worry, Mother." System notification, holy power, 5379 to 13876. She said again, "Kill." Suddenly Dakia appeared and asked, "What are you thinking?" Manak replied with a bright smile, "I'm thinking about the incident a few days ago." Her eyes were a little lost in thought. The village massacre. Manak's mother spoke up again. "Kill." He put his hand on his chest and explained, It's understandable that she reacted like that, massacring a village right under the Iramel family's jurisdiction, so she also feels some responsibility. By then, Dakia spoke up again. I should ask my brother why this territory is like this. He turned and said, isn't it Lord Martin you should ask? She shook her head and replied, no, Lord Martin has surely done his best. Dakia frowned and spoke, presenting my brother's inaction is very suspicious. Normally, he always takes every opportunity to increase his influence. Jamel behind him suddenly cried out, ah! She looked forward and said, I see it now. It turned out that side was the entrance to a city, it's beat us. Carmen was excited since I arrived earlier than expected. Should we have a drink tonight? I'm buying. Hearing that she became enthusiastic and wanted to drink till the end, okay? No going home until drunk. Hearing that he immediately explained, it's not that serious. Carmen smiled and turned to ask, what about you, princess? Dakia put her hand on her chin, as if thinking, then said, it's late anyway, I can tell them tomorrow. She also replied very eagerly, since Carmen invited, we must drink to our heart's content. He replied, okay. She said gleefully, tonight we must empty Carmen's pockets. Inside a pub, Hayden was drinking his fill. He looked very relaxed. Cool. Sitting next to him was Vartis Draco. Hayden happily offered a drink. You should have a glass too, but he angrily cursed, shut up, I'm not in the mood. Making him so scared he turned his head back, his voice trembling all right. Vartis Draco wore a grimace, gritting his teeth and questioning, when did that bastard get here? All of them then proceeded into the city. Carmen turned around and asked, do you have any suggestions for places I came here to work, but have never stopped by any pub? Dakia could only force a smile and reply, I don't know either. She patted her face with both hands and said, I've never been here either. I'm so embarrassed I can't help with anything. He waved his hand and replied, haha, it's okay, there are so many people like this, we can ask them. So Carmen immediately went around to ask, excuse me, can I ask a little, is there here? Dakia saw that scene and smiled, saying, I'm really envious of Carmen, he's always full of energy. Manak gently said, it's not certain. He remembered the day both of them built a fire in a snow-covered place. Carmen's face at that time held no joy, like today, whether more or less everyone has a dark side inside. Hearing that, she became curious, tilting her head slightly and wondering, do you know something about him that I don't? Manak shrugged and spoke, I cannot tell you when he doesn't allow it. Dakia clicked her tongue and scolded playfully, thump, you're really mean. Jamel at this moment was in front, waving his hand at them this way. So Dakia immediately grabbed Manak's hand and pulled him away. Let's go. Upon arrival, each of them held a large jug of wine in their hands, clinking and shouting, long live priest Manak, hooray, hooray. While they were enthusiastic, Manak on this side paused a little, thinking to himself, raising a glass to celebrate is fine, but why shout my name? Jamel on this side drank wine like water, gulping down jug after jug, then got drunk and flushed, saying strange things, interrupted my investment, then stood up and shouted while his mind was no longer clear, I will be filthy rich. The jug was dropped behind her. As for her, she fell onto the table and passed out immediately. Carmen saw the comical scene and burst out laughing, ooh ha ha ha. She drank everything I gave her and now she's passed out. Then he turned and raised a glass to the person next to him. Sajita, we can last a long time, let's drink more. Sajita happily accepted, okay. Manak then turned to Dakia and said, Princess Wee. Seeing that she was still awake, he praised, your alcohol tolerance is higher than mine, huh? She on this side suddenly made strange sounds, then gave a bright smile with cheeks flushed red from drinking priest Manak. But in just an instant, she turned pathetically pale, seems like she's about to throw up. Manak saw that things were about to get out of hand, so he immediately helped her walk. We'll be back in a bit. Carmen burst out laughing and replied, ha ha ha, good luck. He helped her walk and reassured her, just bear with it a little longer, I'll take you to a place to sort this out. Manak said, if you can't hold it anymore, tell me. He took a large barrel and ran out the door to clear a path for Dakia. By then, Vartis Draco's eyes had glanced towards him, Manak. Manak thought to himself, I don't recognize him. Manak looked at the two people opposite him and wondered how could he know my name. They also stood solemnly and stared at him. Right at this moment, Dakia snatched the barrel, then threw up violently into it. Manak smiled wryly, but still went and patted her back. Oh my god, are you okay? Vartis Draco saw that disgusting scene and froze in place. Dakia on this side, after throwing up, was helped by Manak. She resolutely declared, blech, I'm never touching alcohol again. Suddenly, while walking, she slipped, didn't know if it was accidental or intentional UAH. So she fell into Manak's arms. Oops, I'm sorry. He gently said it's okay, but little did he know that Vartis Draco on this side was so angry he was gritting his teeth. Dakia held her cheeks and smiled. Priest Manak, I'm very tired. Can you take me to a room? Just like last time, that sentence reached his limit. He was furious and roared curses, you bastard. Hayden had to hug him tightly to stop him. Oh God, your highness, please calm down. Manak didn't understand anything else, so he asked, is something wrong with me? Vartis Draco kept cursing non-stop. That damn follower dared to seduce the princess. Manak waved his hand and said, you are mistaken. We are not like that. Before he could finish speaking, Vartis Draco interrupted, don't lie. He was furious and asserted confidently, "You surely seduced her with your stupid smile," making Hayden struggle and hold onto his leg to avoid a fight Prince Vartis. He reminded him making a fuss in a public place like this is not good. Manak on this side picked up Dakia and thought to himself, "I must take this opportunity to leave here." Hayden said loudly, "I told you to calm down," but Vartis Draco pushed him away and also cursed, "Shut up." He went crazy and ordered, "Let go, I will kill that bastard." He could only plead helplessly, "Your Highness, I beg you." Meanwhile, Manak had carried Dakia and managed to run through another room. He thought to himself, the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is a kingdom of beastmen located in the eastern part of the continent. The royal family of the kingdom is the Dragonmen clan. If you play the game as a Dragonman, the player will get a lot of stats and a high social status, respected by everyone. Manak remembered the previous incident and became cautious. The Dragonman Prince had that attitude towards me. It's best that we leave Beatus as quickly as possible. He wondered, I wonder if Dakia will give up her status to follow me. Or maybe the gods will realize the existence of the mother and send down angels to suppress me. By then, Manak was placing a coin on the table and saying, "Give me a towel and a glass of cold water." The person at the counter immediately went to prepare it. He thought to himself, Dragon Clan Prince, the Liberation Army, and the angels. Perhaps I am the one pushing this world to the brink of destruction. Dakia's dreamy voice rang out, "Priest, priest." By then, that person had brought what Manak requested. "Here is your water and towel," he replied. "Ah, thank you." Then he brought it to her. "Princess, here is the cold water." But she just lay still and whined, "I want to sleep a little more." Manak said helplessly, "Princess, at least you should drink some water, right, huh?" Suddenly, a figure was approaching from behind. He looked after him a little blankly. Then he was startled and opened his eyes wide. Because right in front was Dakia's older brother. Why is he here? A man with a tall, slender figure, white hair and golden eyes, giving his face a slightly cold look. He stood in front of the door, surprising Manak a little, who wondered, why is he here? Manak observed that person very carefully and thought Derso Irimel. Manak seemed to understand something, so that's it. Draco's image appeared in Manak's head. He is here to meet the Dragon Kingdom Prince. At this moment, Irimel's eyes scanned around. He slowly advanced forward, walking closer to Manak's spot. The sound of shoe soles hitting the floor created pleasant clacking sounds. He thought there would be some confrontation and talk, but Irimel just walked past coldly, without saying a word. He swept past, speaking softly. She still hasn't changed. Manak pondered, not replying, just quietly observing. Irimel's tall, dignified silhouette just walked up the stairs without saying anything further. Scene shifts at a house that is somewhat old and ancient. Inside, everyone gathered in the living room. They sat together at the breakfast table. Some lay stretched out on the table. Some held knives and forks to get cake. Others held cups of water to drink. The three people sitting opposite Manak seemed to be in a rather unstable state. Everyone was a little tipsy. Carmen spoke up, "Sajita, you bastard. He is a monster." Manak listened and smiled. "My alcohol tolerance isn't too bad, but he drinks like water." Feeling nauseous again. Sajita didn't seem to have much reaction to the other person's words, still calmly resting his chin. Eyes closed, smiling slightly. "Look at him. I'm dying of a headache, but he's still fine." But just a second later, Sajita's hand slipped from his face. His head hit the table directly with a thud, hitting the plate of food. The piece of egg in the plate even flew onto Golem's face. Manak looked on blankly. Seeing this, Carmen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, so I won, huh?" He kept his arms crossed and laughed non-stop, "Ha ha ha." But then he also collapsed in a flash, his face hitting the table unconscious. Manak was speechless towards Dakia. They must have drunk a lot. Dakia looked like she was drunk, replied blankly. "That's right." Dakia gripped the cup of water tightly and asked hesitantly, "Father Manak, today, are you busy?" Manak smiled gently. "No, I don't have any schedule today." Manak replied, "I think they can rest today," Dakia said softly. "Yes, over there. Golem is wiping Santaji, who is passed out on a branch." Dakia, after Manak's confirmation, immediately blushed and asked hurriedly, "So do you want?" But before she finished speaking, the orange-haired girl sitting next to her suddenly stretched and yawned a few, rather big times. "Good morning." As soon as she woke up, the orange-haired girl covered her nose with a disgusted look. The smell of alcohol. How much did these people drink? Manak explained with a wry smile they drank as soon as they got back to the inn. The orange-haired girl didn't seem to mind much. Her eyes still sleepy, she waved goodbye. "I'm going back to sleep here," Manak replied. Today is a day off." Manak turned to the two men and said, "You two go rest too," while walking. Dakia instinctively raised her hand to sniff her nose. She blushed, looked up and asked Manak hesitantly, "Do I smell of alcohol?" Manak replied with a wry smile. Yes, that word was like a lightning strike. Dakia's face froze solid as if sprayed with glue. She unconsciously leaned back, perhaps not wanting Manak to smell the alcohol on her. She smiled and said, "Then let's go to the bank this afternoon." Manak asked again the bank. Dakia said clearly, I will pay you the amount of money I promised. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, kill. Scene shifts at this moment. Dakia had moved elsewhere, didn't know what she heard, but suddenly screamed what? The man opposite had black hair and a bushy beard. He said the safe you are requesting to open is under the name of the Iramel family, and it is currently restricted access. Dakia was dissatisfied, her voice full of anger, questioning, hold on, but this isn't the family's safe, it's mine who restricted it. That man picked up a piece of paper, read it, and replied, Mr. Douglas Marin. Dakia bit her lower lip tightly, Mr. Marin. Dakia turned around abruptly and said to Manak standing behind her, Father Manak, it seems we have to go meet Mr. Marin. Another strange voice rang out in Manak's head, kill, but Manak still smiled friendly and replied to Dakia, all right, I will follow you. The two went to an unfamiliar place. A maid respectfully led them inside and said he is in the office. Manak walked and observed, thinking to himself. She said, Mr. Marin handles everything for the Lord when the Lord loses his mind. The maid bowed and invited them into a room this way. The two walked into the room together. Inside, a man spoke. Long time no see, Princess Dakia. The old man with a thick silver beard. He wore a monocle that exuded seriousness and composure. The man sat in front of a table full of documents. His voice was indifferent. It seems you are still well. I'm sure your time away was fine, this reassures me. Although Dakia bowed her head in greeting, she couldn't hide her obvious dissatisfaction. It's been a while since we met Lord's representative. The man took off his monocle and said, you don't need to call me that, you can call me Mr. Marin as before. Dakia frowned. As you wish, Lord's representative. That man heard Dakia's discomfort. While wiping his glasses, he said, it seems you have a problem with me. Dakia replied, me if you think so, it seems you see sin somewhere. At this moment, the invisible voice in Manak's head became even more numerous. Kill, kill, kill. Manak thought to himself, luckily, mother can't speak in this situation. Marin pointed to the paper, as if unintentionally saying, perhaps you are here because I have forbidden your safe. Dakia closed her eyes, suppressing her anger, and asked, why did you do that? Marin calmly, it's simple. Marin smiled and said, if I didn't do that, you would never return to the territory. Only then did Marin notice someone else besides Dakia was here. He turned and asked, perhaps you are Father Manak. Manak smiled gently and replied, yes, I am Manak. I serve the goddess of protection. Marin heard and retorted, is that all? His voice had some sarcasm. Devil Slayer of Ghee's Dakia turned her head to look at Manak. Marin continued, nemesis of the evil spirits of Kelton. And Marin also didn't forget to praise Manak and savior of Eradiko. You are very famous. Manak was humble. It's just rumors. Rumors will be exaggerated more if they are mentioned more. Manak asserted, I'm sure what I do is much less than the rumors. Marin laughed with his hands behind his back and said, haha, you are too humble. A victory, even if small, is still a victory. He approached Manak. I know everything you do is for good purpose. Suddenly his eyes became a little strange, Father. Marin mentioned someone. The Lord smiled and wanted to see you. Manak was a little doubtful, huh? A man was slowly sipping a cup of tea in his hand. It's Hayden. He was enjoying tea calmly. Suddenly, an angry voice, accompanied by a pillow thrown hard against the wall behind Hayden, rang out, damn it, that damn bastard. Draco was lying on the bed, angrily shouting, I should have torn him to 100 pieces right there. He was just like a 5-year-old child being provoked, thrashing and cursing, non-stop. That's right, I should have done that. Then why did you stop me, Hayden? Hayden, holding the teacup, showed little emotion, saying, if you had done that, then you would never have gotten the result you wanted originally from the start. He brought the teacup to his mouth again, looked at Draco and asked, you just need the princess's current status, right? Hayden's words were as light as a feather as he analyzed for Draco if rumors about her relationship with that priest spread outside now. You would have to break the engagement to save your image, but he seems to get angrier the more he hears. Draco's eyes full of resentment roared, I know that, but seeing my fiancé hand in hand with someone else makes me furious. He suddenly had a crazy idea. All right, let's go kill that damn priest, just the sword, so no one finds out. Hayden held the teapot and poured water into the teacup, replying, you cannot do that. There is an old saying, haste makes waste. Actually, Hayden's hands were quite shaky at this moment. He thought to himself, I must admit the third prince is very strong, but considering what happened in the eastern region. Hayden remembered the image of Manak. He should not underestimate someone like Manak. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. Draco was still annoyed and asked sharply, what is it? A man came in to report, Your Highness, according to your order just now. I am here to report that Princess Dakia has returned to the mansion. This news made Draco extremely excited. He threw back the blanket and asked again what she's back. He got out of bed quickly and asked, where is she? She is going to Mr. Marin's room. Hayden was startled and looked at the tall man who was only wearing a bathrobe that he had taken off to cover his eyes and asked, what are you doing? Draco laughed and put on the red robe, saying, what else, of course? I'm going to see my fiancée. Last time I couldn't even talk to her properly. Hayden advised, if you go to see her, you won't get what you want. What? Draco snapped. Why not? Hayden asked the person who just reported, let me ask, this is the princess here alone. The other person bowed respectfully and replied, "She came here with a priest who calls himself Manak." Draco went crazy with anger. "That bastard again, huh?" Hayden calmly drank tea as if he had anticipated it. See, Draco roared with anger as if wanting to erupt like a volcano. "Hey, that damn holy artifact! Why is he always with my fiancée, huh?" On the other side, Manak is now standing in front of a room door. There are also maids waiting on standby here. The maid bowed and said, "Lord Smilling is waiting inside." The maid reminded him, "I'm not allowed to go inside, so you must enter without me." Manak grabbed the doorknob and thought, "Does the master want to personally meet an outsider?" Manak walked in, his eyes not showing much emotion, just thinking Mr. Marin didn't tell me anything at all. In the hallway at this moment, he was also alone. Lord Smilling is no longer lucid, right? Suddenly a voice rang out, "Pleased to meet you." A person sitting on a wooden armchair was facing the fireplace. It was an old man. His hair and long beard covered more than half of his face. Everything on his face seemed to be white, from his hair, beard, eyebrows, or even eyelashes. The only difference was perhaps the brown skin, which had many wrinkles showing his old age. "I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, huh?" Manak still managed a smile and said, "I heard you are not well at the moment." He turned his head and replied, "I have only recently regained lucidity. Come here and sit. I need to talk to you." At this moment, Manak was also prepared a chair. It just wasn't as comfortable as the old man's, but the seating positions were parallel next to each other. The old man said, "Before I borrowed Marin's power to investigate you a little. He said they told me you are a hero fallen from the sky." Manak smiled humbly. "I just do what needs to be done." The old man's eyes indifferently looked at the fire without replying. A moment later, he suddenly spoke. "I also heard you have a quite solid relationship with my daughter." This sentence truly made Manak a little stunned. Manak explained awkwardly, "That's just a misunderstanding. She and I are nothing." His eyes weren't angry but still looked extremely terrifying. His voice reeked of death. "I heard Dakia comes to your room every night wearing comfortable clothes. That's how it is." Manak coughed heavily. Manak covered his mouth, extremely worried. Even though he knew the truth, he wouldn't know how to explain to the old man, who kept staring at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. The princess just comes to visit her mother. How could he know everything? Manak thought awkwardly, "How should I explain this?" But suddenly the old man said, "After hearing that, I think that is better." Manak asked, surprisingly, "What do you mean?" The old man looked thoughtfully at the raging fire and said in a deep voice, "Please take my daughter away from this place." Manak was a little awkward. "What did you say, sir? I don't understand what you mean." The old man said sternly again, "I am saying you should live happily with my daughter. I will support you two. I won't let you lack anything. However, you two must leave Beatus." He sighed, telling her never to come back again. He also added, "I will handle her engagement with the Dragon Kingdom Prince myself, so don't worry about that." Manak pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly he laughed. "No need, thank you, sir." The old man frowned. "No." Manak explained, "Your support, like that, is already too good, and besides, my child is certainly flawless, because she carries my bloodline." Manak said she is a sorceress, so no one supports her. No one wants her to become the lord of this place. Manak stood beside the old man and said clearly, "But whenever she says she wants to become the lord of this place, I encourage her, so if she says she wants to leave with me, I will also happily accept it." Manak continued, "But I don't have the right to make that choice. Only she can make the choice for herself." Manak smiled a little creepily and said, "If you really want her to leave this territory, I think you should tell her yourself. That's the right way. Don't you think so?" The old man was silent again, looking at the fire. A few seconds later, he closed his eyes and spoke. "The reason I don't tell her myself is very simple." The old man spoke and recalled the image of his stubborn little daughter. "She is a child that no matter how hard you push her down, she will bounce back just as strongly. If I tell her to leave now, she might try to fight for ownership of the family, which will tempt her." The old man said in a deep voice, "But the future ahead on that path will not be what she desires." He looked at Manak as if entrusting something. "So I want you to convince her from the beginning inherently being the lord of a territory is not that great." Manak paused for a moment and said, "Can I ask you something? It might be a little rude." The old man didn't hesitate to reply, "I think you've been rude enough already, so go ahead and say it." Manak expressed the doubt in his heart. "I heard that you have never really cared about your daughter, so why are you suddenly making an offer like this now?" The old man said calmly, "Do I need a reason? I just changed my mind, that's all." He suddenly gripped the armrest of the chair and said, "And please leave this place as soon as possible. Perhaps the truth is the best thing for that child." Then the old man waved his hand, indicating dismissal. "You can leave now." Manak smiled, "Yes." He said as an afterthought, making Manak stop. And also." The old man turned his head to remind him, "Don't tell others about my mind becoming clear again. Just." The old man instructed, "Say that you had a lot of difficulty communicating with me because my mind wasn't clear." Manak didn't ask much and immediately agreed. "All right," the old man replied, "thank you." The old man closed his eyes tightly, enjoying the warmth from the fire. Now in the room, this fire is the only thing left full of vitality. The old man suddenly spoke, culto retrospective. The old man said, "Iret, the progressive one, Adora, the revered one." Suddenly 2 people appeared on either side of the old man's chair. Iret spoke up and asked, how are the preparations coming along? The old man rested his hands on the armrests of the chair. He stood up miraculously, as if there had never been paralyzed legs on his body. He said it will be done soon, but his eyes seemed to have an unusual change, looking very scary. That voice was low and deep. Just wait a little longer, only a short time more. The door slowly opened from outside. Manak poked his head in from the doorway while hearing a loud argument. I said I don't want to. Inside, Dakia and Draco seemed to be very tense. Draco held onto Dakia's sleeve, but she angrily tried to shake him off and said loudly, I already said I didn't come here to meet you. She pulled her sleeve away with all her might. From the beginning, I never intended to marry you. Manak unintentionally witnessed a scene he shouldn't have seen, so he stood awkwardly outside the door thinking, what is this? The two inside had discovered him. Dakia immediately exclaimed, Father. She was completely different, happy compared to her expression when talking with Draco. She smiled and asked, are you done with the meeting? Dakia didn't linger either. She directly turned to Draco, said goodbye, and left. Prince Vatis, I'm sorry about the engagement, she said innocently, despite someone already grinding his teeth in anger. I'm leaving now. Have a good day. He was in a fit of rage because of Dakia's refusal. At this moment he saw your appearance. As if his most sensitive nerve was touched, he roared like a beast, making Hayden struggle greatly to hold him back and prevent him from breaking free and biting people. Manak, it's you again. But how could someone as small as Hayden restrain Draco? He threw Hayden aside and ran away, pointing at Manak warningly. Stay away from my fiancé immediately. Dakia immediately rushed out to stand in front of him and shouted, I will not marry you. He couldn't accept the truth and kept questioning, why? What is it about me that you don't like? She sighed in frustration. It's not that you lack anything, I just don't want to get married. Draco was like a child trying to please an adult. He whined and spoke softly, trying to coax her. Don't be like that. Why don't we have a meal together? His hand trembled as he reached out, wanting to get closer to her. Dakia coldly and flatly refused. I already have plans. He didn't give up and asked again, what about tomorrow? Dakia replied, busy the day after tomorrow. Busy, well busy. She kept refusing, making Draco frown. I haven't said which day yet. She didn't want to say anything more, so she turned and left, and didn't forget to emphasize, I'm very busy. Manak hid to the side, forcing a smile. Mother in his head exclaimed, kill, kill. He thought she really left him. Suddenly Draco shouted loudly, making Dakia startle and stop. How about this? He took out some paper and said, I heard there is a theatre troupe in Peters. A famous singer is with them. You know her, right? Her name is Adora. He was awkward. Come with me to see her, but unfortunately, you are still so cold. I have met her. This time Draco must have understood that she never had him in her heart. He collapsed, his eyes full of tears. But the first performance will take place in 3 days. Dakia turned her head and said in a disgusted tone, all performances are the same anyway. I won't watch any new performances anymore. Draco was angry, grinding his teeth. Suddenly his eyes blazed without pupils. His neck veins bulged, his teeth grinding loudly as he said, refusing me, is it because of that bastard Manak, right? Dakia activated defense mode and spread her arms to protect the love of her life, even though Manak, standing far away, was still eagerly watching the drama. No, it has nothing to do with him. He roared angrily, don't lie to me. He pointed towards Manak and said something that made Dakia blush. You go to his room every night. The atmosphere indeed froze, as if sprayed with glue because of this sentence. Mother angrily questioned in his head, kill, kill. Manak helplessly explained to that voice, what is it? You are always with me when she comes. At this moment he quickly spoke to explain to Draco, Your Highness, there is a misunderstanding. Manak said we don't have that relationship, but before he finished, Draco was blazing with anger and shouted, shut up. He said loudly, you think I cannot see through your facade? You are certainly even more excited because you know the princess has a fiancé. Draco didn't stop uttering insults. You want to slander a noble. Before he could say anything more, Dakia shouted, shut up. Suddenly being yelled at made him stunned and stepped back. Dakia's eyes were sharp and cold. She said, there is nothing between me and Father Manak. Father Manak is not that kind of person. She continued to defend Manak. He is a good person who always lives for others. He has never hesitated to help others, even when facing difficulties. Dakia explained furthermore, he even saved me from the kidnappers. Dakia emphasized, making Draco look blank. I cannot sit idly by watching you slander the person who saved my life. Dakia paused for a moment and then said, so let me make it clear, I, Dakia Irimel. Dakia placed her hand on her chest, parallel to the white flower on her left breast, and said clearly, by the name of Irimel, I cancel my engagement with the Dragon Kingdom Prince. This declaration is effective, as long as the Irimel flower doesn't wither. Draco gritted his teeth. As long as the Irimel flower doesn't wither, your whole family must be destroyed before you even think about getting married. Suddenly he shouted, but it seemed like he wasn't talking to the two of them. Dresso, this is not how we discussed it. Manak frowned in suspicion. Dresso. A strange man walked in and said in a deep voice, you are always so impatient and rude. A young, handsome, tall man with white hair and golden eyes, similar to Dakia, appeared and spoke to her. You know you shouldn't make vows so easily in the name of the Iramel family. The man named Dasso said, aren't you clear about your position in the family? Because you are a sorceress? Dakia frowned you. Draco angrily stepped forward and shouted Dasso. He questioned Dasso, you promised to marry the princess to me. Dasso showed little emotion and replied, I said you could take the girl if you could. He brushed Draco's hand away and said, why are you complaining to me when you are the one who failed? He seemed struck and couldn't believe it, asking again what? Draco was angry. What did you just say? Do you think you can get away with this? Dasso growled and called the opponent's name directly, Vatis Draco. Dasso warned, if you raise your voice at me again. He was indeed not someone easily bullied, directly overwhelming the opponent. I will report all your actions to the Demon Dragon King. Do you understand? Draco clicked his tongue. Hayden over there must have had a good nap before he was called awake. Don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. Draco, after the argument, also swept past Dasso without saying anything further. Suddenly, Dakia spoke. Wait, you are the one who suggested the kidnapping. She asked Dasso, and the Dragon Kingdom Prince just listened to you. Dasso didn't think so. Again, he countered, kidnapping. I just told him to protect you. Not only that, he also blamed her. You only whine. Only thinking about yourself, you have never stopped to think about what is beneficial for the family. He pressed his face close to Dakia, looking extremely scary, saying, if I wanted to kidnap you, do you think I would still be standing here? Dasso warned, you should be grateful that I showed mercy when talking about bloodline. Dakia was stunned. Then he glanced over at Manak and said to her, it's better to leave here with that guy. Do you need a clearer explanation? Dasso's voice was cold. Leave Beatus within 3 days, Dakia. After leaving the room, Dakia angrily roared, that bastard, ridiculous, leave Beatus within 3 days. She was full of burning hatred, asking Manak, who was standing awkwardly, Father Manak, can I use magic to punch him? He raised his hand to advise, your brother will lose his life. Dakia was disgusted that Thickface is fine. Words in his head, kill. Manak understood and immediately thought, I agree. Manak thought about Dakia's 2 relatives, both father and brother, telling us to leave quickly. Couldn't be a coincidence. Suddenly, Dakia called Father Manak. He replied yes. She pointed in the distance and asked, isn't that Jamel? Both looked towards an orange-haired girl standing in the distance. Manak nodded yes, but what is she doing? Suddenly Tozio ran over from somewhere, the successor. He asked, Tozio, is something wrong? Tozio stammered him. Tozio explained, someone has exposed Miss Jamel, that she is an evil spirit worshipper. Dakia looked at Tozio and said, you can go now. The other person replied, understood. A moment later, Manak and Dakia both stood watching Tozio leave. She frowned and turned to Manak, saying anxiously, it is true that we have heard about the evil spirit worshippers causing trouble recently, but I didn't expect them to start arresting them everywhere like this. Dakia was worried. I heard the people from the God's Cleansing Army stationed nearby are on their way. What do we do? Manak asked with a serious face. What do you think will happen to an evil spirit worshipper who has been captured? She sighed and looked down, replying, they will likely be handed over to the God's Cleansing Army and then tortured until they reveal information about the Liberation Army until death. Manak frowned. He thought in order to track down evil spirit worshippers without holy power, perhaps they found them by tracing the remaining holy power of the evil spirit in their bodies. He placed his hand on his chest in thought, if that is the case. Dakia observed Manak's reaction and exclaimed, Father, do you have a way? Manak smiled and replied, yes, I think I have a way to save Jamel. It might be difficult for me, but... He spoke to the person in his head. If you are willing to help, Mother, I think we can hide Jamel. That voice replied, kill. In a dark, damp prison cell where there were only the sounds of rats and filth. In the cell, a small, thin figure sat huddled, hugging herself in the corner of the wall. It was the desperate Jamel. I became a nun by chance, but it was unnecessary because I wanted to become an evil spirit worshipper. She cried, I am just an orphan they took in. A series of negative thoughts kept surrounding the little girl's mind. Was going with Father Manak a mistake? I should have run away. He should have been the last ray of hope for me. Her tears fell non-stop. She sobbed, oh, United Stone, what should I do now? She was tired. If I use power in a place like this, I will die before I can get out. A rat ran across Jamel's shadow from somewhere. A few people walked over. Jamel looked up curiously through the bars. She gave a rare smile, everyone. She exclaimed, Giselle Zahn. Jamel rushed to the bars, unable to contain her joy. You two are alive. But the other two standing outside didn't seem happy at all. Their faces serious, arms crossed, staring at her. Her hands trembled. The atmosphere is strange, is it? She froze and asked, are you the two who handed me over? They admitted coldly, yes. Giselle punched the bars, her eyes fierce, cursing, traitor. Jamel bit her lip, her voice trembling, asking, did you just call me a traitor? They confirmed yes, because you are a traitor. You lived your comfortable life with that damn priest, while we had to fight for our lives. Giselle's eyes were completely cold. I worried about you, because you were separated from us, but I shouldn't have even worried. Jamel tried her best to shout and explain. It's not like that. I worked hard to try and save you two. She remembered the time she cried her eyes out begging and said if I hadn't begged Father Manak for help, you too would have died there. Giselle gave a scornful smile. Why would that priest be able to help? Do you mean he can actually control those ancient imperial weapons or something? Jamel clung to the bars and said yes, he really can, I can explain. Giselle at this moment seemed to have run out of patience, you can explain. Jamel continued after being separated from everyone I found the excavation site we were looking for, but then a group of silver soldiers attacked. Because I had things I needed to ask those people, I couldn't let them die, so I helped them, but it was too much for me. She recounted that's when Father Manak appeared, and repelled the silver soldiers with me. They were surprised. What, wait? Giselle didn't fully believe her and retorted, you said he could control them, so why did he fight them? Jamel shook her head and said, because that was before he received that power, just listen. Then a silver soldier twice the size of Jan looked at her father gesturing wildly with his bloodied hands and feet, recounting Manak, and knelt down and said the heir. Jamel kept cheering, he is actually the one that the princess of the ancient empire. Giselle was annoyed and interrupted, waving her hand. Enough. Jamel paused and said softly, the story is still very long. She was annoyed and lost patience. Do you think we will believe that lie? What, the heir, the princess of the ancient empire? She directly attacked Jamel. I didn't know you were so good at imagining things, Jamel. Jamel said aggrievedly, I'm not lying, it's all true, but Giselle didn't care much whatever. Then she asked again, then why didn't you reunite with us after leaving the ruins? She frowned, why were you with him like that? Jamel stammered, unable to explain that thing. Razizwan. Giselle pressed her face close to Jamel and growled, do you think I called you a traitor for no reason? I have been following you since the day you led us to beat us. She said sarcastically that Manak didn't do anything to keep you, but you followed him like a dog instead of running away. Jamel explained with difficulty, well, he said he would kill me if I ran away, but it turns out he is a very good person. She suddenly blurted out, that's right, everyone come with us. Jamel grabbed Giselle's wrist and shook it, saying, Father Manak is the ray of hope, he is also good, so I believe he will accept everyone. Giselle was provoked. She fiercely pushed Jamel's hand away without any mercy and shouted, do you want us to become traitors like you? Jamel fell to the ground crying out, oh my God, my butt. Giselle said, I don't know about you, but Beatrice is already in the hands of the Liberation Army. She continued, the fallen god is, but before she finished, Jan interrupted, that's enough, Giselle. Giselle pointed at Jan irritably and shouted, I didn't intend to say anything at all, don't you dare order me around. She took something from her clothes and said, I know we grew up together, but we cannot tolerate a traitor. What she took out was a gun. Her voice was cold. The Liberation Army does not forgive traitors, no matter what. Giselle pointed the gun at Jamel and said, at least I will finish you off quickly. She warned, don't try to use your power, otherwise you will be taken away by the god's cleansing army, and Zahn took the gun, saying, enough. He snatched the gun and aimed at Jamel without hesitation. If you don't want to, then let me do it. On the other side, Zahn frowned and thought, why does that idiot have to do that? Zahn said his last words, goodbye, traitor. Jamel screamed in fear, covering her face with her hands. I don't want to die. Suddenly, a monster rushed in from somewhere. The gun fired a shot. A strange person in armor holding a weapon rode a giant rat to block the bullet. That person jumped up and grabbed the sword. The sound of the sword hitting the bullet rang out sharply. That person slashed very hard. The bullet split in half. The two halves of the bullet flew past the bars, grazed Jamel, and hit the wall. Although they didn't hit her, Jamel still screamed in fear. An angry voice rang out, how dare you? That person pointed the sword straight at Jan's group and shouted, wicked soldiers, how dare you lay a hand on the successor's friend? But a strange scene made everything freeze. Who would have thought that Hero was a tiny person, the size of a fist? No wonder the bullet in his eyes was so big, and it turns out that rat wasn't some giant monster either. They all cried out, what is this? Jamel anxiously watched the unexpected situation outside the cell. He pointed his sword at the enemy with eloquent reasoning. You barbarian, how dare you lay a hand on the successor's friend? However, looking at the height difference between the two sides, his action had the opposite effect and became cute, and it was surprisingly overwhelming compared to the tense atmosphere that a normal conflict should have. They watched in silence. After being silent for a while, Giselle laughed mockingly. What is this thing? Is this the knight who is supposed to be twice the size of Zahn? Jamel, is there something wrong with your head, at the same time attacking her for daring to entrust someone like this? He silently endured until they dared to insult that person. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light emanated, making them unable to see directly, only seeing the small knight from before flipping over. Giselle reluctantly told her teammates, shoot, shoot, that stupid Jamel. And when the words were finished, the one who appeared before them was no longer the tiny knight, but had become a giant knight. His teammates exclaimed twice, what, he's this big? He didn't care about their feelings at the moment. The only thing he cared about was her, so he turned and asked her, are you injured anywhere? Jamel was looking forward to the drama, but was dragged in, so at first she was a little panicked and stammered, I'm fine, look ahead. All right. Only then did he relax and focus on the opponent. He neither asked nor threatened, but asserted, you will die here. She behind him was also surprised by his aggressive and slightly arrogant words. But more than anyone she knew for sure that if he said it, he could certainly do it, so she hastily advised him, "You don't need to kill them." But it was clear that if he said one, there was no doing two. He said decisively, that is the best solution. Those who mistreat the successor's friend are a threat to the successor. Realizing the current situation is only disadvantageous for themselves, and they cannot just sit and wait for death, his teammates quickly decided retreat Giselle. Okay? Then Giselle cast a teleportation array, intending to slip away quietly. But things are unpredictable, it's not that easy, I won't let you go anywhere. And then he seemed to have an engine installed, flying straight to break the array. Giselle put all her strength into accelerating the opening of the array, while also defending against his attack. "It's useless," he said coldly. And just as expected, right after that, he swung his sword down hard on the icy brick floor, scattering dirt everywhere. Inside the bars, she hugged her body tightly to avoid injury from the aftershocks. After a while, the dust screen flew away, leaving only him standing alone in the open space. By then she slowly lowered her hand, covering her face, and looked outside. Asked did they run away, he answered truthfully, "Yes, I couldn't catch them. I'm sorry I couldn't eliminate the enemy," seeing his self-blaming appearance. She quickly waved her hands and feet to comfort him. "It's okay, thank you." Then she hesitantly asked what she had been wondering about since the beginning of the day. "But how did you know I was here?" He didn't answer Jamel's question directly, but evaded to explain something else. "If it's just a formality, then the answer is somewhat acceptable. The successor will come here. I came to inform you in advance, Priest Manak, huh?" she asked again. "Yes, it won't be long," he replied, and poked the little rat that just landed on his shoulder. She was polite. "Thank you. Do you want me to open an exit for you? I can use my power." He put the rat down on the ground, saying, "If you do that, it will cause a bigger problem, so don't do that, I will leave the way I came." Just when she didn't understand how she suddenly saw a strange thing was real. The little rat had turned into a big rat and was the knight's unique and exclusive vehicle, coming and going the same way. Literally both turned small again and left quietly. Luckily they turned small, otherwise they would have truly scared people to death. She was stunned for a while. He's riding a rat, huh? Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Wait, when Giselle used her power just now. In that bizarre and tense scene, what she noticed was, "I didn't feel any holy power, I must report this to Priest Manak." She realized this disastrous truth to herself. Not long after the person who came to rescue her also arrived, she cried loudly, "Priest Manak, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." "Is that so?" He smiled and then like a real magician took out the keys to the prison camp, making her stunned. "Oh, where did you get the keys?" The bunch of keys clinked, resting neatly in his hand. He explained briefly, "I borrowed it because the guards were all asleep." She asked again, "What about the princess?" Then he replied, "She is distracting the guards at the entrance." Meanwhile, he found the correct key to Jamel's cell and opened the bars. Priest Manak. She excitedly ran out quickly, wanting to hug her savior instead of words of gratitude. Then she was pulled back and fell rolling on the ground. Then she was pulled back and fell rolling on the ground. The other one acted as if possessed and said murder. Meanwhile, only she was suffering with her weak spine, my back. Then introduced, "This is the corrupted mother I serve," making her so surprised she forgot the pain. Then introduced, "This is the corrupted mother I serve," making her so surprised she forgot the pain. She is a god. Meanwhile, she still looked down at sentient beings with arrogant eyes and said, "Murder." Hearing her magnificent background, she forgot about the unusual events that just happened, eagerly flattered, "So happy to meet you. You're so cool. I've never seen a god in disguise. What an honor. Can we shake hands?" Before she finished asking, she startled the god so much she scurried and ran away behind him. Peeking out, she was full of killing intent, only knowing how to repeat a single word. "Murder," he explained on her behalf. He is still very shy about shaking hands. "Mother, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but please leave here as soon as possible." He gently looked at her, making people not feel uncomfortable when being told indirectly to leave. Didn't know if she understood, but from then until now the only word she could say was only murder and murder. Luckily she isn't mute, but seems to have some brain issues. Her state is like the most primordial god who has forgotten about barbarity and death. What about me?" she asked blankly when she didn't see him mention her. At this moment she gradually shed her awkwardness and approached her, but still said intact, "Kill this time with added action." She followed her hand and approached here, and lowered herself to be within her reach. A cool beam of light spread through the space, contrary to her dark eyes, stained with killing intent. "Murder," she said. "Are you done?" he asked. It's not hard to guess what word she will answer with. Of course, murder then. He didn't let her resist and carried her horizontally. She happily hugged him. This was fully shown by the fresh aura emanating around her. Her entire body gradually disappeared, leaving only a bare arm. He instructed, "The mother is inherently a secret, so don't tell anyone about this." She swore vigorously, "I won't tell anyone." "That's right, I also have something to tell you." "What is it?" He listened, waiting for her to tell. She summarized the recent events. Some things that don't need to be said shouldn't be said. Even the speculation has been carefully filtered. Just now, my friend Giselle attacked me. I already heard Tozio say so. But it seems she knows how to use power without needing holy power. We can talk about that after we get out of here. She wasn't in a hurry, so she immediately agreed. Okay. After that, she finally dared to ask about something unrelated. What was that thing from just now, accompanied by Jan's action, and then the god's final strange action? He smiled brightly and explained, the mother has removed the remaining holy power in your body. As long as you don't use your power, you won't be captured again. Really, that's great, she cheered excitedly. The mother is always amazing. He said it as if it was a matter of course, yes. His eyes full of affection, saying, I will let Tozio protect you. At the same time, he turned and asked him, is it okay, Tozio? Of course, he only has one choice to answer, and even if it wasn't the case, he would still say it. Leave that to me, successor. So I'm leaving now. Be careful. Then he disappeared, okay? Back to her ancient townhouse. They observed her carefully from head to toe and asked Jamel, where have you been? She fiercely hit them with a pillow repeatedly. She was angry and questioned. We ate and drank together, yet when I was captured, you were all asleep. As for him, he smiled brightly, a hero saving a beauty. Currently, he is at a familiar meeting point waiting for someone. Dakia walked over, smiled and asked, Priest, will you go to the bank with me? The bank, huh, he thought. Then suddenly said, you mean the money to pay for protecting Dakia Iramel, the eldest daughter of Kelton Iramel, all the way to Beatus. She looked up at him. He looked at her gently and said her eyes are so affectionate that even looking at a utility pole feels like distant lovers yearning for affection. So this is our last trip. She was stunned and wondered finally. Scene shifts to Beta Central Bank. From the distance, someone called out to him, Priest Manak. Dakia happily waved to signal Manak. She walked closer to him, handed him the money and said, here it is, the money to pay you for protecting me to here. Manak held the certificate in his hand, looking at it blankly. Seeing this, Dakia explained to him, I thought real gold would be too heavy, so I took the certificate so you can exchange it for gold. You can exchange gold at any bank in the Northern Kingdom. She said hesitantly, if you don't want the certificate, I can only get gold. Manak still maintained a cheerful attitude, kindly replied, that's fine, thank you. He said happily, so the last two are Sajita and Carmen. Dakia asked him, that's right. She looked in the direction behind her and sighed while Manak wore a puzzled expression, not knowing what would happen. Dakia gathered all her courage, held out the ticket in front of him, and bravely said, please come watch with me. Manak looked at the ticket in her hand and thought to himself, this is... Dakia handed the ticket towards him and explained, it's a play that will take place in 2 days. Manak took it, looked at the information on the ticket and said, I thought you didn't want to watch plays anymore. She was embarrassed, her cheeks flushed red. She shyly turned her face away, stammering, that matter. He pressed his lips together, waiting for her to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Manak held the ticket in his hand and happily said, this is the first time I've watched that play. I'm very happy. Hearing that Dakia was ecstatic, brought her hand to her face and looked at him. Scene shifts to a costume shop. The shop owner gazed at him for a long time and then said, you are truly perfect. Manak admired the outfit on his body and laughed happily. Ha, this black suit truly feels like it was made just for you. It looks incredibly elegant and luxurious. He shyly looked towards Dakia and asked, is it really necessary? She encouraged him, of course. She clenched his arms tightly, her face determined, saying, this is your first play after all. Manak asked her worriedly, haven't you spent too much already? It's just one play. Dakia waved her hand kindly and replied, it's nothing. She secretly whispered to him, do you know the Raco's brand? Manak replied slowly, I have heard of it before. They are the most famous brand in the Northern Kingdom. She proudly grabbed his arm and boasted, I have a lot of shares there. I invested all my money when they weren't even developed yet. He was surprised when he heard that information. She continued with implied meaning, do you think I came back here without any countermeasures? His eyes clearly showed admiration for Dakia. She started telling Manak, my plan is to use gold to secure the position of family head. Dakia pretended to whisper, of course my father and brother don't know. She began to explain the situation to him because the Rakos brand operates in the Northern and Southern Kingdoms, so it takes some time to convert goods into money. Dakia burst out laughing, revealing her wealth, but I have a lot of money, you don't need to worry. Manak realized and said, so you have a plan, huh? Thank you. Dakia stared at him, her cheeks flushed red again. Now you're dressed. Dakia took his arm and went to the play like a real couple, she said happily. Let's go watch the play, shall we? At the theatre stage, the lights were dazzling. Everyone was there very early. The place was packed with people everywhere. That couple was also watching the play. The woman looked intently at the man next to her. Here, Dakia and Manak were also sitting together watching the play. The lights on the stage were turned on, shining directly down on the middle section. The backstage curtain slowly opened. Where the lights were, a theatre actor appeared, beginning their performance. The actress had red eyes and classic curly hair, looking down at the audience below. Her delicate face looked extremely beautiful. She gently placed her hand on her chest as if wanting to perform a form of prayer. In just a moment, the girl began to immerse herself in the play and perform. Below the stage, all the audience members intently watched the stage. Dakia felt it was very good. She happily clapped and cheered for the performance. Manak looked at her with loving eyes. He suddenly thought murder. Manak looked at her beauty and wondered, do I like Dakia? He answered in his subconscious, of course, why wouldn't I like someone so beautiful and intelligent? Suddenly a hand appeared asking Manak, do you love her? He was lost in thought. That voice echoed in his head, she scares me. Manak suddenly remembered, Santo, you saved me, my beloved family. He recalled painfully he died because of me. My pity tore him into pieces. Manak faced it alone on this long journey. I have a thought. A woman appeared. He thought further that this world desires the revival of the mother. Manak was sad. A mess appeared in his head again. Is that why I am forced to complete the duty of a corrupted priest every time I neglect it? His eyes were filled with sadness. Manak recalled painfully, even if he had to destroy what was precious to him. He gripped his fist tightly, showing determination, however, because I am getting stronger every day, perhaps. The image of death appeared. Dakia sat unconscious on the ground. Her eyes clearly showed sadness and pain. His fierce eyes appeared. His head hurt as if being hammered. Unconsciously, Manak began to form a sinister smile. Returning to reality, her small hand stopped Manak's thoughts. Dakia called priest. Manak forced a smile and replied, sorry, I got a little distracted. He was startled and suddenly called out princess. She turned to him and reminded him, can you focus? It's time for the play now. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said sadly, we're at the end now. Seeing that she was full of emotion, Manak affectionately called her name Dakia. Meanwhile, on the stage, the actress was passionately performing up to the climax. Suddenly there was a voice reminding him, murder. Manak unexpectedly hugged her as if to protect her. Dakia didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes still welled up with tears as she called priest Manak. The audience below still hadn't discovered anything unusual and were intently looking up. But in just a moment, all the audience members were bloated, their faces distorted, and then exploded, losing their bodies. The actress above still spread her arms, controlling magic to kill everyone below, like fireworks that were glowing. The audience members' heads were severed from their necks immediately. The unlucky ones were wiped out one by one, logged out of the earth without leaving any trace. Up on the stage, the actress started enjoying the fruits of her labor. Her complexion became dark, and evil aura emanated throughout her body. The actress discovered something unusual and widened her eyes in surprise, On this side, Manak had used his body to shield Dakia from that assassination. He was angry, grinding his teeth, glancing at that actress. Her face became wicked and demonic, saying, are there still survivors among the audience?